Boom! A thunderous roar heralded the onset of a torrential downpour, catching everyone off guard. After work, Chen Wen, who moonlights as a chauffeur, squatted in front of a modest eatery, savoring his boxed meal, only to be suddenly drenched by a fierce gust of wind that swept in the rain, leaving him soaked to the bone and inadvertently providing him with an extra bowl of soup. Damn it, is this for real? It was merely early April, yet the weather in Jiangchang shifted as unpredictably as a theatrical performance. Desperately seeking shelter, Chun found a corner to crouch down, wiping the water from his face. Clearly, the meal was no longer salvageable. Given the dismal weather, it was doubtful he would secure any jobs that evening. The company had been facing financial strain lately, with salaries delayed for nearly 2 months, were it not for the nationwide economic downturn making employment scarce. Chen would have considered raising a ruckus at the Labor Bureau. Yet, as much as he pondered, he knew that causing trouble was not an option. Chun had to endure this hardship with a smile, expressing his unwavering commitment to weathering the storm alongside the company. Thus, he resorted to earning a meager living through his side gig as a chauffeur. Such is the humble plight of adulthood. Can the weather forecast be a tad more reliable? Seeing no sign of the rain abating, Chen reluctantly gathered his soaked meal and prepared to head home. In the process, his wallet slipped from his grasp, revealing a corner of a photograph that had been tucked inside for 4 long years. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, pulling out the long-lost photo. Under the glow of neon lights, the girl in the picture retained her enchanting beauty, while a bitter smile crept across his face. "Are you doing well?" For years had passed, yet he still clung to this photograph. Chen himself could not fathom why. He kept it a token of cherished memories, an inability to sever ties with that chapter of his life, or perhaps a lingering hope. Su-Ying had been his girlfriend throughout their 3 years in college. Upon graduation, Chen opted for employment, while Su-Ying chose to pursue further studies, marking an end to their relationship. Life, in its irony, saw Chen nearing 30, a supposed age of stability in both love and career. Instead, he found himself struggling at the bottom of the social ladder, merely scraping by, his youthful ambitions dulled over the years. Gazing at the ceaseless flow of traffic, Chen's thoughts drifted, his bitter smile deepening. He too yearned for a smooth romantic journey and a successful career, wishing to firmly establish himself in the bustling metropolis, not wanting to disappoint his parents who had nurtured such hopes for him since childhood. Yet, words seemed inadequate to express his plight. Perhaps others envied those who lived and worked in the city, but only those who had experienced it firsthand understood the challenges involved. The dissolution of his relationship with Su-Ying was not due to waning affection, but rather a confrontation with life's new beginnings. Both felt lost and lacked the confidence to face the future. There's still a chance, right? As the rain began to lessen, the ember of hope reignited in Chen's eyes, even as his cigarette dwindled to its end. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. 2000 received on Alipay. Startled, Chen quickly pulled out his phone, noticing an incoming call from his mother. "Mom," he answered. "You little rascal, you still remember to call me Mom?" His mother's discontent was palpable through the phone. "I've sent you 2000. You really ought to call when you're in trouble." "Mom." Chen felt a wave of emotion wash over him, desperately stifling the urge to cry. At his age, he should not still be causing his family worry. It was a bitter irony. Had it not been for Tiger's slip, I wouldn't have known. "Owen, don't make things hard on yourself out there. Your dad and I don't expect you to achieve greatness. We just want you to be safe. Spend wisely, understood?" Listening to her words, Chen felt a pang of discomfort, unsure of how to respond. "Yes, Mom, I understand." Taking a deep breath, he continued. "You and Dad are doing well, right? I'll come home to see you both when I have the time. Don't worry about us, we're just fine. Don't overexert yourself out there, a phone call is enough." His mother's tone softened, followed by a gentle sigh. "Son, you're still hung up on that girl, Su-Ying. Never mind, handle your own affairs. Just remember to bring home a daughter-in-law soon." Another bitter smile crossed Chen's face as he held Su-Ying's photograph. In his current circumstances, how could he even think about dating? "Sure, no problem. Next time I come home, they'll definitely bring a daughter-in-law with me," he replied, feigning nonchalance. "You little rascal. That's a promise. He'll be waiting." "All right, I'll hang up now. Remember to call home if anything comes up. Don't shoulder everything alone." "Understood, Mom." After chatting with his mother for half an hour, discussing trivial family matters, Chen felt the weight on his heart lift. He pulled out another cigarette, placing it between his lips without lighting it. If even his family had not given up on him, why should he wallow in self-pity? 30 might indeed be an awkward age, but striving for improvement might just bring about change. This world is vast, yet small. Perhaps one day he would cross paths with Suing again. He could not continue down this path of mediocrity forever. Goodness! Suddenly, the photograph slipped from his hands, followed by an exaggerated exclamation. So that's where you've been hiding. I thought you were busy looking at beautiful girls. Come clean, who is she? She's stunning. Chen glanced up to see his colleague Wang Kai, resisting the urge to lash out. Mind your own business, give it back. Chen shot him an annoyed glare, snatching the photo back and tucking it away once more. Is she your girlfriend? Never seen you with her. Hey, Wengo, why not ask if she has any friends? Wang Kai teased, grinning widely. Enough of that. You're better off seeking entertainment for $4.98. This guy was a few years younger than Chen and worked full-time as a chauffeur. They had gotten along well over the months. Stingy TSK, Wang Kai plopped down beside him, offering a cigarette. I'd like to indulge in $4.98 too, but alas, I'm broke. How about you lend me 1,000 and ill-treat myself tonight? Not a chance, I'm poorer than you. Chen had quickly grasped Wang Kai's tendency. She rarely played cards or drank, only indulging in a bit of smoking, with his greatest passion being the occasional $4.98. Pleasure-seeking. This wretched life, when will we ever get ahead? Wang Kai took a deep drag from his cigarette, then turned his head shyly. Wengo, I don't want to try anymore. Are you sure your body can handle it? Chen chuckled, knowing exactly what the kid was hinting at. Don't underestimate me, I can go for an hour, unlike you with your 30 seconds. Wang Kai shot him a disdainful look, then winked playfully. By the way, how about I introduce you to a couple of lovely girls? Save you 20 years of trouble. Thanks, but no thanks. Chen laughed, rising to change out of his soaked jacket. Let's get to work. Brother, we're still young and should make the most of it. 30 is indeed an awkward age, a time when one truly understands the bittersweet nature of life. Yet, no matter how tough it gets, one must not abandon one's self-perseverance may lead to glimpses of a brighter future. Cough, cough. I may still be young, but you're already old, almost 30, a real old man, and yet you call yourself young. Wang Kai jested. You even know how to converse? Chen shot him a weary glance, just as his phone rang again. Upon seeing the name Tough Girl, he chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his forehead before pressing the answer button. Where are you? I'm out on a delivery for work. They'll give you 10 minutes. If you're late by even a second, you'll face severe consequences. Farewell. The call ended abruptly, leaving a location shared on WeChat. Sigh. After eagerly waiting for the rain to cease in hopes of securing more deliveries, it seems all is in vain. Chen Wen felt helpless. He should not have answered that call. Is that the stunning beauty in the photograph? Beside her, Wang Kai leaned in with a mischievous grin, nudging Chen Wen. All right, Wengo. So you've been pretending to be serious all this time, huh? You've got quite a lot going on inside. Chen Wen shot him a glare. Do you think I care about you? Step aside. As the rain began to lighten, Chen Wen waved at Wang Kai and hopped onto his electric bike, heading towards the designated location. All right, Wengo, have fun tonight. If you can't handle it, just give your brother a call. And by the way, think about my suggestion later. Let us form a group. Just as he mounted the bike, Chen Wen slammed on the brakes. What are you talking about, forming a group? Is this reality or a movie? There aren't that many beautiful, wealthy divorced women waiting for you to warm them up. 99 of such things are scams. If you want to rise from the bottom of society to the top, there are no shortcuts. Hard work while you're young is the only right path. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You promised 10 minutes, and I've been waiting for half an hour. Chen Wen, our friendship is over. Zhou Lele, sitting on the steps, huffed in dissatisfaction, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly having had some drinks. Zhou Lele was one of the few friends Chen Wen could confide in. Though she was a woman, her character was more masculine than most men, yet she was undeniably loyal. Am I leaving? If you dare, I'll chop off your little thing and soak it in liquor. Come here quickly. Chen Wen chuckled as he sat down. What is going on? Have you had quite a bit to drink? I'm not feeling great tonight. You must accompany me. Zhou Lele clung to Chen Wen's arm, feigning a domineering attitude. Having known each other for more than 2 years, Zhou Lele had always behaved this way, never treating herself as a woman in front of Chen Wen. Sister, I still have to run errands. I might not even get a meal. Please let me go. Chen Wen tried to pry her hand away. I'll take care of you tonight. Zhou Lei pulled out a crumpled 10 yuan note from her bag and stuffed it into Chen Wen's hand. Now, give me a smile. Chen Wen wiped his face. Sister, it's just 10 yuan. Do you think that's appropriate? How about adding a bit more? Make it 20. I'm generous, right? They laughed, but suddenly Zhou Lei fell silent, an unexpected sorrow clouding her face. Noticing Zhou Lei's unusual expression, Chen Wen felt curious. Normally, she would call him for dinner or drinks. Why was she drinking alone today? What's wrong, buddy? This isn't like you. As a brother, I'll support you unconditionally. With so few friends, it was rare to see Zhou Lei in such a state. Really? Zhou Lei turned her head, unable to help but smile. Look at you. What kind of relationship do we have? As long as you're not asking me to marry you, I'm on your side for anything, haha. Little mosquito, I'll strangle you. In the next moment, Zhou Lei leaped at Chen Wen, grabbing his collar. I'll give you one more chance to organize your words properly. What's wrong with me, Damn, Chen Wen. Am I not a woman just because I lack a bit of gentleness? That's excessive. Well, Chen Wen glanced at Zhou Lei's chest and coughed awkwardly. Buddy, we should have some self-awareness. Land pirate, come here. Zhou Lei continued to scuffle, not forgetting to huff in annoyance. I'll show you how much I care. In terms of looks, Zhou Lei was certainly not lacking and could even surpass many beauties. However, due to her short hair and androgynous clothing, along with her outgoing personality, her inherent advantages were often overlooked. Of course, for Chen Wen, wasn't he a buddy, just someone to poke fun at? Am I small? Am I really that small? Open your eyes and see clearly. What kind of look is that? Zhou Lei puffed out her chest defiantly. After a good tussle, Chen Wen felt bruises forming on his arms and waist, rubbing the sore spots vigorously. Sister, we're not playing cards here. A pair of aces is indeed. Stop, I concede. I surrender. A bit of teasing was fine, but it had to be within limits. What's wrong? I call this a good figure, you understand? Zhou Lei tossed a playful glance at him, seizing Chen Wen's hand while pretending to be shy. See for yourself, the feel is quite nice. Uffed. Although Chen Wen had long known Zhou Lei was bold, she had never acted like this before. I was wrong. Teasing between friends was harmless. But certain boundaries needed to be maintained. Otherwise, it would become quite awkward. At least you're sensible. Zhou Lei popped open another can of beer. But as she was about to drink, Chen Wen snatched it away. That's enough. Don't drink anymore. Behave yourself. I don't want to carry you home if you get drunk. You're not my husband. Why do you care? Zhou Lei pushed Chen Wen's hand away, taking a small sip before glancing back at him, her chin resting on her hand. What's up? Chen Wen felt slightly uneasy under her gaze. Mosquito. Don't all men like big chests and long legs? Zhou Lei asked, pouting. It seems so. That's obvious. There is no need to ask. I'd say 9 out of 10 men probably prefer the bigger ones. Scumbag, disgusting. I'll draw a circle around you and curse you to be a lifelong single dog, never finding a girlfriend. How am I a scumbag? I'm only voicing the sentiments of countless male compatriots, all right? After finishing a bottle of beer, Zhou Lei stood up, stretching lazily, after their playful banter. Her mood had improved significantly. Take me home. I have to run errands. Speak nicely. All right, my lord, after you. Little mosquito, help me a bit. Amid their playful tussles, Chen Wen rode his electric bike, escorting Zhou Lei to the entrance of her community. Are you sure you don't need me to take you upstairs? With this little bit of alcohol, do you think I'm as weak as you? All right, go do what you need to do. I'm heading to bed. Zhou Lei waved her hand and walked into the community. After a few steps, Zhou Lei stopped and called Chen Wen back. I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Then go ahead, visit your uncle and aunt, and send my regards. Chen Wen smiled. Once I return, maybe. Zhou Lei's expression suddenly darkened. Maybe I want to come back to the city. What? What is going on? No wonder this girl was in a bad mood. Was something happening at home? Chen Wen, my dad wants me to go home for a blind date. I might end up getting married, and you have to give me a big gift then. Married? Upon hearing this, Chen Wen froze, realizing this was the reason for her gloomy mood. Looking at Zhou Lei, he opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Are you ready? No. Then why? I'm 28. What else can I do? You should marry me. If you marry me, I want to go back. Zhou Lei's words dripped with helplessness. Chen Wen merely smiled, not daring to respond. If you go back, then scram. Zhou Lei waved her hand and turned to walk into the community, her silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. As Zhou Lei's silhouette faded from sight, Chen Wen emitted a sigh, realizing they were both of considerable age and had to confront the exigencies of reality. In Zhou Lele, Chen Wen seemed to perceive a reflection of himself. Nearing 30 and contemplating the trajectory of his own marital prospects. A phone call intruded, wrenching Chen Wen back to the present. Wen, am I interrupting something important? Interrupting? Just speak. Emergency. I've sent you the location. Gotta go, quick. Seriously? What's going on? Tell me. Chen Wen was exasperated. As if the evening's events were unfolding like a contrived script. Before he could ascertain the situation, Wang Kai had already terminated the call, leaving him no choice but to proceed with a sense of annoyance. The distance between them was not significant, and they convened within a quarter of an hour. What's happened? Man? Chen Wen approached, his tone laced with impatience. I just accepted an assignment, but I only have 4 driving credits left. I can't cancel. Could you take it? Here. Have a smoke. Wang Kai proffered a cigarette, attempting a sheepish smile. A friend of mine arrived unexpectedly, and it's kind of important, so. Friend? A woman? I presume. Chen Wen could discern Wang Kai's intentions with ease. Gotta go. I'll treat you to a drink when I get paid. Bye. Wait. Watching Wang Kai disappear? Chen Wen scrutinized the order, a modest 80 yuan, better than nothing. Life in the metropolis demanded a relentless pace and considerable expense. To truly establish oneself in the city, one had to exert considerable effort. Born in the countryside, from an ordinary family, his parents had already bestowed upon him a great gift by supporting his education. His future was his own responsibility. Following the system's instructions, Chen Wen arrived at the designated location and surveyed the area, noticing only a Qian. As a chauffeur, one required professional training, encountering vehicles ranging from inexpensive models to luxurious cars worth millions. However, encountering high-end cars was relatively rare, which made this evening a notable exception. Hello. Are you the owner of the vehicle with license plate 139? Fly-by-night chauffeur is delighted to serve you. Enough talk. Come over here and lend a hand. The call ended abruptly, and a woman in denim shorts, supporting another woman in a plaid shirt, waved unsteadily. Chen Wen hesitated before approaching. Jiangsheng was also known as the City of Beauties, where encountering women of any caliber was not uncommon. However, the 2 women before him, evidently intoxicated, possessed a level of beauty and allure that rivaled even popular actresses. Having worked as a chauffeur for several months, this was a first for Chen Wen, and he speculated whether Wang Kai would regret relinquishing this assignment. Let go of me. Where's the alcohol? I want to drink more. Xiaoro, don't leave. You have to stay with me tonight. The woman in the plaid shirt was genuinely intoxicated, muttering incoherently. Okay, we'll drink. Let's go somewhere else. I'll keep you company all night. The woman called Xiaoro said helplessly, while urgently signaling to Chen Wen. With considerable effort, the 2 managed to usher the woman in the plaid shirt into the car, leaving Xiaoro with perspiration on her forehead. It was said that women possessed an innate allure when intoxicated, and Xiaoro, merely tipsy, exuded a captivating beauty and a figure that could easily ensnare any man. Xiaoro was not particularly tall, perhaps around 1.6 meters, yet her bust was a pronounced D cup, causing Chen Wen to momentarily lose his composure. He even thought of his close friend Zhou Lele, realizing that a small portion of Xiaoro's endowment would be more than sufficient for her. Handsome. Do you like my figure? Not only was Xiaoro unperturbed by Chen Wen's gaze, but she also intentionally accentuated her chest, casting an alluring glance. Huh? Caught in the act, Chen Wen blushed and averted his gaze, fearing a potential complaint. Losing face in his job was one thing, but ending up in a police station was a far greater consequence. That's enough nonsense. Xiaoro was unconcerned, as few dared to act inappropriately these days. She hastily retrieved several hundred yuan from her LV bag and placed it in Chen Wen's hand. This is extra. Take my friend home. I have urgent matters to attend to. Looking at the money in his hand, Chen Wen was taken aback. Money was indeed powerful, dispensed with such ease. This assignment was worth less than 80 yuan, with the platform taking a cut. He hadn't expected Xiaoro to be so generous. Miss, this isn't appropriate. If the platform finds out. Enough talk. Xiaoro then used her phone to photograph Chen Wen, requesting his ID and work permit as well. Mississippi. Okay. Chen Wen had no choice but to comply, as he was a man, and the woman being driven home was remarkably attractive. Caution was necessary. Good. Get her home safely, and I advise you not to get any funny ideas, or you'll regret it. Xiaoro's eyes conveyed a profound warning to Chen Wen. Any transgression would ruin his life. Don't worry, miss. I'm not that kind of person. I guarantee her safety. This was no trivial matter. No matter how beautiful she was, he wouldn't dare to act inappropriately. These days, surveillance was everywhere. Chen Wen was not foolish enough to gamble his future for fleeting pleasure. If he truly desired such things, he would invite Wang Kai for a discreet encounter. Hurry up. I have to go. After Xiaoro left, Chen Wen entered the car, marveling at the disparities in life. A Qian worth over 2 million yuan. How can there be such a difference? Young, beautiful, and driving a luxury car. Wait. Chen Wen instinctively turned, observing the woman in the plaid shirt sleeping soundly in the back seat. Could she be someone's mistress? What a pity. Despite his musings, Chen Wen was not so idle as to concern himself with the lives of others. Everyone had their own choices and lifestyles. Igniting the engine, Chen Wen proceeded with caution. This was an expensive car, and he couldn't afford to damage it. Glancing at the sleeping woman in the plaid shirt through the rearview mirror, Chen Wen couldn't help but notice her long legs. Since separating from Suing after graduation, Chen Wen had lacked the courage to pursue a relationship, given his family's circumstances. Encountering two stunning women evoked a sense of longing, wondering what it would be like to have such a girlfriend. Stop daydreaming. Chen Wen quickly dismissed the thought. Having such a girlfriend might make his life even more challenging. Considering the woman's intoxication, Chen Wen drove slowly, maintaining a steady speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. With the additional 500 or 600 yuan, he could finish his shift early if he delivered the woman home safely. I'm going to throw up. Before they had traveled far, the woman in the back seat suddenly sat up, covering her mouth, her eyes glazed over. Stop the car. I'm going to throw up. Mississippi. Oh no. Chen Wen felt a warm sensation on the right side of his face. The acidic mixture of stomach contents and alcohol. I'm going to throw up. The woman vomited again, collapsing back into her seat, and resumed her slumber. Are you kidding me? What did I do to deserve this? Oh no. With a screech, Chen Wen slammed on the brakes, but he was still aware of the impact. I'm screwed. It seems that misfortune often strikes unexpectedly, and here I am, faced with a luxury car worth over 2 million. Suffering even from a minor scrape that could cost a fortune. Chen Wen glanced at the beautiful woman who had drifted back to sleep and felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He hurriedly exited the vehicle to inspect the damage. The right fender was scratched against the curb, leaving a long mark and a significant dent, shattering his heart into pieces. He had anticipated a small windfall from a few hundred extra yuan, only to find himself in this predicament. Why must I be so unlucky? He lamented. Next time. I truly need to consult the almanac before venturing out. My luck is abysmal. With a heavy heart, Chen Wen wiped his face with his hands. The repair costs would surely amount to tens of thousands, a bitter blow for him. Alas, the deed was done, and there was no point in lamenting further. Hey, beautiful. Could you possibly wake up? After several unsuccessful attempts to rouse the woman in the plaid shirt, Chen Wen resorted to calling Xiaoro through the platform. Regrettably, after dialing a dozen times, he was met with the message that she was unavailable. What were you thinking, drinking so much? Even if you were. Oh, never mind. With a heavy heart, he rummaged through the nearby Hermes bag, only to find no identification. Wang Kai, you've truly put me in a terrible spot. At this moment, Chen Wen's feelings were indescribable. He had hoped to find the woman's ID to secure a hotel room for her, but without it, he was left helpless. What a stroke of bad luck I have encountered. Rubbing his forehead, Chen Wen resignedly sought a budget hotel nearby. Checking in with his own ID to secure a room 806. The front desk clerk, a young man in his 20s, glanced at the inebriated beauty and then winked knowingly at Chen Wen. Lucky you, brother. Which nightclub did you find her at? Care to share? It was evident that the clerk mistook Chen Wen for someone who frequented nightclubs to pick up drunken women. What a ridiculous assumption, Chen Wen thought. His mind preoccupied with how to resolve the car accident rather than entertain idle chatter. Why keep it a secret? But honestly, this lady is stunning, especially those long legs. You're in for a treat tonight, haha. The clerk leaned in with a mischievous grin, suggesting various room options. Chen Wen, however, was too weary to engage and supported the swaying beauty upstairs. Once in the room, he tidied her up as best as he could, panting and sweating from the effort. The inebriated woman felt completely limp, making it a strenuous task for him. After opening a window to smoke a cigarette, he finally removed his clothing to wash away the fatigue, using a blow dryer to dry off, spending the next hour in this frenzy. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Once more, Chen Wen was met with an unreachable Xiaoro, leaving him with an awkward smile. Drink. Until you're senseless. Drink. The beauty on the bed shifted positions, mumbling incoherently. I suspect you are some sort of nemesis sent by the heavens to torment me. Under normal circumstances, encountering a woman of such caliber would have captivated his attention, even for a fleeting moment. But now, Chen Wen found himself devoid of any enjoyment. Noticing the time approaching 11, he contemplated leaving, understanding that once the beauty awoke, she would likely call the police. After much deliberation, he lay down, his mind consumed with thoughts of resolving the car accident, and ultimately drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, Chen Wen suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an icy aura of danger. Upon seeing the cold, unyielding expression of the woman before him, he swallowed hard. She was undeniably a tall, stunning beauty, yet Chen Wen felt no desire to admire her. "Who are you? Why am I in a hotel? What have you done to me?" The sober Su Murian stared icily at Chen Wen, holding her phone poised to dial 110. "Please, calm down," he stammered, trying to interject. "Let me explain. Last night." After hearing his explanation, Su Murian's frosty demeanor remained unchanged. "A designated driver? And you ended up at a hotel? What a joke. Do you think I'm that gullible? I swear I did nothing inappropriate. The reason I brought you to the hotel and didn't leave is that I had a car accident." Accepting his fate, Chen Wen thought, "If I must face the consequences, then so be it. I'll have to pay. What else can I do? An accident?" Su Murian was infuriated to the point of amusement, her thoughts berating Xiaoro for leaving her behind with such an unreliable driver. "And you didn't drive far before crashing?" Yet, experience told her that Chen Wen was not lying, and she felt no signs of wrongdoing. Had he truly intended harm, he would have fled long ago. "You crashed because you threw up on me, and..." Chen Wen's voice trailed off. "Rest assured, I will compensate you." The prospect of paying tens of thousands began to weigh heavily on him. Noticing Chen Wen's sincere attitude, Su Murian's anger subsided significantly. "You had better not think of running away." Su Murian turned to make a phone call, likely to Xiaoro. Chen Wen stood sheepishly by, even hesitant to smoke. Until she hung up. "Damn it. I tried calling so many times and couldn't reach you, yet you got through immediately," he lamented, feeling utterly defeated. "Let us go check the car." "All right." As they descended the stairs, they encountered the front desk clerk, who cast a knowing glance at them once more. The clerk eyed Su Murian's figure enviously, lowering his voice to Chen Wen. "Brother, are you sure you can handle that? She seems quite displeased." "Check out." Chen Wen shot the clerk a glare and placed his ID on the counter, feeling utterly miserable and devoid of any humor. With 2 months' salary unpaid and the designated driver yet to settle his dues, he had merely a few hundred yuan left. Supplemented by 2,000 from his mother, barely enough to cover this monumental trouble. "Miss Su, the headlight, bumper, rim, and headlight damage will likely amount to around 90,000. 90,000. Aye." Chen Wen approached the insurance staff, and his heart sank further. "Thank you for your assistance," Su Murian replied politely, nodding. "No problem, Miss Su. Would you prefer to have the car towed now, or?" The insurance representative inquired courteously, well aware that Su Murian was a significant client, having insured many vehicles through their company. Repairing the damage would cost 90,000, and using insurance would indeed alleviate much hassle. However, Su Murian's gaze fell upon the silent Chen Wen, and a new idea sparked in her mind. "Master Tang, thank you for your efforts today. The car isn't urgent. We can discuss further over the phone. Using insurance would spare her the need to pay out of pocket." And while several tens of thousands might not be a significant sum for Su Murian, she could not simply let this unreliable driver off the hook. "All right, feel free to call if anything comes up. I'll be off to handle other matters. Goodbye, Miss Su." Once the representative left, Su Murian crossed her arms and fixed her gaze on Chen Wen. "Did you hear everything?" Chen Wen nodded helplessly, confirming he had. "Will it be a bank transfer or cash?" She was not inclined to engage in small talk. After much hesitation, Chen Wen finally spoke. "Miss, consider this. If we go through insurance, the premium will only increase slightly next year. How about, you really think ahead, don't you?" Su Murian was both amused and exasperated. "I purchased the insurance. The premium will rise next year, but what about depreciation fees, emotional distress, and the inconvenience caused to me? The car was indeed struck by you. Why should I be the one to file an insurance claim?" Chen Wen found himself at a loss for words. But the situation was too dire to resolve privately. If it escalated to the platform, matters would become even more troublesome. 90,000 yuan was no trifling sum. He might even find himself in custody, and the financial loss would be significant. "Miss, I truly lack the funds. If I were to deceive you, I would be a dog. Would it be possible for me to pay in installments? I can write you an IOU and repay you 2,000 each month." A few friends could manage to gather half of the sum, while he would have to devise a way to handle the remaining amount. "Installments?" Su Muron raised an eyebrow. Do you think this is akin to purchasing a vehicle or a house that you would need to negotiate terms? I genuinely have no money. If I had the means, why would I be working as a part-time driver? If you refuse, then there's no choice but to involve the police. Chen Wen lit a cigarette. Resigned to his fate. You. Su Muron, visibly infuriated, reached for her phone to make a call without a second thought. Please, miss. Grant me a few days to gather some funds. I promise to repay you gradually. Chen Wen quickly grasped her arm, his tone softening. He had no desire to face the police. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Su Muron's expression turned icy at his touch. I apologize. What a predicament this was. 90,000 yuan felt like a death sentence. Su Muron furrowed her brows. What is your name? Chen Wen. Full-time driver. Part-time. I work at Advanced Network Technology and rent a place in an old neighborhood. Here's my ID, work badge, and contact number. Miss Su, I truly. Having reached a dead end, Chen Wen laid everything bare. He had inadvertently acquired a creditor. Oh dear. Stop. I have no time to waste on you. You figure out how to handle this. With that, Su Muron tossed the car keys into his hand and walked away. Last night, she had drunk excessively and recalled nothing. Though she had not been assaulted, who could ensure that this man was genuinely trustworthy? He should not be easily let off the hook. Wait, Miss Su. Watching her retreating figure and glancing at the parked Kian beside him, Chen Wen stood frozen, rubbing his face in disbelief. He pondered whether it might be wise to seek divine intervention for a change of fortune. Chen Wen lit a cigarette, but what he inhaled was nothing but frustration. The dilemma had truly arrived. Initially, he had hoped that Su Muron would take the insurance route, allowing him some time to repay the debt. But now she had simply handed him the car, leaving him to ponder where to find 90,000 for repairs. Manager Wang, I've encountered a bit of trouble and would like to request a 2-day leave. Yes, I understand. I assure you that my work will not suffer. Grateful for the brief reprieve despite receiving a stern reprimand, Chen Wen managed to secure his days off. In the subsequent 2 days, Chen Wen drove around, visiting no fewer than 10 car dealerships, each quote exceeding 90,000, with some even reaching a staggering 100,000. In desperation, he sought out repair shops. But for a luxury vehicle like the Kian, using original parts would cost no less than 85,000. Fortunately, during this time, his beautiful creditor had been somewhat considerate, refraining from calling to demand payment. Hey, Mosquito, when did you strike it rich? Driving a luxury car now, huh? Not bad, not bad. Are you planning to take us out for some fun? They teased. If you go out to flirt, you'll surely be successful. Mosquito, you haven't gone soft, have you? Found yourself a wealthy sugar mama. Yang Sun and Goose Yang began to jest upon arrival. The 200,000 plus Kian was beyond their imagination. Enough, you two. Chen Wen shot them an annoyed glance. Back in college, the three of them were inseparable, but while Zhou Xing thrived in Shanghai, Yang Xin and Goose Yang remained in Jiacheng, where they could still occasionally gather. Sensing Chen Wen's brooding demeanor, they took a seat beside him. What is going on? Yang Sun inquired, with Goose Yang casting a concerned look. Chen Wen took a deep drag from his cigarette and recounted the entire saga. I need to repair my car. Could you each chip in a bit? 90,000. Both of their lips twitched in unison as they simultaneously replied, Sorry, we're broke. In the past 2 years, the economic downturn had affected them as well. Despite working regularly, their savings were meager. I truly have no other options. Just a little help would mean a lot. Zhou Xing had already offered 1,500. If Yang Xin and Goose Yang could contribute, he could devise a plan for the rest. Zhou Lele might be able to provide another 2,000, but considering she was a girl who had returned home for matchmaking, Chen Wen hesitated to ask. Misfortune seldom arrives alone, and it seemed to manifest all too vividly in his life. I only have 8,000. I can offer 10,000, but that's all. Given my salary. Despite their reluctance, Yang Sun and Goose Yang promptly transferred the funds. Adding the 2,000 from his mother, he had a total of 35,000, which was still less than half of what he required. Thanks, brothers. I plan to run a couple of deliveries later, so I want tea drink. I'll just have some soda. You two are covering the bill tonight. Damn. They both sneered in unison. The trio spent a considerable time chatting at the barbecue stall. But Yang Sun and Goose Yang, uninterested in other topics, incessantly inquired about the beautiful creditor, causing Chen Wen to feel a pang of irritation. Mosquito, why don't you just bow down and offer yourself? Who knows, this car accident could lead you to the pinnacle of your life. Exactly. Just buy some supplements to pamper that lovely lady. If you do well, you could be driving luxury cars and living in grand villas. What a thrill. Chen Wen felt an overwhelming urge to silence the two jesters. Downing his soda, he rose abruptly. I need to earn money. You two enjoy yourselves. Faced with a significant dilemma, he wondered when he would ever repay the debt. Jokes aside, before leaving, Yang Xin and Gu Xiang offered some words of comfort, reminding him that the situation had already occurred and that he need not rush. In pursuit of extra cash, Chen Wen returned home at 2 in the morning. After a shower, sleep eluded him, and he mindlessly scrolled through his social media feed. Life is truly vexing lately. Suddenly, a friend's post caught his eye. Dated just 2 minutes ago. Opening the chat, he typed, "Still awake at this hour?" After a few seconds, a reply came. "Just finished working late. What about you? Why are you still up?" A smile crept across Chen Wen's face. He didn't have many friends on WeChat. And this particular person was more of an online acquaintance he had known for over 6 months. Oddly enough, throughout their virtual interactions, he had never seen her share a photo of herself. "I just got off work too. I've been trying to raise money. It's driving me crazy." Chen Wen sent a crying emoji. "What is going on?" The female acquaintance responded with a questioning emoji, followed by a smirking one. "Are you raising money to surprise a girlfriend?" What nonsense, he thought, a single dog with no girlfriend. It's about the car accident. The repairs will cost several thousand. They had become familiar strangers over time, and such a relationship allowed for a more relaxed conversation. "A car accident? You're quite unlucky. I hope you weren't hurt. Drive safely." She sent a hugging emoji. "I'm fine. It's just the car that is damaged. And I'm dealing with an ungrateful woman who refuses to go through insurance, insisting I foot the bill." Chen Wen sent a distressed emoji. "Friend, don't you think such people are truly heartless? They seem to have no understanding of hardship. It does sound a bit harsh, but did you offend someone? Why else would they refuse insurance?" Her message trailed off, and then she went silent. Frustrated, Chen Wen sent 5 or 6 messages venting his grievances, which somewhat lifted his spirits. Noticing her continued silence, he typed, "Sorry for rambling. I should let you go. It's late. Get some rest and don't tire yourself out." After several seconds, she replied with just a simple setting down his phone. Chen Wen lit another cigarette. Realizing he had to return to work the next day and catch up on 2 days' worth of progress, he forced himself to sleep, trying to clear his mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else. "So it's you, Chen Wen." Su Muron, gazing at her WeChat, couldn't help but scoff. "What a coincidence. How dare you call me ungrateful?" "Just wait." The world felt infinitely small, and it took her a moment to recognize him until his complaint solidified her realization. Having known each other online for over 6 months, they would occasionally chat, becoming familiar yet distant friends. She never imagined they would meet under such circumstances. Propping her chin in her hand, Su Muron suddenly stifled a laugh, mischief glimmering in her eyes. The next morning, Chen Wen finished preparing for work and stepped out. Just as he arrived at the office building, his phone rang. Seeing the words "beautiful creditor" on the screen filled him with dread, yet he dared not ignore the call. "Hello, Miss Su. Is the car repaired yet?" Not yet, Miss Su. Rest assured, I'm working on it. Please grant me a bit more time." "Humph. Let me be clear, Chen Wen. My patience is not infinite. Don't think you can evade this. If you provoke me, you'll regret it." With that, she hung up. Holding the phone, Chen Wen felt a surge of emotions. "Hey, are you at work yet?" Su Muron, adopting the persona of a female acquaintance, sent him a WeChat message, her face adorned with a sly grin. After a few seconds, Chen Wen replied, "Not yet. Just arrived at the office and feeling quite frustrated." Su Muron chuckled quietly, typing, "What's wrong? Still distressed about that ungrateful woman? You're truly unfortunate, haha. That infuriating man. How could she be labeled as ungrateful? If one were truly devoid of humanity, how could such fortunate circumstances arise? There would be no opportunity granted, and one would be met with immediate financial loss. Displaying such ingratitude. Alas, let us not dwell on this now. I must attend to my work, and we shall converse later. Indeed, let us persevere, my friend." After replying, Su Muron raised her delicate brows, thinking, "We shall see what unfolds." However, before she could finish her sentence, her phone unexpectedly vanished. Upon witnessing Xia Rou snatch it away with a mischievous grin, Su Muron's frustration surged. "Return it to me," she exclaimed, attempting to reclaim her phone. But Xia Rou dodged her grasp, giggling incessantly. "What is so amusing?" "Humph, I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter. Is that a man?" Su Muron, blushing, was taken aback. "Could it be? You dare to seek companionship behind my back?" As their friendship spanned a decade, Xia Rou was well aware of Su Muron's past, particularly the profound impact of an incident from 6 years prior, which had rendered her cautious in her interactions with males. Yet, as a true friend, Xiaoro genuinely hoped to see Su Murian move beyond her past. Stumbling upon her chatting joyfully with a man was indeed a delightful surprise. Xiaoro, do not overstep, Su Murian admonished with a feigned stern expression, seizing the opportunity to snatch her phone back while shooting a glare at Xiaoro. Keep silent and drive me to work. Oh, who could possibly make our Su Murian blush so? Xiaoro mused, her eyes glinting with intrigue, as she playfully poked Su Murian's chest. Over the years, numerous distinguished gentlemen had professed their affections for Su Murian. Indeed, the frequency was almost alarming, but she had always maintained a safe distance, uninterested. Today's reaction was, therefore, rather peculiar. What are you doing? Su Murian protested. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed Xiaoro's hand away. You are incorrigible. You are almost as tall as I am now, hee. Do tell me if you have recently found a new source of joy. Xiaoro examined Su Murian's long legs, exclaiming, Who is so fortunate as to capture the heart of our Su Murian? Even I am envious. Drive? Must you chatter so? Su Murian shot her a fierce look, wishing to end their frivolous banter before Xiaoro twisted her words further. And keep your secrets, will you? Fine, I shall remain silent. But do remember to treat me to a fine meal afterward, or I shall see to it that you pay dearly. Throughout their journey, Su Murian endured Xiaoro's relentless teasing, causing her great distress. When will you introduce him to me? I must ensure he is worthy of you, Xiaoro urged, winking at Su Murian as they came to a halt. Are you bored? Go torment your little puppy instead. Before exiting the car, Su Murian pinched Xiaoro and Appo's cheek and dashed away, fearful that her friend would pursue her with persistent inquiries. How excessive, Xiaoro muttered, watching Su Murian's retreating figure with a smirk. I wonder how long you can keep this from me. After a couple of days' absence, Chen Wen arrived at the office and immediately immersed himself in work. He did not sip a drop of water nor visit the restroom until just before noon, when he finally caught up on his tasks. Well, look who is diligent, his colleague Zhou Min remarked, peering over from across the table. Where have you been these past 2 days? Surely you haven't found a girlfriend, have you? That would be splendid, haha. Zhou Min, in her 30s yet appearing no older than 30, embodied the essence of a vivacious young mother, often teasing the younger male employees. You see, my dear Min, I have recently found myself haunted by your visage. I long to see you, yet fear the encounter. Thus, I took a short leave to avoid you. Chen Wen replied with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Is your husband on a business trip? Perhaps we should dine together tonight? Certainly. Zhou Min, now a married woman and far from the naive girl of her youth, shot him a playful glance. By the way, my sink is broken. Could you help me fix it after work? Chen Wen nearly choked on his laughter. Married women are indeed formidable. I dare not provoke you. I have been feeling rather unwell lately. Perhaps you should consult Xiao Liao. Another colleague, Xiao Liao, looked up in confusion. What is going on? Laughter erupted as Chen Wen nearly burst from the hilarity. However, Zhou Min shot him a warning glare, and he hastily waved his hands. No, I was merely jesting. You little rascal. Zhou Min pouted, then leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Chen Wen, be cautious. That Baldy has been in a foul mood since you've been away. I am aware, he replied. The entire department knew of Wang, the bald supervisor, and his obnoxious behavior, as he often wielded his connections with higher-ups to intimidate others. In terms of work competency, any employee could easily outshine him, yet he excelled in flattery and had garnered the favor of the manager, Zhang. Chen Wen, so you have decided to grace us with your presence. Wang sneered upon entering. Zhou Min and Xiao Liao exchanged glances, offering Chen Wen sympathetic looks as they hurriedly returned to their work, avoiding eye contact. Your presence is required here, Wang barked. Do you think you can simply take leave whenever you wish? This is not a playground. Chen Wen felt a surge of indignation, but suppressed it. Recognizing the current job market's challenges, the company had once been in a stable financial position, allowing employees to thrive, but the past 6 months had been arduous, resulting in unpaid salaries for 2 months. Chen Wen had contemplated seeking a new opportunity, but the prospect of adapting to a new environment was daunting, especially considering his current financial needs. A simple phone call for a day off was out of the question. Wang's disdain was palpable. Who do you think you are? Demanding explanations? You think you can simply take leave and return as if nothing happened? You insolent fool. Wang's tirade continued, and Chen Wen remained silent, inwardly seething. I had a legitimate reason for my absence. I have completed the proposal and sent it to your email. Chen Wen hurriedly produced a cigarette, but Wang dismissed it with a glance, scoffing at the cheap brand he had chosen. Since you've completed the proposal, Consider yourself fortunate this time. But there won't be a next time. Wang had initially intended to berate Chen Wen for his absence, but seeing the proposal completed, he hesitated. Yes. I will ensure to be more diligent moving forward, Chen Wen replied, suppressing his contempt. Remember your words. Additionally, there are 2 new proposals that require your attention. Don't say I don't look out for you. This task is not one I would assign to just anyone. Chen Wen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, overwhelmed by the unrelenting demands. Being young and industrious is commendable. I have heard that there will be rewards for this proposal. Just bear with it, Chen Wen, and do not disappoint Manager Zhang. Observing Chen Wen's despondent expression, Wang felt a surge of satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder with a grin. Rewards? We haven't even received our salaries. Any talk of bonuses is mere fantasy. Chen Wen thought to himself, fully aware that Wang was merely stringing him along. Understood, I will begin this afternoon. You can count on me, he replied. Had it been 2 or 3 years prior, Chen Wen might have reacted differently, but the trials of his professional journey had tempered his once sharp edges, leading him to adopt a more subdued demeanor. Very well, I shall take my leave now to attend to my duties. Chen Wen gazed at Wang Tsu's retreating figure, a torrent of curses brewing within him, truly believing that he was some kind of beast of burden. Supervisor, wait a moment. Despite his displeasure, Chen felt powerless and hastily approached him. Could you please clarify when the salary will be dispersed? I'm on the verge of starvation. There are arrangements within the company. Do you think your meager amount makes a difference? Don't be so dramatic. Everyone is in the same boat as you. If you're unsatisfied, perhaps you should confront Mr. Zhang directly. Wang Tsu was unyielding, taking a strong disliking to the youth who seemed solely motivated by money. It's not just about work. There's no need for all this talk. What a wretched fellow. Chen Wen suppressed his anger, nearly on the brink of an outburst. Fine, I'll handle it. For the time being, salary was still unattainable. This morning, creditors had called, demanding payment, and a shortfall of 50 or 60,000 loomed ahead, a genuine conundrum. Once Wang Tsu departed, Zhou Min lifted her gaze. Xiao Chun, I truly worry you'll explode. That bald man seems to be looking for excuses to make your life miserable. What can I do? Chen Wen managed a bitter smile. I'll just keep working this afternoon. After all, we're all just wage workers. Regardless of whether the salary was forthcoming, duties still required fulfillment, and Chen found himself in a dire situation. Repairing his car would cost tens of thousands. And he was still short by a considerable amount. If he didn't perform well at work, Wang Tsu might find yet another excuse to make his life difficult, jeopardizing his evening side job as a chauffeur. After a quick lunch, Chen returned to his desk to work on the proposal. By the end of the day, he felt utterly exhausted, yet the thought of that money rekindled his spirit. Humans are strange creatures. Often, it is in adversity that opportunities for transformation arise. A car accident might be deemed unfortunate. However, it fueled Chen's resolve, convincing him that hard work would eventually lead to a breakthrough. Lying idle would yield no possibilities. After work, Chen hastily grabbed a bite and began running orders. Perhaps fate had taken pity on him. He managed to secure several orders that evening without any errors. By the time he returned home, it was past midnight. After a shower and boiling some noodles, he was reminded of the expenses for the car repair. And a headache ensued. Ding! A message popped up on his phone. While eating, Chen opened the message from the unseen female acquaintance. Are you asleep? Not yet. Just got home and am making noodles. What about you? He replied. They had yet to meet, nor had they exchanged photographs. Yet Chen found great enjoyment in chatting with this anonymous woman. Perhaps it was precisely the anonymity that made conversations more candid. Can't sleep, came a response from Su Murian, accompanied by a playful tongue-out emoji. You have something on your mind? Haha, could it be a quarrel with your boyfriend? Chen jested. Su Murian chuckled at the message and quickly typed back, I suspect you're trying to pry into my life. Are you curious if I'm single? Take a peek outside the window. Is it snowing? Am I wrong? Chen sipped his soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He couldn't quite explain why, but every time he conversed with this mysterious woman, his mood shifted dramatically for the better, regardless of how bleak things seemed. Who knows? You men have many tricks up your sleeves. What if you have ulterior motives? I must be on guard, Su Murian replied with a smirking emoji. You've won this round, Chen admitted, chuckling before responding. My standards are high. Only a beauty can pique my interest. You're asking for it. She shot back with a playful head-tapping gesture, followed by a cheeky emoji. How can you be so sure I'm not a beauty? How about we meet up for a meal sometime? Are you brave enough? Chen sent a mischievous grin emoji in return. Well, Chen Wen, You certainly have some romantic intentions. After some contemplation, Su Murian replied, what if I'm really ugly? Wouldn't that scare you off? Rest assured, if you turn out to be truly hideous, I'll be the first to make my escape. But honestly, isn't your family pushing you to marry? Are you in such a hurry to find a boyfriend that you're resorting to me? Upon reading Chen's message, Su Murian scoffed but did not reply further. Are you asleep? Chen sent another message after a prolonged silence. Not yet, just got a call. Su Murian, holding her phone, suddenly had a thought. By the way, have you resolved the car repair issue? It's strange that lady hasn't pressured you for money. Mentioning the car repair made Chen rub his forehead and send a wry smile emoji. 3 old classmates pooled over 30,000, but I'm still short. The repair shops I've consulted all quote at least 85,000, leaving me at least 50,000 short. Keep seeking funds, then. I hope that lady can grant me a little leeway. I'm truly broke. Salary hasn't come through, and now I'm in debt. That bad? Crying over it? Let us drop the subject. Discussing it only brings sorrow. How pitiful. Su Murian sent a comforting hug emoji. Chen smiled at the gesture. The disparity between people could be so vast. If only that Creditor could understand him like this female acquaintance did. It's of little consequence. Life is bound to throw some obstacles our way. Once we weather this storm, we'll emerge unscathed and carefree. Haha. Keep pushing forward. Su Murian sent an encouraging emoji. Then added after a few seconds, by the way, I know a friend who repairs cars. Why not try him out? Well, even though we've known each other for over 6 months, I've never met him, so I'm a bit cautious. I'll send you the contact information shortly. You can inquire if he can help. It's uncertain whether he can fix it. All right, it's getting late. I need to sleep. Okay, good night. Not long after, a new contact appeared on Chen's phone. As he gazed at it, an inexplicable warmth filled his heart. The problem now lay before him. Regardless of whether the repair could be made, he had to give it a try. Thanks. He set down his phone, lay back on the sofa, and placed his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. For some reason, an overwhelming desire to meet this female acquaintance began to swell within him. Meanwhile, Su Murian was holding her phone, a victorious smile blooming on her face. As expected, Chen was awakened early the next morning by a phone call, and upon seeing the creditor's name, his head throbbed. Hello, Miss Su. Has the car been repaired? Not yet, Chen. Do you think my patience is unlimited? I've been exceedingly lenient. Do you understand? If I don't receive a definitive answer today, prepare to face the consequences. Listening to Su Murian's unforgiving tone, Chen sighed deeply. Miss Su, I've only taken 2 days off. I have a lot on my plate. Could you? He attempted to lower his voice, but was abruptly interrupted. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. That's your problem, not mine. If you fail to resolve this today, you can expect a visit to the police station. With that, she hung up the phone. Holding the device, Chen rubbed his face, feeling utterly defeated before even stepping out the door. Another day off? With Wang Tzu's temperament, he would undoubtedly escalate the situation. Yet, to be fair, Su Murian had shown some understanding. Had he not resolved the issue that day, he would have faced severe repercussions. Reluctantly, Chen steeled himself to call Wang Tzu and request another day off, enduring yet another round of scolding and having to sweet-talk his way through it. Let us handle the pressing matters first, he thought, as he still had 2 proposals on his plate. With no other option, he had to spare a day or 2 from his side job as a chauffeur. Are you there? Chen opened WeChat and sent a message to his female acquaintance. Just woke up. Good friend, why are you up so early? Su Murian replied with a head-tapping emoji. Chen Wen lit a cigarette and took a while to respond, asking if the friend you mentioned was reliable, as he wanted to inquire further. Come on, I've given you the contact information. You can check the details at the shop yourself. Don't worry, I've known him for many years. Okay, once everything is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Really? I look forward to it. At home, Su Murian couldn't help but giggle softly. For her, several tens of thousands was not a significant amount, but she felt it was necessary to let Chen Wen experience a bit of hardship. Who knew if he might take advantage that night? Following the contact details provided by Su Murian, Chen Wen located the repair shop. It wasn't a large chain, but it was reasonably sized. You must be Chen Wen. I'm Zhao, and my friends have informed me about your situation. Let me take a look at your car. Master Zhao, thank you. Here, have a cigarette. Knowing the importance of favors, Chen Wen had specifically bought a pack of fine cigarettes. Too kind. Please take a seat. Zhao, in his 40s, had quite a few cars parked in the shop, nearly all valued over 300,000. After about half an hour, Master Zhao returned. So, what do you think? Master Zhao? Can it be repaired? Chen Wen offered another cigarette. Lighting it, Zhao frowned. Others would quote you at least 80 or 90,000, right? Chen Wen awkwardly chuckled. This is my line of work. I can tell at a glance. Anyone else would charge you that price too. After all, we need to make a profit to stay in business. Hearing this, Chen Wen felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had inquired at both the Porsche dealership and various repair shops. The prices were consistently high, especially considering this was a 2 million plus yen, where even a single part could be exorbitantly priced. Seeing Chen Wen's despondent expression, Master Zhao chuckled. Don't be too hasty, young man. I mean, in a profitable scenario, there are many hidden costs. If we disregard the profit and labor costs, the parts would only amount to around 40,000. Given your situation, that girl mentioned it. So Uncle Zhao can help you out this once. Let's settle it at 40,000. The drastic contrast left Chen Wen momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Normally, the repair would cost 80 or 90,000, but the actual parts cost was only 40,000. The realization that over half of the initial quote was inflated left him feeling frustrated. Yet, aside from his irritation, Chen Wen understood the situation. Labor costs were substantial, and which business owner wouldn't want a profit? Uncle Zhao, I feel quite embarrassed, Chen Wen admitted. Thanks to an introduction from an online acquaintance he had never met, his expenses were cut in half, which felt like a lifeline in his current predicament. However, he still harbored concerns. After all, this was merely an online friend. What if he fell into a trap? If he were to unwittingly step into a pitfall? That would truly be adding insult to injury. But on the flip side, if the person was genuine and the repairs could indeed be completed for 40,000, where could he find such a fortunate opportunity? You can pay me later once the car is fixed. You seem quite cautious, Master Zhao remarked, easily discerning Chen Wen's worries. If it weren't for that girl, I'd be looking to earn at least 30,000 from you. Repairs are a must, Uncle Zhao. I'll leave this in your hands. Have another cigarette. Chen Wen hurriedly agreed, and his concerns dissipated as he left the car behind, promising to return in a week. All right, thank you, Uncle Zhao. With only 35,000 in hand, he found himself in a predicament where he had no choice but to reach out to Zhou Lele. His mother had only given him 2,000, and asking for more would only cause unnecessary worry for his parents. As Chen Wen left the repair shop, he felt a surge of relief. At least he could breathe a little easier for now, having only spent a morning on this. He could still go to work in the afternoon, be diligent, and continue his side gigs in the evening. The moment he boarded the bus, he messaged Sumu Ran, expressing his gratitude and promising to take her out for a meal. At the repair shop, Sumu Ran smiled at the messages on her phone. You little rascal. This was intentional, wasn't it, Opos? Tiet? Master Zhao, being experienced, could see through it all. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Sumu Ran flashed a sweet smile. I'll take the car for now and bring it back in a few days. Please keep this confidential. I really don't understand the youth of today. Why not just go through insurance? Why complicate matters? You're not developing feelings for that young man, are you? Uncle Zhao. Catching the teasing glint in Zhao's eyes, Sumu Ran's cheeks flushed crimson. There was nothing to clarify. It was a complex situation. In truth, she was still quite angry with Chen Wen for taking advantage of her when she was intoxicated. Yet, upon discovering he was merely an acquaintance she had known for over half a year, her interest inexplicably deepened. All right, I understand. I won't spill the beans. You're the best, Uncle Zhao. Sumu Ran giggled playfully, then opened WeChat to reply to Chen Wen's message. On his way back to the company, Chen Wen wrestled with his thoughts before finally dialing Zhou Lele's number. After all, it felt a bit awkward for a man to borrow money from a woman. Hey, you little mosquito. Finally thought of calling me? Do you believe I'll throw a 40-meter-long knife at you? Zhou Lele's discontented voice came through the moment the call connected. Chen Wen chuckled awkwardly. He was used to Zhou Lele's temperament and had no intention of beating around the bush. I need some urgent help. Could you lend me some money? No money, goodbye. To Chen Wen's surprise, Zhou Lele hung up instantly. He rubbed his face in frustration, feeling helpless and resigned to his fate. In 2 days, he would receive his driving wages, probably around 3,000, but he still needed an additional 2,000. It seemed he had no choice but to approach Yang Sun and the others to see if they could pitch in. With rent due and basic living expenses looming, Chen Wen's heart felt heavy. Beep. 6,000 received via Alipay. Just as he was wallowing in despair, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a transfer from Zhou Lele, and he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. When the phone rang, Chen Wen answered immediately. I only sent you 6,000. I shouldn't have picked up your call. Were you planning to ask about my situation only after I refused to lend you money? Chen Wen scratched his nose, unsure how to respond. Zhou Lele had mentioned before that she was going home for a blind date. Since they were friends of the opposite sex, he simply felt it would be inappropriate to call. How did it go? After a long pause, Chen Wen finally asked. I met him. He is not my type. We had a huge argument, and I was confined in my room. So boring. I'm just looking for a chance to sneak back. Hearing that Zhou Lele was unaffected emotionally, Chen Wen felt relieved. They were at an age where marriage was on the horizon, and if Zhou Lele happened to find someone suitable, their contact would inevitably dwindle. When you return, I'll treat you to barbecue and beer. How stingy. I want a feast. Zhou Lele's voice blared through the phone. I might escape soon. You better be ready to be treated. Poor. Stop pretending. With a huff, Zhou Lele hung up without ever asking why Chen Wen needed the money. Looking at the contact named Tough Girl, Chen Wen felt a warm glow in his heart. Perhaps this was what true friendship was. Back at the company, he was promptly scolded by Wang Tubo, but Chen Wen was too accustomed to his antics to pay any heed. Brother Wen, did you win the lottery today? You seem to be in a good mood, Xiao Liao remarked with a smile after Wang Tubo left. Zhou Min chuckled playfully, taking 2 days off, working 1 day, and now you've idled away the entire morning again. Chen Wen, have you found true love? No, Min Jia, you are my true love. I seek your sponsorship. Chen Wen laughed heartily, drawing the attention of many in the planning department, causing Zhou Min to blush deeply. Keep joking, let us see if I pay you any mind. Zhou Min, always generous, seemed unfazed. Chen Wen cleared his throat. What is that saying? When young, one fails to appreciate the charms of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasures. Now, I've come to fully realize that you, Min Jia, possess a true feminine allure. How dare you? Zhou Min raised her hand, playfully scolding, be careful, or I'll tell your girlfriend and have you kneel before your keyboard. Laughter erupted among colleagues. The atmosphere in the planning department was harmonious, only disrupted by Wang Tuzi's absence, for it was only then that laughter thrived. What is all this commotion? Aren't you supposed to be working? Chen Wen, is it you again? Have you finished the proposal? If not, are you planning to slack off further? At the sound of Wang Tuzi's booming voice, everyone quickly straightened up, casting sympathetic glances at Chen Wen. Damn it, I'll endure this, he thought. One day, I will turn my fortunes around, and then this bald fool will be out of my league. After a busy afternoon, Chen Wen dashed out after work. The car repairs were temporarily resolved, saving him around 40 to 50,000 yuan, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With the 6,000 borrowed from Zhou Lele, he had enough for the repair costs with a surplus of 1,000. After settling the driver's wage of 3,000, he found himself with around 4,000 in hand. Yet, the thought of paying the 7,000 rent due in 6 months loomed over him, making it clear that even a frugal existence would not suffice. Brother Wen, what is wrong? Wang Kai ambled over, munching on a pastry. Get lost, you scoundrel. Chen Wen sprang up, grabbing Wang Kai by the throat. If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament? You owe me. Cough, cough. What is happening, Brother Wen? Let us talk this out. Just let go. It hurts. Wang Kai struggled against Chen Wen's grip. For several days, Wang Kai had been tirelessly entertaining friends from his hometown, leaving little time to connect with Chen Wen. Let go of me, Chen Wen huffed, sitting down angrily. What is going on? Wang Kai asked, grinning as he offered a cigarette. Come on, smoke up. What have I done to wrong you, brother? Just looking at you makes me angry. I seriously doubt your integrity. Frustrated, Chen Wen recounted the unfortunate events of that night, returning Su Murian home, being vomited on, and then crashing his car. Brother, you're truly my savior, Wang Kai quipped. But instead of sympathy, he clung to Chen Wen's shoulder in mock gratitude, almost making Chen Wen crush the cigarette in fury. Rest assured, when payday comes, I'll treat you to a night at 498 happy to make amends. But that woman, is she stunning or not? Wait. Wang Kai abruptly stopped mid-sentence, realizing the implications of Chen Wen's story. Chen Wen, you hit the jackpot. You must have had a night with that beauty, and I'm the one losing out here. Chen Wen was on the verge of throttling this foolish companion. I lost 40,000. I could have gone to 498 happy 80 times with that money. Casting a glare at Wang Kai, Chen Wen took a deep drag of his cigarette, pondering why he had not received any orders this evening despite the pleasant weather. Come on. Did you get lucky or not? We're men. I refuse to believe you'd miss such an opportunity. Was it enjoyable? Did you manage to snap any pictures? Wang Kai buzzed around like a pesky fly, but Chen Wen ignored him, turning only to find Su Murian standing behind him. What a coincidence, or was it fate? Oh no. Observing Su Murian's icy demeanor and her heaving chest, coupled with Wang Kai's earlier comments, Chen Wen felt as if he were ensnared. Sue. Miss Sue, what a delightful surprise. What kind of luck is this? To be ensnared by Wang Kai's reckless tongue not once, but twice. Indeed. What a surprise. Su Murian scoffed, swiftly advancing to seize Chen Wen by the collar. You're in deep trouble. Wait, Miss Sue. I swear I didn't tea. Don't listen to this fool. I promise, nothing happened. I swear on my life. Chen Wen's face fell in despair. Wang Kai stood by. Taken aback, glancing back and forth between Chen Wen and Su Murian, his eyes widening in realization. Could it be that this stunning woman was the client from that night? He felt he had missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Brother Wen, let us be fair. As men, we should own up to our actions. You two continue your conversation. I'll take care of this order. Wang Kai, sensing the tension, hurriedly made his exit. Yet, Chen Wen's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a knife. He vowed to throttle Wang Kai for this betrayal, for his reckless words were akin to a conspiracy against him. Miss Sue, Chen Wen stammered under her frosty gaze. Get in the car. Dead Chen Wen. Your time is up. Su Murian's icy stare was unwavering. Chen Wen, having lost all memory of the previous night's events, realized that even if he had done nothing inappropriate, he could still be perceived as opportunistic. Miss Sue, please calm down. I truly did nothing wrong. Why can't you trust me? Just think about it. If I had done anything, wouldn't I have left a trace? Chen Wen felt more wrong than ever, unable to articulate his innocence. It was no wonder Su Murian harbored doubts. A beautiful woman of her caliber, intoxicated, would lead most men to entertain ulterior motives. Get in the car. Su Murian commanded sharply. Okay, standing beside the sleek black G-Class. Chen Wen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The disparity between their lives was stark. His own car was in for repairs, while she had this luxurious vehicle at her disposal, indicating her powerful connections. Once inside, Chen Wen dared not utter a word, his body trembling slightly as he remained acutely aware of Su Murian's expressions. I want the truth. Ah, Chen Wen, if you truly had any improper intentions towards me, you'd see how I handle it. I didn't tea. Do you think I would believe you? No. Chen Wen sighed deeply. If you didn't believe me, why bother asking? Had it not been for Wang Kai's indiscreet remarks, perhaps the situation would not be so dire. From another perspective, Su Murian's reaction was understandable given what she had overheard. You can explain it all to the police. As Su Murian spoke, she pulled out her phone. Enough. Chen Wen, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, shouted, rolled down the window, and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Everyone has their breaking point. Being wrongfully accused would irritate anyone. Believe it or not, I stand by my innocence. Just because you think you're attractive, do you believe that men cannot resist? Do you think you can render me powerless? Taking another drag, he extinguished the cigarette and declared, listen, I acknowledge the accident, and I'm willing to pay for repairs. If you persist in this, I too have a temper. Oh, Su Murian arched an eyebrow. You have a temper? Then let me see just how formidable it is. Caught off guard, Chen Wen was left speechless, realizing he had underestimated her resilience. Silence reigned for a moment before Chen Wen spoke up, his tone softening. Miss Sue, let us converse calmly. I assure you, I have done nothing to warrant this unjust accusation. Would you not agree? He continued. I promise to return your car within a week. A week? Su Murian ignited the engine. Very well, I shall grant you one more week. Should I fail to see the vehicle by then, you may imagine the consequences. Thank you, Miss Sue, Chen Wen expressed, his irritation dissipating. I did not intend to lose my temper with you, and for that, I apologize. However, Chen Wen was unprepared for Su Murian's sudden acceleration, followed by an abrupt brake. The impact caused him to collide with the windshield, leaving him momentarily dazed. What the hell, you crazy woman? What did I do to deserve this? He hastily fastened his seatbelt, gripping the handle tightly, his heart racing from the shock. With another sharp brake, Chen Wen managed to brace himself this time. But his anger flared anew. Are you out of your mind? This is attempted murder. Su Murian merely cast him a silent glance before turning off the engine and exiting the vehicle. Goodbye. Rubbing his sore nose, Chen Wen attempted to suppress his discomfort. Did I permit you to leave? What else do you want? She retorted. Join me for a drink. You are my designated driver tonight, and I shall cover the tab. She produced 500 yuan from her bag and thrust it into his hands before walking away. With the prospect of money, Chen Wen's demeanor brightened. Miss Sue, please drink to your heart and Oppo's content. I shall ensure you arrive home safely. They soon found a quiet bar nearby. As Chen Wen surveyed the decor, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Working as a chauffeur, he was familiar with the area, and this bar's prices were not for the faint of heart. Miss Sue, Please, have a seat. Su Muruin ordered a bottle of red wine, ignoring Chen Wen as she poured herself a small glass and took a sip. Her spirits had been utterly dismal lately. Otherwise, she would not have gotten intoxicated that fateful night. The morning had been bearable, but the afternoon had descended into chaos. Are you all right? Chen Wen asked cautiously. Sit down and be quiet, she commanded. Understood. He complied, realizing that as long as he was being compensated, he would remain silent. He had no desire to provoke any further displeasure. Thus, Su Muruin drank deeply while Chen Wen fiddled with his phone, neither uttering a word. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Hearing her sobs, Chen Wen looked up in surprise. He hesitated to offer words of comfort, feeling the awkwardness of their unfamiliarity. He had seen her drive a Kian and then a G-Class, both luxury vehicles worth over 2 million. Surely, this woman was not just a pretty facade. It dawned on him that the experience of being a mistress was something he could never comprehend. Material wealth could not fulfill the emotional void she must endure. Chen Wen. What? Wiping away a tear, Su Muruin took a deep breath and gazed at him. Do you believe true love exists in this world? The question caught him off guard. A slight twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had guessed correctly. Such a beautiful girl was indeed a pity to waste. Who knows? It's hard to say, Chen Wen replied, instinctively reaching for a cigarette before retracting it. But life must go on. You should try to see it positively. I envy your lifestyle. Envy? Su Muruin let out a self-deprecating laugh, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. My mother passed away less than a year ago, and my father has already found a new partner. She's only 3 years older than me. The love he once professed is now a cruel joke. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen felt a jolt of realization. Her melancholy was not merely due to conflicts with her benefactor, but rather rooted in her father's actions. Thank goodness I held my tongue. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. So your mood that night, and tonight, is due to your father? Chen Wen lit a cigarette, and this time Su Muruin did not object. Is there any other reason? Curious, she asked, what do you think it could be? Well, Chen Wen stammered awkwardly. Would I dare suggest that you are a kept woman? You would likely pummel me on the spot. Miss Su, he continued. Though I may not fully grasp your circumstances, life consists of myriad experiences, both good and bad, which we must accept. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he reflected. Life is easy yet difficult. The combination of the two makes it challenging. Nonetheless, we must persevere, don't you think? Indeed, Su Muruin replied with a faint smile. Life is undeniably tough. You think you have it hard? I am the one truly struggling. Chen Wen retorted. You drive luxury cars and adorn yourself in designer brands, while we, the mere mortals, toil for survival. Tonight, let us forego driving and share a drink, Su Muruin suggested, refilling her glass and pushing it toward him. Looking at the drink before him, Chen Wen hesitated. He had accepted 500 yuan to ensure Su Muruin got home safely, and if he joined her in drinking, it would feel somewhat unjust. What? Are you afraid I will consume you? Su Muruin teased, noticing his reluctance. Chen Wen touched his nose. It's not that. I just received your money, and if I need to call a driver later, I would be losing out. Su Muruin raised her glass and clinked it against his. Consider it my way of paying for someone to join me for drinks and conversation. Surely, that is acceptable? Clearing his throat, she added, after all, male models and nightclubs charge a minimum of 1 or 2,000. Perhaps you should contribute a little more, an additional 500, and I'll keep you company until dawn. This statement was met with an incredulous glare. Su Muruin chuckled. You? A male model? You lack both looks and physique. 500 is already generous. Am I really that unremarkable? Chen Wen retorted, feeling slightly wounded. Seeing his dismay, Su Muruin laughed heartily, a sense of triumph bubbling within her. Her previously bleak mood began to lift. Indeed, I cannot compare to you. It seems Miss Su is experienced and well-versed in matters of the heart. With the car repairs resolved, Chen Wen felt a weight lift from his shoulders, becoming more carefree. Borrowing money was manageable. He could simply save a little each month to repay it. Enough of this banter. Will you drink or leave? You think you know male models? You should know better than to underestimate me. Drink up, cheers. As they continued to sip their drinks, their conversation flowed effortlessly for 2 hours. Strangely, despite his initial annoyance, Chen Wen found his feelings towards Su Muruin shifting. She was not the despicable mistress he had imagined. Her privileged upbringing and beauty made her an object of envy for many. Yet, he understood that those who have not experienced other struggles could never truly appreciate their pain. As the evening wore on, Chen Wen felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Muruin. It's getting late. I must return home. You should do the same. After consuming an entire bottle of wine over 2 hours, Su Murwen showed no signs of intoxication. Very well, Chen Wen replied, rising. Shall I escort you home? Are you not concerned your girlfriend will be jealous? Su Murwen laughed. Single and alone. I have no girlfriend, he replied casually. I merely suggested it. Take care on your way home. I must rest for work tomorrow. Though they were not yet friends. Chen Wen was not the type to be captivated simply by a beautiful woman. There was no need to persist. In fact, if he did insist on accompanying her, others might misconstrue his intentions. Just before getting into the car, Su Murwen called out to him. Chen Wen turned his head. Curiosity etched across his face. It's nothing. Just go back, he replied. As he watched the large SUV gradually disappear from view, he shook his head with a smile, feeling a peculiar, indescribable sensation. It was only 10 o'clock. Having consumed alcohol, he was unable to drive for hire, so he resigned himself to returning home. Fortunately, he had a base of 500 yuan for the evening, so it wasn't a total loss. After refreshing himself and lying down in bed, he reflected on Su Murwen's distressing demeanor from earlier that night, which prompted a sense of sympathy within him. Even the wealthy had their own troubles. Are you asleep? His phone buzzed with a message. I just lay down. Thank you for today. If it weren't for your help, I would have spent several thousand more. Let's go out for a meal sometime when you're free. To be fair, Chen Wen felt genuine gratitude for someone he had only met online, who had actually helped him. Humph, I won't fall for your ploy. You just want to take me out for a meal, don't you? Su Murwen sent a smug emoji in response. That's too much. I only wanted to express my gratitude. After all, we are friends, Chen Wen replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Murwen sent a series of playful, giggling emojis, remaining silent otherwise. I truly mean it. We should find some time to sit down together. Otherwise, I won't feel right. Rest assured, I am an upstanding citizen, haha. You seem in good spirits. Did that unsympathetic woman stop bothering you? You seem much happier. Su Murwen sent a laughing emoji. Little did Chen Wen know that the person he was chatting with was none other than Su Murwen herself, whom he had just parted from. Upon reflection, he realized that Su Murwen hadn't been too unreasonable. Not really. I only met her tonight. Now that the troublesome issue with his car was resolved, Chen Wen felt a significant closeness to the female online acquaintance, as though he owed her a substantial favor. Hey, is there a story here? Do tell. Give me some gossip. Su Murwen sent an eager emoji. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Wen paused for a moment. Heavens. You're not saying you've developed feelings for your creditor, are you? How astonishing that internet anecdotes could manifest in real life, followed by another series of giggling emojis. Impossible, Chen Wen replied awkwardly. It's just how should I put it? Perhaps I've been too petty. She's not as cold-hearted as I thought. She's a person with her own struggles. Humph, at least you said something reasonable. You claimed you're not interested, yet you seem to be delving into her psyche. Men's words are truly deceitful. Su Murwen teased, feeling a strange joy at Chen Wen's self-assessment. 6 years prior, she had suffered a heartbreak, which led her to keep her distance from the opposite sex. Despite numerous suitors and matchmaking attempts by relatives, none had stirred her heart. Conversely, the ordinary Chen Wen made her feel differently, having met in a rather dramatic fashion, and coincidentally. He was the same individual she had corresponded with online for over half a year. It's merely coincidence. I know my worth. She's a wealthy beauty who drives luxury cars, while I'm just a chauffeur. Don't tease me about it. This was the truth. Acquaintance did not equate to affection. For the past 4 years, Chen Wen had refrained from discussing romance, influenced by Su Ying and, more significantly, by reality. Now, at 30, he was impoverished and could hardly dream of someone like Su Murwen. So, it's not that you dislike her. Rather, you feel the disparity is too great, correct? You've really mastered the art of disguise, Chen Wen. Not at all. That's a gross misrepresentation. Put in some effort, will you? The seemingly unattainable goddess may actually be easier to pursue than you think. How will you know unless you try? As your friend, I support you. Ah, Chen Wen. If you genuinely dare to pursue me, I'll be ready with a metaphorical sword. Enough already. I'm intimidated, Chen Wen conceded, preparing for sleep. He had much to do the next day, lest he face reprimand. Let us meet when you're not concerned about me absconding with you. All right. Good night. Good night. After hanging up, Su Murwen lay in bed, suddenly realizing how amusing it was to play 2 roles in teasing Chen Wen. It lifted her spirits. Having resolved significant matters, Chen Wen felt content throughout the week, balancing his day job with part-time driving and enjoying light conversations with his online companion. During this time, Zhou Lele had also called. informing him that she had convinced her parents and could return to the city at any moment. However, what puzzled Chen Wen was the lender, Sumuron. Since that night of drinking and chatting, she had not called to demand repayment. Chen Wen found it strange, for he had initially thought she was a mistress supported by a wealthy man, but after that conversation, he learned she was genuinely affluent, while the poor toiled for survival. Suffering immensely, the rich faced their unique, incomprehensible struggles. Thus, life is indeed complex. Hey, Wenge, have you heard? We're getting paid at the end of this month. The previous 2 months will be combined. Surprised? Excited? Just as Chen Wen took a breath, Xiao Liao popped his head in, brimming with enthusiasm. It was no wonder. After 2 months without pay, it was already the 3rd month, and no one could endure such a situation. Is that true? Who told you? Is it credible? Of course. It's good news. Chen Wen typically earned around 6,000 a month. Even after deductions for leave and fines, they ought to pay at least 15,000. In tough times, even 1,500 or 150 is crucial. I overheard Wang Tubo and Zhang Zong on a call while I was in the restroom. It seemed reliable. I heard that Han Zong secured a major contract with an advance payment of 2 million. Plus, your proposal might earn a bonus of 3,000. Congratulations. A bonus of 3,000? Chen Wen was taken aback. It seemed Wang Tubo had not been deceiving him after all, but until the money was in hand. Nothing was certain. Let us wait until the payment arrives. Right now, I need to focus on work. Wang Tubo is bound to come over again. And I'd rather not get scolded. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tubo approached with a stern expression. Once he entered Zhang Zong's office, Xiao Liao patted his chest and gave Chen Wen a thumbs up, relieved to have avoided detection and potential reprimand. It said that joy invigorates the spirit. And after a streak of misfortune, Chen Wen finally glimpsed a positive turn of events, lifting the gloom that had weighed on him. The 3 bosses of the company were Zhang Zong, in his 40s, known for being a bit flamboyant and rather hands-off, having initially invested heavily in the company. Li Zong, in his 30s, handled the entire operation and technology, a practical individual who spoke little but treated employees well. Han Zong, a woman in her early 30s, was responsible for business and rarely seen in the office, often out in the field. Chen Wen felt deep gratitude towards Han Zong. If she hadn't secured a substantial contract and advance payment, salaries would likely continue to be delayed. By the afternoon, he had completed the proposal and sent it to Wang Tubo. As the workday neared its end, all 3 bosses arrived for a collective meeting. Everyone, please set aside your tasks for a moment. I have a few words to share before we conclude the day. Ms. Han, while not conventionally beautiful, exuded a commanding presence as she clapped her hands together. I understand everyone has been working diligently. The company's recent performance hasn't been optimal, and I want to express my gratitude for your perseverance during this time. Her words, though not overly sentimental, resonated with everyone, a testament to her extensive experience. The company has secured a promising project, and the advance payment is expected later this month. At that time, the finance department will ensure that everyone receives their due compensation. Thank you, Ms. Han. You've worked hard. Little Liao exclaimed, leading the applause and winking at Chen Wen. It appeared that wages were indeed forthcoming. Chen Wen was filled with elation, anticipating a sum of at least 15,000, which would alleviate his current financial straits. Once subsequent projects materialize, we'll need everyone's continued dedication. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, and I have discussed providing compensation once the company has regained its footing. The prospect of returning to normalcy was a welcome development. Jiantuan Technology, though not a colossal corporation, employed approximately 60 to 70 individuals. Previously, employee benefits had been quite generous, but the prevailing economic climate had taken its toll in recent years. Upon hearing Ms. Han's words, nearly every employee present displayed a smile. At least for the moment, the future seemed to be trending in a positive direction. There's one more matter I'd like to announce. Ms. Han glanced at Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li before adding with a smile, going forward, if anyone can procure suitable business opportunities, the company has decided to offer an additional reward of 3% of the total project value. Undoubtedly, this further bolstered everyone's confidence. While 3% might seem insignificant, it was a substantial amount for the working class. Based on the total project value, $1 million project could yield a $30,000 reward. Thank you, Ms. Han. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you, Mr. Li. Although the likelihood of employees securing business opportunities was slim, it served as a motivating factor. Everyone had acquaintances, and in the event of a stroke of luck, it could translate into additional income. All right, everyone can leave a bit early today. I hope you'll all continue to work diligently. The company will not mistreat you. We at Jiantuan are a cohesive unit, and we aspire to truly become a leader in the industry. Mr. Zhang chimed in with similar platitudes. Yes, that's all for today. Chen Wen, please come to my office for a moment. Ms. Han directed her gaze towards Chen Wen as she departed. Me? Chen Wen was taken aback. Ms. Han, who was usually elusive, was summoning him. Could it be that Wang, the balding manager, had lodged a complaint? But that didn't seem right. Wang was Mr. Zhang's subordinate, so any complaints should have been directed to Mr. Zhang. Chen Wen, what are you waiting for? Go see Ms. Han, Wang barked, glaring at him. Oh, right. Filled with curiosity, Chen Wen made his way to Ms. Han's office. In his heart, Chen Wen held Ms. Han in high regard. Despite being only 2 or 3 years older than him, she was the CEO of a company, unlike himself, who was struggling to make ends meet. Chen Wen, please have a seat, Ms. Han said courteously. Thank you, Ms. Han. Chen Wen was perplexed but hesitant to inquire. Ms. Han poured a glass of water and said with a smile, You're one of Jiantuan's veteran employees. The company has taken note of your capabilities, and we're very pleased with the proposal you developed this time. Relieved that he wasn't being reprimanded, Chen Wen responded with a smile, Ms. Han, it's my job. I have to do my best since I'm being paid. Keep up the good work. Once the company has completely overcome its difficulties, benefits and compensation will increase. You're the ace of the planning department, so you can't afford to let things slide. Ms. Han's eyes held a profound meaning. I'll definitely work hard. You can count on me, Ms. Han. When in the presence of the boss, it was essential to express one's loyalty. That's right, there's a reward for this proposal. You can speak to Manager Wang about it later. Also, Ms. Han furrowed her brow slightly and asked, I heard that you know Chen Ting from Donghua Technology. Is that true? Chen Ting, my senior colleague? Chen Wen paused before nodding gently. Chen Ting is my former colleague. We were quite close during our school days. Is there something you need, Ms. Han? Donghua Technology has an outsourcing project that would be a perfect fit for our company. Chen Wen, if you can find a way to secure it, the company can offer you a 4% commission as a reward. What do you think? Well, Donghua Technology was a large corporation, and securing that project wouldn't be easy. While they had a good relationship in the past, they hadn't been in contact much in recent years, so it might be challenging. However, if he could secure it, the 4% commission would allow him to completely escape his predicament and offer a glimmer of hope for the future. How will you know if you don't try? In any case, take some time to pursue it. Is that all right? Ms. Han looked at him with anticipation. Chen Wen hesitated for a moment before saying, Ms. Han, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. As you know, personal relationships and business must be kept separate. Excellent. Ms. Han stood up, extending her hand with a smile. I wish you success. As Chen Wen left Ms. Han's office, he felt elated. The period from the drunk driving accident to the present had been filled with anxiety, but now he finally had a glimmer of hope for the future. Chen Wen even pondered the possibility that the car accident and the resulting financial strain were merely a harbinger of better things to come. If that were the case, he would be truly grateful to Su Muron. Chen Wen, what did Ms. Han want? Wang, the balding manager, was waiting for him as soon as he came out, sporting an uncharacteristic smile. It wasn't anything much. She was just concerned about my state of mind, and we chatted about the proposal. Is there something you need, Manager Wang? Chen Wen wasn't naive enough to reveal everything. He already disliked Wang, and if he told him the truth, there was no telling what mischief he might concoct. Is that so? Never mind, never mind. I was just asking. Wang's smile faltered, and he was displeased. He knew that Chen Wen was being evasive. Oh, right, Manager Wang. Ms. Han said there was a reward for the proposal and asked me to speak to you about it. What do you think? Chen Wen's pupils constricted slightly. If he didn't ask, Wang might pretend to be ignorant. Little Liao had mentioned that there was a 3,000 yuan reward for the proposal. Wages were paid at the end of the month, which was still half a month away. 3,000 yuan was crucial to Chen Wen. You know, my memory isn't what it used to be. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Mr. Zhang gave me the money and asked me to pass it on to you. I'll send you 1,000 via WeChat in a moment. Just wait. Wang slapped his forehead. 1,000. Chen Wen was immediately displeased. Wasn't it supposed to be 3,000? It seemed that Wang was still closely aligned with Mr. Zhang. The reward money could have been distributed by the finance department, but instead, it was given to Wang, deliberately providing him with an opportunity to pocket a portion. Manager Wang, I heard it was supposed to be 3,000. How did it become 1,000 when it reached you? Are you mistaken? This is a company reward, not your personal money. The damn scoundrel was trying to profit from everything. What 3,000? I have no idea what you're talking about. Mr. Zhang clearly gave me 1,000. Chen Wen, what are you implying? Do you think I'm embezzling your money? Wang's face darkened, and he retorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Zhang yourself whether it was 1,000 or 3,000. Young man, don't let a little bit of ability go to your head. Don't forget that I'm your supervisor. Chen Wen nearly lost control and lunged at the scoundrel to strangle him, but reason prevailed. He knew that it wouldn't benefit him to start a conflict. Moreover, seeking out Mr. Zhang for the reward might lead to unforeseen consequences. Mr. Zhang had already entrusted Wang with the matter, so he would undoubtedly brush it off. I must have been mistaken. Never mind. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Wang. I appreciate it. The damn scoundrel, he'd get his comeuppance. Humph. After transferring the money, Wang didn't offer any pleasantries and turned to leave. Little did he know that Chen Wen flipped him off behind his back as soon as he turned around. Night fell. Chen Wen ate a fried rice and began taking ride-hailing orders. With renewed hope, he was even more motivated. Brother Wen, where are you? How many rides have you done? Around 10 o'clock, Wang Kai called, and it seemed that rain was imminent. Shall we have a drink tonight? He asked. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the air, and the wind picked up again. The weather in Jiancheng was truly unbearable, especially in early summer when rain could pour down at any moment. And the weather forecast was hardly reliable. Let's drink, but you're treating, Chen Wen replied. You stingy man. I can pay for it. See you at the usual place. After hanging up, Chen Wen hurried to their favorite spot before the downpour began. He had been working hard for several days and decided to treat himself on this rainy day, primarily because he wouldn't have to spend any money. Upon arrival, Wang Kai had already ordered barbecue and beer, waving at Chen Wen. The table was laden with beef, chicken wings, scallions, pig intestines, crispy bones, and some vegetables, along with a grilled fish. Chen Wen joked, Wang, you're quite extravagant tonight. Of course. Here, let us crack open a bottle, Wang Kai replied, handing over a bottle of wine. They clinked their bottles and drank heartily. Impressive, Chen Wen remarked. Normally, Wang Kai didn't drink much. He would only smoke occasionally. But tonight he was downing a whole bottle. I'll stick to 2 bottles, though. Too much, and I'll get drunk, Chen Wen cautioned. Wang Kai burped, suddenly glancing around before draping an arm over Chen Wen's shoulder. Brother, do you think we're close? Chen Wen quickly pushed him away, realizing that the lavish barbecue order had ulterior motives. Get to the point. Spare me the theatrics. Chen Wen took a bite of the beef. Wang Kai smiled sheepishly. About that last deal, I let you have it. You scored a great bargain, didn't you? Don't even mention that. Chen Wen snapped. Just the thought made him furious. I had to borrow 40,000 to barely manage that deal. Hardly a bargain. Why not ask that lovely lady if she has any friends? Brother, you can't just eat your fill and ignore your buddies. Isn't that the principle? Chen Wen continued to enjoy his barbecue, showing no interest. Stop it, brother. If you mention it again, I swear I'll strangle you. If you're not willing to put in the effort, go find your old flame. I can't help you. Thanks. Young people nowadays always looking for shortcuts. There are no shortcuts to be found, just pitfalls everywhere. You're stingy. I'll drink you under the table tonight. After nearly finishing their barbecue, it was close to midnight when the rain finally began to ease. Since they couldn't ride home after drinking, both Chen Wen and Wang Kai left their electric scooters at their usual spot, planning to retrieve them the next day. After seeing Wang Kai off, Chen Wen took a taxi home, but just as he reached his community, another torrential downpour struck, nearly turning him into a drenched chicken. Curse this weather. I'm done with it. Chen Wen wiped the raindrops from his head and was about to enter the community when he caught sight of a familiar figure standing alone in the rain. Head held high, letting the water wash over her. That silhouette looked somewhat familiar. Chen Wen shook his head, dismissing the thought, assuming it was just another heartbroken woman seeking solace in the downpour. He had no intention of getting involved. Suddenly, he heard a woman scream, prompting him to turn around instinctively. What are the odds? He muttered. It was Su Murong. Reluctantly, Chen Wen rushed over, pulling her away. Are you out of your mind? It's pouring rain. Mind your own business, she retorted, shaking off his grip. Then why are you here in my neighborhood? You expect me to believe it's just coincidence? Chen Wen replied, exasperated. What's wrong now? I don't care if you caught a cold. I'm leaving. It's just a family quarrel. No need to punish yourself like this. When Su Murong ignored him, Chen Wen turned back and hoisted her up, muttering, Yes, this is my bad luck. Let go of me. Put me down. Su Murong protested, startled by being lifted by a man she hardly knew. She struggled, twisting and turning, causing Chen Wen to stumble slightly. Stop squirming, or I swear I'll throw you down, he warned. Can't you listen? I have a temper. With the rain pouring heavily, the ground was slick, and he didn't want either of them to fall. Just stay still, Chen Wen bellowed. and in a moment of folly, he slapped Su Murong on the backside. He felt a jolt of surprise. The sensation was different from merely looking. Oh no, I'm in trouble, Chen Wen thought nervously, expecting her to explode in anger. Strangely, however, she fell silent. Once they reached the corridor, Chen Wen set Su Murong down. She appeared slender, but he hadn't anticipated how exhausting it would be to carry her. What on earth are you doing? Even if you're upset, you don't have to go to such lengths, he complained, reaching for a cigarette only to find it soaked. That night, they had shared a drink and learned a bit about each other. Su Murong's mother had passed away less than a year ago, and her father had quickly remarried a woman only a few years older than Su Murong. From the perspective of the wealthy, this situation was not unusual. Chen Wen, at 30, had grown indifferent to such matters. Often, the richer one was, the more detached they became from emotional ties. Su Murong's father was likely in his 50s, and it was somewhat odd for a man of his means not to seek a partner after losing his wife. However, Chen Wen understood Su Murong's grief. She had loved her mother dearly. If her father had chosen a more age-appropriate partner, perhaps it would have been easier for her to accept. He also realized that what he knew was only a fraction of the whole story, and there were many things he remained unaware of, which explained her profound sadness. Shall we go upstairs? Chen Wen asked. Su Murong stared at him, still silent, her backside still stinging from the unexpected slap. Chen Wen felt a pang of guilt under her gaze, recalling the instinctive action that had led to such an intimate touch. Moreover, having just emerged from the rain, Su Murong was thoroughly drenched. Despite the dim corridor lighting, it did not hinder Chen Wen's view, and he found himself involuntarily glancing at certain areas. In contrast to the petite beauty, Xiaoro, Su Murong stood over 1.7 meters tall. A woman of that height in heels would only appear more statuesque. Xiaoro had a D-cup size, while Su Murong was undoubtedly a C, her perfect curves accentuated by her height, leaving Chen Wen utterly captivated. He could even discern the faint color of her bra, a deep green with lace trim. Have you seen enough? I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Faced with such a question, Chen Wen felt cornered. There was no right answer. You're asking for it. Su Murong seized Chen Wen's collar, glaring at him. How dare you hit me? I'll apologize, I was just worried about you. Chen Wen yelped as pain shot through his shoulder. Her bite was unexpectedly fierce, and he feared it might draw blood. Ow, please let go. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you, and I definitely shouldn't have looked. Chen Wen gasped, feeling utterly defeated. Who have I offended? He lamented. Your bad mood is not my concern. If you want to vent, find another place. Why come to my neighborhood? Xiao Chen, you're back. The footsteps of the landlord, Old Li, echoed from upstairs. He stood dumbfounded, a palm leaf fan in his hand, as he saw Su Murong flung over Chen Wen. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Su Murong hastily disengaged and shielded her chest, turning away in silence. Uncle Li, it's you. I was just. Chen Wen stammered, mortified. Old Li chuckled. Having a girlfriend? Perfectly normal, perfectly normal. You're not getting any younger. It's just. When do you plan to settle the rent? I've been waiting specifically for you. Old Li had indeed called several times in the past few days, leaving Chen Wen with no choice but to stall, lacking the funds. The man was relentless, waiting until midnight. Uncle Li, could you grant me a few days reprieve? I'll receive my salary at the end of the month, and I'll pay you then. How about it? Chen Wen glanced at Su Murong. But, little Chen, Uncle Li isn't having an easy time either. My wife constantly suspects me of philandering and won't let me in the house without money. Old Li feigned distress. Everyone's facing hardship. Please do me a favor. You know how fierce my wife is. If I don't bring her the rent tonight, I won't even be able to enter my own home. Old Li cast a glance at Su Murong, adding, I don't want to disturb you lovebirds. Give me the money, and I'll leave immediately, without hindering your affairs. Young people, Uncle Li understands. Understands what? This is all a mess. As expected, a sharp, stinging twist landed on Chen Wen's waist. Uncle Li, I genuinely don't have the money. Pressuring me won't help. I haven't been paid in 2 months. I can barely afford food. I'm not lying. Wait until the end of the month. Chen Wen pleaded poverty, a necessary tactic. The 40,000 yuan for the car, due in a few days, was untouchable. With his meager savings, the earnings from his driving job, and today's 1,000 yuan bonus, he barely had 5,000 yuan. Giving it away would leave him with nothing. I need the money. If you don't pay, I'll camp out here, Old Li declared, resorting to shamelessness. Little Chen, perhaps your girlfriend could help? Uncle Li is truly in dire straits. It's pouring rain. Do you really want me to spend the night outside? Her? Chen Wen dared not broach the subject. The car repair issue remained unresolved, and he couldn't afford to incur another debt. Besides, they were barely acquaintances. Borrowing money was out of the question. How much is the rent? Su Muron interjected, addressing Old Lee instead of Chen Wen. Miss, the rent is paid every 6 months. It's not much, 7,000 yuan. Sensing an opportunity, Old Lee became exceedingly attentive, hastily producing his phone and displaying the QR code. Would you like to? No, Uncle Lee, you. Ding. The code has been scanned, Su Muron announced. Is this satisfactory? Perfect, perfect. Receiving the money, Old Lee beamed with delight. Little Chun. Miss, Uncle Lee won't disturb you young people any longer. Despite being an old building, the soundproofing is impeccable. Damn it. Chen Wen cursed inwardly. Even on his way out, Old Lee couldn't resist twisting the knife. He had inadvertently incurred another debt. Which floor? 3rd floor. Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way. But what does this woman want? Is she really planning to come to my place? I only asked as a formality, out of politeness. Reluctantly, they ascended the stairs. Chen Wen unlocked the door, and Su Muron entered without hesitation. Having been exposed to the rain, she hadn't noticed it before, but now that she was indoors, a shiver ran through her, followed by a series of sneezes. Where's the bathroom? Over there. Find me some of your clothes. Quickly, stop dawdling. After retrieving the clothes, Su Muron snatched them, casting a warning glance before entering the bathroom. If you dare, you'll be making headlines tomorrow. Chen Wen wore a look of exasperation. Have I never seen a woman before? Thump. The bathroom door slammed shut, followed by the sound of running water and Su Muron sneezes. Chen Wen sat on the sofa, rubbing his forehead, a headache brewing. A woman he barely knew had come to his home and was now taking a shower. A shower? Chen Wen abruptly turned toward the bathroom. Could she be plotting something against me tonight? A tall, beautiful woman showering. A lone man and woman under the same roof. It was impossible not to entertain such thoughts. Since his separation from Su Ying, Chen Wen had abstained from romantic entanglements. But he was still a normal man, occasionally craving the joys of intimacy without emotional baggage. Listening to the sound of running water, Chen Wen leaned back on the sofa with a foolish grin, his mind conjuring up alluring images, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps there's an opportunity tonight. And in this day and age, with both of us being adults, if something consensual were to happen, it wouldn't be so unusual. Damn it. Lost in his fantasies, he hadn't noticed the cigarette burning down to the filter. Chen Wen flinched as a spark landed on his pants, hastily brushing it off. Chen Wen, do you have? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Su Muron saw Chen Wen clutching at his crotch, her face flushing crimson before clouding over with anger. What are you doing? That lecherous Chen Wen must have been peeping, or at least fantasizing about her. What? Chen Wen looked bewildered. You perverted pig. Su Muron grabbed the first object she could find and hurled it at him. Caught off guard, Chen Wen was struck in the eye, collapsing onto the sofa with a cry of pain. First bitten in the hallway, now hit. Who have I offended? Wait. After careful consideration, Chen Wen realized the crux of the issue. He had been brushing off a spark, and Su Muron had mistaken it for something else. Struggling to overcome the discomfort, Chen Wen looked up, on the verge of tears. Madam, why is your mind so filthy? I was brushing off a spark. When Su Muron noticed the burn hole in Chen Wen's pants, she realized her mistake, a look of embarrassment washing over her face. It's not. It's just that you were being so disgusting. You deserved it. Despite knowing she was wrong, her stubborn nature prevented her from admitting it. Yes, I deserved it. You win. Are you done washing? It's my turn. If I catch a cold, you'll have to pay for the medical expenses, even after changing into dry clothes. He needed a hot shower to ward off a potential cold. Humph. Su Muron rolled her eyes. I'll go shower first. Wait a moment. Chen Wen flashed a deliberate, suggestive smile before quickly darting into the bathroom. Only after he had entered did Su Muron realize the implication of his words. I'll go shower first. Wait a moment. The phrase carried a deep ambiguity. Perverted pig, if you dare to overstep, I'll make sure you're in tomorrow's headlines. The first time, she had been inebriated and helpless. But she had trained in Taekwondo for 10 years. Subduing a weakling like Chen Wen would be a cinch. Oh no. Suddenly, Su Muron felt a pang of panic, her cheeks rapidly turning rosy. Out of habit, she had casually discarded her undergarments after showering, but this wasn't her home. Chen Wen, open the door. She wouldn't have showered in a stranger's house if she weren't afraid of catching a cold. While she wasn't worried about Chen Wen actually doing anything to her, she couldn't allow him to see her intimate apparel. Almost done. What's the rush? I'll be out in a moment. I didn't realize Ms. Su was such an impatient person. Having been attacked twice, he could at least gain some verbal advantage. You. Su Muron was frantic. But Chen Wen cheerfully continued to shower, whistling, completely ignoring her. After finishing his shower and drying himself, Chen Wen noticed the clothes in the nearby basket, the distinct emerald green color catching his eye. I understand now. No wonder Su Muron was so anxious. She was worried about me seeing this. Haraha. Chen Wen, are you done yet? Hearing no movement from the bathroom, Su Muron grew even more impatient. Ah, how delightful. Just a moment, it will be ready soon. What? That sound. Su Murion's face flushed, alternating between crimson and pale, as she realized with certainty that Chen Wen must have seen her lingerie and seized the opportunity for some vile act. I told you not to rush. Just a moment. Ouch. The door swung open, and before Chen Wen could finish his sentence, a dark figure loomed larger, followed by an intense pain in his eyes. Move aside, you pervert. Pushing past Chen Wen, Su Murian hurried inside to put away her clothes. When she emerged, Chen Wen sat on the sofa, rubbing his eyes. Chen Wen, you are truly disgusting. Su Murian's expression was stern, yet beneath her loose shirt, the rise and fall of her chest were unmistakable. What have I done? This is the third time, Su Murian. Are you unwell? It's just lingerie. I didn't touch it at all. Chen Wen groaned, his eyes already swollen. Do you think I would believe that? Su Murian retorted coldly, just as the water stopped. Chen Wen wasted several minutes, producing that repugnant sound. If he claimed to have done nothing wrong, she certainly would not believe it. Sister, I'm right here. If I wanted to do something, I wouldn't need your clothes. Chen Wen surveyed Su Murian from head to toe. You. Su Murian covered her chest, having no spare bra, leaving her vulnerable. Second, my friend, you're so young. Just a few minutes. Do you think that's realistic? It's not boasting. At least half an hour, or more. Seeing Chen Wen speak so unabashedly, Su Murian's cheeks flushed deeper. She rarely interacted with the opposite sex privately, let alone speak so directly. Who knows, perhaps you just. Why don't you try it? I'll try nothing. Come at me. Su Murian shielded her chest and swept a leg out, determined to teach this scoundrel a lesson tonight. Having suffered 3 defeats already, Chen Wen was prepared and swiftly grasped her ankle. Let go. If I let go, I'll get hit. Am I insane? Will you let go? No. Fine. Su Murian decided not to hold back. Having trained, she used her body's twisting force to escape Chen Wen's grip and lunged to pin him down. I forgot to mention, I've practiced Taekwondo for 10 years. 10 years of Taekwondo. Chen Wen inwardly lamented. Although he didn't think much of Taekwondo, a decade of training was not something an ordinary person could match. Sis, I was wrong. It was a misunderstanding. We can talk this over, no need for violence. You are so beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven. It shouldn't be this way. Realizing he was bound to get hit, Chen Wen was no fool. If he didn't back down, he would surely suffer more. Too late. You vile man, I'll make you regret your lecherous thoughts for your wandering eyes. For touching my intimate clothing. A surge of power left Chen Wen in even worse shape. Miss Su, I know you prefer to be on top, but I truly can't take it anymore, sob. You. Oh, so you dare to be flirtatious? Su Murian, about to strike, realized her position was improper. Hurriedly stood up, blushing, and glared at him. I warn you, if you dare. Achoo. Amidst the bickering, Chen Wen managed to brew some ginger soup. Drink this. It will help. You know, you're quite something. Looking so lovely, yet so violent. If I weren't so docile, who knows what would happen? You're docile? Su Murian shot him a disapproving look, though her gaze faltered at the soup before her. Just drink it, there are no drugs in it. Chen Wen lit a cigarette. Rubbing his eyes with an egg, and seeing his miserable state, Su Murian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Exactly. You should smile more, it would enhance your beauty. Why act so fierce? Who would dare to marry you in the future? Chen Wen grumbled. This woman was even more violent than Zhou Lele. Regardless, it's none of your business, stop worrying. Su Murian sipped the ginger soup, the heat making her stick out her tongue, yet the expression was undeniably endearing. Well, I never intended to provoke a young lady like you. Just drink up. Once you're done, head home. My humble abode cannot accommodate a grand figure like you. Objectively speaking, having a stunning beauty reside at home is something many men would desire, but Chen Wen wished to avoid further pain. A 10-year Taekwondo expert is not to be trifled with. What, do you want me to leave? Su Murian narrowed her eyes, studying Chen Wen with interest. Have you forgotten something? Think carefully about who pays the rent. I will repay it. Life without money is truly miserable. Just as he was about to repair his car, He found himself 7,000 in debt to this woman. Hand it over. Su Mirian extended her hand. You deadbeat. I'll make sure to deal with you. If I had money, would I need you to cover for me? I'll owe it for now. I'll return it by the end of the month. It's just 7,000. By then, I'll have it. President Han asked him to discuss the outsourcing project with senior sister Chen Ting. Perhaps it would work out. Back in school, they were both from the same family, and Chen Ting took great care of her. Once the deal was secured, there would be a 4% bonus, and he could escape this wretched life. Without money, how can you make me leave? I paid the rent, so I have the right to decide. Even living here regularly is reasonable. Su Mirian smiled sweetly. What? When Chen Wen heard this, he was instantly frozen. She wants to stay here? No way, absolutely not. After getting used to living alone, having an unfamiliar woman suddenly in his home, especially one he couldn't take on, was not an ideal situation. It's settled then. Give me a key, and I'll move in tomorrow. I had a huge argument with my father tonight, and didn't he plan to return home anyway? And I'm not sure where to go. A hotel? I'm not used to that. How about going to Xiao Roe's place? That girl has too many friends around. It's not convenient. Are you sure you're not joking? Chen Wen's lips twitched violently, wiping his face vigorously. He really didn't want this, yet it was happening. The future looked bleak. Do I look like I'm joking? Su Mirian exhaled softly, tossing her hair back to reveal her face. Only then did Chen Wen notice the marks of a slap lingering on her cheek. She must have been hit. Is it really that serious? Chen Wen sighed. What about you? What would you do? My mother is despicable. Why does she have the right to dictate my life? What gives her the authority to meddle in my affairs? Is my resistance wrong? Her emotions erupted, and Su Mirian shouted, tears streaming down her face, her lips trembling slightly. Seeing Su Mirian break down, Chen Wen could only sigh. It is often said that every family has its own difficulties, and no one can avoid them. He did not know the entirety of Su Mirian's situation, nor did he have the right to judge. For a moment, both fell silent, neither speaking. Chen Wen quietly smoked, while Su Mirian curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, tears still on her cheeks, her gaze vacant. If you wish to stay, so be it. It's getting late. Tonight you can sleep in my room. And I'll take the sofa. I'll clean up the other room later. Chen Wen felt utterly helpless. Deep down, he was not keen on Su Mirian staying here. But given her unstable emotions, she could easily break down, and he didn't want to be the villain. After returning to his room to tidy up, Chen Wen changed Su Mirian's sheets and blankets, carrying them to the sofa. There is nothing insurmountable. We are still young, and the road ahead is long. Why cling to certain matters? This sentiment was directed towards Su Mirian, yet it resonated within himself as well. Su Mirian looked up at Chen Wen, her lips twitching as if to speak, but ultimately, she remained silent. Just before entering, Su Mirian turned back, addressing Chen Wen. Chen Wen replied, puzzled. Su Mirian bit her lip, sincerely nodding. Thank you, though we are not particularly close friends. The door closed, and Su Mirian leaned against it, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Outside, Chen Wen lit a cigarette, this time refraining from igniting it, shaking his head with a faint smile. Indeed, they were both merely acquaintances. Turning off the lights, Chen Wen found himself restless, disturbed by the vibration of his phone. Ding ding ding. Viewing the playful message, Chen Wen chuckled, replying, You truly are a night owl, always awake at this hour. Oh please, aren't you the same? We're both in the same boat, came the retort. Just a door apart, Su Mirian began to relish this newfound feeling. Perhaps playing dual roles could genuinely test Chen Wen's character. How have you been these past few days? Is your car fixed? Almost done. Truly, thank you. With one problem resolved, another arose. Oh, what trouble? Well, it's hard to explain, but it's slightly vexing. A not-so-familiar friend suddenly showed up at home. Is it a female friend? Ha ha ha, do spill the gossip. Strangely, the more they conversed, the more Chen Wen felt a connection with this female friend online. Despite never having met, he found himself willing to confide in her. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. Nearing 1 o'clock, and his eyelids began to droop. Will you develop feelings for this unfamiliar friend? Upon reading this message, Chen Wen chuckled awkwardly, avoiding a direct answer. It's getting late. Good night, sweet dreams. Good night. After hanging up, Chen Wen rested his hands behind his head, contemplating the possibility of developing feelings for Su Mirian. Was that even feasible? Not only was their disparity significant, but they were still quite unfamiliar with one another, far from reaching that stage. As for the future, he truly did not know. Perhaps, until now, his heart still harbored the shadow of Su Ying, unable to sever ties with that past love. Life is long, and often making choices is not straightforward. Time to sleep. What he must focus on now is how to alter his adversities. He cannot continue to drift aimlessly. Only by enriching his future can he hope for better days. Chen Wen viewed personal feelings with a laid-back attitude, adhering to the principle of letting things unfold naturally. Suddenly, a woman had inexplicably appeared in his home, and he felt a sense of inconvenience, having to tread carefully in every action. In the past, he could carelessly toss his shoes and clothes aside, lounging freely on the couch, but now he had to be on his best behavior. The most frustrating part was that Su Muruan imposed numerous conditions, requiring him to cook and tidy up, with the strictest rule being that he was forbidden from bringing any women home. Chen Wen, are you feeling a bit down? Su Muruan, curled up on the sofa with her tablet, wore a triumphant smirk. After paying the rent, she had secured a place to stay. And the thought of future opportunities to tease Chen Wen seemed to erase any lingering unpleasantness. Chen Wen forced a smile, replying, No, how could I be unhappy? Living with a stunning beauty like you is something many would envy. I'm so happy I can hardly sleep at night. He emphasized the word cohabitation, clearly infusing it with double entendre. Is that so? Su Muruan raised an eyebrow. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? It's all right. Feel free to express it. I might just agree. I have plans. Something came up. Goodbye. I don't believe you. I won't fall for your tricks. In another scenario, being flirted with by a beautiful woman might be delightful, especially since she was a taekwondo expert. Having learned a lesson the hard way, Chen Wen was reluctant to fall into another trap. Is it a male or female friend? Bring me along. I have nothing to do this weekend. Have you started dating? As your not-so-familiar friend, let me keep an eye on you. A glimmer of cunning danced in Su Muruan's eyes. Perhaps because she was still in the guise of an online acquaintance, she was increasingly intrigued by their interactions. Curiously, although she had encountered numerous remarkable individuals over the years, high-ranking officials, business prodigies, and executives from large corporations, none had ever piqued her interest like Chen Wen, a seemingly insignificant person who lacked ambition. Of course it's a woman, a stunning one at that. Thank you, but we agreed not to interfere in each other's private matters. Why do you want to tag along? Are you trying to be a third wheel? Chen Wen glanced at Su Muruan's chest and long, fair legs. Yours are slightly longer, but mine look more coordinated, and just then, a cushion flew through the air, and Chen Wen, having anticipated it, laughed as he dashed out the door. Curse you, Chen Wen. We shall see. Left alone, Su Muruan stared at her tablet. Surprised at her own actions, why had she come here under the pretense of family matters? The incident from 6 years ago had left a significant scar on her heart. After her mother departed, a stepmother only a few years older than herself had entered their lives, shattering her normal existence. Over the years, she had nearly forgotten the meaning of happiness. Now, living under the same roof as Chen Wen might, perhaps it would bring significant changes to her life. The phone vibrated beside her, breaking Su Muruan's reverie. It was a call from Xiaoro. Wan, where are you? As soon as the call connected, Xiaoro's anxious voice came through. Your uncle called me, saying you haven't returned home for 2 days. Have you two quarreled again? Please don't do anything foolish. With few close friends, Xiaoro was the one she was closest to, and it was unexpected for her father to reach out to her. Please, I'm not that fragile. I'm perfectly fine. Hearing Su Muruan's tone was normal, Xiaoro breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. Your uncle was frantic, thinking you were with me. So where exactly are you? Su Muruan glanced around the old furnishings of the house. It's nothing serious. I rented a place to stay. You know the situation. I just don't want to go home. In truth, Su Muruan did not resent her father finding someone new. But she was deeply dissatisfied with him dating a woman around her age. Moreover, after spending time together, she did not believe that woman was innocent. She had too many ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, her father was nearing 60, and dating a woman in her 30s, young and beautiful, was hardly a tale of true love. It was a far-fetched fantasy. Yet her father fell for it, further fueling her anger. Well, I won't pry into your family matters. Just be careful out there. Wan, your looks can be quite alluring. Su Muruan's expression darkened. Was this supposed to be comforting or merely teasing? It's fine. I'm living with a friend. So don't worry. And have you forgotten that I have martial arts training? No ordinary person can bully me. I even dealt with someone a couple of nights ago. Oh no. The moment she said that, Su Muruan regretted it, having unintentionally let it slip. Is he still around? Sure enough, Xiaoro quickly caught on. Su Muruan, you sly woman, hiding a man from me. No wonder you haven't been home. I have to go. I'll hang up now. Su Muruan hastily hung up the phone and promptly turned off her device. Otherwise, with Xiaoro's insatiable curiosity, she would undoubtedly pry into every detail. In another location, Xiaoro, having realized the call had ended, attempted to redial only to be met with the disheartening message of a powered-off phone. How intriguing, Su Muruan. To keep secrets even from me. I never anticipated you could conceal your true self so deeply. With a playful smirk, Xiaoro propped her chin on her phone. As a friend of 10 years, she was acutely aware of the turmoil in Su Muruan's life and genuinely hoped her friend could finally emerge from the shadows of her past. That despicable man had been utterly intolerable. Fortunately, Su Muruan had not been foolish enough to surrender herself to him, or else her suffering would have been far greater. How fascinating it is. I am genuinely curious about the individual who has inspired such audacity in that stubborn girl. Xiaoro mused aloud, and just then, her phone rang. She quickly answered, "Uncle, please do not worry. Ranaren is fine. She is with another friend of ours." "Yes, I understand. I will talk to her." After ending the call, Xiaoro unleashed a torrent of messages on WeChat, expressing her indignation towards Su Muruan. Viewing the messages, Su Muruan couldn't help but smile wryly. Thoughts of Chen Wen lingered in her mind, and the prospect of their future together evoked a peculiar blend of excitement and an inexplicable sense of unease. 6 years had passed without a hint of romance. She had nearly forgotten what such feelings entailed. Was it possible that this melodramatic encounter, coupled with their cohabitation, might herald a fresh beginning? Su Muruan, what nonsense are you contemplating? How could that be? She pinched her slightly flushed cheek, swiftly banishing the thought from her mind. She would not be foolish enough to give Chen Wen that advantage. Chen Wen did not ponder deeply. The situation had unfolded as it did, leaving him feeling rather helpless. Why worry? Having another beautiful woman in the house is not necessarily a disadvantage. He did not view Su Muruan as a frivolous woman, nor did he dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts. He certainly had no desire to indulge in a Thai massage. However, Su Muruan's unexpected presence, using the excuse of having paid rent to linger, could perhaps serve as a catalyst for change in his life. Adjusting to the presence of a female roommate would necessitate a re-evaluation of his daily routines. Life, it seemed, might gradually shift in a new direction. Tomorrow, as per their agreement, he would be able to pick up the car. With that significant matter resolved, his mood lightened, leaving only the issue of the 7,000 yuan in rent to contend with. You can do it, Chen Wen encouraged himself. President Han had assigned him a task, offering an additional percentage in commission as a gesture of support. Regardless of the circumstances, he must find a way to secure the outsourcing business from Dongwei Technology. His only concern was whether senior sister Chen Ting would consider his proposal favorably, given the multitude of choices available to Dongwei Technology due to their small size. Personal relationships are one thing. When it comes to business interests, the dynamics shift entirely. In a certain CAF, Chen Ting approached with a smile. "You little rascal. You finally remembered your sister. It's been at least 2 years since you last called. Don't you think that's a bit excessive?" After sitting down, she glanced at the coffee Chen Wen had ordered. "Well, at least you still remember what I like to drink. This time, I'll let you off the hook." "Sister Ting," Chen Wen replied, "I've thought about you often. It's just that I feared your rejection. You have no idea of the longing I've endured these past 2 years." Chen Ting was 2 years his senior, and they had been quite close during their school days, even facing misunderstandings, such as being accused by Su Ying of having a romantic fling. Chen Wen had always been rather casual in his speech. Well, even after 2 years of silence, the bond remains, Chen Ting remarked, casting a glance at him. "Aren't you afraid of your future brother-in-law wielding a 40-meter-long sword against you?" "Not at all, for you will protect me, sister." Chen Wen laughed heartily. "You little brat, always with the jokes," she retorted. After sipping her coffee, Chen Ting suddenly looked up. "How have you been? Are you and Su Ying married yet? You're of an age now, aren't you?" Given the past misunderstanding, Chen Ting had a strong impression of Su Ying. Upon hearing Su Ying's name, Chen Wen's smile faded, replaced by a somber expression. "You broke up?" Chen Ting was surprised. "Weren't you two doing well together? I had high hopes for you both. It's been 4 years since we broke up, right after graduation. She pursued her postgraduate studies while I entered the workforce. You know my circumstances, coming from a rural background. My only aim was to make a living and not burden my family. But these past few years," Chen Wen shook his head with a bitter smile. "In the adult world, the disparity between reality and dreams can be vast. It is only upon stepping into society that one comprehends the difficulties involved." Did he not wish to pursue further studies? Did he not desire to develop his relationship with Su Ying? The harsh realities were the root of their separation. He had once thought that entering the workforce would lead him to success, but 4 years later, nothing had significantly changed. You're not thinking of changing jobs, are you? Chen Ting inquired with a smile, then playfully admonished him. What took you so long? The environment has been tough these past 2 years, and the competition is fierce. No, it's just that I haven't been in touch for a while, and I missed you, Chen Wen replied, winking. He had arranged to meet Chen Ting regarding the outsourcing business, but when the moment arrived, he found himself uncertain about how to broach the subject. The competitiveness of their company, Jiedwan Technology, was rather weak. Miss you, my foot. Do you think I just met you today? She shot him a look. All right, stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. Do you think I want to figure it out? She was well aware that Chen Wen would not invite her out for coffee without a purpose, and she had always taken care of him, given their familial ties. After all, life is fleeting, and the opportunity to forge friendships is a rare fortune. All right, I'll be direct, Chen Wen said, touching his nose. I'm still at Jiedwan and wanted to inquire if you could consider us for any of Dongyue's recent outsourcing projects. Upon hearing this, Chen Ting frowned and quietly sipped her coffee. Dongyue Technology was a significant player in the domestic industry with a broad range of business operations. They often outsourced projects, much like a large factory sourcing components from smaller manufacturers. However, due to their focus on stability and safety, Dongyue typically overlooked smaller companies. Noticing Chen Ting's hesitation, Chen Wen quickly waved his hands. Sister, I was just asking casually. No need to take it so seriously. I know our company may not meet your standards. It seems even trying to earn a little extra has become an uphill battle. It's certainly not easy, Chen Wen mused. Sister will be frank with you. Chen Ting replied. Dongyue has numerous outsourcing projects, but they prefer to collaborate with established companies. Your company, Jiedwan, simply doesn't have the foundation. Chen Ting frowned slightly. While no one had yet taken on the outsourcing projects, many were eyeing them. You're putting me in a difficult position, she confessed. Personal relationships aside. As one of the executives at Dongyue, Chen Ting had to prioritize her own interests. Having navigated the professional world for many years, she understood the seriousness of such matters. I understand. It's all right. Let us just enjoy our long overdue chat. Please don't feel any burden, sister, Chen Wen said, fully aware of Chen Ting's predicament. In a large company like Dongyue, there were countless individuals eager to collaborate, and without sufficient credentials, it would be impossible. Chen Ting could not afford to act recklessly due to personal connections. Otherwise, she would not have earned her position as an executive. Currently, the company was gradually recovering, and the overall direction was positive. Even without this additional income, it was acceptable. Progress takes time. How about this? Chen Ting relaxed her expression. I will make a call on your behalf and set up a trial proposal. If it passes, securing the outsourcing project shouldn't be a problem. This is your first time reaching out to me after graduation, so I must assist you. Really? I thought it was a lost cause, Chen Wen said, feeling a renewed sense of hope. Not so fast. Chen Ting replied dismissively. Let us be clear, whether it succeeds depends entirely on your capabilities. If you fail, don't blame your sister for not helping. Understood. Thank you, sister. You are truly kind. Having the opportunity to attempt something was certainly better than being outright rejected. If the trial proposal succeeded, perhaps Chen Ting could leverage her connections to ensure the project materialized. In today's world, skills are fundamental, but relationships hold substantial weight. Sister, why not kick your future brother-in-law to the curb? Let us have a sibling romance. You could be a sugar mama. Chen Wen joked, feeling buoyant, and spoke freely with Chen Ting. Do you believe I wouldn't strangle you? She retorted. Despite his cheekiness, Chen Ting found it endearing, appreciating the familiar banter. Even after years away from school, she relished the ability to recapture those feelings. They continued their conversation for quite some time, discussing not only the outsourcing business but also personal matters, during which Chen Wen learned that Chen Ting was nearing marriage. Sister, congratulations in advance. When will we have dinner with your fiancé? After all, I'm your little brother-in-law. Chen Ting, a beautiful and ambitious woman, naturally had high standards. As an executive at Dongyue Technology, her choice of partner would undoubtedly be meticulous. Whoever won her heart would undoubtedly be exceptional. If you don't give me a substantial red envelope later, see how I'll deal with you, Chen Ting playfully threatened, flaunting her relationship. As for your brother-in-law, he adores me. Chen Wen feigned heartache, clutching his chest. Must you flaunt your relationship in front of a single person like me? That's excessive. Chen Ting chuckled, then inquired. Are you genuinely still single, or are you unable to move on from suing? Chen Wen was unsure how to respond. He had not pursued any romantic relationships for 4 years, and it would be disingenuous to claim that Su-Ying had no influence on this. Of course, his personal circumstances also played a role. Su-Ying should be employed by now, having completed her postgraduate studies. With her qualifications, securing a desirable position should not have been an insurmountable task. Chen Wen's countenance darkened as he reflected on his current situation. Still toiling away at a small company with an uncertain future. Life is a marathon, Chen Ting advised. Regardless of whether there is another opportunity, prioritize cultivating your own identity. That is paramount. If suitable prospects arise, explore them. You cannot perpetually dwell in the past, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I understand, Chen Wen affirmed. He comprehended the essence of Chen Ting's counsel. One must cultivate self-reliance. Only by fortifying oneself can other matters improve. Career and romance are distinct yet inextricably linked, complementing each other. A romance devoid of financial security is ephemeral, while a lack of emotional stability can impede one's professional endeavors. He recalled that during his breakup with Su-Ying, they both wept, ostensibly due to divergent life plans, but in reality, they had succumbed to the weight of reality. I know you. Kid, you're too sentimental, Chen Ting remarked. Keep certain matters to yourself. I won't elaborate. The outsourcing matter will proceed as planned for now. I have confidence in your ability to manage it. Chen Ting glanced at the time, indicating that even on weekends, she was occupied. Sister, I wanted to ask you something. Chen Wen began hesitantly. Suppose you were single, and a man you barely knew showed up at your house and refused to leave. What would that signify? They say a woman's heart is an unfathomable enigma. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Wen sensed that Su-Mu Ran was not as ingenuous as she appeared, and that her arrival was not solely due to a quarrel with her family. Why would a young, attractive woman choose to stay with a relatively unfamiliar friend rather than seek refuge with close acquaintances? There must be a hidden motive. Oh, I thought you said you were single, Chen Ting teased, her interest piqued. It seems there's something going on. Tell me about it. Chen Ting surmised that Chen Wen was referring to himself when he spoke of a man arriving at her door. Chen Wen glanced around to ensure privacy before lighting a cigarette. Aside from the online acquaintance, he had not confided in anyone about this matter. Not even his close friend Zhou Lei. He was unsure how to broach the subject. Chen Ting, with her experience and worldly wisdom, would be invaluable in analyzing the situation. Well, Chen Ting exclaimed, amused. The internet trope has come to life. A wealthy heiress has fallen for a penniless young man and is cohabitating with him. How intriguing. Chen Wen forced a smile, saying, Sister, please don't tease me. It's painful. In my opinion, Chen Ting stated, there's more to it than just family issues. Perhaps there's something you're unaware of. Have you two met before? Chen Wen vehemently shook his head. He had never had the opportunity to meet such a wealthy woman. Or perhaps you encountered her inadvertently, and there was some misunderstanding that you didn't notice, Chen Ting suggested. I suspect she has another motive. It's illogical for a young, attractive, single woman to act this way. There must be an ulterior motive. Young man, you're doing well, Chen Ting complimented him. You've inadvertently captured the heart of a beautiful woman. You're living together now, so there's plenty of room for development. Keep up the good work. Chen Ting stifled a giggle. It's a headache, to be honest, Chen Wen groaned. It's a long story. I suspect she recognizes me and is deliberately toying with me. I need to tread carefully. Chen Ting smiled silently, viewing it as a positive development. Chen Wen was still affected by his breakup with Su-Ying, and only a new relationship could truly revive him. Regardless of the girl's motives, Chen Wen, as a grown man in less than ideal circumstances, had little to lose. Moreover, she came from a privileged background and was unlikely to deceive him. Many couples start with playful banter. And over time, affection blossoms. All right, just enjoy it, Chen Ting said. It's getting late. I'll leave you to return home. A stunning beauty awaits you. You must be excited. Chen Wen could only manage an awkward smile. The outsourcing matter had shown some promise, and they were awaiting Chen Ting's instructions for the next steps, which represented another potential turning point. On his way home, Chen Wen stopped by Yang Sen's place for a while, returning home after dark. He purchased some groceries. But upon arriving home, he found Su-Mu Ran clutching her stomach on the sofa. Based on his senior colleague Chen Ting's analysis and his own suspicions, this woman was definitely up to something. What in Appos is wrong now? Chen Wen inquired cautiously, wary of being manipulated. Su-Mu Ran glanced at him and retorted, You know how to come home? I'm starving. Are you aware that there's another person in this house? How could you do this? But, Chen Wen stammered. You're hungry. Can't you cook something yourself? Besides, you're not short on money. Ordering takeout is an option. I can't cook, Su-Mu Ran replied. And I don't want to eat takeout. She narrowed her eyes, adding, Isn't that what you're here for? We agreed that you would be responsible for cooking. Are you trying to renege on our agreement? Pay me back. Fine, I'll cook, Chen Wen grumbled, carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Previously, he would casually grab a bite after work before starting his driving shift. Now, with Sumu Ran around, it would take at least 2 extra hours. He felt frustrated. Brother Wen, I want braised pork ribs and boiled fish, Sumu Ran requested. Upon hearing her affected, high-pitched voice, Chen Wen shuddered, his suspicion of Sumu Ran intensifying. Braised pork ribs, boiled fish, stir-fried greens, and tomato and egg soup were served. Sumu Ran abandoned all pretense of being a refined lady and began devouring the food, praising it as she ate. Are you sure you should be eating like that? Chen Wen asked, his lips twitching. Sumu Ran rolled her eyes and took a large bite of pork rib, saying, I'm in my own home. You're not my boyfriend. So why should I care about my image? I was starving. When did this become your home? Chen Wen retorted. It seems I've become the outsider. This woman was a headache. Chen Wen struggled to describe Sumu Ran. Was she a cold, aloof career woman, a wealthy heiress, or perhaps a witch? Initially, when they had the car accident, Sumu Ran always wore a stern expression and spoke coldly, creating an impression of being unapproachable. Later, upon learning that she had a strained relationship with her family and witnessing her tears on 2 occasions, Chen Wen realized that her aloofness masked hidden pain. And now, after successfully moving into his home, Sumu Ran had him wrapped around her little finger. What else could she be but a witch? Especially one who was not afraid to take action? I'm full, Sumu Ran announced, wiping her mouth. Chen Wen, your cooking is delicious. Keep up the good work. She returned to the sofa and resumed using her tablet. Wait, Chen Wen protested. I'm cooking, I understand, but you have to wash the dishes. If I do everything, I'll feel like your servant. Sumu Ran giggled to herself, then extended her fair hand and shook Chen Wen's arm, adopting the affected voice again. Brother Wen, look at my hands. Am I the kind of person who does manual labor? What if I get hurt? Wouldn't you feel sorry for me? I'll endure it, Chen Wen exclaimed. After finishing their meal, Chen Wen, with a stern expression, cleared the dishes and retreated into the kitchen. Unaware that from the moment he stepped inside, Su Murian was shaking with laughter. Humph. Chen Wen, you think this is over? I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve for you, especially since you took advantage of me. Once he had tidied up, Chen Wen lit a cigarette, changed his clothes, and prepared to head out for work. Although things had improved slightly and payday was approaching, he still had over 40,000 in debts to pay off. Every penny counted. I'm off to work, he announced. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Be safe and bring back some fruit. I want to eat. With a bang, the door slammed shut. I'm going mad. Do you really think you're my benefactor? Letting you stay is already generous. Don't push your luck, he muttered under his breath. Today I feel so good, giggled Su Murian, pulling out a lollipop and blissfully playing a fruit-cutting game on her tablet. Chen Wen left around 9 and wasn't planning to clock out until midnight. Business was slow that evening, and he had only earned a little over 100. Are you going to 498? Wang Kai halted his car, casting a knowing glance. Are you treating? Split the bill. Then I'm not going. I'm broke. I'd rather sleep at home than compete with you. I'm out. Chen Wen waved his hand and donned his helmet again. Well, who wouldn't want to enjoy a little relaxation after being cooped up for so long? But it all depended on how much cash one had. Wang Kai, with his full-time driving job, had a higher income and even received some financial support from home, living a rather comfortable life. Chen Wen, however, was in a different boat. At his age, he couldn't afford to live it up, especially with debts looming over him. Come on, Wengu. I'll treat. Is that okay? I feel bad about your accident. I know a new place that is supposed to be excellent. Chen Wen hesitated. It was that he was interested. But before he could respond, his phone rang. Predictably, it was Su Murian again. What do you want? He snapped, his tone curt. But on the other end, Su Murian's syrupy voice made him cringe. Brother Wen, I want fruit, and I just took a shower, waiting for you. This woman is toxic. Why do you have so many demands? It's annoying. I'm done here, he hung up abruptly. Just as he did, he turned back and shuddered slightly. Wang Kai had leaned in close, clearly having overheard the conversation, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Wengu. Shut it. Keep your mouth shut. I'm heading home. I have a guest. He didn't give Wang Kai a chance to respond and sped off on his bike. Wang Kai stood there for a while, stunned, before calling out. Wengu, you're being ungrateful. When did you start hiding a beauty at home? I actually felt sorry for you. On his way home, Chen Wen passed by a fruit shop, but ignored it, unwilling to indulge that witch. Yet somehow, just before entering his complex, he turned back. In the end, he softened, purchasing $70 to $80 worth of fruit. Lamenting that he had earned just over $100 tonight, now dwindling away. Once home, he set the fruit down. Wow, Chen Wen, you're so nice. It's all my favorites. Su Mirian exclaimed, feigning exaggeration. I didn't think you'd actually buy it. What a thoughtful man. Oh no. What if I end up liking you? If this woman didn't go into acting, it would be a shame. Chen Wen ignored her, extending his hand. $80, please. Buying fruit was fine. He didn't want to be taken advantage of. Look, I paid the rent, so we'll split it for 6 months. Which makes it $3,500. Just deduct this 80 from that. Su Mirian peeled a banana and began eating without a care in the world. Chen Wen stared at her, displeased. What did she mean by splitting the rent for 6 months? Did she plan to stay that long? After just 2 days, he was already at his wit's end. If this continued, he'd truly lose his mind. Su Mirian, what exactly do you mean? I agreed to let you stay, but not indefinitely. It's really not appropriate for a single woman to live here. It wouldn't look good if it got out. I'm not afraid. Why should I be? Su Mirian scoffed, dismissing his concerns. Sleep. Chen Wen retorted, too exhausted to argue further, retreating to his room. Brother Wen, let us chat. Are you blind? You have this gorgeous lady here, and you're ignoring her. Is something wrong with you? Su Mirian's laughter echoed from outside, and Chen Wen clenched his fists in frustration. If he got riled up, he might take drastic measures against her. Once he lay down, Chen Wen opened WeChat and found a message from a female online friend. She was refreshing company, someone he could talk to openly, unlike the demanding witch in his house. What's wrong? You look down? She noticed his gloomy expression and couldn't help but laugh. It's complicated. I'm in a bit of a bind. And I can't understand why misfortune follows me. I could use some comfort, my friend. Outside, Su Mirian nearly burst out laughing, immediately sending a hugging emoji. Poor thing. Let me give you a hug. Spill the tea. What is going on? Chen Wen hesitated, unsure if he should reveal the unexpected guest in his home to her. Deep down, he looked forward to meeting this online friend, but if she found out about the woman living with him, she might distance herself. Nothing major. Just a bit of annoyance. Let us talk about something cheerful. Seeing Chen Wen's message, Su Mirian smirked internally. Oh, Chen Wen, still playing coy, are you? This hints at wanting more while eyeing other options. The weekend was torturous for Chen Wen, but fortunately, there was a glimmer of hope with his senior, Chen Ting. As a new week dawned, on Monday, Chen Wen took a 2-hour leave to bring the car back to Su Mirian, feeling a wave of relief. Yet, he was genuinely curious about what Su Mirian's family did. With a Cayenne and a G-Class, they were certainly not short on funds. I've delivered the car. Check it thoroughly. Without this worry, life would be considerably easier. As for the borrowed money, he could repay it slowly. If there was progress with Chen Ting, and he successfully secured a commission, the storm would finally pass. Impressive, Su Mirian said, giving him a thumbs up, then scrutinizing him. You didn't use any subpar parts, did you? I can find out. 40,000 was pocket change for her. She wasn't after Chen Wen's money, but was still bothered by that night when she lost control. She wanted to teach him a lesson, unsure if he truly took advantage of her. Rest assured, all original parts. I had a good friend help me with it. Feel free to check. I'm innocent. Uncle Zhao was indeed a good man. He didn't charge a dime. Of course, Chen Wen understood that Uncle Zhao was merely helping him out for the sake of his unacquainted online friend. Before leaving, he had tried to glean some information about her, but had come up empty. Oh, so you have good friends? Are they male or female? They seem impressive. Your good friend is standing right in front of you. You just don't realize it, haha. Then let it go. I have work to attend to. Today, I took a mere 2-hour leave. The longer I delay, the more certain it is that Wang, the bald manager, will inevitably raise a fuss. It is not out of fear of him, but rather a desire for some peace and quiet. Would you accompany me to work? How about 100 yuan? Not worth it. Chen Wen turned his back without a glance and made his way to the bus stop. Hey, Chen Wen, how about I give you a ride? A luxurious car for free, with a beautiful driver. Others will be envious. What do you say? Su Mirian shouted at Chen Wen's retreating figure. Laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Oh, Chen Wen, this is far from over. Upon arriving at the office, I could not escape the inevitable. Wang scolded me a few times. However, Chen Wen paid him little mind, as he had no intention of wasting time on someone he found detestable. His senior sister had agreed to test a proposal, which was excellent news for the cutting-edge team. Chen Wen promptly headed to General Manager Han's office. Indeed, it was evident that General Manager Han was also pleased to receive this news, confirming that she had not misjudged his capabilities. In this day and age, Connections are truly paramount. She had contemplated strategies but could not reach Donghua Technology. General Manager Han, my senior sister has indicated that we may proceed with the trial. It now depends on our team's ability to navigate it successfully, Chen Wen stated. Excellent, General Manager Han exclaimed. Chen Wen, you have executed this splendidly. You shall oversee the proposal. I will speak with Supervisor Wang to reduce your workload. Upon further reflection, this arrangement seemed favorable. Once his senior sister transmitted the requirements for the experimental proposal, it would be better for him to handle it personally rather than delegate it to someone else, allowing for timely communication with his senior sister. Very well, I shall take charge, but General Manager Han, let us not forget our agreement. Business owners often enjoy making grand promises, and Chen Wen did not wish to squander his time. Rest assured, my word is my bond. You may proceed with confidence. The outsourcing business at Donghua Technology was extensive. Should they succeed this time, it would lay a solid foundation, making future endeavors significantly easier. In light of the potential benefits ahead, Chen Wen's commission was a trivial matter. General Manager Han was quite clear on this. I shall return to my tasks. Just as he exited the office, Wang approached again, wearing a disingenuous smile. Chen Wen, why have you been visiting General Manager Han's office? Was there something specific that required your attention? Not at all, merely a casual chat. Supervisor Wang, you are overthinking it. Chen Wen thought to himself that the man only sought to extract information from him. They were hardly on such familiar terms. What? Do you think that because you have been close to General Manager Han lately, you no longer regard me, your direct supervisor? Chen Wen, do not blame me for the warning. I am your immediate superior, and this company has more than just General Manager Han at the helm. Wang's expression darkened. It was clear that Chen Wen was not willing to show him any respect. Supervisor Wang, you jest. You are indeed a high-ranking official. How could I dare show you any disrespect? If there is nothing further, I shall get back to my work. Excuse me, please. With that, Chen Wen circumvented Wang. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, that was a sharp retort indeed. You, have some nerve. Wang snapped his hand, his eyes glinting with malice. He was determined to find an opportunity to put Chen Wen in his place. Chen Wen, however, chose to ignore him and focused on his own tasks. Having completed 2 proposals last week, Monday was relatively light, granting Chen Wen a rare day of leisure. By Wednesday, news arrived from his senior sister. The requirements for the experimental proposal had been sent over. That very evening, Chen Wen began to ponder them and spent an hour communicating with Chen Ting. He was uncertain of the financial magnitude of the outsourcing business, but his instincts told him it was no trivial matter for this proposal. Chen Wen even forewent his side gig as a chauffeur. Fortunately, it was merely a part-time endeavor, easily toggled on and off. After conversing with Chen Ting, Chen Wen felt confident that he could refine the entire proposal by the following Friday. Compared to that, he could hardly earn as much from his driving job in a week. Thank you, senior sister. I will treat you to a meal later. After ending the call, Chen Wen felt he had a clearer picture. Now it was simply a matter of assembling and debugging the components as envisioned. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Wen's proposal was nearing completion. If all went smoothly, the end of his arduous days would be within reach. Chen Wen, have you stopped driving? Su Muruan leaned over, peering at the data sheets on his computer. She understood immediately, for she was no mere decorative figure. Miss, could you please move aside? I must focus on my work. I have no time for your antics. In recent days, Chen Wen had grown wary of Su Muruan's persistent interruptions, which, while not overly troublesome, were nonetheless time-consuming distractions. Humph. Su Muruan, peeling a lychee, remarked casually. I am not trying to rain on your parade, but your proposal will not pass muster with Donghua Technology. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen momentarily froze. How could she possibly know that the proposal was for Donghua Technology? Would you like me to assist you? Su Muruan elegantly popped a lychee into her mouth. Looking at Chen Wen with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with unspoken intentions. If you ask nicely, I might lend a hand, Brother Wen. Will you ask? Requesting assistance from a woman? Do you truly believe I, Chen Wen, am so inept that I cannot handle a mere experimental proposal? Suddenly, Chen Wen's instincts kicked in. He regarded Su Muruan with newfound suspicion. Did she possess knowledge of some hidden truths? Chen Wen gazed at Su Muruan with a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. It seemed that this woman was quite familiar with the operations of Donghua Technology. Having known each other for merely 2 weeks, Chen Wen was aware that Su Muruan hailed from a wealthy family, evidenced by her 2 luxurious cars, yet he was oblivious to the specifics of her background. Could it be that Donghua Technology belonged to her family, or perhaps she was employed there? Chen Wen found himself at a loss. Upon reflection, such a possibility seemed unlikely. Even if Su Murian had deep ties with Dongyue Technology, matters concerning interest would surely not be handled so casually. His senior, Chen Ting, was a high-ranking executive at Dongyue Technology, and although she and Su Murian shared a close relationship, Chen Ting had merely offered an opportunity to present a proposal, without any authority to make final decisions. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Su Murian remarked disdainfully. Chen Wen's mind suddenly shifted gears, and he retorted playfully, "Don't try to deceive me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old who can't comprehend these data?" Huh. He felt slighted, as if she held him in contempt. Just as he was about to continue, Su Murian caught on quickly, crossing her arms and responding, "Oh, Chen Wen, I think you might be the one treating me like a child. How dare you, Chen Wen? You think you can manipulate me into revealing my thoughts? Not a chance." The revelation of his scheme left Chen Wen feeling quite embarrassed. He had indeed underestimated this woman's intellect, realizing that it would not be easy to fool her. "Please, don't disturb me," Su Murian said curtly. "If you don't want it, then fine." She took a hearty bite of her banana and elegantly sat nearby, engrossed in her game, glancing occasionally at Chen Wen's reactions. However, her words did plant a seed of doubt in Chen Wen's mind. He revisited the proposal he had spent 5 nights crafting. Prior to this, he had consulted his senior for guidance, and with Chen Ting's advice, he had found a precise direction, which should have ensured its robustness. Since Chen Ting had agreed to assist him, it was unlikely she would treat this matter lightly. Perhaps there was another possibility. Dongyue Technology was vast, with many departments operating independently, and Chen Ting might only have a general understanding of the specifics. This was a credible consideration. Even cutting-edge technology firms often had this structure, where the planning department devised proposals while the operations department followed its own procedures, with little overlap. Contemplating this, Chen Wen furrowed his brow and discreetly observed Su Murian, deciding to adopt a more respectful tone. "Murian, could you enlighten me on where my proposal may be lacking? I would appreciate your insights." To his dismay, Su Murian paid no heed, engrossed in her fruit-cutting game, celebrating her own high scores. "You're quite something," Chen Wen thought, vexed. He couldn't fathom why she was so certain that his painstaking efforts would fail. After all, he was no novice in planning, boasting several years of experience in the planning department of a leading technology firm, and while he wouldn't claim to be the best, he certainly was no charlatan. "It seems some people just spout nonsense while pretending to be knowledgeable," Chen Wen muttered bitterly. Suddenly, Su Murian set down her tablet, shooting him a glare. "What are you sulking about? Don't think I'll fall for your tricks. You need me, so why should I divulge anything to you?" Annoyed, Chen Wen grumbled inwardly, but was not oblivious to the importance of the proposal. If accepted, it could significantly alter his current economic standing. "Miss Su, I admit my faults. What wisdom do you possess? Please, share your thoughts. Here, allow me to prepare some dragon fruit for you." He swiftly sliced the fruit. Seeing his eagerness, Su Murian reveled in her position, leisurely enjoying the dragon fruit while casually chatting about other topics, deliberately avoiding the proposal. Chen Wen was acutely aware that she was intentionally teasing him, yet he felt powerless to change the situation. "Miss Su, you see. Oh, I've been so exhausted from work these past few days. My shoulders are aching. I should have gone for a massage with Xiaoruo. What a regret." Su Murian massaged her shoulders, a slight smile gracing her lips. How unreasonable, Chen Wen thought. "I'm humbling myself here, slicing fruit for you, and you're treating me like a laborer. Don't I have any dignity?" Nevertheless, he quickly turned. "Miss, would you like a shoulder rub?" he asked, attempting to appease her. Su Murian stifled a laugh, turning her back to him. I'll endure. How does this pressure feel, Miss Su?" Chen Wen mused. "Let you have your fun for now, but the day I rise to prominence, you'll see." Though Chen Wen felt reluctant, the closeness to such a beauty was intoxicating. The faint scent of her perfume enveloping him, her delicate skin and the allure of her figure left him momentarily distracted. "Chen Wen, are you trying to court disaster?" Su Murian's voice snapped him back to reality as she suddenly turned, swatting his hand away before gripping his collar, her eyes radiating a fierce warning. "What the? How did she know what I was thinking? Consider this a warning. You'd better behave, or I might just need a punching bag," she threatened, kicking his calf. "What are you waiting for? Move over." "Of course, your wish is my command," Chen Wen complied, standing aside, behaving impeccably. "Open your eyes and see clearly." Su Murian then began to refine the proposal based on Chen Wen's original work, making 7 adjustments, all of which were minor yet crucial details. After Su Murian's adjustments, Chen Wen felt a mix of astonishment and seriousness, with the main elements intact. Her refinements had increased the proposal's efficacy by at least 30%. No, 50%. Until that moment, he had perceived Su Murian as a privileged young lady, accustomed to a life of ease, but now he realized he had misjudged her. The mere act of refining a proposal revealed her high level of professionalism. Do you understand now? Su Murian squinted at him, finalizing the last adjustment. Your main direction is sound, and your ideas are commendable. But you overlooked a crucial point. What exactly does Dongwei Technology desire? It's not merely about one proposal. As she continued to modify the proposal, she provided Chen Wen with detailed explanations, quickly making him feel that his years in a small firm had greatly limited his perspective. Yes, I see. It's becoming quite clear, he acknowledged, confident that approval was merely a matter of time. Yet, what captured his attention more was the angle from which he stood, allowing him a clear view down her neckline. Chen Wen, with your level of skill, how could you? Su Murian began, intending to tease him again. But upon turning back, she caught him staring intently at her neckline, his eyes nearly glazing over. Ah! A shriek echoed through the window, reverberating throughout the entire neighborhood. That wretched woman, such a violent maniac. The next day, as Chen Wen went to work, one of his eyes was still swollen, and his body bore numerous bruises. Let us wait and see. Sooner or later, I shall take care of you. Little Chen, it's time to go to work. Aunt Zhang from the neighboring building greeted me with a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat peculiar. Indeed, Aunt Zhang, you've risen early for your stroll. After residing here for quite some time, I have become familiar with the neighbors, especially the elderly ladies. With age comes less sleep, and they are up before dawn. Little Chen, it seems I heard your voice last night. Is everything all right with your eyes? The youth of today are full of surprises, unlike in my younger days. Under Aunt Zhang's gaze, Chen Wen's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his face betraying his discomfort. He quickly turned away and said, Aunt Zhang, I need to head to work now. We'll chat later. Not far into his departure, Aunt Zhang chuckled and said, Hey, did you know that little Chen next door seems to be dating? The commotion last night was quite something. Really? I think I heard it too. The youth today are so unashamed. I wonder why they enjoy such antics. They could at least close a window. The noise is enough to make one blush. By the way, have you met little Chen's girlfriend? I was thinking of introducing someone to him, but it seems he has already taken. What a pity. Listening to the gossip of the two elderly ladies, Chen Wen wished he could find a hole to hide in and quickened his pace. What a shame that the vile woman had caused him such embarrassment in this neighborhood. The narrative had shifted dramatically, making him feel more aggrieved than doughy. That Chen Wen, Su Murian, who had just descended the stairs, naturally overheard Aunt Zhang's gossip. Recalling how she had teased Chen Wen last night while tidying up, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Young lady, are you Chen's girlfriend? I haven't seen you before. You're truly lovely. Ah, well. Hello, Aunt. Su Murian's face reddened further. She wanted to explain but found herself at a loss for words. It was all the fault of the poor soundproofing in this old building. The most infuriating part was that Chen Wen was the source of her embarrassment. Good day to you as well. The two elderly ladies regarded Su Murian with an ambiguous expression, clearly wanting to ask more. Annies, I need to go to work. Women of this age are notoriously inquisitive, and in her haste, Su Murian fled, feeling that her reputation had been tarnished by Chen Wen. Ah, the youth today. They can romp about all night and still appear so vibrant in the morning. Zhangjia, we can't afford to grow old yet. Indeed. As Su Murian walked ahead, she stumbled slightly, nearly twisting her ankle in her high heels, and hurriedly limped away, her anger towards Chen Wen intensifying. As was to be expected, upon arriving at the office, Chen Wen was immediately teased by his colleagues, who couldn't help but notice his swollen eyes. Wen-gu, you didn't do anything that would incite public outrage last night, did you? Come on, share the details. We promise not to tell anyone. Who emerged victorious? Xiao Yao, with a mischievous grin, leaned in. Yes, Chen Wen. The scent of cologne on you suggests a delightful evening. Well done, young man, Zhou Min chimed in playfully. Laughter erupted among the colleagues, especially at the sight of Chen Wen's swollen eyes. I admit defeat. Go ahead and laugh. That wretched woman had utterly humiliated him. It was a disgrace to lose face like this. Chen Wen, are you dawdling again this early? The jovial atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by Wang Tuzi's loud voice, causing everyone to hastily return to their tasks, as he was akin to a harbinger of doom. Good morning, Supervisor Wang. Did your wife not come home last night? You scoundrel, you still remember it's morning? Why are you shouting so early? Zhou Min couldn't suppress a laugh, quickly stifling it. while the other colleagues turned red with laughter, fully aware that Chen Wen was intentionally provoking Wang Tuzi about his marital discord. Wang Tuzi's face shifted in color. His teeth clenched as he retorted, "Chen Wen, what do you mean by that? At your age? Ah, I understand, I truly do." Chen Wen replied with a smirk. It was only permissible for Wang Tuzi to yell at them. How could he not retort? No longer intimidated, Chen Wen felt emboldened to challenge the bald supervisor he had long found insufferable. Wang Tuzi was fuming, his chest heaving in anger, as Chen Wen had the audacity to confront him regarding his troubled marriage. And what of it? Just then, General Manager Han approached, clearly having overheard the commotion. "Han, this lad, Chen Wen." "Ah, General Manager Han, you're just in time. About that matter, shall we discuss it in your office?" Chen Wen seized the opportunity to divert attention from Wang Tuzi by alluding to the Dongyue experiment proposal. "Very well," Han nodded. Casting a glance at Wang Tuzi as he left, "Supervisor Wang, it's essential to maintain harmonious relationships among colleagues. You want to set a good example." Yes, I understand." General Manager Han. Though Wang Tuzi was typically sycophantic towards President Zhang, he dared not openly offend General Manager Han. Yet internally, his resentment towards Chen Wen deepened. This young man had recently taken to visiting General Manager Han's office frequently, bypassing Wang Tuzi entirely, and now he dared to confront him directly. He would find a chance to teach Chen Wen a lesson about propriety. Upon entering the office, General Manager Han shook his head in exasperation. "You know very well what Wang Shund is like, yet you choose to engage him. Be cautious of the repercussions." "General Manager, I didn't mean to." Chen Wen scratched his head, chuckling. "All right, I have submitted the proposal to Dongyue Technology. Now we can only leave it to fate. Do you know how much this outsourcing project is worth?" Chen Wen had not inquired about the matter at all, nor had he considered the potential for significant profit. General Manager Han had promised a 4% commission, even for $1 million contract, that would yield 40,000. Enough to settle some debts. However, it seemed this was not a trivial contract. Noticing Chen Wen's confusion, Han extended his thumb, indicating a figure. Knowing that Chen Wen had connections with the executives at Dongyue Technology, General Manager Han had no reason to withhold information and directly revealed the contract amount to him. 6 million was a minor project for Dongyue Technology, nearly negligible, yet for cutting-edge technology firms, it was a boon. "What?" Chen Wen stared in astonishment at General Manager Han. A 4% commission on 6 million. That would amount to 240,000. If he could secure that amount, he would no longer need to fret over financial matters. Establishing roots in a large city was Chen Wen's dream, and while some wouldn't buy a house, it was a promising start, bringing him a step closer to his aspirations. Though not a major contract, it would pave the way for better negotiations in the future. "Chen Wen, I've discussed with Li and Zhang. For future business with Dongyue, you will continue to receive a 15% commission." General Manager Han was astute. Knowing Chen Wen's favorable relationship with Dongyue, he recognized the necessity of offering tangible incentives to foster loyalty. Having dedicated nearly a week to the proposal, Chen Wen had not found time to work as a driver lately. A 4% commission on 6 million would yield 240,000. An unprecedented stroke of fortune after years of work. Awaiting the outcome now felt even more nerve-wracking than drafting the proposal itself. Curiously, during this busy period, he had not conversed with his female online friend, who seemed equally occupied, as she hadn't contacted him at night. "Oh, you seem in good spirits. Did the proposal pass?" Upon seeing Chen Wen return home with an abundance of groceries, Su Muron squinted her eyes, beaming at him. "Are you planning to thank me? At least you have a conscience." "Enough already. It has been a week since Su Muron came to my home." Chen Wen has gradually adapted to the presence of another woman in his life. Although he sometimes finds himself tidied up, it is undoubtedly more enjoyable than being alone. The situation is still in its infancy, and whether it can truly flourish remains uncertain. Chen Wen poured himself a glass of water and sank lazily into the sofa, finally able to relax after a week of tension. If you cannot succeed even with this young lady's assistance, you must indeed be quite inept. Speaking of which, Chen Wen, the business of Dongyue Technology is not accessible to just anyone. Your small company may not stand a chance. Su Muron adjusted her anti-glare glasses and replied, "However, once we establish a stable cooperation channel, congratulations are in order. If there are commissions involved, you ought to share a little with me." Chen Wen stared at Su Muron, feeling a wave of frustration. How could a wealthy woman driving a luxury car act this way? In truth, Chen Wen's appreciation for Su Muron had grown significantly. Setting aside other matters, her capability in drafting proposals was remarkable, and she appeared quite familiar with Dongwa technology. He even began to suspect that Su Muran might be employed there, but when he discreetly inquired with his senior, Chen Ting, she confirmed that there was no one by that name in the executive ranks. An ordinary employee? Chen Wen found that hard to believe. With Su Muran's talents, she surely could not be just an ordinary worker. If she were indeed from Dongwa Technology, Chen Ting would likely know her. Why are you staring at me? Go make dinner, Chen Wen said suddenly. Feeling a bit shy under Chen Wen's gaze, Su Muran shot him a glare before retreating to her room with her tablet. Not forgetting to call out, let me know when dinner's ready. Chen Wen frowned, feeling quite displeased. Did she really see him as a servant? After a long day, he had to come home and cater to her whims. I admit defeat, he muttered, taking a sip of water before reluctantly heading into the kitchen. From the crack of the door, Su Muran could hear her own triumphant laughter. Just as she flopped onto the bed, a phone call from Xiaoro interrupted her. I think I saw your car, you wretched woman. Get out here quickly, or I'll pop your tires. You have a choice. Think it over carefully. Oh, how did you? Sister, I was wrong. Just wait a moment. Su Muran panicked. This was an old neighborhood. How could Xiaoro possibly come here? This was bad. She hurried out without even changing her clothes. Chen Wen, I have to step out for a bit. When I return, you better not sneak a snack. At the kitchen door, Chen Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. You think I'm waiting for you? After dinner, I still have to run errands. In a corner of the neighborhood, when Su Muran arrived, Xiaoro was already standing by the car, looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, as if to say, you better explain everything today, or I won't let you off the hook. This place is quite secluded. It's perfect for hiding a man, Xiaoro commented, glancing up and down at Su Muran, who was in her loungewear. Su Muran, I hope my call didn't disturb you. This girl was crossing the line, secretly dating a boyfriend and even hiding it from her best friend. Xiaoro was astonished. She knew Su Muran had always been indifferent to many outstanding men, and this drastic change was baffling. She was now living with someone. Xiaoro couldn't fathom what kind of man could provoke such a transformation in Su Muran. There were many old neighborhoods like this in Jiangcheng, primarily inhabited by the elderly, while the youth preferred more modern developments with better amenities. It was hard to associate the residents here with excellence. Speak, Xiaoro demanded, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Su Muran was at her wit's end, stammering. You misunderstood. I was visiting relatives. Visiting relatives in that outfit? Xiaoro scoffed. You think I'm foolish? Today, you will provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Do I need to call your father? Faced with Xiaoro's threat, Su Muran hurriedly grabbed her arm. Please, It's complicated. Let us talk later. Could you just go home for now? I'm begging you. Not happening. Xiaoro's curiosity was piqued. She had to see the mysterious man Su Muran was hiding, to know what kind of extraordinary gentleman could have captured her friend's attention. I'll treat you to a lavish meal. Su Muran pleaded, desperate. Xiaoro shook her head with a grin. Do you think I need a meal from you? How about lipstick? Su Muran bit her lip, knowing she had to offer something substantial to distract her friend. Oh, I received a lipstick from a younger brother some time ago, and I haven't even opened it. I don't think I'm in need of any, Su Muran. Xiaoro teased playfully. You think I can divert you with just a lipstick? Not a chance. A handbag, the new Hermes collection. Su Muran made a bold decision. A new bag would cost at least 80 to 90,000, perhaps even over 100,000. Wow, look at you. Xiaoro exclaimed, stifling a laugh. I had no idea you would go to such lengths to keep your secret hidden. Just then, Chen Wen happened to walk by, holding a bottle of soy sauce. When he saw the two women together, he paused in surprise. The first time he met Xiaoro, he was struck by her beauty, though not tall. Her figure was captivating. Even now, she was just as eye-catching. It was evident that beauty attracts beauty. Both women had their unique charms. Su Muran noticed Chen Wen and quickly signaled him to leave. Leave? Huh. Chen Wen understood immediately. After a week of being at a disadvantage, he finally saw an opportunity for retaliation. I've prepared dinner. I'm off to run errands now. Honey, be good at home, he said in a gentle tone, blowing a kiss to Su Muran. Upon hearing a man's voice, Xiaoro turned around with an exaggerated expression, gasping, Oh my, Chen Wen, is that really you? It was hard to believe. Su Muran had secretly found herself a boyfriend, and it was none other than the driver she had encountered last time. How clutch. Chen Wen, you rascal. Su Muran was furious, clenching her fists, her knuckles cracking ominously. Tonight, you're finished. Miss Xia, is that you? Seeing Su Muran's furious expression, Chen Wen felt a surge of satisfaction. She had always bullied him, and now it was his turn. Of course, don't misunderstand. Miss Xiao, I merely what? Xiao Ro glanced back and forth between Chen Wen and Su Muron, quickly piecing it together. So, Su Muron, this man is none other than the driver I arranged for you that night. You two carry on, Chen Wen said, touching his nose, turning to leave while barely suppressing his laughter. It seemed the tides had turned, and it was finally time for payback. It was clear that Su Muron came from a good family, and Xiao Ro was likely not lacking either. Girls like them, beautiful and from well-off backgrounds, had high standards. The irony was that Su Muron had likely moved in with Chen Wen behind her family's back, and had even kept it a secret from her best friend. Su Muron, oh Su Muron, let us see how you handle this. Looking at Su Muron's mortified expression, it was evident she understood Chen Wen's intentions. Fine. Let's see how this plays out. If I don't make you kneel and beg for mercy, consider it my loss. TSK, TSK, TSK. Having grown weary of the delicacies of land and sea, Miss Su is perhaps seeking a change of palate? Quite intriguing indeed, a wealthy young lady falling for a driver. Their fateful encounter during a ride-sharing service is nothing short of a charming tale. I can hardly be bothered to engage in conversation. The matter is already out in the open. Su Muron has no desire to explain further. That nosy girl, Xiao Ruo, is bound to pester her now that she has caught wind of it. Hey, wait for me. I'm hungry too. There's no time like the present. Let us grab a meal tonight, Xiao Ruo called out as she hurried after her. And thus, their home was graced with two lovely ladies. A spicy fish dish, cola chicken wings, stir-fried potatoes, seaweed egg drop soup, and Chen Wen's favorite, sauced beef. The feast looked utterly delectable. Xiao Ruo, undeterred by any sense of propriety, took a bite and gave Chen Wen a thumbs up. Chen Wen, you're impressive. Who knew you were so skilled in the kitchen? Too kind, too kind. Just a few home-cooked dishes. Miss Xia, do come by often if you get the chance. Let me know in advance what you'd like to eat. Since you're Murong's friend, you're my friend too, he responded, seizing the opportunity to express his delight. Murong, your husband is quite considerate. Alas, I envy you. Sister, Xiao Ruo feigned envy. She never anticipated that a simple ride would lead to such developments. Su Murong seemed so carefree, having moved in with Chen Wen so boldly after such a short acquaintance. At their age, they were no longer naive little girls, having lived together. The implications were clear without needing further elaboration. Chen Wen, you're truly remarkable. Our Murong has had her fair share of admirers, yet you've captured her heart. Xiao Ruo chimed, winking playfully. Over the years, Su Murong had been quite reserved around men, let alone having any romantic experiences. Xiao Ruo, as her closest friend, was understandably astonished. Miss Xia, please don't tease me. Actually, Chen Wen cast a meaningful glance at Su Murong, his face betraying a hint of shyness. I feel fortunate to know her. She is truly wonderful. Chen Wen. Su Murong delivered a sharp kick to his knee, her eyes flashing with fierce admonition. You despicable man. I underestimated your cunning. I'll behave. I'll finish my meal and head to work, Chen Wen stammered, struggling to suppress a laugh. Miss Xia, please continue your conversation. I'll step out for a bit. Good luck. Xiao Ruo replied cheerfully. Under Su Murong's piercing gaze, Chen Wen changed into his work attire, donned his helmet, and stepped outside, leaving the remaining time for Xiao Ruo to engage with Su Murong at her leisure. Once Chen Wen was gone, Xiao Ruo regarded her with a knowing smile, brimming with unspoken implications. Will you believe me if I tell you? Su Murong sighed, feeling exasperated. Xiao Ruo arched an eyebrow. Whatever you say, I want to believe it. But congratulations on taking a significant step in life. Chen Wen may not be perfect, but he is not bad looking. Just eat your meal and stop talking so much. Now that the situation had unfolded as it had, Su Murong understood that any attempt to clarify would only complicate matters further. Their cohabitation alone spoke volumes, and Xiao Ruo would never accept that it was merely a platonic arrangement. Did something exciting happen that night? She teased, her interest piqued. A table full of delicious dishes could not distract Xiao Ruo from her suspicions. She was certain that something must have transpired after Su Murong had a few drinks. Remembering how Chen Wen had stared at her chest the first time they met, she knew he was not to be underestimated. He had indeed captured Su Murong's heart. Here, with no outsiders around, tell me, he must be quite something, right? Aye. Su Murong's face flushed crimson, clearly flustered. How could she possibly comment on that insufferable man's prowess? Sister, this is your private affair. But you must consider one thing carefully. It's best not to become an unwed mother. You must take responsibility for yourself, Xiao Ruo said with a teasing laugh. You silly girl, you're getting more absurd by the minute. What are you even talking about, unwed mother? Rest assured, I'll keep your secret safe with my uncle. Xiaoro quipped, pinching Su Murong's cheeks playfully. Let us eat. I have a date with a charming young man soon. So I want to be able to accompany you, virtuous lady. Throughout the meal, Su Murong endured Xiaoro's relentless teasing, struggling to find words to counter her remarks while mentally placing Chen Wen on her blacklist. After bidding farewell to Xiaoro, Su Murong called Chen Wen but said nothing when he answered. This is troublesome. Despite her silence, Chen Wen could hear her frustrated breathing and swallowed hard. What is it? Nothing, dear. Just be safe out there and come home early. I'm waiting for you. Love you, moi. The moment she hung up, Su Murong crushed the walnut in her hand. You better not come home tonight. Chen Wen, you'll learn the consequences of trifling with me. Having just completed a ride, Chen Wen felt a shiver run down his spine, recognizing the latent threat in Su Murong's sweet demeanor. No way, I can't go home. I need to find somewhere to hide. If I go back tonight, who knows what will happen tomorrow. Wang Kai, can I crash at your place tonight? He asked. But the call ended abruptly, likely due to the presence of a woman nearby. With no other choice, Chen Wen reached out to his classmate, Thompson, but was met with frustration when he couldn't get through. Finally, he called another close friend, Gu Xiang. Speak quickly, I'm busy with the game. I need to crash at your place tonight. Don't ask why, I'm avoiding some trouble. I'll be over shortly. Once he secured a place to stay, Chen Wen sighed with relief. He knew returning home would be akin to courting disaster. Only a few close friends remained. Zhou Lele was back in her hometown. And even if she returned, it wouldn't be appropriate to stay at a girl's house, leaving him no choice but to disturb Gu Xiang. It was nearing midnight when Chen Wen arrived at Gu Xiang's two-bedroom second-hand apartment. As the door swung open, a haze of smoke greeted him, resembling a scene from a fantastical realm. You're something else, Chen Wen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he glanced around. Is Yangqian not home? Of course not. If she were here, I'd be in trouble. Come in, Gu Xiang said, squinting through the smoke, clad in beach shorts and flip-flops. No wonder you're so bold. With Yangqian absent, Chen Wen felt more at ease. She was a year younger and from a neighboring school, and their relationship was relatively stable. Gu Xiang had done well for himself. Despite living in a second-hand apartment, it was still a place of his own, while Chen Wen was still renting. Beer or cola? Either will do. Gu Xiang popped open 2 bottles of beer and plopped down casually. You'll be on the couch tonight. My bedroom is off limits. And the other room is a mess. Having a place to stay is more than enough. Otherwise, I'd have to make do at an internet CAF. Sleeping on the couch beats the internet CAF any day. At least you can get a good night's rest. Yang Qian is away on business, so I can enjoy a couple of days of freedom. Are you taking me for a ride tonight? Gu Xiang asked with a mischievous grin, an expression only men could fully appreciate. Sure, that can work for me as long as I'm not paying. Get lost. Gu Xiang shot him a glare, knowing that the money for that ride came from Yang Qian. If you don't pay me back, I'll chase you down. But really, what is going on with you? Since they both lived in Jiangcheng, they were relatively close, just half an hour apart. Gu Xiang had visited Chen Wen's rented apartment before and couldn't help but be curious about his situation. It's a complicated story. Chen Wen smiled bitterly and handed over a cigarette, revealing nothing as he recounted the situation of an additional woman in his home. Gu Xiang listened, taken aback. You shameless fool, he thought to himself. After hearing the story, Gu Xiang looked at him with disdain. How could this imbecile not return home when a stunning beauty resided there? Had his brain been caught in a door? You don't understand. Chen Wen replied with another bitter smile. Is she merely a beautiful woman? Far from it. She is a true enchantress. I even suspect that Su Miruan is sharpening her knives right now. Yes, I don't understand, Gu Xiang said, exhaling smoke in rings. Honestly, you should find a girlfriend. Otherwise, relying on your own hand will take a toll on your health. Are you incapable of holding a decent conversation? Chen Wen retorted. Are you suggesting I've done something to someone that would frighten me into not going home? Huh. It's like denying the obvious. What a scoundrel. When Chen Wen was with Su Ying, the other 3 in their circle were still single and envious of them. Yet, as the saying goes, show off your love, and you'll die quickly. Just as they graduated, Chen Wen and Su Ying parted ways. However, as a brother, Gu Xiang could empathize with Chen Wen. It wasn't a lack of affection, but rather a defeat by reality, which had a significant impact on Chen Wen. You think I'm like you? That's not the case. That woman, I still want to live a little longer. You haven't seen her. She's a typical violent enchantress. What trouble could I possibly bring upon myself? As they extinguished their cigarettes and enjoyed some beer while chatting, Chen Wen learned that Gu Xiang planned to get married later that year. The mention of marriage made Chen Wen smile bitterly again, as if the concept were a distant fantasy for him. Joking aside, what about you? Have you thought about developing your relationship with your family? Gu Xiang asked earnestly. At nearly 30, you can't avoid marriage. Despite the prevalence of dink couples nowadays, many regretted their choices made in youth. It's difficult, Chen Wen replied, shaking his head. He still couldn't comprehend the true reason why Su Muruan lingered at home, making it hard to make any decisions, especially given the greater disparity between them compared to his previous relationship with Su Ying. How will you know unless you try? Perhaps you'll find a wealthy and beautiful partner, and your life will take a turn for the better, Gu Xiang laughed. Do you think I care about your opinion? Chen Wen replied irritably, rubbing his forehead. Reality isn't a movie. Such things don't happen. I just wish Su Muruan would come to her senses and leave me be. Still thinking about Su Ying? Gu Xiang noted, aware that despite Chen Wen's carefree exterior, he was a deeply emotional person. 3 years of dating and then parting ways had left a mark on him. I don't know. Chen Wen sighed deeply, bitterness creeping onto his face. He had drifted aimlessly for 4 years without achieving anything. While Su Ying had graduated, with her family enjoying favorable connections, she was undoubtedly faring better than he was. Though reality wasn't as dramatic as films, it could not evade the fundamental issue of social status. Coming from an ordinary rural family and having an unremarkable career, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sense of inferiority. I have news about her. Do you want to know? Gu Xiang offered another cigarette. I heard she's working at a major financial firm and doing quite well. I'm not sure if she's still single, but I heard she'll be attending an event in Jiangxing next month. As Gu Xiang spoke, Chen Wen's mind conjured images of Su Ying, and he fell into silence. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Our circles have diverged, and we each lead our own lives. There's no need to reconnect. Chen Wen thought, not wishing to risk an awkward encounter. The past was past. It could remain a memory of his life. You truly are something. Gu Xiang clinked his chin against Chen Wen's. Look at yourself. I have her WeChat. If you don't want to contact her, then don't. I understand. Let's just drink and not dwell on troubling matters. With peanuts and beer, they unintentionally consumed 5 cans. Gu Xiang's face turned red, resembling a monkey's rear. The phone on the table rang incessantly. Chen Wen silenced it, only to discover a dozen missed calls. Answer it. What are you afraid of? When the phone rang again, Gu Xiang snatched it and answered, handing it to Chen Wen. What do you want? Chen Wen forced a smile. Su Muruan's voice came through, furious. Do you think you can escape by hiding? Let me tell you, Chen Wen, we've got unfinished business. We need to settle this. You wretched man. Just because you didn't return home doesn't mean there are no consequences. Dream on. I have something to deal with. Why would I hide from you? I'm with my classmates. For heaven's sake, can we call it even? Am I not miserable enough already? Must you be so heartless? Darling, I was just joking. Why don't you come back? I'm scared being alone outside with night prowlers. I can't sleep. The whiny tone returned. I'll believe you when pigs fly. You just want to trick me into coming home, and that SA trap. Beside him, Gu Xiang stifled his laughter, shaking from suppressed giggles. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of glass shattering. The call disconnected. Hey, what happened? Chen Wen felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Seeing Chen Wen's distress, Gu Xiang grabbed him by the shoulder and pushed him out the door. Sorry, buddy, but you're not welcome tonight. Go back. Chen Wen stood outside, frustrated, wiping his face, torn between returning home or not. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately chose to go back. Upon arriving, he found the lights still on, and Su Muruan was awake. Strangely, when he entered, she did not erupt in anger. The small fish tank lay shattered on the floor, and the coffee table was strewn with papers soaked in blood. How careless. You truly are a handful. Let me see. Chen Wen frowned and approached, taking hold of Su Muruan's hand. Mind your own business. Su Muruan struggled, but even a slight movement tugged at her wound, causing her to break into a cold sweat. What on earth are you doing? Do you think I want a medal? Just sit still. I'll get you some medicine. Chen Wen insisted, pushing her gently onto the sofa. As he turned to fetch the first aid kit, Su Muruan pouted, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She had intended to lure Chen Wen back to scold him, but accidentally knocked over the fish tank and cut her hand instead. Chen Wen retrieved the supplies, carefully cleaning her wound with iodine and cotton swabs before wrapping it up, all without uttering a word. When Su Muruan noticed Chen Wen's serious expression, a strange feeling washed over her. She had planned to reprimand this insufferable man, but now she felt less angry. All right, remember to keep it dry. Thankfully. The cut isn't deep. It will heal in a couple of days. Honestly, you're such a grown-up yet act like a child. Chen Wen shook his head in exasperation. You. Sumiruan glared at him, letting out a soft huff. Don't think this matter is settled. Once my hand heals, I will deal with you, you insolent man. Sure, wait until you recover to talk. I yield to you. It's getting late. You need to sleep since you have work tomorrow, Chen Wen said, rising to clean up the mess on the coffee table and sweeping up the broken glass. Sumiruan leaned against the door, quietly watching Chen Wen's back, her lips curving into a faint smile as she gently opened the door and closed it behind her. Lying in bed, her wound throbbed painfully, and sleep eluded Sumiruan. She opened WeChat, hesitating over whether to message Chen Wen. Are you asleep? Just as she pondered this, Chen Wen sent her a message first. I can't sleep. Sumiruan posted a playful emoji, sticking out her tongue. Chen Wen replied, What's the matter? Could it be that you're in love? It's already past 1 o'clock, and you're still awake. That's quite likely. He added teasingly. Are you trying to probe me? Want to know if I have a girlfriend? Looking for an opportunity to get closer to me? Sumiruan chuckled softly at this. Chen Wen was momentarily at a loss for words. Having been preoccupied with experimental plans over the past week, he hadn't chatted with any female friends online. It felt comforting to exchange a few words during his leisure time. Forget it. You can't even muster the courage to have a meal with me. I won't be able to approach you either, even if I had the thought. Chen Wen casually lit a cigarette. Oh, so you have designs on me, miss? Aren't you afraid I might scare you with my looks? Sumiruan teased back with a giggle. Chen Wen responded with a laughing emoji. If you're ugly, I'll just run away, which would surely infuriate you. How outrageous. With her phone in hand, Sumiruan rolled her eyes and dug up a photo from her album. The figure visible, but her face obscured by the phone. Ding. As the photo was sent, Chen Wen found himself stunned by her incredible physique. Although her face was hidden, such a figure could easily make up for any perceived flaws. What do you think of my figure? Doesn't it stir your heart? Chen Wen, feeling awkward, managed to reply, It's all right, just average. Compared to the beauties I know, it's slightly lacking. You speak as if it's true. Why don't you send me a picture to compare? Sumiruan thought disdainfully. This insufferable man refuses to mention the beauty living in his home, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Forget it, I won't dare. While they enjoyed their banter, they had yet to meet in person. Chen Wen, no longer a young man in his 20s, was not one to live in the fantasies of the internet. What if you do have a girlfriend? Let me take a look, I can give you some advice. How about that? Sumiruan continued to bait him, curious whether Chen Wen would tell the truth. After a long pause, Chen Wen finally replied. There's something I want to tell you, but I'm not sure how to begin. I've been feeling quite down lately. Didn't you just fix your car? Sumiruan sent a puzzled emoji, wondering if the woman he mentioned had not yet released him from her clutches. She lives with me. After some contemplation, Chen Wen shared this detail, as he felt that conversing with a stranger often allowed for more candid discussions. As a fellow woman, he hoped Sumiruan could help him decipher the true intentions of this woman. Oh, have you too defined your relationship? My goodness, brother. The internet jokes have become reality. Sumiruan bombarded him with exaggerated emojis. Not really. I'm afraid she hasn't had the chance to define anything. I just don't understand why. Chen Wen recounted the events of recent days along with his suspicions. That seems plausible, Sumiruan replied with a sunglasses emoji. In my opinion, she might be doing this on purpose, but you must have offended her in some way. I haven't. It all happened so suddenly. That night, I even got drenched in vomit and lost $40,000. It's utterly unfair. She should be the one apologizing. What if she likes you? That's even less likely. Don't make jokes at my expense. Let us not discuss these depressing matters. What about you? You haven't checked in lately. Where have you been? That's none of your business. Sumiruan replied with a sense of pride. I recently encountered an enemy and am plotting my revenge. That scoundrel has gone too far. A man? What a silly question. A boyfriend? Huh. Just an enemy. He can forget about that. Well, I wish you success. It's getting late. I need to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Good night. All right, good night. Separated by a mere wall, both lay in bed. Sumiruan glanced at the wall, feeling triumphant. Chen Wen had finally shared something about himself and recounted that night's events. Although she had misunderstood, the situation now felt all the more intriguing to her, especially since Chen Wen was unaware of her dual roles. It seemed she would need to change her strategy. The night passed without further conversation. Early the next morning, Chen Wen heard the sound of a door closing, but he paid it no mind and proceeded with his morning routine. Ah, little Chen, you seem in good spirits lately. Have you really found romance? Do share. Zhang Ai smiled as she approached. Chen Wen felt a surge of panic. Don't go, little Chen. That girlfriend of yours seems delightful. She even helped me carry groceries. Don't let her down. What was happening? Chen Wen was taken aback, realizing the witch had begun to infiltrate the neighborhood. Zhang Ai, I have to get to work. We can chat later. He thought to himself that he needed a solid plan. He could not show weakness to the enemy. Finally, on Friday, Dongwei Technology announced that the experimental plan had been approved. They would meet to sign the contract by the end of the month or early next month. Upon hearing this news, Chen Wen felt elated. Once the contract was signed, he would receive a 30% advance payment, and with his commission, he would suddenly find himself in a comfortable financial position. He could pay off debts and still have a substantial amount left over, which he planned to save for a house. Chen Wen, the advance payment will likely be confirmed next month, so don't worry. You will receive every penny owed to you. You've worked hard on this, President Han said, pleased with the outcome. No rush, President Han. This is what I'm meant to do. The three bosses of the company were quite distinct. President Zhang was uninvolved. President Li was responsible for technical operations but rarely spoke, and President Han, whom Chen Wen had not interacted with much, turned out to be quite agreeable. Since everything was settled, there was no need for haste. Do keep an eye out for similar business deals in the future. Our niche is small, but we must excel to make a name for ourselves in the industry. President Han glanced at his watch. I need to step out for a bit. You can get back to work. Understood, President Han. With thoughts of a brighter future, Chen Wen felt invigorated at work. Seeing the possibilities ahead provided motivation for anyone. The only trouble remained the ancestral spirit at home. Hey, little Chen, you seem to be in good spirits lately. Have you truly found romance? Spill the beans. Zhou Min laughed as she approached. Sister Min, has your husband returned from his business trip? Chen Wen chuckled. Zhou Min shot him a mock glare. You little rascal. Do you want to fight? Not far away, Wang Tubao noticed this exchange. Chen Wen had been frequently visiting President Han's office, and out of the loop regarding the details. He felt increasingly disgruntled with him. Chen Wen, you're looking rather idle, Wang Tubao remarked, slamming a folder on the table. Get this to me before the end of the day. President Zhang needs it urgently. Damn it, you're just adding to my workload, aren't you? Thanks a lot. Chen Wen muttered under his breath. He was aware that President Han had privately sought him out for the Dongwei Technology deal and had even granted him an additional percentage of commission, which was intended to remain discreet to avoid unnecessary repercussions. This meant that this was Chen Wen's extra responsibility, while Wang Tubao oversaw the regular tasks, making it unavoidable. Remember to finish it before the end of the day, Wang Tubao warned, rapping his knuckles on the table as he left. I'll catch you eventually. I'll find a way to kick you out of the company. How sympathetic, Xiao Liao remarked. Zhou Min sighed, little Chen. You should avoid antagonizing that Tubao fellow in the future. I know. Wearing small shoes is trivial. I shall wait for the opportunity to retaliate. After work, Chen Wen felt utterly fatigued, his shoulders aching intensely. Fortunately, tomorrow marked the weekend, allowing him a chance to unwind. Upon returning home, he noticed it was nearly 6 o'clock. And curiously, Su Muruan was not lounging on the sofa playing games as usual. He knocked on her door, but there was no response. This was odd. When Su Muruan was home, he felt a slight sense of caution. Now, her absence stirred an inexplicable feeling within him, as if he had grown accustomed to her presence over the past 3 weeks. Peering into the refrigerator, he found only a few vegetables. Chen Wen took his keys and prepared to venture out for groceries, dialing Su Muruan's number in the process. Are you coming back for dinner? He inquired as soon as the call connected. I'm downstairs, she replied curtly before hanging up. Is it my fault? Chen Wen grumbled, displeased. How could he be wrong for merely asking her to return for dinner? The sound of the key in the lock announced the door's opening. Su Muruan. Do you want to? He began, but stopped short, astonished to see his mother behind her. Mom, what brings you to the city? He exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. Chen Wen quickly cast a questioning glance at Su Muruan, eager to comprehend the situation. Auntie, please have a seat. I'll wash some fruit for you. Su Muruan said politely, completely ignoring Chen Wen. She graciously ushered his mother inside, carrying numerous bags of vegetables and fruits. Oh, don't mind me, Su Muruan. Chen Wen's mother beamed, wearing a face filled with joy, as if she were gazing at her future daughter-in-law. She had come to visit a friend undergoing surgery and, upon finding her phone dead while attempting to call her son, had directly arrived at the rental apartment. To her surprise, the one who opened the door was not her son, but a beautiful and polite young woman who immediately captured her affection. It was no wonder she had sent 2,000 yuan after hearing from Chen Wen's childhood friend, Huzi, about his struggles. It seemed there was indeed something more significant at play. When Chen Wen had been dating Su Ying during their school years, his parents had been somewhat indifferent, merely hoping he would handle matters himself. Who could have predicted their separation shortly after graduation? They recognized that their son had been preoccupied with his past, though he never spoke of it in their presence. During their last phone conversation, they had hoped for a swift resolution, wishing he would find a girlfriend. Little did they know that this unexpected visit would unveil new circumstances. "You foolish boy, why are you just standing there? Help Su Murwen with the groceries." His mother scolded when she noticed Chen Wen frozen in place. "Oh," he stammered, hurriedly taking the bags from Su Murwen's hands and pulling her aside. "How did my mom end up here? What on earth is going on?" "How would I know? You're the son, after all," Su Murwen retorted, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Chen Wen, don't you think it's time we settled our scores?" Panic surged through him. The situation was spiraling out of control. Just as he feared, Su Murwen suddenly covered her mouth and ran into her room, slamming the door behind her, leaving Chen Wen stunned. "Su Murwen, what's wrong?" he called, heart aching with confusion. Chen Wen's mother rushed to the door, calling after her. "Su Murwen, did that scoundrel bully you? Come out. I'll stand up for you." Chen Wen felt a deep pang in his chest, as if he had been stabbed by an enemy. "Su Murwen, don't be afraid. Andy is here to protect you." Despite having only known Su Murwen for a short hour, Chen Wen's mother had already taken a liking to her, admiring her politeness and beauty, undeterred by her rural origins. "Su Murwen." Chen Wen's mother knocked anxiously on the door. After a few moments, Su Murwen emerged, her eyes red but forcing a smile. "Auntie, I have to go now. Please don't worry, it's nothing." Seeing her distress, Chen Wen's mother was filled with concern, grabbing Su Murwen's hand and then seizing Chen Wen by the ear. "You better explain yourself today, or I will deal with you." "Ow, Mom. Please be gentle." Chen Wen lamented, feeling utterly helpless. How could he have foreseen this? The enemy was far too cunning. "Why am I so unfortunate?" he thought, wanting to explain but unsure how, especially since his mother seemed to have fallen for Su Murwen's act. "Su Murwen, you must be a professional. Your acting skills rival those of a film star," he mused silently. "Please, Auntie, don't." Su Murwen interjected, continuing her charade of sobs. "It's all my fault. Please don't blame Chen Wen. Can you let go of his ear?" "Chen Wen, you're in serious trouble," she warned. "You think you can just run away that night and evade consequences? You have no idea how easy it is to expose you." "Su Murwen, don't worry. I will teach this scoundrel a lesson. He is old enough to know better. Come here." "Mom, please." Chen Wen winced as his mother dragged him into the room, berating him while Su Murwen joyfully munched on grapes outside. "Did you hear that?" Chen Wen's mother continued her admonishments as she opened the door, still glaring at him. "Oh, my dear mother, even if you want grandchildren, you must understand the situation first. This witch and I are not in that kind of relationship." Chen Wen felt utterly exasperated. Living together made it difficult to explain. Surely, his mother wouldn't he believe they were merely roommates. "I understand, Mom," he replied, feeling defeated. "Enjoy your victory, Su Murwen. Once my mother leaves, we will settle this score. You may think I fear you just because you practice Taekwondo, but we shall see who prevails." "Su Murwen, Auntie has already scolded him. Let us exchange numbers. If he dares bully you again, call me, and I will handle him," Chen Wen's mother said as she sat beside Su Murwen, clutching her hand, clearly enamored with her future daughter-in-law. "Auntie, I didn't mean to. It's just..." Su Murwen glanced at Chen Wen, her tone sincere as she lowered her head. "I also have my faults. All right, let us not play the blame game. I may lack education, but that scoundrel is my flesh and blood. He knows better than to misbehave. If his father found out, he would be in serious trouble." Having grown up in the countryside, Chen Wen's mother had rarely ventured into the city. She was acutely aware of how harsh the world could be, having seen it on television. Su Murwen's beauty and politeness were rare gems in the city, and considering Chen Wen's current situation, it was a blessing that someone like her would even consider being with him. Little did they know, this reckless son dared to act in front of his mother. The couple, now over 50, had longed for Chen Wen to settle down, and they did not wish to miss out on such a wonderful girl. "Auntie," Su Murwen said playfully, her cheeks flushed. "You're so kind." Chen Wen, unable to utter a word, felt his heart bleed. This woman was insufferable, and only his naive mother could be taken in by her charms. "Auntie, please sit for a moment. I'll prepare dinner," Su Murwen said, rising hastily, accidentally brushing against her injury, causing her to wince slightly. "Su Murwen, what happened to your hand?" Chen Wen's mother asked, initially hesitant but unable to hold back her concern upon seeing Su Murwen's injury. It's nothing. I just bumped it, Su Wen replied, casting a glance at Chen Wen. The moment Chen's mother cast her gaze, her expression turned stern as she exclaimed, "Tell me, what on earth is happening? Chen Wen, have you finally made something of yourself? Oh heavens, who will come to my rescue? Su Wen, you vile woman, if you don't ruin me. I swear I will not let this go." A smirk crept onto Su Wen's face as she reveled in Chen Wen's flustered and speechless demeanor. "Mom, I admit my faults. I shall go prepare dinner now. You just relax and watch some television." As she departed, Chen Wen shot her a fierce glare, but she merely responded with a satisfied, squint-eyed smile. It was a rare visit from his mother, and there was no escaping the duty of a designated driver. By the time dinner was served at 8 o'clock, his mother had not offered a single kind word. In stark contrast, her treatment of Su Wen was markedly different. She served her dishes and ladled soup, as if fearing she might go hungry. Ran, make sure you eat plenty." "Yes, thank you, Auntie." Initially, Su Wen had intended to playfully prank Chen Wen with his mother. But as the evening progressed, his mother's kindness stirred something deep within her, reminding her of her late mother. She recalled how her mother would always think of her first, insisting on cooking even when there were other options available. Since her mother had departed for the heavens, she had not felt such warmth in a long time. Chen's mother's affection reignited her sorrow, and as she pondered, tears blurred her vision, a profound ache stirring in her heart as tears cascaded down. "Come now, Su Wen. Even at this moment, you still wish to pretend?" Chen Wen felt a twinge of disdain. Whether it was a jest or a prank, there ought to be limits. Ran, what is this?" Chen's mother, upon witnessing Su Wen's tears, felt her heart ache. The salty tears fell into her bowl, and as Su Wen took a bite of rice, she could distinctly taste the brine of her sorrow. Wiping her tears, she continued eating. "Auntie, my mother is gone, and I miss her dearly. It has been so long, so very long since." Her voice faltered, choked by grief. The girl was indeed good-hearted, yet her fate had dealt her a harsh hand. Who could have anticipated that her mother was no longer among the living? Chen's mother gently stroked Su Wen's hair, tears escaping her own eyes. "Silly girl, you will always have me." Realizing that Su Wen was genuinely moved, Chen Wen understood he had misjudged the situation and offered her a tissue. "Thank you." Su Wen's voice trembled as she took a deep breath, striving to muster a smile. She then served Chen's mother some food. "Auntie, since you rarely come to the city, please eat more." All right, I will eat," Chen's mother replied, her face lighting up with joy. After dinner, Chen Wen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. For his mother had truly taken to Su Wen as a prospective daughter-in-law, growing closer to her while he felt like an outsider. They watched television together, but his mother, accustomed to an early bedtime, retired before 10. Standing on the balcony, smoking a cigarette, Chen Wen reflected on Su Wen's heartfelt display during dinner, and his anger began to dissipate. Although his living conditions were not ideal, and he faced financial challenges, he still had both parents alive, a blessing Su Wen could not claim. "Your mother is wonderful," Su Wen said, having approached him unnoticed, her hands resting on the railing as she turned her head to gaze earnestly at him. "I envy you. Truly." "Oh, come now, if you don't tease me, I would be grateful," Chen Wen replied, extinguishing his cigarette. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him, and he rubbed his nose. "So, how are we going to sleep tonight?" "What?" Su Wen gasped, covering her mouth. In her focus on dealing with Chen Wen, she had entirely forgotten about this pressing matter. With only 2 rooms in the house, Chen's mother occupied one, leaving just one remaining. If Chen Wen opted for the sofa, he would surely face his mother's wrath come morning. Observing Su Wen's sudden anxiety, Chen Wen's earlier irritation faded, nearly prompting a chuckle. "Oh, you sly woman. Weren't you just reveling in your mischievousness? Now you realize you've created a predicament for yourself. This is what we call hoisting a stone only to drop it on your own foot. My dear, the day is waning. Let us retire early." Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he relished her flustered expression. Knowing full well that his mother had come to town unexpectedly, Su Wen had just returned from work. In a bid for revenge for the previous incident with Xiaorou, she had devised this plan. Now, however, the situation had become complicated. Forcing Chen Wen to sleep on the sofa would be inappropriate. If his mother saw him there, it would be a minor issue for him, but could lead to larger complications. Sharing a room? That simply cannot be. Moving in with Chen Wen under the same roof was already a significant step, and had it not been for their 6-month acquaintance online, she would never have considered it, though they had never met in person. Their online interactions had given her enough insight into his character to trust him. Moreover, The thrill of playing dual roles to tease Chen Wen had become one of Su Murian's greatest joys, yet she had never anticipated things would escalate to this point. My mother has light sleep. If she discovers I am on the sofa, she will likely think we are quarreling and might stay a few extra days. Su Murian. Oh, Su Murian, you are in trouble. This is karma. No one would mistake us for a couple, Chen Wen said, his expression grave. Well, you deal with it. You've grown accustomed to it. But, Su, you must think this through. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with significance, his heart swelling with triumph as he finally turned the tables. Chen Wen. Su Murian's frustration peaked, and suddenly, her eyes lit up with a plan as she dashed toward the bedroom, determined to claim it first, leaving Chen Wen to figure out his own solution. To her surprise, as she turned, she was swiftly seized and tumbled onto the sofa. By the time she regained her bearings, Chen Wen had already dashed into the bedroom. Chen Wen, how dare you? Panic surged through Su Murian. She had made a promise not to allow him into her room, and she distinctly recalled that her underwear lay on the bed. With a loud thud, both collided against the door in a chaotic struggle. Just then, the door next to them creaked open, and Chen's mother emerged, yawning. Chen Wen, Su Murian. Are you still awake? This is it. Su Murian mentally cried out in despair, while Chen Wen, on the other hand, wore a triumphant smile. Mom, we were just about to sleep. If you're uncomfortable, you could watch some more television. As he spoke, he brazenly wrapped his arm around Su Murian's waist. This was not Chen Wen being inappropriate. Rather, it was a chance to reclaim some dignity after Su Murian's earlier antics. The moment he touched her slender waist, he marveled at her perfect figure, so delicate yet devoid of any excess flesh, that he found it difficult to release his hold. Chen Wen, you're finished. As the saying goes, a man's head and a woman's waist are not to be trifled with. Su Murian felt a mixture of shame and anger, but with Chen's mother observing them, she felt it would be inappropriate to explode in anger, lest her carefully constructed persona crumble. Instead, she twisted Chen Wen's waist, spinning him in a counterclockwise motion. Oh no! A sharp, piercing pain struck Chen Wen, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. I merely embraced her, without any inappropriate intentions, yet you truly are difficult. Auntie, we're going to sleep now. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Su Murian maintained her obedient demeanor, yet her grip on him showed no sign of loosening. Oh no. Auntie is just a bit thirsty and came out for some water. It's no trouble at all, Sharan. Chen's mother smiled, but soon noticed something amiss with Chen Wen. What's wrong with you? Oh dear mother, what could it be? Your son is in pain. It's nothing, Mom. I just had a slight stomach ache. But I'm feeling much better now. Please drink some water. There are paper cups under the water dispenser. We'll go to sleep first. Chen Wen feigned a yawn, and his hand, resting on Su Murian's waist, slowly slid down. You wretched woman. If you don't let go, I won't hold back. Suddenly, Su Murian's instincts kicked in. She instantly recognized Chen Wen's intentions and hastily released her hold, instead wrapping her arm around his. I told you to drink less alcohol, but you never listen. Now you know the consequences of a stomachache. She shot Chen Wen a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Auntie, we'll go to bed now. Please rest early. All right, dear. Chen's mother smiled broadly, relieved that her worries about her son's romantic entanglements were unfounded. What a wonderful girl she is, surely. She will be a daughter-in-law in the future. Good night, Auntie. Once inside, Su Murian carefully closed the door, mindful of making too much noise and disturbing Chen's mother. After several minutes, she seized Chen Wen by the collar, her earlier shyness dissipating, replaced entirely by anger. Come on. Chen Wen opened his arms and closed his eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips, inviting her to do as she pleased. You. Su Murian was momentarily speechless. This scoundrel Chen Wen was more shameless than she had anticipated. I warn you, if you dare to misbehave, be prepared for the headlines tomorrow. After giving Chen Wen a fierce glare, she released him, her face reddening at the thought of the lingerie on the bed, hastily stuffing it into her bag. TCH. Chen Wen rolled his eyes. She usually acted so fierce, yet here she was, simply blushing. Suddenly, Chen Wen froze, while Su Murian was busy gathering her lingerie. A black object fell to the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was. Ahem. Su Murian, do you think this little fabric can cover anything? Chen Wen bent down to pick up the sheer lace panties. Examining the semi-transparent garment in his hand, he looked Su Murian up and down, a devilish smile forming on his face, clearly appreciating her unique taste. Why don't you go die? Upon realizing that her intimate clothing was in Chen Wen's possession, Su Murian's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She snatched it back and stomped on his foot in retaliation. Ah, Chen Wen yelped, quickly covering his mouth. Just as his mother's voice drifted in from outside. Son, is your stomach still hurting? Do you need some medicine? I'm fine, Mom. I accidentally bumped into something. Please go back to sleep. As he replied, he bent down to rub his aching foot. That wretched woman had stepped down hard. After a while, once they heard the door close, both of them sighed in relief. This is all your fault. They pointed fingers at each other, glaring. Sumerian. We should have some decency. Who made you deliberately set me up to be misunderstood by my mother? That's not my problem. This is the consequence of your ill intentions. Chen Wen habitually pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, but before he could light it, Sumerian yanked it away. This is my room, not your doghouse. No smoking. But I pay the rent, Chen Wen retorted. The rent is paid by me, for 6 months, Sumerian shot back. Chen Wen fell silent. His salary hadn't been paid yet, and his bonuses wouldn't come until next month. He had less than 4,000 left. How could he argue? Move aside. Sumerian pushed Chen Wen, straightening the crumpled bedspread with a look of disdain. Damn it. Chen Wen stumbled but steadied himself, taking in the room's decor, which was indeed different from when it was left vacant. He had never rented a place during college, and this was his first time in a girl's room. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Sumerian glared, scanning around to ensure no embarrassing items were left out. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm exhausted. Chen Wen yawned, having been overloaded with work by that annoying bald colleague earlier in the day. Don't even think about it. Sumerian promptly quashed Chen Wen's thoughts, tossing over a yoga mat and a pillow. With your mom here tonight. I won't hold it against you, but I advise you to behave yourself and not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, her sentence hung in the air, laden with implication. Rest assured, I have no interest in enemies. Not even if you undress, Chen Wen replied, laying down the yoga mat and placing the pillow before reclining. Objectively speaking, Sumerian's beauty was undeniable, yet their current relationship was adversarial, leaving him disinterested. Stupid pig. You're infuriating. Sumerian fumed, feeling insulted by Chen Wen's dismissive words, which implied she wasn't attractive. She was a striking beauty, how could he think otherwise? As she sat on the bed, wrapped in an air-conditioned blanket, she had to remain cautious. Even though she could easily overpower Chen Wen. Once silence enveloped the room, Sumerian stole a glance at Chen Wen, rubbing her forehead, feeling flustered to be sharing a room with him. Chen Wen, however, had his hands behind his head, his thoughts elsewhere, contemplating how to secure more business for the company. He had recently landed a deal through his senior, Chen Ting, which could yield over 200,000 in commission, more than his annual salary. He needed to earn enough to buy a home in the city and truly settle down. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground while water flows downward. Ambition and dreams fuel motivation. Noticing Chen Wen had fallen silent, Sumerian felt surprised and couldn't help but look up, discovering he was lost in thought. Staring at the ceiling. Chen Wen. Is the floor hard? After much deliberation, Sumerian struggled to find an appropriate topic, resorting to a clumsy question. Having transitioned from online acquaintance to real-life interaction, she held no ill feelings towards Chen Wen, though he occasionally annoyed her. How about we switch? You sleep on the floor, and I'll take the bed. Just asking. There's no way I'm getting the bed. Then what's the point of asking? Chen Wen grumbled, provoking a chuckle from Sumerian. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, she found them rather intriguing and enjoyable. No man had ever made her contemplate how to tease him daily. And he seems quite anxious. You're not getting any younger. Have you thought about marrying early? Chen Wen's mother's various reactions indicated her eagerness for grandchildren, a sentiment that was entirely natural. Strangely, when they ceased their banter and settled into silence, Sumerian found the atmosphere quite pleasant, an indescribable sweetness lingering in the air. Of course I'm anxious. My parents can't wait to hold their grandchild, but I can't just grab someone off the street to marry. Whenever the subject arose, Chen Wen felt a sense of frustration. Mencius once stated that there are 3 forms of filial piety, with the lack of descendants being the gravest. Throughout history, it has not been mandatory for one to be exceedingly wealthy. The traditional pursuit of marriage and procreation has always held great significance, particularly among rural communities. You've never been in a relationship? That's quite unscientific. You're practically an old man now, and I simply cannot believe it. Sumerian emphasized the term old man with a deliberate inflection. Chen Wen fell silent once more, subconsciously recalling Su Ying. Gu Xiang had informed him of Su Ying's news, indicating she would attend an event in Jiangxing next month. After 3 years of courtship followed by 4 years apart, he still retained photographs of Su Ying. harboring a flicker of hope deep within. Yet, he recognized that it was merely hope, as he understood that such a reality was unattainable had it been otherwise. He and Su Ying would not have parted ways. They had not succumbed to love, but rather to the harshness of reality. Indeed, they were no longer young. Clinging to the past was simply childish. Noticing Chen Wen's continued silence, Su Muron grew more intrigued. What is the matter? Too many girlfriends to admit? You men are all the same, such philanderers. I've dated, but we broke up. Chen Wen feigned nonchalance with a bitter smile, revealing a hint of sorrow in his tone. Su Muron moved closer, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. Do tell, how did it end? Chen Wen exhaled deeply, contemplating that this conversation was not so burdensome. After all, he had only a handful of friends, and sometimes having an additional listener could be refreshing. We broke up after college. It's been 4 years now. We all made our choices. She pursued her master's. I started working. Our social circles inevitably changed. Observing the bitterness on Chen Wen's face, Su Muron felt a surge of sympathy. Life is seldom perfect. One encounters numerous disappointments that must be faced. And Chen Wen was no exception, nor was she. In these 4 years, have you not met any other girl who stirred your heart? Su Muron probed again. Chen Wen shook his head, remaining silent. This response astonished Su Muron. How many 4-year spans exist in a lifetime? For a man to remain steadfast in his previous affection for 4 years was commendable in its own right. And you? Chen Wen suddenly turned to her, smiling brightly. Miss Su, being as beautiful as you are, I imagine you have many admirers. How many boyfriends have you had? What does that matter to you? Turn off the light and sleep. Su Muron retorted, promptly extinguishing the light and lying down. Is this a joke? Am I being interrogated by this cunning woman? Chen Wen thought to himself. Fine, if I can't provoke her, I shall retreat. He turned away from the bed, gazing out at the faint moonlight. Though sleep eluded him. For a man, life generally revolves around 2 pursuits, career and love. At present, both aspects of his life were in disarray, and it was time for self-correction. However, following the car accident and its financial repercussions, things seemed a bit grim, yet he sensed a turning point. A glimmer of hope for the future. Perhaps the experiences with Su Ying had instilled a fear in him. He now prioritized his career, believing that stability in his professional life would render future romantic endeavors more secure, especially in a world steeped in reality. This sentiment was not solely his. Many of his contemporaries grappled with similar dilemmas. As night deepened, 2 relative strangers lay in the same room, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Are you asleep? Su Muron sat up again. I can't sleep. Sister, I'm truly exhausted, Chen Wen pleaded. Please, spare me. I've already been through enough with you. The accident was not my intention, wouldn't you agree? I didn't blame you for the car accident that night. I should have offered my apologies. I was intoxicated and threw up on you, leading to the crash, and I feel somewhat remorseful. Su Muron had kept the 40,000 yuan aside, never genuinely expecting Chen Wen to repay her, especially after realizing he was merely a friend she had known online for half a year. Seeking assistance from Uncle Zhao and expecting Chen Wen to cover the repair costs had ulterior motives. Strangely enough, her WeChat contacts consisted solely of friends, family, and clients, making Chen Wen the only friend she had who was not tied to any transactional relationship. Although 6 months is not a long duration, every conversation with Chen Wen allowed her to momentarily escape the burdens of work and life, granting her a sense of liberation. I appreciate your kindness. You do possess a semblance of conscience. However, Su Muron, I fail to comprehend why you insisted I pay for the car repairs when you could have gone through insurance. Chen Wen's frustration resurfaced at the thought. For Su Muron, a wealthy young lady, 40,000 yuan was trivial. For him, it was a significant burden. You have no idea the lengths I went to in order to gather that money. I'm drowning in debt, barely able to afford meals. And yet you want to let this go. What on earth do you want? Chen Wen had shared his concerns regarding Su Muron with Chen Ting, Gu Xiang, and his female acquaintances, and he couldn't shake the suspicion that she had ulterior motives, though he couldn't quite grasp what they might be. He was neither a handsome figure from the screen nor someone from a privileged background. His life and work were rather ordinary, leading him to doubt his own allure. Guess what? Su Muron teased, flashing a smile. Can I confess that I am indeed your amiable online friend? I refuse to guess. I'm just like this. Do as you please. Yet, Chen Wen suddenly sat up. Su Muron, my parents have lived modestly all their lives. Your behavior is not appropriate. His parents had worked tirelessly to provide for him, now wishing only for his safety and to see him marry a suitable partner. Su Muron's antics had muddled their relationship, but Chen Wen could see that his mother genuinely liked Su Muron, leading to concerns about how this would unfold. If his mother discovered that they were not truly in a romantic relationship and had been deceived, she would likely be heartbroken for a long time. What do you suggest? Should we clarify the situation to Auntie? Su Muron pondered aloud, but soon regretted her impulsiveness, recognizing it could hurt an elderly person. Let us forget it. Chen Wen shook his head. You needn't create further turmoil. My mother will be leaving tomorrow. Let us endure this one night. They would address the future later. It was inappropriate to disclose the truth while his mother was in high spirits. All right. Given the circumstances, there was little choice left, considering his mother's feelings. This was the only feasible approach. As they conversed, they lost track of time, and before they knew it, it was past midnight. Chen Wen found it remarkable that he was able to coexist peacefully with what he once considered an adversary, feeling slightly out of his depth. Chen Wen, how do you perceive me? Su Muron suddenly posed this question, startling Chen Wen, who felt a jolt of anxiety, daring not to breathe heavily. Staring at her in the dim light, could it be that this woman harbors unusual intentions toward me? What I meant was, how do you view my character? Su Muron clarified. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Chen Wen sighed in relief, leaning against the wall, taking out a cigarette and bringing it to his nose. Not smoking, but savoring the scent. How should I put it? Aside from being a bit willful, somewhat capricious, unreasonable, and a tad fierce, always finding ways to tease me. There isn't much else. Though jesting, Chen Wen's words held a grain of truth. Following the car accident, regardless of the circumstances, Su Muron would undoubtedly be angry and not offer him any kindness. The fact that she allowed him time to gather the repair funds was already quite generous. The subsequent events left him somewhat speechless, especially since Su Muron had taken the opportunity to stay at his home, making him feel as though he had become her servant. You certainly know how to flatter. Humph. Where have I been willful or capricious? That's slander. You possess exquisite beauty, a delightful figure, fair skin, and long legs that captivate all who behold you. You inspire admiration from women, who may feel envious, while men regard you as the embodiment of their dreams. Additionally, alas, the lamentable Chen Wen. Su Muron seized the pillow and hurled it towards him. No, whether it's truth or falsehood, you must contend with me. Are you out of your mind? Indeed, women are perplexing creatures, devoid of any rationale. What if I am pleased? What of it? I must inform you, Chen Wen. You have offended me. Until I have vented my frustration, you shall endure this in silence. Humph. Chen Wen, feeling despondent, lay down and covered his head with a pillow, remaining silent. Brother Wen, what troubles you? Do not ignore me. Look, it is still early. How about we engage in something a bit more exhilarating? Upon hearing Su Muron's feigned playful tone, Chen Wen felt overwhelmed. Exhilarating? Perhaps you find it so, but I am the one who bears the brunt of it. I would be a fool to fall for your antics. Brother Wen, is the air conditioning broken? Oh dear, just touch my forehead. I am sweating profusely. Do not remain silent. My chest feels so heavy. Little one, do you really think I cannot handle you? Brother Wen, do you see that my leg is covered in mosquito bites? It itches terribly. Could you not help me scratch it? Su Muron stifled a laugh, pulling aside the air conditioning blanket to reveal her long, beautiful legs. Brother Wen, enough. You have won, I concede. With such a capricious enchantress by his side, Chen Wen lamented what sins he must have committed in a past life. Honestly, Chen Wen, sharing a space with such a stunning beauty, do you not entertain any other thoughts? Is there something amiss in that regard? At this moment, Chen Wen was consumed by his despondency. To be teased by a woman was one thing, but to be looked down upon was another. Did he not care for his dignity? Why not give it a try? Heaven knows what is going on. I'm off to sleep. A night devoid of conversation. The following day, upon awakening, Chen Wen discovered that something was pressing against his face. As he opened his eyes, he realized it was Su Muron's fair and delicate calf, sprawled across the bed in a rather unflattering sleeping posture. If she were to walk down the street, a woman of Su Muron's caliber would undoubtedly turn every head. Yet, who could envision such a sight while she slumbers? That insufferable woman. She even finds a way to intrude upon my sleep. Chen Wen grumbled internally, contemplating shifting her leg aside. However, to his surprise, Su Muron rolled over, and her other leg flew up, landing a kick squarely on Chen Wen's nose. Goodness gracious! Suddenly receiving a kick, the sharp pang at the tip of my nose was unbearable, nearly bringing me to tears. During midday, Chen Wen escorted his mother to the bus station, intending for her to stay a few more days, yet she, unaccustomed to the city's lifestyle, insisted on departing. At the station, Just before her departure, Su Muruan hurriedly retrieved some gifts from the trunk. Auntie, please wait. Next time you visit the city, do stay longer. Kindly extend my regards to Uncle. This is a small token of my appreciation. Ran, what are you doing? Please take it back, Auntie. Chen's mother hastily declined. Auntie, please accept it. Chen Wen and I chose these together. They are not extravagant gifts. When we have the opportunity to visit our hometown again, we will certainly come to see you and Uncle. With such words spoken, Chen's mother reluctantly accepted, adding a gentle admonition. Next time, this cannot happen again. Otherwise, Auntie might get upset. Yes, I understand, Auntie. Please drive safely, and I wish you a pleasant journey, Su Muruan said, grasping Chen's mother's hand with a sweet smile. With her graceful beauty and considerate demeanor, Chen's mother had already begun to regard Su Muruan as a potential daughter-in-law. Xiaoran, whenever you have time, do come back to the hometown with Chen Wen for a visit. Auntie must take her leave now. Yes, I will definitely return. I'm looking forward to tasting Auntie's cooking again. Very well, Chen's mother beamed, yet her expression turned stern as she glanced at Chen Wen. You better not bully Xiaoran. Otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with you. Me? No. Dear mother, it is your son who is truly the victim of bullying. After bidding farewell to his mother, Chen Wen remained in a daze, gazing at Su Muruan, contemplating whether to inquire further, yet hesitating to speak. He found himself perplexed by the woman's intentions and puzzled as to when she had procured the gift. The gift-giving would have sufficed. Yet she claimed it was purchased together with him, and furthermore, she mentioned they would return to their hometown together in the future. Goodness. Could it be that this woman harbors some ulterior motive towards me? No, I must continue living for a while longer. Su Muruan, what exactly are your intentions? Chen Wen touched his nose and inquired, why do you care? He shot her a glance before returning to the car. Su Muruan promptly started the engine and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Vile woman, you are ruthless. As he gazed at the receding vehicle, Chen Wen stood alone, muttering in frustration. With the arrival of a new week, Chen Wen felt invigorated, for this Thursday marked the day he would receive his salary. The thought of acquiring 3 months' wages brought him a secret delight. He planned to repay Su Muruan the 7,000 yuan she lent him and devise a way to rid himself of her presence, sparing himself the daily burden of attending to her whims. Brother Wen, do you know? As soon as Xiao Liao arrived, he hurriedly approached with a sense of urgency. Chen Wen looked at him in confusion, pondering what it was that he knew. Within the entire planning department, the most well-informed individual is undoubtedly Xiao Liao. For instance, it was he who informed me about the rewards associated with the last proposal. Could it be that there is yet another intriguing piece of gossip? It seems that an incident has occurred. Last month, one of our projects encountered a problem, and we are currently investigating accountability. We cannot evade responsibility. Do you recall the project involving Xiangfei? Chen Wen furrowed his brows in contemplation for a considerable time. He could almost recall the proposal from last month. It had been a collaborative effort among himself, Xiao Yao, and Zhou Min. The crux of the plan revolved around online promotion, with their planning department tasked with devising the specific strategy, subsequently handed over to the operations team for execution. Xiao Chun, Xiao Liao, what is the situation? Zhou Min, breathless and clutching her bag, hurried over, clearly having received the news as well. I am unaware of the specifics, but it appears to be quite troublesome. The project has gone awry, and now the other party is causing us distress. It is likely we will face a substantial compensation. We are the ones responsible for the proposal. Therefore, Xiao Liao glanced around and lowered his voice, stating that Wang, the bald one, had shifted all the blame onto us. He arrived at the company early this morning and is currently in Director Zhang's office. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen furrowed his brows, realizing the complexity of the situation. The outsourcing contract with Donghua Technology is not scheduled to be signed until early next month. If a negative impact occurs now, it could jeopardize the outsourcing business, rendering his commission worthless. Conversely, should the outsourcing deal with Dongwei Technology go through, the financial repercussions for Jianduan would be significant, likely delaying his commission, which would become nothing but a mirage. The finalization of the proposal requires thorough review, and it is perplexing how issues have arisen after nearly a week. Chen Wen's furrowed brows deepened. Something seemed amiss. Chen Wen, Liao Ji, Zhou Min, Director Zhang requests your presence in his office. At that moment, Wang approached with a stern expression, his gaze towards Chen Wen laden with coldness. The sound of Wang's voice incensed Chen Wen with the situation at hand. No one could evade responsibility. As the planning supervisor, Wang would undoubtedly absolve himself of any accountability. Director Wang, what is the matter? Chen Wen cast a calming glance towards Zhou Min and Liao Ji, then turned his serene gaze upon Wang Tuzi. What seems to be the issue? Is it not a result of your proposal's shortcomings? Humph. I have often advised you to approach your tasks with greater diligence and to refrain from such laxity. And now, look where it has led you. Wang Tuzi, brimming with arrogance, pointed an accusing finger at Chen Wen, declaring, especially you, Chen Wen. You presume upon your modest talents and disregard my authority as your supervisor. Now, let us see how you manage this predicament. In recent times, Chen Wen had been rather boastful, frequently visiting General Han and bypassing his supervisor altogether, keeping him in the dark about various matters. Ah, you think yourself so clever, do you? At last, I have caught you in a misstep. You insufferable bald cur. Manager Wang, is it really your perspective? No one desires misfortune, yet when issues arise, the blame invariably falls upon us. As a supervisor, do you not bear any responsibility? I have long harbored disdain for that bald-headed man. And now he shifts the blame onto them. I have tolerated much, but even a clay figurine has its limits. Today, Chen Wen can no longer play the fool. What do you mean, Chen Wen? Manager Wang coldly interrogated. Chen Wen smirked disdainfully, offering no courteous reply. You are the head of the planning department. It is one thing to delegate tasks, but expecting us to shoulder everything? Let me tell you, Wang, not a chance. Instinctively, Chen Wen sensed that there might be deeper issues at play. Perhaps this bald-headed man was intentionally setting them up. He was no longer willing to play the fool. As it was working hours, a crowd began to gather around them, intrigued by the confrontation. Being reprimanded publicly made Chen Wen's face flush with anger. The planning department is nearest to the company entrance, and as it was working hours, colleagues from other departments began to arrive, forming a circle and whispering amongst themselves. Chen Wen, a favored member of the planning department with good rapport among most colleagues, was aware of manager Wang Shun's reputation. However, despite his position as one of the company leaders, no one would be foolish enough to speak up at such a moment. Yet, Chen Wen's remark about Wang did almost provoke laughter from many. Wang's peculiar hairstyle had been the subject of private ridicule for some time, but no one had dared to voice it publicly until now. Many colleagues silently applauded Chen Wen's audacity. Naturally, Chen Wen's frustration was justified. He had spent a staggering 40,000 to resolve the car repair issue, funds cobbled together from various sources, all while hoping for commissions from the outsourcing business with Dongma Technology. None wished to see problems arise with the Shangfei project. Yet this bald-headed man was quick to shift blame onto them. With frustrations piling up, even the most patient individual could lose their temper. Chen Wen, repeat that, Wang demanded. His face flushed with embarrassment. As a minor leader, being publicly chastised by a subordinate in front of so many was quite degrading. What do I have to fear? Did I pluck your bald head? Wang shunned. Stop wielding your leadership like a weapon. What have you done besides passing off work to us while neglecting your responsibilities? I've tolerated you for long enough, and it seems like we're all just carrying your weight. Typically, he would bark orders without regard for their dignity. Yet he would turn around and ingratiate himself with General Zhang, acting more obsequiously than a sycophant. Knowing he would be targeted, Chen Wen decided to stand his ground. Huh. You claim the plan is yours. Do you accept that? Wang latched onto this point. When things go awry, do you bear no responsibility? I tell you, Chen Wen, General Zhang is quite upset about this. Think of how you will resolve it. Resolve what? You are his direct superior. The plan ultimately comes through you. Do you believe we are pushovers? Chen Wen undid the collar of his shirt, releasing all his pent-up frustrations. You keep mentioning General Zhang as if he is your father. Are you his dog, fawning over him so eagerly? Wang's face darkened, unable to retort as he pointed at Chen Wen, speechless. The surrounding colleagues struggled to contain their laughter, some even breaking into chuckles, as such direct confrontations with leadership were rare in the company. Manager Wang Shun was notorious for his contentious nature, leading many from other departments to empathize with the planning team. Moreover, the potential for friction between employees and leadership was an ever-present reality. Even if the incident did not occur directly to them, most ordinary employees understood Chen Wen's feelings and silently supported him. When leaders fail to reflect on their shortcomings and instead cast blame upon their subordinates, anyone with a semblance of pride would find such behavior intolerable. What are you all doing so idly this early in the morning? Came General Zhang's displeased voice from behind. Wang shunned. If your subordinates are ignorant, are you not as well? Get to my office. Yes, General Zhang. Upon Zhang's arrival, the other colleagues dispersed, not wishing to attract trouble. As they departed, Wang shot a cold glance at Chen Wen, his eyes gleaming with malice. With General Zhang backing him, he felt secure. Chen Wen, you come to my office as well. What is all this commotion? This is a company, not a marketplace. You are giving me a headache, Zhang remarked, turning towards the office. Once the others left, Chen Wen's colleagues gathered around him. Though they had been silent earlier, Chen Wen had become their representative. Resentment towards Wang had been simmering for quite some time. Brother Wen, that bald man won't take kindly to this. Be careful, warned one. Indeed, he is used to barking at us without consequences. Today you confronted him before so many. He will surely hold a grudge, another added. That scoundrel isn't even the boss. If he truly was, that would be something. With General Zhang backing him. He thinks he is invincible. He is nothing but a nuisance, chimed in another. Xiao Chen and Liao Ji exchanged glances, moving to stand beside Chen Wen. The plan had been a collaborative effort, and they would not allow Chen to bear the weight alone. Xiao Chen, I support you, said one. Brother Wen, I will quit if it comes to that. I have had enough of this nonsense. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Wen realized that while he had vented his anger, the situation still required resolution. He had let off steam at Wang, yet he needed to find a way to pacify matters with the Xiangfei project, or else it could escalate and significantly impact the company. Having secured the experimental proposal through the connections of his senior sister, Chen Ting, he had invested a week into it without even attending to his driving duties. He was unwilling to see it all go to waste. Don't worry. I have it under control. What is meant to happen will happen. One cannot avoid it, only face it. Chen Wen understood that General Zhang would undoubtedly side with Wang. It was to be expected. Last time, Wang had pocketed 2,000 of the 3,000 bonus, with Zhang's tacit approval. However, Chen Wen also felt a sense of confidence. General Han had connected him with Dongwei technology, and he would surely find a way to protect his interests, for it was a crucial financial avenue. Upon entering the office, Wang stood beside General Zhang, his demeanor full of disdain. General Zhang, Chen Wen nodded. Zhang busied himself pouring tea, not addressing Chen Wen immediately, nor even glancing his way. Fully embodying the aloofness of a superior, Chen Wen anticipated the reprimand, yet he was unafraid. In life, many matters could be overlooked, but at times, one must assert themselves. If Zhang truly exceeded the limits, leaving would be an option. Chen Wen, come, have a cup of tea, Zhang said, his demeanor unexpectedly friendly as he stood to offer the tea to Chen Wen. Thank you, but I will pass. I have work to attend to. Please. If you have something to say, just say it, Chen Wen replied, exhaling a sigh of frustration. He did not believe Zhang would genuinely be amicable. You rascal, still upset? Zhang chuckled, setting down the teacup with a smile. Xiao Chen, do not hold it against old Wang. He simply has that temperament. He means no harm. Just anxious for the company's welfare. Understand? Do you take me for a fool? He has plenty of ulterior motives. Chen Wen silently thought. Indeed, Zhang conceded. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given Zhang's politeness, Chen Wen softened his stance. Confronting Wang was one matter, but he would not be foolish enough to clash with Zhang. However, Xiao Chen, your actions today were somewhat inappropriate. In front of so many, you challenged old Wang, putting him in a difficult position. After all, he is still your supervisor. Zhang sipped his tea, furrowing his brow. The Xiangfei project is quite adamant. As the primary responsible party for the proposal, Xiao Chen, how do you propose we handle this situation? Me? I am not a company leader. I am merely a worker. Should I really be the one to handle this? Something feels off. Chen Wen cast a fleeting glance at Wang Tzu, clearly noticing the glimmer of triumph in his eyes. So, Wang Tzu harbors ill intentions after all. Reflecting on the entire situation, Chen Wen increasingly doubted Wang Tzu's motives, and even Zhang's intentions seemed less than pure. Wang Tzu's initial outburst might have been a deliberate attempt to escalate the situation, while Zhang's excessive politeness was unmistakably a ploy to shift the responsibility of resolving Xiangfei's issues onto him. While he acknowledged the proposal had led to subsequent problems, addressing Xiangfei's troubles fell beyond his purview. What was Zhang truly aiming to achieve? As far as I know, the higher-ups at Xiangfei remain oblivious to this matter, with Manager Du handling it, and he is notoriously difficult to deal with. If they expect Chen Wen to confront him, it may prove to be a daunting task. Our involvement might be even less advisable. Chen Wen might stand a better chance. Our company cannot withstand such turmoil. Chen Wen, momentarily set aside your current duties and prioritize this issue. Although Zhang's remarks were not inherently wrong, Chen Wen detected something amiss in his gaze. The two of them were undoubtedly orchestrating a scheme, and there was certainly a hidden agenda at play. Let today's incident slide. I don't wish to hold it against you. You are far more familiar with the proposal than I am. It is more fitting for you to resolve this matter." Wang Tzu casually added. Just as Chen Wen was about to respond, the doors swung open, and Han, the general manager, entered with a furrowed brow. "Zhang, I will handle matters on Xiang Fei's end. Chen Wen need not get involved." Upon seeing Han's displeased demeanor, Zhang greeted him with a smile. "Please understand. Chen Wen possesses greater expertise. I believe it is appropriate. Han, you are exceedingly busy. Consider this an opportunity for Chen Wen. Zhang, this is a business issue. Even if the proposal falters, it does not fall within Chen Wen's responsibilities. I think we should." Han's expression grew increasingly tense. "Enough, the decision is made. Chen Wen, do you have any objections?" Zhang interjected, shifting his focus to Chen Wen. "Zhang, you truly seem to relish creating trouble for me," Chen Wen thought, feeling increasingly disgruntled and suspicious of Zhang's intentions. It was evident that there was more to this situation than met the eye, and he sensed a rift between Zhang and Han, suggesting discord among the bosses. The workplace indeed resembled a small world of intrigue. At this juncture, Chen Wen found himself in a precarious position, noticing Han casting him a warning glance, signaling him not to acquiesce. "Very well, I will take care of it, though I cannot guarantee a resolution." After a fierce inner struggle, Chen Wen was unwilling to remain passive, especially for the sake of the commission from Donghua Technology. Resolving Xiang Fei's issues without affecting the company would ensure the smooth operation of Donghua Technology's outsourcing business, allowing him to secure his earnings and alleviate his predicament. "All right, I await your good news." Zhang cheerfully sipped his tea. Meanwhile, Wang Tzu narrowed his eyes, warning, "Chen Wen, the proposal's complications stem from your actions. You must remain vigilant to avoid causing the company any adverse effects. If things go awry, you will be the scapegoat. And I cannot speak for how your colleagues will perceive you." "That scoundrel is indeed threatening me," Chen Wen silently cursed, now convinced that significant problems lurked beneath the surface, with Wang Tzu intentionally creating obstacles for him. If he handled it well, everyone would be satisfied. If not, his salary might be delayed, and he would become the target of his co-workers' ire. That vile scoundrel is truly insidious. "Thank you for your concern, Supervisor Wang. If there is nothing else, I must return to my work." As Chen Wen exited, he and Wang Tzu exchanged a knowing glance, the air thick with unspoken triumph. Though it did not escape Han's observant gaze. In Han's office, he glared at Chen Wen. "Are you out of your mind, or do you believe in your own capabilities? They are clearly trying to set you up, and you are willingly falling into their trap." Historically, due to the nature of their roles and Han's frequent absences, he had little interaction with Chen Wen. However, Chen Wen's successful handling of Donghua Technology had significantly improved his standing in Han's eyes. "I understand," Chen Wen replied with a wry smile. "But Han, what can we do? If we do not resolve this hassle, it will inevitably impact us. We cannot afford to let Donghua Technology's business fall through." The dilemma was evident, and Han sighed. "Chen Wen, Zhang is not as straightforward as he appears. Wang Shund is also seeking to embarrass you, do you understand?" Han's candid remarks brought Chen Wen comfort, affirming his suspicions of discord among the bosses. In the company, Zhang seemed detached, having invested heavily, while Han managed operations, and Li was in charge of technology and operations. Zhang was undoubtedly the most mercenary of them all. "Call me if anything arises. I truly admire your tenacity," Han sighed in resignation. Chen Wen touched his nose and smiled. "Thank you, Han. I will find a way to resolve this." However, Chen Wen's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "If, and I emphasize if, this situation is more complicated than it seems, it could lead to. Leave the rest to me. I have my own insights. Chen Wen, you are younger than I. We may not have been close in the past, but do not act impulsively. Now, go back to your tasks." Returning to his workstation, Chen Wen found Wang Tzu presenting Manager Du's business card, offering additional instructions. Based on Han's remarks and tone, Chen Wen was increasingly convinced that the situation was far from simple, possibly involving Zhang and some ulterior motives. Zhang was undoubtedly pursuing his interests, while Wang Tzu was deliberately creating trouble for him. "Chen Wen, are you all right?" Once Wang Tzu departed, Zhou Min and Liao Ji approached, unwilling to let Chen Wen shoulder this burden alone. "I'm fine, Zhou Liao. I will handle this, but you both must remain cautious around that scoundrel. Do not allow him to exploit any weaknesses." As a result of this incident, Chen Wen found himself with significantly less work, which he considered a silver lining. By afternoon, he reached out to Manager Du at Xiang Fei. As anticipated, Du erupted in anger, cutting the call short without offering a chance for dialogue. If memory served correctly, Wang Tzu had mentioned that the higher-ups at Xiangfei were unaware of the situation, and it was entirely manager Du managing it. Thus, Chen Wen pondered, could there be an illicit connection between Zhang and manager Du? Only Xiangfei would know the extent of the issues, and if the company was compensating Xiangfei, the fund's destination would be questionable, given the various methods available for manipulation. Should this hypothesis hold, resolving matters with manager Du would prove exceedingly challenging. However, if financial gain was indeed the motive, it might facilitate his efforts, albeit with intentional obstacles. To put it plainly, having him handle this was tantamount to using him as a pawn, perhaps even to obfuscate their own financial dealings. Should he fail to resolve the issues, Chen Wen would find himself embroiled in a public relations quagmire. Conversely, a successful resolution would align perfectly with Zhang's expectations. That cunning scoundrel truly knows how to scheme, Chen Wen thought. As a fellow employer, Zhang's sole focus was on enriching himself, a truly distasteful sight. Chen Wen scorned Zhang internally. Yet he recognized that such behavior was commonplace. In today's world, few partners in business genuinely work in harmony, regardless of the validity of his suspicions. This was an exceedingly delicate situation, fraught with challenges. If unresolved, Wang Tzu would likely continue to create trouble. After work, in a secluded corner outside the office building, Chen Wen stood with Liao Ji, sharing a cigarette. Brother Wen, did you summon me for a specific reason? What transpired today was evident to all, yet it faded into oblivion afterward. Given Liao Ji's understanding of Wang Tzuzi, Chen Wen's actions that humiliated him would not be let go easily. After Chen Wen exited General Manager Zhang's office, he was summoned to Han's office. Upon returning to his workstation, he refrained from elaborating, as Liao Ji sensed Chen Wen's reluctance to discuss the matter further. The fact that he sought Liao Ji privately indicated that there were other matters at hand. General Zhang's intent was for him to resolve the troubles stemming from Xiangfei. If resolved, all would be well. If not, the three of them might find their lives quite unbearable. In truth, Wang Tzuzi's strategy was astute. Instead of opting for alternative plans, he chose to target the Xiangfei project that involved the three of them, suggesting it was not a personal attack on Chen Wen alone. That scoundrel! How I longed to pummel him. Liao Ji felt a surge of discontent at the mere mention of Wang Tzuzi. Prolonged exposure to a harsh superior inevitably breeds suppressed resentment. Don't act rashly. Things are not as dire as they seem. This situation is far from simplistic. Do you truly believe Wang Tzuzi would dare to act alone? Chen Wen inhaled deeply from his cigarette, striving to calm Liao Ji. Are you referring to General Zhang? But, Brother Wen, we have not offended him. He is one of the bosses. Why would he go to such lengths against us? Liao Ji pondered in confusion. After all, Zhang Sheng is also a boss. If he had grievances, he wouldn't resort to such tactics. Brother, when gods battle, mere mortals suffer. We are merely casualties in this conflict. Now, keep your lips sealed about this matter. Do not speak of it outside. Chen Wen's expression turned grave as he cautioned, and do not mention it to Sister Min either. She has enough burdens as a woman. We shall handle this ourselves. Despite her usually carefree demeanor, even joking about risky topics, one must remember that a woman who has to rush home after work to care for her children is in a different situation than their own single lives. Rest assured. Brother Wen, I understand. Just speak plainly. Liao Ji nodded. Chen Wen toyed with his lighter, his eyes narrowing into slits. That bald fool is undoubtedly up to no good. I will take care of things at Xiangfei. You, when free after work, keep an eye on him. It is often said that a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. However, many times, a man's instincts can be just as sharp. Whether the situation aligns with his suspicions would soon become evident. Wang Tzuzi was closely aligned with General Zhang, essentially acting as Zhang's lapdog. Should the suspicions hold true, it would mean that Zhang was secretly reaping benefits behind Han and Li's backs, with Wang Tzuzi benefiting alongside him. Chen Wen had sensed something amiss in Han's office that morning, as she seemed hesitant to voice certain thoughts. His agreement to the current situation was not impulsive. He had his reasons, prioritizing the commission while also desiring to turn the tables on Wang Tzuzi. No problem, leave this matter to me. After all, I have nothing to do after work except play games. All right, keep in touch via phone. I will take my leave. With Liao Ji watching over things, it would alleviate Chen Wen's burden, for he was no Sun Wukong, capable of transformations. On his way home, Chen Wen attempted to reach Manager Du of Xiangfei multiple times. Perhaps the incessant calls had finally irked him into answering. Hello, Manager Du. This is Chen Wen from the cutting-edge team regarding the previous proposal. I don't care who you are. I've made myself clear. The trouble is of your own making, and it's pointless to reach out to me. Prepare for losses, as I have no time for your nonsense. Do not call me again." Without allowing Chen Wen to finish, Manager Du erupted in anger and hung up. "Manager Du, hello." Setting down the phone, Chen Wen felt no anger, for everything had unfolded as he anticipated. A courteous manager, Du would have been more unusual. Another reprimand? Su Murian adjusted her glasses, seemingly reveling in his misfortune. "You deserve it, don't you? I say, Su Murian, have I offended you today? Why the barbed remarks?" Chen Wen seated himself beside her, taking a bite of an apple. "I relish it, what of it?" Su Murian smirked, leaning closer. "Hey, did your boss scold you? Share the details." "You woman." Chen Wen sighed in exasperation, but soon recalled that Su Murian had previously assisted in refining proposals and offered valuable suggestions, enabling a smooth approval from Dongma Technology. Despite their usual banter, Su Murian was not inept. "I need to discuss something with you." "Busy?" Su Murian shot him a glance. Engrossed in her game. "I'm starving. I must prepare dinner. If you perform well, perhaps I might offer you some advice." "I will endure." Chen Wen had long suspected Su Murian's background was not ordinary, yet he couldn't ascertain her true identity. The mere fact of her switching between luxury vehicles spoke volumes. Such a background inevitably afforded her unique connections and experiences. With no other choice, Chen Wen took on the role of a diligent worker, cooking dinner and then approaching Su Murian with utmost respect. "Esteemed lady, dinner is ready." Quite good. You've shown improvement," she remarked, eyeing the dishes with satisfaction. While dining, Chen Wen could not restrain himself from recounting the day's events and expressing his suspicions. "Do you think there's a possibility of that?" "Of course. In both large and small companies, such phenomena are exceedingly common. Human nature is inscrutable. Everyone is concerned with their own interests. From what you've described, your General Zhang is likely implicated." Su Murian rested her chin on her chopsticks, adopting a serious demeanor. "You simply had the misfortune of becoming a scapegoat. Others won't care about your fate." Reflecting on this logic, Chen Wen realized that as an ordinary employee, his impact on the company was negligible. If Zhang Sheng truly sought to profit illicitly, sacrificing a few employees would mean little. "Why not resign then? I can help you find a reliable company," Su Murian suggested with a smile. "Resign? Absolutely not." Chen Wen shook his head, unable to swallow such indignation. While he could comprehend Zhang Sheng's actions, he found them unacceptable. Understanding and acceptance are two different matters. He had never been one to be easily cowed. To resign now would mean fleeing from responsibility, thereby validating the actions of those two scoundrels. One supervisor might be inconsequential, but when it involves one of your bosses, you need to think carefully. Offending a boss could lead to a difficult future. "Brother, sometimes you must bow your head." Su Murian placed a piece of food in Chen Wen's bowl. Chen Wen puffed out his cheeks, exhaling a breath of frustration, his gaze resolute. "No, even if I must leave, I will do so with dignity and integrity." Such ambition. Su Murian raised her thumb in approval, but soon caught Chen Wen's gaze and rolled her eyes. "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I might just poke your eyes out." "Chives," Chen Wen remarked, reaching over to pluck a piece of chives from the corner of her mouth. The intimate gesture caused her cheeks to flush, and she promptly kicked him. "I'm full now." How ungrateful. After Su Murian's analysis, Chen Wen felt even more convinced of his suspicions. To resolve this matter, he would indeed need to focus on Manager Du, however. With the phone going unanswered and likely being unable to meet him, it would prove challenging. Fool. Noticing Chen Wen's despondent demeanor as he smoked, Su Murian shot him a disdainful glance. "I have never seen someone so foolish." "Foolish? How so?" Chen Wen retorted. "What insight might the esteemed Miss Su have? I am all ears." He extinguished his cigarette, grinning as he settled beside her. Su Murian covered her nose, placing her foot on Chen Wen's thigh. "Keep your distance. You stinky man." "Stinky?" Chen Wen exhaled deliberately, leaning forward. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected mishap occurred. His foot slipped, causing him to lose his balance. Panic surged through him as he felt himself lurching forward. By the time he attempted to grasp the sofa for support, it was already too late, and he fell squarely onto Su Murian. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of their breaths and the faint noise of the game in the background. Disaster. The softness of her lips left Chen Wen wide-eyed with shock. He swore that this was not an intentional advance, it was a mere misunderstanding. Curse be Chen Wen. He had dared to kiss this young lady, and the lingering taste of smoke made it all the more revolting. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The sharp pain in his waist, akin to being pinched by a crab, jolted him back to reality. He hurriedly scrambled off Su Morin, yet in his frantic movement, another mishap ensued. In an attempt to escape the clutches of this enchantress, he instinctively pressed his left hand against the soft sea. The exquisite sensation momentarily made him forget the agony in his waist, leaving him dazed before he finally withdrew his hand. When he looked at Su Morin, her face was flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I was wrong, utterly wrong. His mother had teased him about deliberately hugging Su Morin that night to retaliate against a prank, but tonight he had no ulterior motives. Yet fate had conspired against him. Don't look at me like that, it frightens me. Having kissed someone else was one thing, but that accidental touch was inexcusable. Su Morin had yet to unleash her fury, yet Chen Wen already felt a pang of guilt. You fool. Seeing the blood trickling from the front of Chen Wen's shin, Su Morin realized he hadn't acted with intention, but still couldn't help but twist his arm a few times. This time, Chen Wen held back his cries of pain, enduring the torment in silence as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Get off. Su Morin kicked Chen Wen, her anger palpable as she stormed away, but not before delivering one last jab at his injury. Already wounded. The kick sent Chen Wen reeling, taking a long while to suppress the discomfort. Chen Wen. As she reached the doorway of the bedroom, Su Morin turned back to glare at him, her eyes still smoldering with rage. Having made a grievous mistake, Chen Wen lamented silently, enduring her verbal onslaught without protest. Saying even a word felt like an error. After gazing at him for what felt like an eternity, Su Morin contemplated a plethora of insults. Yet when the moment to speak arrived, she hesitated, settling for a fierce glare. Next time. I swear there won't be a next time. I'm truly sorry, Chen Wen promptly assured her. With a huff, Su Morin opened the door. A frown creasing her brow as she remarked, You fool, can no one keep that manager due in check? With that, she slammed the door shut. Indeed. Chen Wen smacked his thigh, realizing he had been so fixated on manager Du that he had forgotten he was merely an employee at Xiangfei, with higher-ups looming above. Of course, seeking out the upper management would be futile. No one would believe him, and such actions might just alert the very snake he was trying to avoid. Unless he gathered irrefutable evidence. The audacity of manager Du was remarkable. He must surely have influential connections within Xiangfei, necessitating a cautious approach. Before long, the door swung open, and Su Morin emerged, her brows knitted tightly together, causing Chen Wen to fidget uncomfortably. You need to make this call. She tossed him a slip of paper with a name and phone number scrawled on it. About earlier. Next time, I will make you pay. With a slam, the door shut once more, and Chen Wen felt a gust of air, instinctively patting his chest in relief, thankful to have escaped the catastrophe. As he recalled the moment their lips had brushed, a shiver coursed through him, and he couldn't shake the memory of that inadvertent touch. Meanwhile, inside her room, Su Morin leaned against the door, her hands covering her face, acutely aware of the heat radiating from her cheeks. Biting her lip, she mentally berated Chen Wen, convinced he had acted with malice, taking advantage of her vulnerability despite his apparent clumsiness. In the living room, Chen Wen, smoking a cigarette, contemplated the phone number he held, uncertain of its owner, further affirming the strength of Su Morin's connections. Patience was essential. Even with potential allies, he needed to proceed cautiously, ensuring he understood the situation fully before acting, lest he become the one harmed. On the other side, Wang Tuo instructed Liao Ji to keep an eye on things. That scoundrel and Zhang had likely conspired against him, confident he would be unable to resolve the issue, and sooner or later, they would slip up. Pouring himself a glass of water, Chen Wen approached Su Morin's bedroom door and knocked lightly. Are you asleep? Go away. Her angry voice resonated from within. Chen Wen chuckled awkwardly, brushing his nose. Thank you. Hearing his voice through the door, Su Morin initially rolled her eyes, but a smile soon crept onto her face, only to be swiftly replaced by a blush. They were merely roommates, two unfamiliar friends, and such intimate contact was undeniably embarrassing for her. Luckily, she believed Chen Wen had not acted with intention, otherwise, she would have dismantled him tonight. Just as Chen Wen contemplated retreating to his room, a frantic knocking echoed on the door. Who is it, at this late hour? It was nearly 10 o'clock, and Chen Wen, growing impatient, approached the door. When he opened it, he was met with Zhou Lele, who stood triumphantly with a large bag of goodies. Ha ha ha, I'm back. Beer, barbecue, braised beef tonight. We celebrate my newfound freedom. Zhou Lele swaggered into the room, flinging herself onto the sofa, her feet propped up on the coffee table, swaying merrily. You have no idea. I didn't even get a chance to enjoy a barbecue while I was gone. I nearly suffocated. Chen Wen felt a surge of happiness at Zhou Leilei's return. But her lack of a greeting upon entering, coupled with the food and drink she had brought, left him with a sense of foreboding. After all, another troublesome woman was already in the house. Why are you just standing there? Aren't you happy I'm back? Hurry up and grab some bowls and chopsticks. If not, we can call Yang Xin and Gu Xiang over. Zhou Leilei was always one to break the ice easily, and Chen Wen had become quite familiar with his old classmates. Yang Sun had even joked about them forming a couple. Let us skip them. I just spoke to them this afternoon, and they're busy. Chen Wen knew better than to invite Yang Sun and his friends over. One Zhou Leilei was headache enough, and he had already informed Gu Xiang about Su Morin, while Yang Sun was blissfully unaware. If all of them gathered, it was hard to imagine the chaos that would ensue. Busy? Nonsense, I'm calling them. Zhou Leilei rolled her eyes, pulling out her phone to dial Yang Senator. Where are you? I'm back, and I've got food and drinks. You coming or not? Good. See you soon. Having hung up, she wasted no time in calling Gu Xiang, arranging a rendezvous with both of Chen Wen's old friends right in front of him. Oh no. A disaster was brewing. Chen Wen cast a furtive glance towards Su Morin's room, anxiety bubbling within him. Zhou Leilei was making such a ruckus that there was no doubt Su Morin had heard. The dilemma loomed. Should he invite her out or leave her be? It was truly a headache. In the room, Su Morin pressed her ear against the door and, upon discovering that a woman had arrived at her home, let out a soft snort. Damn, Chen Wen, how long has it been since you broke the rules? She thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Mosquito, you didn't flirt with any respectable ladies while I was away, did you? Zhou Leilei teased with a bright smile as she munched on some fruit. Chen Wen returned from the kitchen with several plates and utensils, carefully separating the barbecued and marinated dishes before taking a seat. You know I've always been virtuous. It's impossible for an ordinary person to win my heart, he declared. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Leilei kicked him playfully, scoffing, if you can't, then just admit it instead of making excuses. Why not consult an old Chinese doctor later? I'm genuinely worried about your health. Hearing Zhou Leilei's words nearly made Su Morin burst into laughter, though she found it peculiar. After all, it was a girl speaking outside. Her tone was rather unconventional. However, Su Morin understood that anyone who spoke in such a manner was a true friend, devoid of pretense, which made it all the more authentic. Let's have a good chat, shall we? Chen Wen lit a cigarette, pondering whether Su Morin had indeed heard Zhou Leilei's voice and if she would come out. Oh no, Gu Xiang and Yang Sun will be here soon, and Gu Xiang knows about Su Morin. If he accidentally lets something slip, it could lead to an awkward situation. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Wen hastily sent a message to Gu Xiang, advising him to tread carefully. About an hour later, the two entered the room. Yang Sun was carrying a case of beer, while Gu Xiang lugged a large watermelon. At least he has some conscience, knowing to treat us to a drink, Yang Sun remarked disdainfully. Zhou Leilei immediately retorted, I bought the food and drinks, all right? This stingy fellow wouldn't he do it? You two idiots should be thanking me. Oh, it seems Sister Lu is in a good mood. How did your blind date go at home? Haraha. Gu Xiang laughed heartily. Due to Chen Wen's influence, Zhou Leilei was quite familiar with them, and after more than 2 years of friendship, she knew well enough not to hold back on jokes. Don't even mention it. It was utterly annoying. Zhou Leilei waved her hand dismissively before suddenly eyeing Gu Xiang with interest. Hey, why don't you break up with Yang Qian? I'll bear you a son. Are you brave enough? Le sister, please spare me, Gu Xiang replied, laughing heartily. Why not go after Mosquito? I heard this rascal is insatiable and won't turn down anyone, even if they're male. Zhou Leilei shot back. Do you think I'd like to be looked down upon? Am I really that undesirable? After berating Gu Xiang, she turned her disdainful gaze toward Chen Wen. Him? That fool is already at the stage where he needs medication. He is beyond saving. Let us not even bother. I'm worried that before I can be happy, he'll be finished. Sympathy. Same here. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Having such friends is indeed a great source of frustration. Chen Wen munched on a piece of pig ear and retorted, Yes, I'm utterly hopeless. You guys are great, right? Are we drinking or not? Let us drink. The four gathered around the coffee table, cracking open the beers and downing half in one go. Chen Wen genuinely enjoyed this atmosphere. True friends don't need to dine at fancy places or indulge in lavish feasts. Simple barbecued dishes and peanuts were sufficient to enjoy a good time. Since he had warned Gu Xiang beforehand, the latter refrained from speaking recklessly, though sometimes his furtive glances made Chen Wen feel uneasy. By the way, Mosquito, has the matter been resolved? Yang Sun inquired, popping a peanut into his mouth. Chen Wen shrugged. For now, it's considered resolved. I'll give you your money later. I'm really broke, and my salary hasn't come in yet. I was almost about to sell my dignity. Don't worry, the wealthy lady isn't fool. You have nothing to offer, and you can't do anything right. Even the last bit of your manhood is gone. Selling your dignity is useless. Zhou Lei threw an arm around Chen Wen's neck. Just wait until I make it big. I'll support you for life. Hurry up and thank me. At that moment, laughter erupted from the room. Su Muruan had tried hard to suppress it, but ultimately failed. However, the moment her laughter echoed, Yang Sun and Zhou Lei froze, instinctively turning their gazes toward the room where Su Muruan was. A woman's voice, "Mosquito, you're impressive." Yang Sun gave a thumbs up, adding a playful glare. "You've been hiding her from us. Are you looking for trouble?" Sighing inwardly, Chen Wen realized he had intended to keep it a secret. But it had been exposed so quickly. The girl had approached him, and the nature of their relationship was unclear, if she were truly his girlfriend. Why would he need to keep it under wraps? You have quite a few things going on, huh? You really found a girlfriend. Isn't that a bit much? What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. Bring her out so we can meet her. Zhou Lei twisted Chen Wen's ear. Hurry up. Stop dragging your feet. Only Gu Xiang remained silent, observing everything and catching a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in Zhou Lei's eyes, though it was just a moment. He noticed it clearly. Zhou Lei and Chen Wen had known each other for over 2 years, and she had always been the tough girl. Gu Xiang understood that it was merely a facade, but Chen Wen, the fool, remained oblivious. From an outsider's perspective, it's clearer. Gu Xiang could only sigh. The door swung open, and Su Muruan awkwardly stepped out, greeting the three with a shy, "Hello." Gu Xiang was the only one aware of Su Muruan's existence, yet upon seeing her stunning beauty, he was momentarily taken aback. "Chen Wen, you rascal, you've hit the jackpot." "Hello, Sister Wen. Sorry for intruding tonight." Yongsun quickly stood up, addressing her as Sister Wen, which left both Chen Wen and Su Muruan feeling awkward, unsure of what to say. Zhou Lei, however, clutched her chest in disbelief, exclaiming, "I've never seen the likes of this. This scoundrel Chen Wen actually has such a beautiful girlfriend. It's infuriating." Su Muruan's lips parted slightly, wanting to explain, but unsure how. Yet, she genuinely enjoyed the camaraderie among Chen Wen's friends. "I was feeling a bit unwell earlier. It wasn't intentional that I didn't come out. Please don't misunderstand. Here, let me drink a bottle to show my apology," she said, promptly opening a bottle of beer and downing it in one go. "Wait, what exactly are you trying to do?" Chen Wen wiped his face, increasingly perplexed by Su Muruan's intentions. Impressive. Gu Xiang was the first to give Su Muruan a thumbs up, and when he glanced at Chen Wen, his eyes sparkled with amusement. That night, Chen Wen had fled to Gu Xiang's home to escape pursuers and had shared the gist of the story. So Gu Xiang knew that Su Muruan was Chen Wen's beautiful creditor who was currently living with him, having shared a dormitory for 4 years in college. They had known each other for over 8 years, and Gu Xiang understood Chen Wen's character well. After Chen Wen separated from Su Ying upon graduation, 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, Chen Wen had undergone significant changes, and as a brother, Gu Xiang genuinely hoped he could move on from his past. Girls from Jiangxing are generally straightforward. Setting aside her looks, Su Muruan made a good impression by downing a bottle of beer upon arrival. Cough, cough, cough. Just as they were nearing the bottom of the bottles, Su Muruan choked on her drink. Chen Wen awkwardly chuckled, quickly handing her a tissue. "Take it slow." Oh, you rascal Chen. Are you trying to flaunt your good fortune?" Compared to Gu Xiang, Yang Sun's teasing was even more pronounced, and he smirked. Yang Sun's remark made Chen Wen feel even more embarrassed. He wanted to explain, but was at a loss for words, especially since Su Muruan seemed unwilling to clarify her intentions. He truly didn't understand what Su Muruan was up to when his mother visited. She might have mistakenly thought Su Muruan was a future daughter-in-law, and now, she was being vague in front of his friends as well. Could it be that he has truly caught her interest? Impossible. Chen Wen possesses enough self-awareness to recognize that, given his personal circumstances and family background, such aspirations are merely fanciful illusions. "Thank you. I'm fine," she said, a smirk dancing on her lips. She relished in the awkwardness she had created. Su Muruan feigned shyness as she accepted a tissue, then gracefully introduced herself. "I am Su Muruan. A pleasure to meet you all. You are most welcome to visit my home." Chen Wen, that rascal, had the audacity to keep such matters under wraps, living together and not uttering a word about it. "Tonight does not count, dear sister-in-law. We must arrange another gathering soon," Yongsun chuckled. He simply could not fathom how Chen Wen, who was not even as handsome as himself, could be so fortunate as to win the affections of such a stunning woman. Beauty aside, her generosity was the true highlight. Downing a bottle of beer without treating them as outsiders was quite remarkable. Sister-in-law? Chen Wen's expression darkened. What was this absurdity? He couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Mu Ran's reaction. Indeed, Chen Wen, tonight's food and drink are all courtesy of me. Yang Sun and Gu Xiang brought something as well, and you contributed nothing. You cannot claim to be the host, Zhou Lele declared with an air of authority. I must treat you all to a grand feast. I'm craving a sumptuous meal. Please, Chen Wen thought, heart bleeding at the thought of such a banquet. Why must he always be the one to suffer? No. Suddenly, he noticed the cunning glint in Su Mu Ran's eyes, and it dawned on him that this mischievous woman was intentionally leaving their relationship ambiguous to tease him. Very well. I shall arrange for us to meet at a more convenient time. Tonight, I apologize for not being a gracious host. Please forgive me. Before Chen Wen could utter another word, Su Mu Ran boldly made an invitation, effectively stabbing him in the heart. Sister, I adore your personality. Why not kick Chen Wen to the curb and let us pursue something together? Zhou Lele, ever unreserved, joked. Normally, a girl calling someone old man would be off-putting. Yet Su Mu Ran found comfort in Zhou Lele's carefree demeanor, feeling an affinity grow between them. With a playful laugh, Su Mu Ran replied, All right, it's a deal. Come on, sister, let us make a toast. They clinked glasses and took a sip, but when Zhou Lele caught sight of Su Mu Ran's impressive figure, she gasped dramatically. What on earth is wrong with you? Chen Wen rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Zhou Lele, feigning sorrow, lamented, Chen Wen, no wonder you show no interest in me. Tell me, how does it feel? This though Su Mu Ran was merely playing a prank on Chen Wen, Zhou Lele's bluntness was shocking, causing his face to flush. Just as he took a sip of his drink, he unexpectedly spat it all over Gu Xiang, coughing violently, utterly taken aback by Zhou Lele's audacity. Why did you spray me? Damn it. Gu Xiang wiped his face clean. It was all so unexpected. Chen Wen hurriedly cleaned Gu Xiang's face. But his mind wandered back to that moment before Zhou Lele arrived, when he had accidentally pressed against Su Mu Ran's chest. It had felt surprisingly pleasant. You scoundrel. I shall. Su Mu Ran's voice trailed off, knowing exactly what Chen Wen was thinking. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled their earlier encounter. And she playfully kicked him on the leg, right on the bruise he had. That hurt. Chen Wen winced, his mouth twitching involuntarily. I told you that wasn't intentional. This troublesome woman never missed an opportunity to torment him. As Chen Wen and Su Mu Ran fell silent, Yang Sun and the others erupted in laughter. Come on. Let us drink. Welcome our new friend to the group. Cheers. They drank until midnight, consuming every last drop of alcohol. Yang Sun, swaying slightly, announced, I'm heading home. Otherwise, I want to get in. Gu Xiang stifled a yawn and glanced meaningfully at Chen Wen and Su Mu Ran. I can't handle any more. I'll leave you two to it. Gu Xiang, you must take me home. No, wait, I need to use the restroom first. Zhou Lele rushed off, only to reappear after a lengthy absence. Before departing, she threw her arm around Chen Wen's shoulders. Don't forget about that grand feast you promised, or I'll come after you with a 40-meter-long knife. Sisters, until next time, bye. Farewell. Take care. Chen Wen called after them. You should go, too. After sending 3 of them off, he returned to find Su Mu Ran sprawled on the sofa, propping her head up with one hand, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Feeling unwell? Chen Wen, who rarely drank, inherited his father's robust constitution and could handle a fair amount of alcohol, but the effects were creeping up on him. Su Mu Ran waved him off, swaying as she stood. I can't, I'm drunk. Chen Wen, help me, hey. Just as Chen Wen caught her, she collapsed against him, retching and splattering him with the remnants of her drink, leaving him utterly dismayed. Seriously, Su Mu Ran, was that intentional? I just bought this shirt for 9 yuan. Chen Wen lamented, feeling utterly defeated. This was the second time he had been doused in vomit due to her antics. Chen Wen felt overwhelmed. Despite not being thoroughly intoxicated, 6 or 7 bottles had left him slightly dazed, and now he had to care for this inebriated mess. He, drenched in her regurgitation, found her clothing miraculously unscathed. I truly suspect the heavens sent you to torment me. Just lie down for a moment. Chen Wen, frustrated, retreated to the bathroom to clean himself up, showering and changing clothes. When he emerged, he found Su Mu Ran seated on the sofa, propping her head up with her hands. Hey, drink some water to rinse your mouth. He poured her a glass and sighed, if you can't handle it, drink less. It's always like this. You don't tire yourself out. but I certainly do. After rinsing her mouth, Sumu Ren gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of water, feeling as though the room was spinning and seeing three Chen Wens before her eyes. That Chen Wen, you're such a scoundrel, a lecherous fiend, a heartbreaker. She slurred, even managing to poke him a few times. Me? When have I ever been a scoundrel? When have I been a heartbreaker? At least be somewhat reasonable when you accuse someone. Yes, I'm the scoundrel, but after drinking, I'm going to sleep. Let me help you to your room. Chen Wen sighed in resignation, having found himself entangled with such a troublesome woman. Let go of me, you pervert. You want to get away with this? Sumu Ren pushed him away and wobbled toward the bedroom, but just as she reached the door, she collapsed. Just show off. Why don't you? Chen Wen rubbed his temples, exasperated, and stepped over to help the inebriated girl, practically sweating from the effort it took to place her on the bed. This marked the second time Chen Wen had witnessed Sumu Ren intoxicated, and he couldn't help but think that this woman had no sense of safety. Didn't she fear he might take advantage of her? Opening a window, he lit a cigarette, watching as Sumu Ren occasionally mumbled incoherently, her beautiful legs exposed to his view. Sumu Ren and her friend Xia Ro were both striking in their own right, one petite with a generous figure, the other tall and slender, both possessing an undeniable allure. Chen Wen took a drag from his cigarette, trying to avert his gaze, yet his subconscious resisted the urge, fueled by youthful vigor and a hint of reckless desire. Under the dual onslaught of alcohol and visual allure, a wicked fire surged uncontrollably within him. His throat stirred involuntarily. Before him stood a striking beauty, presenting a severe test to his inner resolve. Calm down. What are you thinking? Chen Wen chastised himself, for reason urged him to refrain from any reckless actions. If he were to succumb to temptation and act against Sumu Ren, the consequences would be dire. After several deep breaths, he managed to suppress that insatiable desire, approached the bed, adjusted Sumu Ren's position, and tucked her in snugly. Only I could do this. Were it anyone else, you'd be in tears. Shaking his head, Chen Wen rose, turned off the light, and exited the room, closing the door gently behind him. Little did he know that the moment he stepped out, Sumu Ren had opened her eyes. She had genuinely vomited and felt dizzy, yet was not completely inebriated. You were somewhat honest, otherwise, she mused. Her earlier actions had been deliberate, testing whether Chen Wen would take advantage of her vulnerability. And it turned out he had remained respectable, not exploiting her state. Upon returning to his own room, Chen Wen lay on the bed, idly scrolling through his phone, subconsciously opening a chat with a female acquaintance. Are you asleep? He typed. After a long wait with no response, he set the phone down, interlacing his fingers behind his head, pondering how to address the situation with Xiang Fei. Chen Wen found himself bewildered by why General Manager Zhang would act in such a manner behind the scenes, as it would only bring detrimental effects to the company and ultimately harm his own interests. Yet, human motivations are often inscrutable. Sleep on it, he decided. There was no need to rush. He would observe Liao Ji monitoring Wang Tuzu for a few days, gathering information before taking any actions. Due to the pressing matter concerning Xiang Fei, Chen Wen had been able to forego his duties at the office, slumbering until 8 o'clock. However, upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find congee, pickled vegetables, and soup dumplings laid out on the dining table. What? Is the sun rising from the west? He calculated that it had been over half a month since Sumu Ren had forcibly moved in, and he had taken it upon himself to handle all grocery shopping and cooking. She had never lifted a finger. Sumu Ren? Chen Wen called out towards her room. What do you want? Are you sick? Sumu Ren emerged, impeccably dressed, her attire radiating the aura of a modern urbanite. Did you buy this? Chen Wen gestured towards the breakfast, his expression a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. What has gotten into this woman? Or has she truly had a change of heart? Otherwise, do you think it just appeared out of thin air? The dumplings and pickles are from the store, but the congee is my own concoction. Don't think for a moment that I am incapable, she retorted. Humph, had you not passed last night's test, you wouldn't be enjoying this treatment. But this is unexpected, Chen Wen mused, scratching his chin, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Something feels off. Perhaps she has spiked it with something? Quit the chatter. Eat if you want, or don't, your choice, Sumu Ren snapped, her voice tinged with annoyance. This world has no other man besides my father who has tasted congee made by me. Thank you. To enjoy breakfast made by Miss Su is quite the privilege. Chen Wen replied with a grin, taking a dumpling and savoring it. The combination of congee, pickles, and a hangover provided a sense of comfort. However, as soon as he took a sip of the congee, he froze. The dumplings and pickles were undoubtedly store-bought, but the congee exuded a strong, scorched flavor. How do you like my culinary skills? Chen Wen, you should be grateful. Eating my food is a blessing from your past life, Su Miran declared proudly. Indeed, indeed. It is a blessing, he echoed, though his heart sank with each spoonful. What have I done to deserve this? Is this woman intentionally tormenting me? After consuming a couple more dumplings, he managed to finish the bowl of burnt congee, wiping his mouth. Thank you, it was delicious. I must head to work now. Once Chen Wen departed, a smile gradually illuminated Su Miran's face. She had been uncertain about the previous night's events, but, through the identity of her female acquaintance, learned that Chen Wen had not taken advantage of her. Testing him while intoxicated had revealed that he was a man of decent character. Had he crossed the line, she was prepared with scissors. However, reflecting on their time together, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Perhaps she was growing fond of this lifestyle, or had simply become accustomed to Chen Wen's presence in her life. Him? Nonsense, she scoffed, before taking a sip of congee, only to gag at the taste. What is this? How could I have made it so burnt? That wretched Chen Wen. Eating it without a word. Arriving at the office around 9, Chen Wen encountered Wang Tuzu, who surprisingly refrained from his usual reprimands. This indicated that Wang truly had something to hide. Chen Wen, why are you here instead of resolving the issues? Don't worry, I'll reassign the work at hand. Just remember General Manager Zhang's instructions, Wang Tuzu said, maintaining an impassive facade while secretly reveling in the unfolding events. Manager Wang, this matter is quite challenging. Chen Wen feigned with a sigh, rubbing his face. I called Manager Du, but he barely acknowledged me. It's quite the predicament. Wang Tuzu reveled in his silent amusement. No worries, we shall see who triumphs in the end. General Manager Zhang was profiting in secrecy, and Wang Tuzu, as Zhang's sycophant, likely reaped some benefits as well. If the issues with Xiang Fei remained unresolved, the company would face potential compensation claims, plunging it back into turmoil, most likely jeopardizing even promised salaries. The plan was his, and it was Chen Wen who would bear the brunt of the fallout. When the dust settled, both Zhang and Wang could profit, while Chen Wen would be left to shoulder the blame. Having navigated the workplace for several years, Chen Wen understood that this so-called corporate landscape was fraught with subtle dangers. Chen Wen, though the situation is tough, we must see it through. Be earnest. I have heard Manager Du is not as unreasonable as he seems, Wang Tuzu offered unexpectedly, even going so far as to light a cigarette for him. For now, focus on resolving the Xiang Fei issue. Manager, I never anticipated your kindness. I must have misunderstood you before. Please don't hold it against me. I will ensure the Xiang Fei matter is handled properly, so as not to disappoint you and General Manager Zhang. Chen Wen lowered his stance, striving to placate the man. Last night, Su Miran had also suggested reaching out to an unknown number, which could potentially aid him. However, to solicit assistance, he needed to establish that Manager Du was exploiting his position for personal gain. Currently, Xiang Fei held the upper hand, claiming the issues stemmed from a flawed plan. Should the upper management wish to prevent further fallout, they would need to pay off the problem, lining Manager Du and General Zhang's pockets in the process. Initially, Chen Wen had failed to comprehend why General Zhang would sacrifice the company's reputation for profit, but clarity dawned upon him. They intended to settle for a lesser outcome. The upcoming contract with Dongwei Technology was crucial for the company's future prospects. To mitigate any adverse impact, they would inevitably resort to a financial settlement. General Zhang had counted on this. It is good that you think this way. My supervisor can indeed be a bit harsh at times, but it is ultimately for the benefit of everyone. Xiao Chun, if you put in the effort, the company will not overlook you. Understood, supervisor. I will give it another try. Wang Tzu, you treat me as a pawn. Unaware that you are merely a piece on Zhang's chessboard, perhaps to be discarded at any moment. Go on, I await your good news. Wang Tzu patted Chen Wen's shoulder. As he left the company, Chen Wen sent a message to Liao Ji, acknowledging that since they had engaged in this game, he must cooperate fully. Chen Wen spent the entire morning waiting outside for Xiang Fei. Now he could only block the way. If he couldn't catch him at noon, he would wait until the afternoon. He refused to believe that Manager Du would not emerge. Ah, someone has fainted. While taking a smoke break, he heard shouts from a corner of the building's sloped surface, and when Chen Wen looked over, he saw a crowd had gathered. It couldn't be a heart attack, could it? At this age, that would be dire. Call 120. After all, it's a life. They called, but the other end reported traffic delays. What a pity. Chen Wen squeezed through the crowd and saw an elderly man lying on the ground, a hand clutching his chest, his face devoid of color, lips turning purple. Though the others felt anxious, no one stepped forward to help, except to call for an ambulance. After all, there had been many instances of helping others that had backfired. In truth, Chen Wen hesitated. He was there to block Manager Du for Xiang Fei. It was best to avoid getting involved. Medicine, medicine. The old man struggled to utter something. His words were unclear, beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead, and his breathing became increasingly labored. Sir, what are you saying? Ultimately, after a fierce internal battle, Chen Wen crouched down. Who among us does not age? He could not turn a blind eye to someone in need. Young man, think carefully. Be cautious. Doing a good deed could lead to trouble. Indeed, in this day and age, one can never be too careful. It was wiser to wait for 120 to arrive. Several people urged him to reconsider as he crouched beside the old man. It's all right. Determined to save the man, Chen Wen cast aside his fears. At worst, he would face some trouble. There were so many witnesses, and with numerous cameras around. He could clear his name if falsely accused. Sir, your medicine is in your bag, correct? Oh, good. Chen Wen rummaged through the old man's belongings and finally found a small bottle of medication. After reading the instructions, he poured out 6 pills for the elderly man and helped him sit up. After about a quarter of an hour, the old man's pallor began to ease. His lips regained some color, and his breathing became more stable. Thank goodness. Chen Wen wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, the medicine had provided some relief. Otherwise, given the man's age, the consequences could have been severe. Another 10 minutes passed before the ambulance finally arrived, assisting the old man into the vehicle with an oxygen mask. Who is the family member? Asked the nurse. The crowd exchanged glances, indicating they were merely bystanders. The nurse frowned and asked again, who is the family member? Is there anyone? Good grief. Wang Tzu would certainly inform Manager Du, making it unlikely for Chen Wen to see him at noon. He decided to accompany them to the hospital. He could return once the old man's family was found. Nurse, I'm not a family member, just passing by. I'll go to the hospital with you, and once the old man is stable, I can help contact his family. Does that work? Get in the car. Thankfully, he took the medicine, or else. Hurry. Thus, Chen Wen boarded the ambulance and was taken to the hospital, where the old man was immediately rushed into the emergency room. Such heart failure is truly frightening. Medication only provides temporary relief, and without timely medical intervention, the outcome could be fatal. Hello, the patient needs emergency care. Please sign here, said the same nurse, rushing in with a critical condition notice for Chen Wen to sign. What the heck? Upon reading it, Chen Wen was taken aback. He had acted out of kindness, but this document could not be signed lightly. What if something went wrong? Nurse, you know my situation. I can't just sign this. If no one signs, our hospital will bear the risk. The patient's condition is not very good. Can you contact his family? The nurse appeared anxious. Are you kidding me? You're worried about risk, and I'm not? Chen Wen rubbed his forehead. Caught in a dilemma, and after a long hesitation, he picked up the pen. Nurse, I can sign, but you must provide me with a witness. That's no problem. After signing, the nurse hurried away, leaving Chen Wen in turmoil, regretting his decision to intervene. Now, he could only pray for the old man's recovery. From morning until afternoon, Chen Wen remained on edge, but thankfully news came in the evening that the old man had passed the critical phase and his vital signs were stabilizing. Only then did Chen Wen truly relax. Hey, I still don't know your name, the nurse said as she approached him, handing him a cup of water with a smile. You're quite brave. Weren't you afraid that the old man? But I admire your courage. During the earlier urgency, there had been no opportunity for conversation, but now Chen Wen could see that the nurse was in her 20s, quite lovely. You have no idea. I was terrified, my legs were shaking, but thankfully, it turned out all right. This was no joke. Had anything happened to the old man, even with the nurse's testimony, it would have been complicated. I'm Chen Wen, and you? I'm Zhou Yu. People like you are rare these days. Zhou Yu smiled sweetly, extending her hand politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. What else could I do? No one was willing to lend a hand. I couldn't just stand by and watch the old man suffer. If luck were to turn against me and I were falsely accused, then what could I do? Chen Wen checked the time. It was already 6 o'clock, and there was no hope of confronting Manager Du that day. I believe that good deeds will eventually be rewarded. Keep it up. Zhou Yu glanced back. I'll go back to work now. Oh, by the way, the old man seems to be awake. Can you see if you can contact his family? Sure. Upon entering the ward, the old man was wearing an oxygen mask, his breath still weak but conscious. As Chen Wen sat beside him, the old man seemed to want to say something, but appeared too frail. Sir, please rest. Everything is all right. Chen Wen quickly reassured him. Can you contact your family? They had been waiting all afternoon, and by now, the old man's family must be quite anxious. The old man gestured toward a nearby old mobile phone. When Chen Wen picked it up, he found over a dozen missed calls. Amidst the commotion, no one had noticed the phone ringing. Just as Chen Wen picked up the phone, it rang, realizing it was on silent mode. He understood that the old man's son had learned of his father's situation and was frantic, assuring him that he would come as soon as possible and repeatedly expressing gratitude. Having delayed for an entire afternoon, Chen Wen decided to wait until the family arrived before leaving. After about half an hour, a well-dressed middle-aged man entered the ward with his wife, inquiring with the doctor and nurse before spending some time with the old man. "Brother Chen, thank you so much." The middle-aged man grasped Chen Wen's hand tightly, sincerity evident in his voice. "I'm so grateful you helped. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for my father. He is elderly and has heart issues. Sigh? As long as he is okay." Frankly, I was trembling when I had to sign. Chen Wen wasn't exaggerating. He had been anxious for as long as the old man was in distress. "Thank you." The middle-aged man understood the gravity of the situation. Had he been in Chen Wen's shoes, he might not have had the same courage. The elder is not one to fuss over trivial matters. "Since you have arrived, I shall take my leave." While I was smoking, the witch Su Mirian had already made a call. "If I delay any longer, I shall face consequences." "Wait a moment." The middle-aged man called out to Chen Wen, casting a glance at his wife. The middle-aged beauty hastily retrieved a large envelope from her bag, smiling as she said, "Brother Chen, I appreciate your help today. This is a small token of gratitude from my husband and me, and you must not refuse it." Glancing at the envelope, which surely contained several thousand, Chen Wen, despite his financial struggles, felt that accepting such a meager token of thanks would be beneath him. "Brother, sister, please take your money back. Do you truly think the elder's life is worth such a sum?" Chen Wen politely declined their goodwill. It was not that he was deliberately trying to appear magnanimous. Accepting what he perceived as a paltry sum felt disconcerting. At this point, the couple felt it was inappropriate to press further, yet their impression of Chen Wen deepened. "Here," the middle-aged man said, producing a business card. "Brother Chen, if I insist, it would be rather pretentious. This is my card. Should you ever need assistance, please do not hesitate to call." Initially, he thought that accepting the money would ease his conscience, considering he had saved the elder's life. But if Chen Wen was unwilling to accept it, there was little they could do. The sum was not large, just a few thousand, but it revealed much about one's character. "Very well, I shall take the card." "Brother, sister, I must take my leave now. There are others waiting for me at home." Chen Wen felt somewhat tipsy. Their relationship felt more akin to that of a spouse than mere cohabitants. "Indeed, today is not convenient. When I have the chance, I shall treat you to a couple of drinks, Brother Chen. You must not decline." "Certainly." Chen Wen considered it mere pleasantry, never truly expecting to interact with them again, as he had never anticipated any form of recompense. However, when he prepared to pocket the business card, he caught a glimpse that sparked a sense of familiarity, especially with that phone number. Wait a moment. This name and number. Is it not the contact Su Mirian had provided him? "Brother Lu." Chen Wen instinctively called out to Lu Jiqing. Was this mere coincidence? Just moments earlier, Nurse Zhou Yu had remarked that she believed good deeds would ultimately be rewarded. He never expected everything to unfold so swiftly, truly a case of serendipity. When Su Mirian had given him her number, Chen Wen had hesitated, pondering when to call and how to convince her of his sincerity. And now, an opportunity presented itself. "Brother Chen, is something the matter?" Lu Jiqing smiled. Having mingled in the business world for many years, he could tell that Chen Wen was not simply stopping him for idle chatter. Chen Wen produced the note he always carried and handed it to Lu Jiqing. "Brother Lu, is this your number?" Upon seeing his own number and surname, Lu Jiqing scrutinized Chen Wen with a perplexed expression. "How do you have my number?" "It is indeed a coincidence. A friend of mine, Su Mirian, provided it to me." Chen Wen replied, scratching his nose, uncertain of the nature of the relationship between Su Mirian and Lu Jiqing. "Her?" Upon learning that the number was given to Chen Wen by Su Mirian, Lu Jiqing's expression grew even more curious, and he asked with keen interest, "Brother Chen, might I inquire about your connection with Su Mirian?" "A creditor," Chen Wen answered with a wry smile. "By the way, Brother Lu, do you work at Xiangfei?" "I intended to call you, but was unsure how to broach the subject. Are you acquainted with Du Yuxuan?" Mentioning Du Yuxuan, and knowing that his number had been provided by Su Mirian, Lu Jiqing immediately sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. "Dear, go keep your father company. I shall step outside with Brother Chen for a smoke." Once they reached the smoking area outside the hospital, Lu Jiqing's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Brother Chen, feel free to speak candidly. Due to their differing social standings, Lu Jiqing had not interacted much with Su Murian, but he certainly owed her father a favor, especially since Chen Wen had just saved his life. Brother Lu, I am an employee at Advanced Technology, working in the planning department. The entire situation. It was a fortunate coincidence that I found the right person. Chen Wen seized the opportunity to relay the entire story. After listening, Lu Jiqing furrowed his brow deeply, quietly smoking, his expression growing increasingly grim. If this were true, it was no trivial matter. While Advanced Technology might negotiate privately to mitigate the fallout, should the matter escalate to legal proceedings, Xiangfei would inevitably be affected. Can you be certain? Lu Jiqing extinguished his cigarette and looked up. Chen Wen shook his head. At present, it is merely conjecture. Today, I intended to confront Du Yuxuan at your company, but inadvertently encountered your father having a medical emergency. However, obtaining solid evidence should not prove difficult. Lu Jiqing retrieved another cigarette, placing it between his lips without lighting it, then suddenly put it away. Brother Chen, this is not a trivial matter. If it is merely your assumption, then I require evidence. Understood. Chen Wen nodded. I shall find a way to gather evidence. I will leave the rest to you, Brother Lu. With Lu Jiqing's assurance, Chen Wen felt emboldened, and he had not misjudged. Du Yuxuan was indeed closely connected to Xiangfei, as his uncle was one of the vice presidents, explaining his audacity. Though Chen Wen was unaware of Lu Jiqing's exact position at Xiangfei, he surmised it was not insignificant. His current task was to obtain evidence of Du Yuxuan's embezzlement, which would make Lu Jiqing's job considerably easier. The moment Chen Wen left the hospital, he called General Han to discuss his forthcoming plans and received Han's support. General Han, if this matter is substantiated, what will happen with Director Zhang? Chen Wen ultimately felt compelled to ask. As a business partner, Director Zhang had initially made the largest investment. Should this situation lead to discord, it would complicate matters for General Han as well. Chen Wen, do you think Director Zhang is a fool? General Han chuckled. Director Zhang is completely unaware of this situation. Even if embezzlement occurred, it would be solely Wang Shun's personal misdeed, unrelated to Director Zhang. Understood. I shall end the call for now. After hanging up, Chen Wen narrowed his eyes, knowing that Wang Tuzi's days of ease were numbered. It was not that he lacked compassion. Wang Tuzi had struck first, and thus he would have to face the consequences. A mere worker could hardly outsmart a boss, even if Director Zhang intended to secretly embezzle funds. He would have prepared well in advance, not involving Chen Wen directly. Wang Tuzi, believing he had ingratiated himself with Director Zhang, had failed to realize that he was merely a pawn, easily expendable should trouble arise. Why then was Chen Wen tasked with handling this? The rationale was quite clear. Chen Wen was one of the principal planners, and adjusting the scheme would be simpler for him. Moreover, it was a measure to avoid suspicion. Of course, Chen Wen understood General Han's intentions. In a partnership, even if one knew that Director Zhang was harboring ulterior motives, it was best to turn a blind eye rather than openly confront the issue. Maintaining amicable relations was the key to long-term success in business, should relations sour. Director Zhang's withdrawal of investment would be a significant blow to Advanced Technology. Hey, what are you up to? Just as he reached the ground floor, Zhou Lele called him. I haven't even arrived home yet. What's the matter? Are you feeling down and in need of your brother's comfort? Chen Wen teased with a hearty laugh. I'm in a splendid mood. Thank you very much, came Zhou Lele's retort, followed by a pause before she suddenly exclaimed, Chen Wen. Wait a moment. Chen Wen noticed something amiss. Zhou Lele rarely called him by his name and seldom adopted such a formal tone. What is it? He inquired, still smiling. After a lengthy silence, Zhou Lele finally spoke. Do you have feelings for her? The question posed by Chen Wen was rather challenging to answer, particularly since he was aware that Zhou Lele was referring to Su Murian. The relationship between them had always been enigmatic. How could one even discuss feelings of affection in such a context? Last night, Su Murian had no intention of providing an explanation, clearly aiming to create an awkward situation for him. Are you going to answer me or remain mute? Zhou Lele expressed her impatience. Goodness, it's only been a short while. And not only has he found a girlfriend, but they are already living together. If I hadn't unexpectedly visited his home last night, I would still be oblivious. Chen Wen sighed, cough. All I can say is, she is older than you, haha. He continued, just give me your location. If I don't take care of you, then I don't deserve the surname Zhou. You scoundrel, prepare for a fight. After chatting with Zhou Lele for quite some time, he finally hung up the phone. Despite her masculine demeanor, Chen Wen found nothing wrong with her personality. However, he felt something was amiss since returning home. Thinking of his ancestral figure at home, he felt another wave of headache coming on. In just a few days, he would receive his paycheck, and once he did, he would settle his debts. He was not inclined to continue serving this ancestral figure. "Ah, so you remember to come back?" As soon as he entered, Su Muruin greeted him with a frosty demeanor. "What did we agree upon? Do you truly care about me? Do you think I wouldn't feel hungry?" "Miss, I am not your servant. I am utterly swamped with work. If you cannot tolerate it, then I would consider that a blessing," Chen Wen replied, flopping onto the sofa. "Are you implying you wish to evict me?" Su Muruin pouted, her mood visibly sinking, and she fell silent. Truly unbelievable. Chen Wen slapped his forehead in frustration. "Fine. I'll do it now. I must have owed you something in my past life, Su Muruin." "Perhaps you did." Su Muruin quickly cheered up, her spirits lifting as she embraced her tablet. "Tonight, I want braised pork, but it can't be too fatty. Is this a restaurant? You expect me to prepare food without doing anything else, and now you are ordering dishes?" After toiling for an eternity, when the meal was finally ready, Su Muruin's eyes lit up, and she blew a kiss at Chen Wen. "Brother Wen, you are truly wonderful. I might just want to marry you. Please, spare me." Chen Wen quickly interjected, his face a picture of despair. "Miss, do not use that tone, and please, do not tease me. I am exhausted. I shall do as I please." Su Muruin then dove into her meal, and after tossing her utensils aside, she dashed off, leaving a disheartened Chen Wen to clean up the mess. Noticing it was still early, Chen Wen stepped out again to run a few more errands. With no paycheck yet, and commissions temporarily out of reach, he had to continue enduring these tough times. By midnight, he returned home after enjoying barbecue with Wang Kai. Seeing the living room in darkness, he assumed the witch must have gone to bed. Chen Wen removed his helmet, changed his shoes, and slowly made his way to the bathroom. However, as soon as he flicked on the light, he froze in place. "Ah! Ah!" Two screams echoed, one from Su Muruin and the other from Chen Wen. The next moment, Chen Wen covered his nose and crouched on the floor, regrettably caught in yet another predicament. "Are you insane?" After holding his breath for what felt like an eternity, Chen Wen managed to suppress the discomfort. Looking at the deformed bar of soap on the floor, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Su Muruin for her antics. "You are the one who's insane. Do you not know I am in? Get out?" Su Muruin, sitting on the toilet, was too embarrassed to stand, her face flushed with heat. Usually, this person would not return home so early, and today, not only was he home, but he had also made a commotion. Upon returning to the living room, Su Muruin's blush had yet to fade as she glared at Chen Wen in silence. "What did I do wrong? For heaven's sake, dear sister. Why turn off the lights so late at night? Are you conserving energy?" Chen Wen lamented, feeling exasperated. It was one thing for the living room to be dark, but the bathroom too? Who could have known someone was inside? "You lecher!" Su Muruin lunged at him. Chen Wen, having anticipated her move, dodged just in time, causing her to miss and fall short. As he turned to escape this troublesome situation, he tripped on something and fell sideways onto Su Muruin, once again experiencing a rather soft sensation. Last night, he had encountered something he shouldn't have, and tonight, it seemed he had once again overstepped. This time with both hands. "Oh no, this is bad." Surprisingly, Su Muruin did not explode in anger. Instead, she brushed Chen Wen's hands away and sat up, her gaze filled with lingering resentment. That was a misunderstanding. It was definitely a misunderstanding. Chen Wen scratched his head, instinctively glancing at Su Muruin's chest and swallowing hard. "Look, see for yourself." Su Muruin puffed out her chest, glaring at him indignantly. "If you dare move your eyes, I will make you regret it." After 2 days of confronting Du Yuxuan, that rascal seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, not even showing his face. However, Chen Wen was convinced that the other party was intentionally laying a trap. Of course, Chen Wen was not anxious and needed to feign urgency, especially in front of Wang Tzu. There was a promise from Lu Jiqing. All he needed was to gather sufficient evidence, and this matter would be resolved. As for Wang Tzu's ultimate fate, it was of no concern to him. Just as Nurse Zhou had mentioned, good people ultimately receive their rewards, and scoundrels like Wang Tzu deserved a lesson. In recent days, Liao Ji had been keeping a close watch on Wang Tzu, but nothing particularly noteworthy had taken place. Still, Chen Wen had an inkling that the bald fool would soon slip up. Once he did, it would be time to close in. In reality, Chen Wen was not worried about resolving his troubles with Xiang Fei. His true concern was the ancestral figure at home. I brought you some fruit." Chen Wen rubbed his nose and presented the washed fruit to Su Muruin. Although he had accidentally intruded upon her private space twice, she had not erupted in anger as usual. However, Her demeanor had been unusually cold these past 2 days, with little conversation and no scolding. Contemplating this, Chen Wen felt troubled. He wanted to explain, but was at a loss for words. Chen Wen even began to question whether he had a masochistic tendency, as he had grown accustomed to Su Muruan's unreasonable behavior and was now unaccustomed to her coldness. Su Muruan did not even glance in his direction, engrossed in her game, while secretly reveling in Chen Wen's flustered state. That detestable man. He kissed me once and touched my chest twice. Truly, how outrageous. The person who had caused her distress 6 years ago had never received such treatment. They had merely held hands, and there had been no kisses. Yet, this scoundrel Chen Wen had gained such advantages. Seeing Su Muruan ignore him, Chen Wen felt embarrassed and took the initiative to speak up. I bought fish and ribs. How about I make you pickled fish and braised ribs? Chen Wen, why are you doing this? This woman is your enemy, for goodness sake. How can you lower yourself to her level? You are becoming a lovesick puppy. Despite his thoughts, Chen Wen dared not voice them. I will go prepare dinner. You can continue playing, he concluded, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. After dinner, he would resume his driving duties. The salary had come through, albeit with deductions, leaving him with just over 16,000. Adding in the 3,000 he had on hand, it barely amounted to 20,000. Without a finalized agreement with Dongyue Technology, he could not expect his commission, meaning he still had to endure hardship, with 50,000 in debt looming over him. Pickled fish, braised ribs, a stir-fried vegetable, and tomato egg soup. Will you eat? Chen Wen served the rice. Su Muruan, seated on the sofa, glanced up briefly but continued to ignore him, intensely focused on her fruit game as if to express her discontent. Then I shall eat first. If she chose to ignore him, he would not waste any more time. Chen Wen began eating, intentionally making loud noises as he savored the fish. The fish caught from the river has a unique taste. It is truly tender. Would you like some? Eat, eat, eat. Do you think I lack the resolve to resist temptation, you glutton? Su Muruan turned her back to Chen Wen, yet the delicious aroma wafting through the air made her swallow instinctively. The ribs are quite enticing. I hear they are from local pigs raised in the countryside. Delicious indeed. Chen Wen, oblivious to her, devoured his meal and poured himself a bowl of soup, savoring every drop. You deadbeat, Su Muruan muttered, her fingers tapping furiously on her tablet, nearly puncturing the screen with her frustration. With a frown, she rose and retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. Fine, I won't eat. After finishing his meal, Chen Wen wiped his mouth and glanced at Su Muruan's door, a sly grin spreading across his face. I'm heading out now. The dishes are on the table. Don't forget to clean up. In her bedroom, Su Muruan pressed her belly, feeling ravenous. The enticing scent of food only heightened her hunger. It was not until she heard the door close that she emerged. Her favorite dish, sour fish, was too tempting to resist. She immediately sat down and dug in, disregarding any semblance of ladylike behavior. You dead Chen Wen. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you cooked. If you dare do this again, I'll chop off your fingers. Su Muruan bit into a rib with fervor. Setting aside everything else, Chen Wen's culinary skills were impressive. Over the past half-month, she had lost her desire to dine out and had forgotten about maintaining her figure. Chen Wen had barely touched the fish, leaving most of it to Su Muruan, who also devoured the ribs and vegetables, finishing off 2 large bowls of soup. What bliss! After satisfying her hunger, Su Muruan let out a hearty burp, her cheeks flushing. Oh no, I forgot about my diet again. It's all your fault, Chen Wen, cooking all this delicious food. Chen Wen, hiding in the kitchen, wore an exasperated expression. So, I buy groceries and cook for you, and I'm the villain here? Find a better excuse for your grievances. Her belly was nearly spilling over. But with no one else at home, Su Muruan rolled up her shirt, chastising herself for being so critical despite still having a nice figure. Chen Wen peeked out, eyeing Su Muruan's fair stomach. Since you're gaining weight, why keep eating so much? Be careful, or you'll truly turn into a pig. Chen Wen, didn't you leave? For a moment, Su Muruan was taken aback, but after several seconds, she hastily pulled down her t-shirt, glaring at Chen Wen. Looking around, she grabbed an apple from the fruit basket and hurled it at him. Having learned from past encounters, Chen Wen caught the apple effortlessly and took a big bite, saying, "Thanks." Whoosh. Another pear flew through the air. Chen Wen placed it on the table, irritated. Missy, we paid for these. We cannot waste them. If you want to throw away the fruit, then... Su Muruan seized a fruit knife from the coffee table. Upon seeing this, Chen Wen immediately backed down. I'm telling you, Su Muruan, if you act recklessly, I'll call the police. You scoundrel, Prepare to face my wrath. By the time Su Murian reached the kitchen, Chen Wen had already locked the door. Calm down, that's a knife, not a toy. I still need to escape. Open the door and come out. I'll spare you. Not opening. Then we'll just wait. Sated. Su Murian felt fearless. She had all the time in the world. After half an hour of standoff, Chen Wen finally cracked. All right, Missy, I concede. Just don't mess with me. I can't take it unfortunately. He was met with a painful tug on his ear. No. Su Murian, are you out of your mind? If you bully me again, I will fight back. Fight back? Just you? Have you forgotten that I've trained? Even without a knife, I can handle you easily. Su Murian tightened her grip, unwilling to relent. Chen Wen, realizing she was deliberately avoiding the kitchen, was determined to see her struggle. Will you let go? No. This is my temper. With a sudden resolve, Chen Wen thought she underestimated him. He forcefully broke free from her grasp, cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her passionately, taking advantage of her surprise to dash away. Chen Wen, you better not come back. I want to be merciful. Regaining her composure, Su Murian wiped her mouth, her face flushed crimson. This audacious rogue was becoming increasingly brazen. That's the enemy. I can't remain passive forever. If I can't overpower him, I must resort to cunning tactics. Hey, Wen good. You seem to be in a good mood. Is it because of that long-legged beauty you met the other night? As the two crossed paths, Wang Kai winked with a mischievous grin. To be fair, my mood is quite good tonight. Finally, I've managed to gain the upper hand. Even if I must tread carefully when returning. But what is with the lipstick on your lips? Don't tell me you're planning to play the part of a sissy. I want to buy it. Wang Kai narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Recalling that night, Wang Kai felt a pang of regret for not seizing the opportunity to hand the list to Chen Wen. Perhaps he could have enjoyed similar fortunes. The memory of Su Murian's striking beauty, especially her long legs, made him wince inwardly. Wen Gu, you should repay me for letting you have all the fun. I'm not asking for much, just 10 times at 498 each. 10 times? Make it 10 times 498. Chen Wen turned to leave, leaving Wang Kai to wonder if he would even respond. I'm drowning in debt because of you, and you think I'll let you profit off me? No way. 8 times. No, 5 times will do. Just once? Surely you can manage that. Wang Kai grasped Chen Wen's arm. You've had all the good fortune. You get the meat, so let me have a taste of the broth. Are we not brothers? Just one word. Absolutely not. Chen Wen retaliated with a playful smack to Wang Kai's head. Once I have the list, I'm out of here. Wait, do you have to be so stingy? Wen Gu, how about asking that beauty if she has any sisters? Chen Wen ignored him, already riding away. Perhaps due to his good spirits. He found himself inundated with orders that night, working tirelessly from one job to the next until 11:30 before he could catch his breath. As long as it meant earning some extra cash, a little fatigue was worth it. During this time, Su Murian called several times, but he didn't answer. And her subsequent texts expressed her frustration vehemently. It seems tonight is going to be perilous. I might face the consequences as soon as I step inside. Going to Gu Xiang's place again? Probably not. Most likely, it will end up like last time, with him being driven away. Just as Chen Wen was lost in thought, his phone vibrated, snapping him back to reality. It was Liao Ji calling, which instantly lifted his spirits. In the past few days, he had been tasked with keeping an eye on Du Yuxuan, while Liao Ji monitored Wang Tuzi. It was likely that Liao Ji had noticed something amiss with Wang Tuzi. All right, see you soon. Tonight, he anticipated at least 200 yuan in hand, which would suffice. Wen Gu, over here. Upon reaching the agreed location, Liao Ji waved at Chen Wen, who spotted them near a bustling entertainment street filled with KTVs. Inside there, Chen Wen glanced over, noting that Wang Tuzi seemed to be enjoying himself, spending at least 1,000 on a night out. I captured this. Take a look. Liao Ji pulled out his phone, revealing a photo of Wang Tuzi and Du Yuxuan entering a KTV, confirming Chen Wen's suspicions. It had been nearly a week since he agreed to resolve Xiang Fei's troubles, and despite waiting several times for Du Yuxuan, he had yet to encounter him. Calls went unanswered, all part of a deliberate ploy. Zhang Zong wanted to make money but would never do so personally. Thus, Wang Tuzi became the link, indicating that inviting others to dinner was inevitable. That scoundrel has something up his sleeve. So what should we do, Wen Gu? Should we go in? Liao Ji asked after cursing Wang Tuzi. Chen Wen shook his head, expressing no urgency. This dinner invitation was certainly a grand affair. After finding a companion for some merriment, they would surely indulge further. There was no need to rush, especially since returning home would inevitably lead to trouble. With pressing matters at hand, he felt reassured, even contemplating skipping work the next day for rest. Thus, The two of them concealed themselves outside the KTV, waiting until nearly 2 o'clock. When Wang Tuzu and Du Yuxuan emerged, each with a beautiful lady on their arm. Chen Wen exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, and they followed suit. As anticipated, Wang Tuzu led the two women to a barbecue stall for a late-night snack, planning to continue their revelry with a few drinks. "Uncle, don't rush. We agreed to wait." One of the women, snuggled up to Wang Tuzu, cooed playfully. All right, he replied, relishing the rare opportunity to enjoy himself, having concocted an excuse of a business trip to his partner at home. "Old Wang, you're quite impatient," Du Yuxuan teased, while shamelessly making advances toward his own companion. "Brother," the lady blushed, yet made no attempt to resist. After all, they were professionals in this line of work, as long as the money was right. Everything else was negotiable. Chen Wen and his companion watched from the shadows, their thoughts filled with disdain for Wang Tuzu, but they decided to let him relish his moment. For more intriguing tales awaited. Order whatever you desire. Be good and obedient. Wang Tuzu instructed once the ladies had departed. "Manager Du, you've kept that kid on ice for a few days. I believe the time is ripe for our dealings," he continued. The entire scheme necessitated Du Yuxuan's cooperation, otherwise it would be futile. "Rest assured, old Wang, I have it all under control. If we don't keep him anxious for a few days, how can we expect success?" "The more anxious they are, the greater our chances," Du Yuxuan replied, sipping his drink with a smug grin. The promotional expenses from the last project had nearly reached 3 million. If things escalated, it wouldn't suffice to merely settle with that amount. Refunds and compensations would ensue, and he could potentially extract 2 million from the situation. Du Yuxuan was aware, however, that even if he managed to secure 2 million, he would only pocket half. As Wang Tuzu had support from behind the scenes, money was not something one could exhaust alone. Sharing the bounty was far more enjoyable. Should he attempt to claim it all, he would only invite trouble later. Therefore, it was wiser to share the spoils. "With your assurance, I feel confident." "That kid is desperate now. Raising over 100,000 should not pose a challenge." "Manager Du, I raise my glass to you." Earning a meager salary over a month seemed trivial. Zhang, the company head, had promised a share of 200,000 upon success. Why not seize the opportunity for extra earnings? Moreover, under the guise of handling the project, Chen Wen could safely distance himself from any suspicion, leaving the company without grounds to accuse him. Making money together is far more important. "Old Wang, your generosity tonight is noted. Once we secure this funding, I shall open a new world for you, haha." Their conversation ceased as the ladies returned, unaware of the two pairs of eyes in the distance recording their every word. It was only after leaving that Liao Ji grasped the gravity of the situation, genuinely startled. "Brother Wen, I never imagined that bald fool would have the audacity to mishandle company funds. A single misstep could land him in serious trouble. Where there are profits, there are risks. He has been blinded by greed. We should withdraw for now." He foolishly believed that having Zhang's backing granted him free rein. Not everything comes so easily. While illicit gains may be a method, some money is best left untouched, for a careless move could lead to total ruin. Following the incident, Chen Wen and Liao Ji enjoyed a barbecue before parting ways, though Chen Wen hesitated to impose on Liao Ji for a place to stay. He attempted to call Yang San, but the scoundrel did not answer. Gu Xiang was even less accommodating, picking up only to mock him before hanging up, clearly uninterested in offering shelter. "Haha, you're hilarious. I hear you're afraid to go home. Care to crash at my place for a night? Don't worry. You'll just need to take some medicine tomorrow." Zhou Leilei's voice boomed through the phone, laughter unrestrained, without a care for Chen Wen's feelings. "Perhaps not. You know I have little interest in a pair. I can't even tell the front from the back, so I'll pass," Chen Wen shot back. "Scoundrel. Dare you send me your location? Where's my knife? Don't move. If that lady doesn't take care of you tonight, I will send you off to the afterlife." After a lengthy chat, Chen Wen finally hung up. He knew he had to return home. There was no escaping the inevitable. Now armed with evidence of Wang Tuzu and Du Yuxuan's collusion, he contemplated his next move, feeling a mix of apprehension and exhilaration about returning home. Tonight, however, his spirits were high. Once he resolved the issues with Xiang Fei, the outsourcing business for Donghua Technology would remain unaffected, and his commission would stabilize. Over 20,000 could significantly alter his circumstances. Additionally, Lu Jiqing was likely a senior executive from Xiang Fei, having inadvertently assisted his father once, thus creating a debt of gratitude. Establishing a rapport was essential. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, collaborations with Xiang Fei were likely to deepen. leading to greater opportunities and a brighter future for him within the company. Indeed, the fog had begun to lift, and fortune seemed to favor him at last. Sumerian. I owe you my gratitude. I shall treat you to a meal soon. It was curious how life's trajectory shifted after an accident. Though he had yet to fully escape his troubles, Chen Wen finally glimpsed the light at the end of the tunnel. Checking the time, it was 3:30. The enchantress should have already succumbed to slumber. With careful resolve, he decided to sneak home and lock the door. She could do him no harm. With determination, Chen Wen rode his electric scooter towards home. As he traversed a dimly lit alley, he suddenly slammed to a halt, turning to the depths of the path, where he faintly heard a familiar voice. Xiaoro? He retraced his steps, despite having only met her twice. Her image was vividly etched in his mind, particularly her seemingly delicate yet alluring figure that many found irresistible. Let go of me. If you continue like this, I will call the police. To his astonishment, it was indeed Xiaoro, swaying slightly, clearly having indulged in too much drink, accompanied by two young men in their 20s. Hey, sis, don't be like that. We're just out for a good time. Let us take you home. It's unsafe for you to be alone. Don't worry, we're good people. One of the young men said, attempting to grasp Xiaoro's arm while exchanging knowing glances with his companion. Men understood the implication. Encountering a gem like Xiaoro was rare. Despite her petite stature, she possessed an alluring charm that few could resist. If they could take her home, it would be a night of indulgence. Indeed, sis, you've had quite a bit to drink. What if you encounter someone dangerous? We're just looking out for your safety. You can't even stand straight. Chen Wen felt a wave of disdain. The greatest threat was undoubtedly these two young men. Yet, it was no surprise. Who wouldn't harbor thoughts of a stunning woman after a night of drinking? Xiaoro's beauty and figure were undeniably captivating. He couldn't comprehend why these two women, who clearly enjoyed drinking yet lacked the capacity to handle it, insisted on indulging. Now they had gotten themselves into trouble. Get away, Xiaoro protested, struggling to maintain her composure as she shielded her sensitive areas, her heart racing with fear. After all, should anything untoward happen, even if she reported these men afterward, the harm would still befall her. Come on, let us have some fun together. We promise to make you happy. We're all adults here, after all. Such beauty was an opportunity no fool would pass up. The bold thrive while the timid perish. One might as well capture a photograph post-indulgence as a means of coercion, armed with leverage. The alluring woman would be too concerned about her reputation to dare report to the authorities. Perhaps there would be opportunities for further amusement in the future, especially considering her ample bosom, which had rendered the two young men spellbound, itching to pounce immediately. I warn you, you should. Think this through carefully. Don't ruin your lives, stammered Xiaoro, genuinely terrified under their greedy gazes. She longed to flee, but her legs felt weak. Unfortunately, the street was deserted and obscured, rendering any chance of escape slim. Her only hope was to frighten the two men. Alas, her hopes were in vain. Having spotted their prey, the young men closed in without hesitation, exchanging knowing glances. Get lost, Xiaoro shouted, slapping one of them in a panic as she attempted to flee, only to stumble and fall. How dare you hit me? If I don't have my way tonight, I'll show you what a real man can do. The man she struck lunged at her, pinning her down and delivering a harsh slap, his demeanor growing increasingly brutish as he tore at her outer garment. Stop. What are you doing? Chen Wen, having discarded his electric scooter, rushed over, pushing the two aside to shield Xiaoro. Come on, guys, this is unnecessary. The sudden intervention made the young men hesitate, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. They knew being caught in the act would not bode well for them. Brother, we had our eyes on her first. Are you trying to steal our fun? That's rather uncouth. Though genuinely apprehensive, they were reluctant to relinquish their quarry so easily. Leave now, or I will call the police. Chen Wen exhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. What era are we in? It's hardly worth going to jail over this. Who do you think you are, trying to teach us a lesson? Do you think we're fools? Just a mere driver trying to scare us off so you can have your fun, one of them scoffed. Chen Wen, be careful. Xiaoro, having recognized him and shaken off much of her inebriation, was now horrified to see the two men closing in on him. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Hello, 110? I'm at. Furious. The two young men fled as soon as they realized Xiaoro was serious about making the call, casting resentful glances back at Chen Wen. After all, had he not interfered, they would have succeeded. Damn it, I can't let this slide. One man can't take on two, Chen Wen muttered, feeling the sting of a punch on his lips and the corner of his eye. Are you alright, Chen Wen? Are you hurt? Xiaoro fretted, rushing to support him. Seriously, you two are terrible friends. What were you thinking? Drinking without knowing how to defend yourselves. I'm truly exasperated. Chen Wen was visibly upset. Xiaoro felt guilty, recalling her earlier fears. She was fortunate to have encountered Chen Wen. Otherwise, the night could have turned dire. Forget it. I'm used to bad luck. Chen Wen rubbed his mouth, wincing at the pain. You idiot. Xiaoro chuckled softly, relieved that the tension had eased. Should we go to the hospital? I truly apologize for tonight. It's fine. I'll just get some ointment. Let us get you home first. I won't charge you for it. Chen Wen replied with a resigned smile. Xiaoro narrowed her eyes playfully. Thank you. Su Murian owned 2 vehicles, a large G-Class and a Kian, while Xiaoro drove a BMW. Chen Wen felt a pang of frustration at being reduced to riding an electric scooter. Upon arriving at the upscale Yuhua mansion, Chen Wen parked the car. I want to walk you up. Take your time. Okay. Just as Chen Wen was about to exit the vehicle, Xiaoro called out to him again. Wait a moment. Let me apply some ointment. I'm truly sorry for the trouble. Just listen. Xiaoro insisted. Had Chen Wen not intervened, the outcome could have been quite different. It was indeed a coincidence. The last time Su Murian had gotten drunk, she had unwittingly called upon Chen Wen as a driver. To Xiaoro's surprise, the two were now living together, a revelation that had greatly altered her perception. Seeing Xiaoro's determination, Chen Wen reluctantly agreed, feeling the sting from earlier. Bear with it, Xiaoro instructed as she carefully applied iodine with a cotton swab, all while chiding the two young men. The proximity during the application was palpable, and the mingling scent of Xiaoro's alcohol and perfume overwhelmed Chen Wen, leaving him anxious. Yet, the real torment lay in the way her voluptuous figure brushed against him, an undeniable allure that he struggled to resist. Despite his best efforts to avert his gaze, he found himself stealing glances at her neckline. As her outer garment had been torn, the contours of her fitted top accentuated her curves even more. Chen Wen swallowed hard, realizing she had caught him staring. Do you find it appealing? Xiaoro teased, unabashedly accentuating her figure. Caught for the second time, Chen Wen wished he could vanish into thin air. Perhaps I'll take care of it myself. He was unwilling to endure any further temptation. It was sheer torture. It's all done. After finishing, Xiaoro scrutinized Chen Wen with interest. Isn't my figure impressive? You men are all the same, incapable of looking away. Embarrassed, Chen Wen could barely respond. Oh, still shy, are we? Xiaoro giggled, her laughter bright and infectious, her figure swaying enticingly as she teased him. It was no exaggeration to say that her attributes eclipsed most women, including Su Murian, leaving Chen Wen speechless. Chen Wen, how about I give you a little something special? I promise I won't tell Murian, Xiaoro said with a playful grin, leaning in closer, her breath warm against his ear. Curiosity piqued. She pondered how Su Murian could make such a daring decision in such a short time, moving in with Chen Wen. Both she and Su Murian were desirable women, surrounded by admirers far superior to Chen Wen. What was it about him that had captured Murian's heart? Please spare me, Chen Wen replied, his expression a mix of despair. He already had one demanding woman to deal with. He had no desire to attract more, especially since these two were friends. Moreover, Chen Wen maintained a healthy level of wariness. Su Murian often meddled in his affairs, and he feared that she and Xiaoro might conspire against him. Just teasing you. Murian and I have been good friends for a decade. I wouldn't pursue a man she likes. But I must say, you're quite the interesting character, lecherous yet timid. Hey, tell me how you and Murian got together. Did you take advantage of her that night? Xiaoro's expression shifted to one of exaggerated curiosity. Oh my god, she didn't actually kill you. Chen Wen was left speechless, unsure how to respond. Stop. Xiaoro, you've got it all wrong. I have no relationship with that troublesome woman. We're practically enemies. Look at my leg. I've got injuries. Oh. Xiaoro's interest intensified. She remarked that Su Murian would not easily yield to any man, revealing that their relationship had not yet progressed beyond cohabitation. Sigh. It's all tears when I talk too much. I can't comprehend why she insists on staying in my humble abode, acting like a demanding ancestor. Chen Wen, feeling increasingly gloomy about this matter, did not conceal anything from Xiaoro regarding her as yet another outlet for his grievances, sparing him the burden of keeping it all bottled up. Upon learning of the nature of their interactions over the past month and a half, Xiaoro erupted into uncontrollable laughter, finally grasping Su Murian and Appo's true intentions. Despite maintaining a semblance of normalcy these years, Su Murian's heart had been quite tormented. Yet Xiaoro found herself at a loss on how to console her due to the familial complexities involved. The unexpected emergence of Chen Wen appeared to have altered Su Mu Ran's life. Perhaps this was the genuine reason she clung to him, rather than languishing in oppression daily. It was far more enjoyable to engage in playful banter and devise ways to tease Chen Wen. How pitiful. Is it not pitiful? It feels as if I owe her something. Xiaoro, why don't you lead her away? I'll treat you to a meal later, Chen Wen implored. Humph. Xiaoro scoffed. I want to be the villain here. That's between you two. I say, be bold and win her over sooner rather than later. Uft. Please. I'm asking for your help, not for you to sabotage me. Chen Wen, you don't understand, do you? Don't be misled by her fierce demeanor. If you truly enter her heart, she'll be exceedingly gentle. Trust me, sister. With a playful arch of her brow, Xiaoro traced circles on Chen Wen's chest, insisting that to win a woman's heart, one must first win her body. Are you foolish, or what? Chen Wen's mouth twitched. This conversation was becoming unbearable. Just dealing with Su Mu Ran was already a headache, and now Xiaoro proved to be yet another enchantress. Truly, it seems that like attracts like. Ahem. I should take my leave. Chen Wen hastily made his exit, unable to endure any longer. Stay a while longer. Why are you running off? I want tea bite. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks to find your rhythm? Xiaoro feigned a seductive posture, struggling to suppress her laughter, casting him a flirtatious glance. Don't worry, I want to tell that girl. This will be our little secret. My goodness. Who says only beautiful women are the prey? At this moment, Chen Wen felt like a lamb being stalked by a wolf. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. I must go, really. As he watched Chen Wen hurriedly flee, Xiaoro laughed so hard her stomach ached, calling out, Chen Wen, come visit your sister when you can. I'll be waiting for you. It was no wonder she was so intrigued. Chen Wen indeed possessed a uniqueness compared to other men. Even his lecherousness was devoid of any unpleasantness. By the time he returned home, it was already 4:30. Chen Wen minimized his movements, gently opening the door and tiptoeing inside, removing his helmet and changing his shoes, not daring to switch on the lights. Thankfully, at such a late hour, the wretched Su Mu Ran had likely long been engaged in her dream battles. Allowing him to narrowly escape a mishap today, he needed to sleep until the afternoon. Attempting to tidy up after me? Not a chance. Chen Wen lit a cigarette and, relying on the faint moonlight, cautiously made his way toward the bedroom. Bang. Damn it. His calf struck the same spot as before, causing immense frustration and a wave of pain to course through him. If this keeps up, he'd likely reopen an old wound. Oh, that wretched woman must have intentionally moved the chair to the center of the room, knowing full well I wouldn't turn on the lights. She is cunning and treacherous. After a while, Chen Wen managed to suppress the discomfort and switched on his phone's flashlight, remaining vigilant for any further traps. After a thorough inspection and confirming there were no additional obstacles, he boldly took a step forward, finally reaching the safe zone, exhaling a significant sigh of relief. However, he had celebrated too soon. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the living room lights flickered on. Wengu, you're home so early. Why didn't you make a sound? Upon hearing Su Mu Ran's voice, Chen Wen tensed, intending to hasten his escape, but something whizzed past him. Crash. After dodging, he realized it was a durian, about the size of a basketball. Thank goodness he had quick reflexes. Had he been struck, he would have been finished. Su Mu Ran, are you insane? Are you trying to murder me? Chen Wen turned to face Su Mu Ran, startled anew. The woman was wielding a stick with durian skin tied to its end, resembling a homemade wolf-tooth club. My heavens, it's nearly 5 o'clock. This horrible woman had gone to great lengths to prepare such a lethal weapon for him, refusing to sleep at this late hour. Oh, good morning. Chen Wen swallowed hard, quickly devising a plan to evade this predicament. Wengu, come sit with me. I just woke up and feel bored. Want you keep me company? Su Mu Ran narrowed her beautiful eyes, her smile concealing a sinister intent. And no, I really can't. It's getting late. I'm so tired. I'll chat with you after I wake up. Chen Wen began to retreat slowly. Am I foolish? You think I'll let you off that easily? Crash. The specially crafted wolf-tooth club struck the coffee table, startling Chen Wen into shivers as he turned and dashed toward the bedroom, only to find the doorknob unyielding. Oh right. I accidentally broke the lock today, but I've already called a repairman, and a new lock has been installed. I just accidentally locked it again. Su Mu Ran burst into laughter, her eyes glinting with mischief, beckoning Chen Wen closer with a finger. Wengu, come here. Oh, Chen Wen felt even more despondent. With the lock replaced, there was no escape, forcing him to obediently approach the sofa and sit, remaining still out of fear. Observing his guilty demeanor, Sumu Ran felt both anger and amusement. That contemptible man had deliberately avoided her during dinner to watch her make a fool of herself, and to top it off, he had the audacity to kiss her as he left. This was the second time. There would not be a third. Wen-ge, are you tired? Shall I give you a shoulder massage? You've worked hard for our home. I'm so touched. Sumu Ren's voice took on a teasing tone. It's over. Chen Wen hurriedly waved his hands. No, I'm really not tired. I'm just a bit sleepy. Miss, we can talk things over. Please don't do this. But I only think of you. I've been longing for your return all night, and I couldn't sleep. Sumu Ran casually picked up the wolf-tooth club again. You can't escape, Chen Wen. You can run from a monk, but not from the temple. Initially, Sumu Ran had genuinely been asleep, but Xiao Ro's call had awakened her. Upon learning that Chen Wen was home, she forced herself to wait for half an hour. Hey, you smell like perfume. Wen-ge, want you explain? Sumu Ran's gaze turned increasingly wicked, the wolf-tooth club swaying in her hand. That rascal had encountered Xiao Ro, leaving behind traces of perfume. She had to interrogate him thoroughly. You wretched woman. What is there to explain? You're not even my girlfriend. You're acting like my wife. Of course, he could think it, but he would never dare to voice it. It's a misunderstanding. I ran into a friend and nearly had an accident. Su, the beautiful lady. You know my character. I would never act recklessly. I must admit, I once held faith in your character, but alas. Oh, is that so? Su Murang raised an eyebrow slightly. The scent of your perfume feels rather familiar. It doesn't seem to belong to your esteemed friend, but rather resembles Xiao, your dear companion. Chen Wen immediately clarified, gesturing to the corners of his mouth. Look at my lips and eyes. They indicate an unfortunate incident. Why would I deceive you? Observing the injuries on Chen Wen's face, Su Murang chuckled softly. She was well aware of the situation. Xiao had informed her over the phone about encountering two ill-intentioned youths that evening, and fortunately, she had run into Chen Wen. Alas, what sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such troublesome friends? Chen Wen rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile and recounted the events. So you're saying you acted as the gallant hero? Su Murang set aside her weapon and sat beside Chen Wen. I apologize for my doubts. It was merely Xiao. Thankfully you were there, or it could have turned troublesome. Indeed, it was fortunate I stumbled upon the scene. Who knows what might have transpired otherwise? And really, she shouldn't be wandering alone at night. She ought to be more mindful of her safety. Although such incidents have decreased significantly compared to decades past, no one can guarantee that they won't occur, especially with someone as alluring as Xiao. Exactly. She must exercise more caution. I shall have a word with her. Su Murang nodded earnestly. Chen Wen turned his head and exhaled, having revealed everything, and shifted the topic. It seemed they had narrowly escaped trouble, considering the two women were indeed close friends. I can endure a beating, as long as nothing serious happened. That and Oppos. That's what matters. Look, it's getting late, and I'm genuinely tired. Shall we call it a night? Chen Wen suggested tentatively. However, Su Murang wrapped her arms around his, blinking her eyes innocently. Brother Wen, your perfume is quite potent. Do share. Did Xiao offer herself to you as a token of gratitude for your heroics? I assure you, I won't be upset. Chen Wen, who had just begun to feel relieved, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. What nonsense. Such things don't happen in reality. Yet, recalling the close proximity during Xiao's application of medicine, the memory stirred something within him. Moreover, Xiao had made two suggestive remarks. Any man less virtuous than he might have succumbed to temptation. But Chen Wen would not fall for such traps. The two women were close friends and would likely conspire against him. One Su Murang was already a headache. Adding Xiao into the mix could cost him dearly. I'm truly tired. I plead for mercy. I'm not tired at all. I'm quite intrigued, Su Murang mused, determined to ensnare him. Brother Wen, Xiao is undeniably beautiful, and her assets are quite impressive. She embodies the ideal figure that men adore. Are you not even slightly moved? You may be a cowardly man, but Xiao has shared everything with me, including her intentions to entice you. Such a woman is dangerous, Chen Wen retorted. You are not my wife. Why are you interrogating me? I don't see you as that kind of person. We are merely friends. And I helped her because it was the right thing to do, not because of any romantic intentions. He maintained a facade of virtue, though every man has his vices. Unless one is wholly abnormal, but it varies from person to person. Friends? Su Murang's eyes sparkled with mischief. When did you become friends? You've only met twice. Chen Wen, you couldn't possibly have harbored feelings for Xiao already, could you? If you share with me, Perhaps I could assist you in winning her heart. I don't believe you. Your schemes are too transparent, he scoffed. Chen Wen was baffled by Su Murang's intentions. She seemed to relish in teasing him, treating him like a mere toy. You have no idea how many suitors Xiaoro has. Her beauty and gentle demeanor are precisely what men crave. Su Murang looked at Chen Wen with keen interest. Aren't we good friends? Share with me, and I could assist you. Wouldn't tea that make your efforts more fruitful? Chen Wen rubbed his nose awkwardly. You sly woman, you're doing this on purpose. If you wish to play games, let us see who can outsmart the other. Very well, Su Murang declared, her demeanor shifting. You, Chen Wen, are indeed a lecherous swine. You do have feelings for Xiaoro after all. Although her face remained composed, her grip on her weapon tightened subtly. Should you dare to utter a single word, I shall ensure you regret it this very night. Truth be told, which man does not appreciate a gentle and beautiful woman? The fierce ones are intimidating and evoke no interest. Do not misunderstand. I wasn't referring to you. You, too, are quite gentle, at least at this moment. Upon witnessing the weapon back in her grasp, Chen Wen grew cautious again. Brother Wen, is it true that I hold such a place in your heart? Oh dear, your words are making me blush. How embarrassing. Su Murang feigned shyness, her voice dripping with faux innocence. Seeing her act, Chen Wen instinctively shivered. So, you truly harbor feelings for Xiaoro? Would you like me to assist you in winning her over? Chen Wen, you're doomed. Is it really so? Then it's settled. Once you succeed, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Su, I misjudged you. I never anticipated your understanding nature. I'm quite moved. Do you genuinely think I'm half-witted? You have your schemes, and I have mine. Let us see who remains steadfast in the end. Deal. I will surely assist. With a swift motion, Su Murang raised her weapon, seizing Chen Wen by the collar. But before I help you, I must settle old scores. Prepare yourself. Alas, I miscalculated. Chen Wen had expected Su Murang to continue her teasing, but she turned on him without mercy, leaving no opportunity for escape. You have a stunning beauty at home, yet you seek others. Very well. Chen Wen, you kissed me and touched. Unwilling to take responsibility, are you? Su Murang glared fiercely. Prepare to repent, begin your prayers, tremble in fear. And then, there was no further discourse. Chen Wen received a couple of blows, and the least of it was being twisted numerous times. When women become fierce, they surpass men in severity. Damn, the lock on this bedroom has been replaced. There's no escape. Su Murang, will you ever cease? Oh, where are you kicking? Let me tell you, good men do not fight with women. Don't think I fear you. Ow, such a wretched woman, too fierce. Chen Wen cowered on the couch, cold sweat pouring from him. Breath held as he braced himself. A strike to that area could be lethal. Hey, are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chen Wen. Su Murang noticed Chen Wen was sweating profusely and became anxious. Though playful banter was one thing, she had indeed kicked him. If something were to go amiss, what would she do? Chen Wen, don't frighten me. Speak, please. Su Murang was genuinely worried. A man's vulnerability in that regard is no trivial matter, better safe than sorry. After enduring a prolonged sense of pain, Chen Wen finally managed to suppress it. Naturally, he noticed Su Murang's anxiety, which starkly contrasted with her previous feigned demeanor. Chen Wen, upon seeing that he remained silent for an extended period, Su Murang, in a state of desperation, began to cry, her hand trembling as she clutched her phone. I'm sorry, Chen Wen. I truly did not mean it. Chen Wen. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she thought it was time for him to retaliate. In the next moment, Chen Wen sprang up and delivered a sharp slap to Su Murang's backside, then dashed away, not to his own room, but into hers. Surprised by the sudden sting, Su Murang was left momentarily dazed, and by the time she regained her senses, Chen Wen had already slipped into his own room, slamming the door behind him. How dare you? It was then that Su Murang realized she had been outwitted. Grabbing a wolf fang club, she chased after him, shouting, Chen Wen, open the door. Come out, you scoundrel. With a yawn, Chen Wen locked the door, thinking, only a fool would entertain you. After a night of mischief, it was already 5 in the morning, and he felt exhausted. Chen Wen, don't push it. You are not allowed to sleep in my bed. Chen Wen, you've really angered me. Chen Wen, I beg you, can we just forget about it? After shouting for what felt like an eternity, there was no response. The door was locked, and the key was useless, leaving Su Murang furious. Humph. If you have the guts, don't step out of that room. I'll take a leave tomorrow, and we can just wait this out, you insufferable man. Finally succumbing to sleep at 5. Chen Wen could no longer withstand the fatigue and slept until 11 the next day, awakening with a body that felt heavy and sore. It was all Su Murang's fault. She was relentless, especially with that last kick that nearly incapacitated him. However, his night of exertion had yielded results. He had earned some money from a side job and obtained solid evidence of Wang Tuzu and Du Yushuan's conspiracy to defraud. With the evidence in hand, matters became significantly easier. Chen Wen sat up and lit a cigarette, contemplating whether to send the video to Lu Jiqing now. After careful consideration, he decided against it, thinking it prudent to meet Du Yushuan first. What is that saying? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. The closer you get to success, the greater the risk of misstep. Due to the recent incident involving Xiang Fei, Chen Wen had not been managing company affairs and had found himself quite leisurely. After finishing his cigarette, he opened the window to let the smoke dissipate, mindful that this was not his own room. Otherwise, that troublesome woman would surely find an excuse to reprimand him. He was astounded that Su Murang had waited until 4 in the morning just to deal with him. As he glanced at the clock, it was nearly 11:30. Chen Wen stifled a yawn and got up, noting that despite the age of the house, Su Murang had maintained a surprisingly tidy space. As he prepared to leave and uncover the day's events, something caught his eye, a lace camisole in the corner by the bed. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up and examined it, swallowing hard. This was quite different from the loungewear Su Murang typically wore. If she were to flaunt this dress in front of him, her alluring figure would be even more enticing. To be fair, while Su Murang could be fierce, her beauty and physique were beyond reproach. Quickly, Chen Wen returned the camisole to its place, thinking it inappropriate to indulge in fantasies about the personal belongings of his adversary. Ding! A message notification from WeChat broke the silence. Upon opening it, he saw a message from a female online acquaintance. With all the busyness in recent days, he and T had much time to chat. What are you up to? The female acquaintance was always so lively, her playful emojis brightening the conversation. Chen Wen genuinely wanted to meet her in person. Beauty and ugliness were trivial matters. After all this time, they had developed a rapport, especially since she had helped him save a significant sum of money. Just woke up, he replied. You lazy Chen Wen, sleeping in my room until now? You're living the good life, Su Murang teased. Isn't it a bit excessive to sleep in until noon? I envy you. She continued. Chen Wen responded. Come on, I was busy until the early hours. Young man, you should practice moderation, Su Murang joked. If only it were that simple. You have no idea of the real situation. Enough talk, it's exhausting. I'm truly unlucky, he lamented. What is going on? Is it that creditor of yours again? Su Murang asked, her tone teasing. Who else could it be? It's like dealing with a lunatic. Just to get back at me. She waited until the early morning to confront me and nearly wrecked me. Now my whole body aches, Chen Wen explained. Is that for real? Did you do something outrageous? I mean, it seems a bit much for a girl to act that way, Su Murang replied, her skepticism evident. I swear it was just an accident. You know my character, he defended himself. Character? You still have the nerve to call me crazy. How lovely. Su Murang shot back, her irritation palpable. See, I told you I wasn't being dishonest. You think I did it on purpose? If it were me, I would have turned you into a punching bag, he countered. Come on, friend, don't twist the knife like that. Let us just say I'm unlucky. Once I pay off my debts, I'll find a way to get rid of her, and then I'll be back on my feet, he declared. I doubt it. You've already treated her poorly. And now you want to kick her out? Isn't that a bit much? Su Murang challenged. What else can I do? I'm already suffering enough. I just want to escape this predicament, but she's too cunning and sly, he replied. Well, you asked for it. If it were me, I'd just take her down. Do you have the guts? Su Murang suggested. Don't. I'm scared. Enough about me. How have you been? Same old routine. Working and clashing with my arch-nemesis. I'm sharpening my axe for the final blow, she replied. That intense? Chen Wen asked. Absolutely. That scoundrel is unbearable. Your female creditor doesn't even compare, she retorted. Hey, I've been busy. I promised to treat you to dinner to thank you for your help. But you never give me a chance. Are we still friends? We'll talk later. Maybe when I have some free time, I'll agree, but don't be too shocked. Come on, I'm not that easily startled. Besides, we're friends, right? Sure, when the opportunity arises. I must get back to work now. We can chat later, she concluded. All right, bye. After hanging up, Chen Wen shook his head in resignation. The disparity between people was staggering. If only that troublesome woman could show half the understanding of Su Murang, life would be much simpler. After sleeping until noon, his stomach grumbled. Cautiously, Chen Wen opened his door, peeking out to assess the situation. Not seeing Su Mu Rang, he felt relieved and stepped outside. However, as soon as he opened the door, a dark figure rushed towards him. Chen Wen covered his eyes and stumbled back. Now both of his eyes were in peril. Do you think I'm joking? We agreed you would take the day off, Chen Wen. Today, only one of us will leave this place. Prepare to suffer. Stop. Why is this woman so relentless? After all the chaos last night, she truly didn't go to work today. Can my luck be any worse? Su Mu ran. Let me make this clear. Do not take advantage of my patience. Just because I tolerate you does not mean I fear you. If you provoke me, what will you do then? Su Mu Ran crossed her arms defiantly and suddenly seized Chen Wen's collar. Oh, I don't believe you possess any real strength. Come on, show me what you've got. How infuriating. Do you truly think I have no temper? Chen Wen, startled, jumped back with a yelp, pressing himself against the wall. Oh no. A mouse. The mere thought of that furry creature sent shivers down Su Mu Ran's spine, and she instinctively turned around, only to find nothing there. Oh no, I've been tricked. By the time she realized this, it was too late. Chen Wen squeezed past her and dashed out of the room, not forgetting to deliver a sharp smack to her backside as he left. Chen Wen, seeing him escape, Su Mu Ran was furious. If you're so capable, then don't come back. Back in her room, seething with anger, Su Mu Ran sat on the edge of her bed, staring at the disheveled quilt. She swore she would strangle that insufferable Chen Wen. Wait, the way my slip dress is folded is all wrong. Could it be? Chen Wen, you lecherous pig. It was bad enough that he occupied her room for a night. That scoundrel even dared to touch her slip dress. How vile. He couldn't have done anything even more disgusting, could he? To evade Su Mu Ran's wrath, Chen Wen had been staying at Gu Xiang's place for the past couple of days, shamelessly refusing to return home. What are you thinking, Chen Wen? Are you out of your mind? Gu Xiang took a sip of his soda, bemused. Why would you squeeze into my place when there's such a beautiful woman at your home? Or have you really lost your senses? You're the one who has lost it. Damn it. I'm as healthy and capable as ever. You just don't understand. Chen Wen sat down, his headache intensifying at the mention of the situation. Now that Su Mu Ran had taken over his space, he was left to wander aimlessly, filled with frustration. Yes. I don't understand. Gu Xiang rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage further. After 8 years of friendship, he was well aware of Chen Wen's temperament. Yet, some matters are best understood by bystanders. The parties involved often seem like fools. By the way, what do you think of Lu Jie's situation? After a moment of hesitation, Gu Xiang finally spoke up. He had known Zhou Lei for 2 years, despite her carefree and casual demeanor. He could see her feelings for Chen Wen. Ironically, that fool seemed oblivious, whether genuinely or pretentiously so. Chen Wen paused, puzzled. What is there to consider? If it's not suitable, it's not suitable. Are you suggesting one should settle for a mismatched marriage and live that way for a lifetime? Seeing they were clearly on different wavelengths, Gu Xiang refrained from saying more. No matter how close they were as friends, there were boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. With Zhou Lei, and the past with Su Ying, now there was an even prettier Su Mu Ran. Gu Xiang truly couldn't fathom what made Chen Wen so special to have such complicated relationships with 3 women. Honestly, how do you feel about Su Mu Ran? I think if it feels right, you should just be together, to avoid. Gu Xiang intended to mention Zhou Lei but stopped short. Enough, Chen Wen replied irritably. I'd rather she left my house a long time ago. Sigh, you wouldn't understand. In any case, I'm in a world of pain right now. What good is beauty? After spending half a month together, no one understood his struggle. Every day he had to serve his ancestor while treading carefully, as any misstep would lead to disaster. I can't be bothered to discuss you anymore. By the way, Su Ying will be back soon. Aren't you planning to meet her? Gu Xiang offered him a cigarette. Taking the cigarette and lighting it, Chen Wen rubbed his forehead, bitterness creeping onto his face. It had been 4 years since he last saw Su Ying, and she was no longer the innocent girl from school. She had seen much more of the world than he had. How could he approach her? What identity would he have, her ridiculous ex-boyfriend? Seeing Chen Wen lost in thought, Gu Xiang opened his laptop. Don't bother me. I'm going to play games tonight. I have no interest in your problems. This night was destined to be another sleepless one. In truth, Chen Wen hadn't sorted through any of his current dilemmas, especially why Su Mu Ran was so stubbornly lingering. He felt as though there was something he didn't know. They had only met through a driving service. There had been no previous grievances, yet it felt as if he owed her something. As for Su Ying, Chen Wen couldn't help but bitterly smile. If they happened to run into each other, what would he do then? The troubles of adulthood often defy description. Another day passed, and Chen Wen still hadn't returned home. During this time, Xiaoro had called to check on him, informing him that Sumu Ran had been in a foul mood lately. Go home. Perhaps it was better to stay away a little longer. For now, he needed to focus on resolving the matter with Xiang Fei. It had been about 10 days since he last heard from Du Yuxuan. He had tried calling, but to no avail. Each time he returned to the office, he appeared distressed in front of Wang Tubo. Chen Wen, why haven't you handled this yet? If you don't resolve it soon, our company might face a lawsuit, and you could be implicated as well. Wang Tubo's expression was stern. Supervisor, I can't get in touch with him. What else can I do? Can't you handle it? Wang Tubo's frustration finally showed. He had deliberately allowed Du Yuxuan to create an unapproachable facade, dragging this out for 10 days just for this moment. If all went well, Du Yuxuan would answer the call today and agree to meet. Humph, don't say I didn't warn you. The consequences of failing to resolve this may be more than you can bear. Young man, don't let a little talent go to your head. Your path is still long ahead. Wang Tubo had the audacity to lecture him. Who did he think he was? It's all right. Let us see who laughs last. Initially, Chen Wen was merely dissatisfied with Wang Tubo's condescending attitude towards the planning department, frequently berating them. Such behavior was commonplace in the workplace. However, this time, Wang Tubo's attempt to manipulate company funds and shift the blame onto him truly infuriated Chen Wen, prompting him to disregard any semblance of decorum. Yes, Supervisor Wang. I understand. I'll contact Manager Du right away. As expected, Du Yuxuan answered the phone this time, his tone still as brusque as ever. After a series of pleas from Chen Wen, he finally agreed to meet. They arranged to meet at a CAF, where Chen Wen waited for nearly an hour before Du Yuxuan arrived, his demeanor stern and unwelcoming. Manager Du, greetings. I am Chen Wen from the Advanced Planning Department. I've called you multiple times. Would you like to drink? Please, order whatever you wish. Chen Wen was overly courteous, wearing a forced smile. Du Yuxuan was relatively young, in his 30s, looking refined and wearing glasses. Who would have guessed he could be so unpleasant? No need. I'm busy. Just get to the point. Du Yuxuan deliberately glanced at his watch. Still pretending, are we? Chen Wen inwardly cursed, clearing his throat. Manager Du, this matter arose from our negligence, resulting in losses for your company. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my company. If apologies were enough, why would we need contracts? If that is all you have to say, I'm afraid I'm really too busy for this. Du Yuxuan scoffed, rising to leave. Wait, Manager Du. Chen Wen hurriedly stood and stopped him. Manager, I understand you're in charge of this matter, so I have a proposal. We will revise the plan. Please do not report this upwards. It will just take a bit more time, and of course, we want to let you do this for free. We know how to compensate you. Finally, the moment had arrived. Du Yuxuan felt a surge of satisfaction at this proposal. This was the moment he had been waiting for. What do you think? It's that simple to redo the plan? Our company's resources are already allocated. Are you not considering the costs? Chen Wen glanced around and lowered his voice. Manager Du, I am aware of your considerable influence. If you could navigate this matter discreetly, it would spare us unnecessary complications. Rest assured, our general manager Han has indicated that we can offer this amount. Upon seeing Chen Wen extend a finger, Du Yuxuan immediately withdrew his hand. Incredulous at the notion of being settled with a mere 1 million, it was utterly farcical. Wait, Manager Du, Chen Wen sighed. Very well, let us double that amount. This is our bottom line. You must understand, should the costs escalate excessively, litigation may become our only recourse, and we are not guaranteed to lose. The proposal must also undergo scrutiny. What were we doing at that time? It would be disingenuous to assert that nothing occurred, and even if something did transpire, the blame cannot rest solely on the shoulders of the advanced team. The ensuing legal battle would certainly be contentious. Du Yuxuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time before resuming his seat. There remains room for negotiation. I can extend my assistance, albeit not motivated solely by monetary gain. Your sincerity will be met with my own. Sincerity, indeed. Spare me the jest. Are you suggesting it is not about the money but rather my face? I am hardly a beauty. Your words are absurd. Though Chen Wen harbored profound disdain, he couldn't deny that such practices were a facet of societal reality, where kickbacks in business were not uncommon. However, Du Yuxuan's actions transcended mere kickbacks. His willingness to jeopardize himself for monetary gain bordered on criminality. Moreover, this wasn't an isolated incident. He had a history of deliberately creating obstacles for partners, compelling them to pay up to avoid further complications. The night he and Liao Ji trailed the duo, they observed Du Yuxuan's Audi A6L, a vehicle costing hundreds of thousands, far exceeding what a mere manager could legitimately afford. Manager Du, this matter is truly a burden, and we'll have to rely on your continued support in future collaborations, Chen Wen remarked. Had his own commission not been at stake, Chen Wen would have preferred to remain uninvolved. The ability to profit illicitly was, in his view, a skill of sorts. However, Wang Baldi's intervention, coupled with the contrived urgency, had led Chen Wen to fear the loss of his commission, thus compelling him to take on the task. Du Yuxuan's deliberate stalling for over 10 days was intended to heighten Jian Tuan's anxiety, as he believed that desperation would loosen their purse strings. Let's proceed as planned, Chen Wen thought, but you need to ascertain when you can resolve this, as it's already been over 10 days, and I can't guarantee I can keep it under wraps much longer. Chen Wen's agreement was contingent upon receiving payment. Rest assured, Du Yuxuan replied, I'll communicate with the company leadership today and arrange it as soon as possible. It won't be long. Good, Chen Wen responded readily. Call me when it's settled. Du Yuxuan didn't linger, having successfully executed his plan to keep Chen Wen on tenterhooks for over 10 days. As Chen Wen had suspected, similar incidents had occurred before, and Du Yuxuan had become adept at navigating them. Compared to his monthly salary of 10,000 plus, $1 million would take him years to earn, and with his uncle in a senior leadership position, he had connections in high places. Okay, Manager Du, you're busy. I won't hold you up. I'll await your call. After seeing Du Yuxuan off, Chen Wen's eyes gleamed with disdain. After years of navigating society, he understood the importance of shrewdness to avoid being taken advantage of. As for the fates of Du Yuxuan and Wang Baldi, that was beyond Chen Wen's concern. Subsequently, Chen Wen contacted General Manager Han and then Lu Zhiqing, providing Lu Zhiqing with copies of the recorded video and the post-meeting audio. 3 days passed without Chen Wen contacting Du Yuxuan. On the 4th day, Du Yuxuan took the initiative to call. Brother Chen Wen, why haven't you resolved this yet? Weren't you supposed to do it in the last couple of days? I can't delay this any further, as there are inquiries from above. Having agreed to provide the funds within 2 days, Du Yuxuan grew anxious due to Chen Wen's silence, fearing that his prize would slip away. Well, Manager Du, the thing is, my company has encountered some financial issues recently. Could we postpone this for a bit? It will definitely be resolved in a few days. A few more days? Du Yuxuan exclaimed, displeased. Chen Wen, are you toying with me? I'm giving you one last day. If you can't handle it, we're done. And things will proceed as they may. Upon Du Yuxuan's hanging up, Chen Wen smiled, thinking, so, only you can deliberately stall me? What a joke. Concurrently, at Xiangfei office building, Du Yuxuan wore a grim expression and called Wang Baldi, vehemently expressing his dissatisfaction. All right, I don't want to waste words with you, Wang shunned. Handle this yourself. He, who rarely smoked, lit a cigarette, realizing that the matter remained unresolved until he had the money in hand, and his anxiety grew, as he had already chosen a new apartment and was awaiting payment. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed on the office door. Du Yuxuan extinguished the cigarette and said in a deep voice, Come in. Manager Du, General Manager Kong has asked you to go to the conference room. It seems there's something important, and he wants you there immediately. The visitor was his uncle's secretary. All right, I'll go right away. Du Yuxuan never imagined he would stumble on this matter. He had previously used similar methods to amass wealth without incident, so the possibility of exposure never crossed his mind. Upon arriving at the conference room, he found General Manager Kong and several other company leaders present, their expressions suggesting trouble. Du Yuxuan couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at his uncle, General Manager Kong. Humph. General Manager Kong snorted coldly, his face stern. He was not ignorant of Du Yuxuan's clandestine activities, but had chosen to turn a blind eye, as Du Yuxuan was his nephew. Exploiting company loopholes for personal gain was not uncommon, provided it was done discreetly. This time, however, it was different. Du Yuxuan had colluded with a partner company to embezzle funds and had been caught red-handed. No one could save him, and he might even face imprisonment. General Manager Kong would now choose to protect himself, unwilling to be implicated. General Manager He, General Manager Lu, what can I do for you? Facing the company's senior leaders, Du Yuxuan dared not put on airs, speaking with utmost caution. Little Du, you've been at Xiangfei for several years now, haven't you? Lu Zhiqing turned the computer on the table, displaying a video. Take a look at this first, and then we'll talk. After viewing the video, which depicted Wang Shun treating him to a lavish evening of entertainment, including a karaoke session and a barbecue, Du Yuxuan's heart sank. Damn it, how could this happen? His eyelids twitched, and he knew he was in trouble, though the dialogue in the video was not overtly incriminating. General Manager Lu, I simply had a meal with a friend, There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Bang. General Manager Kong slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly and slapping Du Yuxuan across the face. Did you think we would summon you here without solid evidence? Uncle, don't call me uncle. I have no such disgraceful nephew. General Manager Kong interrupted coldly, turning to Lu Ziqing. General Manager Lu, handle this matter as you see fit, without regard for my feelings. One must be responsible for their choices. At their level, Lu Ziqing understood the situation perfectly. Even if General Manager Kong was not directly involved, he must have been aware of something. Without his tacit approval, how could a mere manager like Du Yuxuan dare to act so recklessly? Little Du, listen to this recording. As the recording played, Du Yuxuan's face turned ashen. If the conversation with Wang Shun was inconclusive, the dialogue with Chen Wen was damning. It was Chen Wen. That despicable wretch. Only now did Du Yuxuan realize he had been set up. He had believed he was in control, but he had been outsmarted by someone several years his junior. General Manager Lu, General Manager He, I was blinded by greed. Enough. General Manager, he interrupted, having remained silent until now. Du Yuxuan, you don't need to explain to us. The police should already be downstairs. Go explain to them. Profiting from one's position was one thing, but the repercussions of this incident were far-reaching. If Jiantuan were to file a lawsuit, it would not only be Du Yuxuan's personal problem, but also tarnish Xiangfei's reputation. General Manager He. Uncle. At that moment, a knock echoed on the conference room door, and several police officers entered. Upon seeing them, Du Yuxuan knew he was finished. Wang Baldi was displeased upon receiving Du Yuxuan's call, blaming Chen Wen for his incompetence. The entire situation had been unfolding according to their plan. For days earlier, Chen Wen had contacted Du Yuxuan, promising to provide 2 million to resolve the issue. Since recently, Chen Wen had been frequently visiting General Manager Han's office, leading Wang Baldi to believe that Chen Wen was under General Manager Han's influence and that the promise of money was at his behest. Chen Wen, come to my office. Wang Baldi instructed with his hands behind his back and a stern expression. Yes, Director Wang. As Chen Wen rose, Lao Ji cast a glance his way. Chen merely smiled in response, offering a reassuring look. Upon stepping outside, Wang Tuo furrowed his brow and questioned, what is the matter with you? Didn't I instruct you to address Xiangfei's issues? Why are you here at the company? Moreover, General Manager Zhang has inquired about you several times. Can you handle this appropriately? Well, Supervisor Wang, I did meet with Manager Du, and I agreed to some of his requests based on President Han's directives. I'm unaware of other matters, Chen replied, feigning ignorance when required. That scoundrel, always using General Zhang to pressure me. Perhaps you're unaware that you are about to become a sacrificial pawn for General Zhang, even facing the prospect of being embroiled in a sewing machine incident. Seeing Chen's demeanor, Wang Tuo restrained his eagerness, but the thought of a potential 20,000 benefit fee gnawed at him. Little Chen, as your supervisor, I understand your predicament. However, this matter concerns our company's reputation. A misstep could lead to substantial financial loss. You must invest more effort. I'm aware of that. Supervisor Wang, I will consult President Han shortly. You're right. We've finally reached a turning point and cannot afford to fall back into difficulties over this. All right. You may proceed with your tasks. Watching Wang Shun's retreating figure, Chen discreetly raised his middle finger, allowing him a moment of satisfaction. Curious to see his expression when the police arrived. Meanwhile, Wang Tuo attempted to contact Du Yuxuan, but found no one answering. Supervisor, President Han requests your presence in her office. Understood, I will head there immediately. Upon arriving at President Han's office, Wang Shun found both General Zhang and General Li present, which struck him as peculiar. He surreptitiously glanced at General Zhang, who feigned ignorance of his presence. President Han, you summoned me, Wang Shun said with a smile. President Han frowned, her gaze fixed on Wang, causing him to feel uneasy, prompting thoughts of his recent actions and a foreboding sense. Supervisor Wang, the company has not wronged you, has it? President Han inquired coldly. If not, then I fail to understand why you would act in such a manner. Alarm bells rang in Wang's mind. Cold sweat formed as he hesitated, glancing at General Zhang. News from the Xiangfei side arrived. Manager Du Yuxuan had been apprehended by the police. I wonder what thoughts you harbor at this moment, Supervisor Wang. I wish to hear them. To conspire with outsiders to embezzle company funds, and with such audacity. President Han, typically engaged in external business, was well aware of the planning department's dissatisfaction with Wang Tuo. Out of respect for General Zhang, and due to Wang's poor handling of relationships, she had refrained from intervening in other matters. However, this incident was non-negotiable. President Han, Wang Shun trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Uncertain of how to explain himself. It's over. Du Yuxuan has been taken away. Everything is set in stone. Any explanation is futile. General Zhang, I have always sought to heed your advice. Wang Shun, I have been more than fair to you. I have considered you for every benefit. Yet, you chose to betray me behind my back. How could you justify your actions? General Zhang interrupted, chastising him loudly. To collude with outsiders against your own company. What audacity! Wang's face contorted with frustration and anger. It was Zhang Sheng who had directed him to act. Yet here he was, denied recognition. Regrettably, he had never anticipated Zhang Sheng would turn against him, having benefited from ingratiating himself with him and never considering preserving evidence. Now, everything had been shifted onto him, and he could not escape the blame. We have already reported this to the police. You must take responsibility. Zhang Sheng, what do you mean? If I had not listened to you, would I have proceeded in this manner? Now that trouble has arisen, you leave me to bear the blame. Damn you. In a fit of rage, Wang Shun lashed out, turning to President Han and General Li. President Han, General Li, it was all Zhang Sheng's doing. How could I dare otherwise? You must not trust him. Wang Shun, President Han interjected coldly. The company, which includes myself, General Li, and General Zhang, expects accountability. Do you truly believe General Zhang would act against his own interests? While you may have close ties with him, it does not grant you the liberty to defame others. In the realm of business, some matters must not be taken lightly. President Han was fully aware of the situation, yet chose to remain silent. Someone must be held accountable for this. Wang Shun cannot escape. As for General Zhang, now is not the time to sever ties. It would not benefit the company. Given President Han's disbelief, Wang Shun clenched his fists, realizing the burden of blame was firmly on his shoulders, along with the looming threat of imprisonment. Wang Shun, I never anticipated you to be so treacherous and ungrateful. Were it not for Chen Wen's vigilance, you would have successfully deceived us. Zhang Sheng's pupils narrowed. I have no desire to engage in further dialogue. The police will handle this, and you must face the consequences of your actions. Wang Shun, his chest heaving. Wang Shun felt a rush of despair as the police arrived and took him away, casting a resentful glance at Chen Wen. With 2 million at stake, he knew he would face a lengthy sentence. Chen Wen, you have some guts. I truly underestimated you. Until Wang Shun was escorted from the company, Chen Wen remained silent. His actions were not cruel, but rather a means to protect his own interests. It was merely that Wang Shun had grown too arrogant. The commotion quickly spread throughout the company, and whispers filled the air regarding the unfolding events. Everyone, Wang Shun conspired with outsiders to embezzle company funds, but rest assured, everything is resolved. Let us all commit sincerely to our work. The company will not neglect our efforts. Let us learn from this lesson. President Han addressed the room, and all listened intently, many from other departments shocked by Wang Shun's audacity, showing no sympathy. It was Chen Wen who uncovered the scheme. I wish to extend my gratitude on behalf of the company. Otherwise, we would have faced significant losses. I have decided to reward Chen Wen with 10,000. Furthermore, President Han, pleased, turned to Chen Wen. The position of Planning Department Supervisor will now be held by you. No objections? None at all. I wholeheartedly agree. Liao Ji was the first to respond. No one from the Planning Department opposed. They had long suffered under Wang Shun's exploitation and had a good rapport with Chen Wen, making him a fitting replacement. Very well, that settles it. Chen Wen, congratulations. You must perform well and not disappoint us. President Han smiled and extended her hand. Resolving this issue was merely an effort to secure his commission. Chen Wen had not anticipated a promotion, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. President Han, General Li, General Zhang, I will certainly strive to excel. Thank you for your trust. With the promotion to supervisor, his salary would increase by over 3,000, along with enhanced benefits. After years of work, he finally saw some progress. Little Chen, the company needs employees like you. Thankfully, you uncovered Wang Shun's scheme. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. General Zhang emerged, patting Chen Wen on the shoulder, and surveyed the others. Everyone, let us learn from Chen Wen. We are a collective and must prevent such occurrences in the future. Your words are more eloquent than actions. Only because President Han considers the company's current situation does she refrain from holding you accountable. Do you truly believe the others are oblivious? Understood, General Zhang. I will certainly put in the effort. Since Mr. Han has no intention of pursuing the matter, Chen Wen would not be foolish enough to stir up trouble. After all, the mindset of a businessman is often different. Naturally, Chen Wen did not become complacent due to his promotion. On the contrary, he would remain vigilant against Mr. Zhang, as it was uncertain when he might seek an opportunity to undermine him. As the three bosses departed, colleagues from other departments came forward to extend their congratulations before leaving only the planning department staff behind. Well done, Chen Wen, you've been promoted. Congratulations. Zhou Min teased with a smile. Chen Wen rubbed his forehead, replying, Sister Min, please spare me. I shall always be your loyal admirer. Should you have any needs in life, do not hesitate to call. Laughter erupted among the other colleagues. Compared to the perpetually stern and overbearing Wang Shun, having Chen Wen as their supervisor was a breath of fresh air, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. By the way, Brother Wen, I think you might be getting a bit too full of yourself. They say women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s like tigers. Are you sure you can make Sister Min happy? Liao Ji interjected unexpectedly. Zhou Min's face flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Chen Wen and Liao Ji, saying, You two rascals, I shall deal with you later. The absence of Wang Shun brought forth a lively atmosphere in the planning department. Brother Wen, now that you've been promoted and received a bonus of 10,000, how about we celebrate tonight? There are just over 10 of us in the planning department. A meal and some singing should be manageable, Liao Ji suggested with a wink. Chen Wen, feeling a bit exasperated, acknowledged, I knew I couldn't escape this. Fine, after work. Let us all go together. Those who need to request leave for family matters, please do so. Tonight, this supervisor shall treat you all. With the commission secured and additional rewards in sight, the future seemed less daunting. Given his good rapport with his colleagues, he couldn't be stingy now. I merely mentioned it casually. Since Brother Wen is so generous, it would be ungracious not to join. Come on, everyone, let us make him treat us well tonight. All right. After work, Chen Wen gathered his colleagues from the planning department along with a few close friends from other departments. They chose a modest all-you-can-eat barbecue place, costing around 60 per person. With 20 people, the total would be roughly 1,200, and an additional 700 to 800 for karaoke. 2,000 should suffice for the evening. Come, everyone, raise your glasses to congratulate Supervisor Chen. Liao Ji was the first to cheer, prompting everyone to lift their glasses, exclaiming, Congratulations, Supervisor Chen. We look forward to your guidance in the future. Chen Wen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, silently wishing for mercy, hoping that they wouldn't make him the brunt of their jokes in the future. Having navigated the corporate world, he had endured considerable hardship under Wang Shun's reign. That bald man deserved his fate. His cruelty was intolerable, and his foolish actions would surely lead to a long absence from the workplace. Liao Ji showed no sympathy, instead reveling in the poetic justice, as he would no longer have to endure the sight of that unpleasant face. Indeed, he brought it upon himself. Thankfully, Chen Wen saw through him. Otherwise, we might have been sold out without realizing it. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine, another female colleague remarked. Zhou Min poured another drink and raised her glass, saying, Chen Wen, Liao Ji, this toast is for you both. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Shun had intentionally made trouble under the guise of project critiques, despite the fact that the three had collaborated on the project. Chen Wen bore the burden without seeking her assistance, and this kindness would not be forgotten. Sister Min, how about you offer to save Brother Wen from his bachelorhood and show him what it's like to be with a woman? Liao Ji joked unabashedly. Zhou Min laughed heartily. Sure, I'm not opposed to that. Chen Wen, would you like me to teach you a few tricks? It's not easy to unlock that door. Chen Wen, acutely aware of the formidable nature of married women, dared not provoke her. The meal was filled with laughter, and Chen Wen indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, feeling a long-lost joy. Recently, he had faced financial strain, with delays in salary and unfortunate car accidents. He had been burdened by self-pity. But now, things were looking up, and he was gradually emerging from the shadows of hardship. Once the commission was dispersed and debt settled, he would finally be free of worry. However, the lingering challenge remained. Su Muron had not returned home for several days. Initially, she had sent him angry messages. But in recent days, there had been silence, which felt odd to Chen Wen. After dinner, only a handful of colleagues remained for karaoke, as those who were married or in relationships had already departed. Chen Wen had reserved a medium-sized room. Brother Wen, I heard from Sister Min that you have a girlfriend. Is that true? You didn't even bring her out for us to meet. That's quite inconsiderate. Liao Ji exclaimed. You don't understand. This is called keeping a beauty hidden away, Chen Wen retorted with a laugh. This fellow always has high standards. She must be a stunning beauty, he added. As the evening progressed, Chen Wen felt increasingly dizzy from the alcohol, contemplating whether to head home. After escorting his colleagues to their cars, he shook his head vigorously to clear his mind. Just a few steps away, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of 4 or 5 young men. They seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them. Don't remember? Should I help you jog your memory? It seems we are fated to cross paths, one of the young men said as he forcefully grabbed Chen Wen by the neck. That night, you ruined my plans, and tonight we need to have a proper discussion. At that moment, Chen Wen recognized the young man as the one who had intended to harm Xiaoro that night. What terrible luck. Chen Wen broke free from the grip and said, "Bro, don't do this. What era are we in? Shut up. Get him." Reality was far from the movies. Chen Wen knew he couldn't take on 2, let alone 4 or 5, especially after a few drinks, leaving him weak and defenseless. The crowd quickly gathered, but most merely watched, hesitant to intervene. "You dare to touch my brother? You must be tired of living." Just as Chen Wen was being beaten to the ground, Zhou Lei suddenly rushed in from behind, seizing a chair and smashing it down on one of the young men. Damn it, they're even hitting her, Chen Wen thought. Astonished, how did Zhou Lei end up here? He knew that encountering his enemies was inevitable, especially under the influence and in a disadvantaged position. He had resigned himself to the possibility of a beating, fully aware that in a civilized society, such public violence would not go unpunished. But with Zhou Lei's arrival, things took a different turn. When Chen Wen saw Zhou Lei being pulled by the hair and kicked in the stomach, a surge of primal strength ignited within him, and he sprang to action. "Bastards, I'll fight you." Chen Wen shielded Zhou Lei, grabbing a chair and swinging it wildly. He could endure the beating himself, but he couldn't bear to see Zhou Lei harmed because of him. These thugs had no decency, not recognizing their target. They were even attacking a woman, which only fueled Chen Wen's anger. Yet, outnumbered, he quickly found himself overwhelmed, suffering multiple blows as both he and Zhou Lei were cornered and beaten on the ground. Police are coming. After enduring a beating for several minutes, patrol cars finally arrived, and 5 or 6 officers emerged, shouting, "What is going on? Everyone stop. Get down and cover your heads." 2 of the young men, spotting the police, attempted to flee but were swiftly apprehended by the officers, unable to escape due to the crowd. "Are you all right?" An elderly police officer approached, assisting Chen Wen and his companion to their feet, frowning as he inquired about the commotion in the late hour. "You both should get in the car. We'll discuss this at the station." "Oh, very well," Chen Wen replied, exasperated. Upon arriving at the nearby police station, the 2 were placed in a separate room. They glanced at each other's injuries and couldn't help but chuckle. "Mosquito, you really are pathetic. If I hadn't stumbled upon you, you'd be in tears right now," Zhou Lei scoffed, forgetting that she too had endured several blows. Chen Wen offered a wry smile. "Thanks, my friend. What can I say? Brothers are like limbs, if you touch my kin. It's sheer luck that I Haven Tea incapacitated them. Tonight, I was simply off my game." Zhou Lei wrapped her arm around Chen Wen's neck. "Let us not exaggerate. We're both in a sorry state." In a public brawl, regardless of who threw the first punch, the consequence was inescapable. After receiving a lecture from the officer, both parties expressed their apologies, and the matter seemed settled. "You all are quite something, especially you." The handling officer glared at Zhou Lei. "A girl like you shouldn't be involved in such foolishness. Do you understand the pain now? Who told them to hit my friend?" Zhou Lei retorted, her words inciting further ire in the officer. "Enough. Since you seem remorseful, consider this a warning. Next time, you'll face 15 days in detention and a fine of 5,000 each." The officer shook his head in resignation. "If you were my daughter, I would have given you a good thrashing for this nonsense." "Understood, officer. I'm truly sorry," Zhou Lei replied, lowering her head, then suddenly gasped, "Oh no. We still have to pay the fine. You cannot avoid it." The officer huffed. "Figure it out. No fine, no release." Once the officer left, Zhou Lei lamented, "Paying back? I barely have 5,000 to my name." "No, wait, this is all your fault, so you should cover it." Chen Wen felt like crying. He had suffered a significant loss tonight. Dining and singing had already cost him 2,000, and now he faced a hefty fine of 10,000. With 3 months' salary amounting to 20,000 and having repaid Zhou Xing 15,000, he was left with a mere 3,000. How could he manage? "I'll find a way," he declared. Fortunately, their phones had been returned, but when he called Yang Xin, the reply was a resounding no. Calling Gu Xiang resulted in chaotic noise, making it impossible to communicate. Reluctantly, he dialed Zhou Xing, hoping to reclaim the money he had just returned, prioritizing the urgent matter at hand. However, the line was perpetually busy. "What now?" Zhou Lei asked, her expression one of despair. "This is your fault. It's my first time in a police station. Chen Wen, you must restore my dignity." Calm down, he urged. Remembering his senior, Chen Ting, he hesitated to ask for help, as she had already extended significant assistance. As for Xiao Rou, he was unsure how to approach her, given their still developing rapport. Ultimately, the only option left was to reach out to his family. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally called Su Miron, only to have the line disconnected 3 times in a row. Chen Wen, are you annoying? If I don't answer, stop calling. By the 5th attempt, when Su Miron finally picked up, she unleashed a torrent of frustration. Clearing his throat, Chen Wen stammered, Sister Ran, I'm in a bit of a bind. I need money. I've gotten into some trouble with Lele at the XXXX police station, and we need to pay a fine of 10,000. Could you? Before he could finish his plea, the call was abruptly ended. Staring at his phone, Chen Wen couldn't help but feel betrayed. After all, she was a good friend who had shared a roof with him for nearly a year. We're doomed. Even your woman won't help you. Chen Wen, I shouldn't have followed you into this mess. I should have left you to your fate. Zhou Lele lamented, regret etched across her face. Stop lamenting. It's a small matter, he shot back, glancing at her with a smirk. I'll strangle you, Zhou Lele exclaimed, lunging at him, only to be halted by a passing officer's reprimand. Having exhausted all possible contacts, he couldn't bear to call his parents. The last thing he wanted was to worry them. He resolved to try Zhou Xing again, hoping for a breakthrough. After an hour, the officer returned, announcing, Chen Wen, Zhou Lele, you're free to go. Remember to control your impulses next time. You're not children anymore. Huh. The duo stared in disbelief, then hurriedly assured the officer they wouldn't repeat their mistakes. As they exited, Su Miron stood in the lobby, visibly displeased. Upon seeing their injuries, she sighed heavily, shaking her head. I'm truly astonished that you two got into a fight. Sister, I was the one who fought. That amateur was merely on the receiving end. You don't understand the situation. It was humiliating, Zhou Lele laughed, only to wince as she touched her injury. Su Miron chuckled softly, all right, let us head home. Initially intending to accompany Zhou Lele back to apply ointment, Zhou Lele declined, claiming she didn't want to intrude on the couple last time. Thus, Chen Wen escorted her home. I'm heading back now. You two go about your business. Don't worry about my minor injuries. But I suggest you check on your boyfriend's condition. I fear he might be seriously hurt, she jested, laughing heartily before waving goodbye as she entered her complex. Watching her retreating figure, Su Miron couldn't help but smile, appreciating Zhou Lele's carefree nature. Well, tonight has turned into a hassle, she murmured. Silence, she commanded as she started the car, turning onto the road. Slowly, the vehicle disappeared from view, and Zhou Lele watched it depart, a bittersweet smile forming on her lips. Chen Wen had been away from home for nearly a week, and returning felt comforting, as the saying goes. A golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Meanwhile, Su Miron remained silent throughout the journey, retreating to her room upon arriving home, offering Chen Wen no warmth. Stupid man, you've been hiding for 4 or 5 days, and if it weren't for the fine, you probably wouldn't have bothered to call. As Chen Wen entered, he was met with a resounding slam of the door. Sighing, he acknowledged he had offended her. With rent still unpaid and now an additional debt of 10,000, it felt like a burden that would never lift. After several hours, as his intoxication faded, he retrieved the first aid kit, applying iodine to his wounds. The pain was more pronounced now than it had been during the fight. Halfway through, the door swung open. Su Miron approached, frowning, extending her hand. Give it here. What? Chen Wen was taken aback. Stop with the questions. She snatched the cotton swab from his hand and re-dipped it in the ointment, treating his wounds while expressing her discontent. For some reason, while he would usually retort during such moments, tonight he remained silent, finding the unexpected reprimanding somewhat amusing. Really, you bring this upon yourself. Not only did you engage in a brawl, but you also dragged Lele into it. Aren't you aware that she is a girl? What were you thinking? Su Miron pressed firmly, causing him to wince. Ouch. Chen Wen grimaced. You don't understand the situation. Who knew I would run into my enemies? If anything, you should blame your good friend Xiao Rou. If I hadn't helped her that night, none of this would have happened. Upon hearing Chen Wen's grievances, Su Miron understood the context but still rolled her eyes. Who told you to have such ill intentions? Trying to be a hero only to end up in trouble. You've brought this on yourself. Chen Wen found himself at a loss for words. What does it mean that he harbors ill intentions? In that situation, anyone else would likely have made the same choice, especially considering he is still Su Miron's close friend. However, tonight's encounter was indeed unexpected. After a few drinks, he stumbled upon an old adversary. At 30, he still behaves like a child. Chen Wen, are you out of your mind? You cannot win a fight. Yet you still insist on engaging in one. Leilei's words ring true. You are both inept and enjoy playing around. Chen Wen wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting his predicament. Don't move. If you do, I shall poke you to death. Su Miruan scolded him relentlessly, offering no semblance of kindness. Chen Wen remained silent, merely observing her until she noticed and halted. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall gouge your eyes out. Hey, don't you realize you sound like a married woman, constantly nagging? Someone might genuinely think you are my wife. Chen Wen blinked innocently. Where's the knife? Su Miruan casually grabbed a fruit knife. Are you dreaming, Chen Wen? A toad wishing to consume swan flesh? But a toad is still better than a frog. At least it has aspirations. By the way, Su Miruan, do you really have feelings for me? Are you so captivated by my charm that you cannot extricate yourself? Die. Chen Wen, you narcissist. You really know how to flatter yourself. Personal charm, indeed. I could choose any pig, and it would surpass you 100-fold. Initially intending to retort, Su Miruan suddenly had a mischievous glint in her eyes. Brother Wen, how could you say such things? You're making me blush. In truth, I like you the first time I saw you. Oh, how shy I am. Uffed. Chen Wen felt goosebumps all over, realizing the sorceress's unpredictable nature. One moment she was fierce, the next, shy like a naive girl. Brother Wen, Leilei said you got hurt. Do you need me to check on you? What if it's serious? I can't take it. This is too cheesy. Chen Wen gulped, shivering, fully aware that Su Miruan was teasing him and might set a trap in the next moment. However, if you have a cunning plan, I also have my means. Determined, Chen Wen grasped Su Miruan's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ran, I never expected you to care for me so much. It moves me to tears. How about a kiss? How dare you? Su Miruan pouted playfully. Brother, don't. You're making me shy? Goodness. This woman has truly mastered the art of pretense. What's the harm? Just a kiss, my dear Ran. Didn't you say you liked me from the start? I feel the same. Chen Wen's eyes wandered to Su Miruan's figure. With a figure like yours and beauty akin to a star, I've long been smitten. Perhaps we should take advantage of tonight. Ouch. That hurts. Chen Wen held his breath, wishing she would provide a warning before striking. A sudden attack is unbearable. Brother Wen, what's wrong? You're not hurt, are you? I'm genuinely worried. Although her words were filled with concern, Su Miruan's grip was unyielding. Chen Wen, you clearly misunderstand the situation. You may tease me, but I shall not allow you to mock me. And stop peeking with those dog eyes. You deserve a lesson. I surrender. I admit defeat. I was wrong. His previous injuries had not yet healed, and after tonight's beating, he feared another encounter with this mischievous woman might be his end. What was wrong? Tell me. Su Miruan squinted with a sly smile. Chen Wen, feeling humiliated, answered. I shouldn't have teased you. I shouldn't have looked at your figure, even though I wanted to. And, go to hell. As she stood, Su Miruan stepped forcefully on Chen Wen's foot, reverting to her fierce demeanor. Listen, Chen Wen, you better behave yourself, otherwise. With that, she picked up an apple and effortlessly sliced it in half, her gaze now directed threateningly at Chen Wen. Please, I'll be discreet from now on. Chen Wen squeezed his legs together, feeling a chill run down his spine. Who knows what this woman might do next? He couldn't fathom why someone so beautiful would resort to violence, constantly bullying him, leaving him with psychological scars. Be good now, Su Miruan said, pinching Chen Wen's cheek with a smile that was more terrifying than friendly. May I go to bed now? Sure, she replied. Just as Chen Wen opened the door, her sweet voice called out, Brother Wen, aren't you taking a shower? If it's inconvenient due to your injuries, would you like me to help you? With a bang, Chen Wen swiftly closed the door. I may not be able to take you on, but I can certainly avoid you. Lying in bed, Chen Wen felt sore all over, questioning whether age was catching up with him, as he could hardly endure a little roughhousing. After several days away from home, he had anticipated Su Miruan's departure, but it turned out he had overthought it. Nevertheless, he was genuinely touched that Su Miruan had come to the police station to pay the fine and bail them out. Despite her fierce demeanor, she could be dependable when it mattered. Scrolling aimlessly through Douyin on his phone felt tedious, so he switched to WeChat to message a female acquaintance. What are you up to? After a long wait, Su Miruan finally replied, I'm sulking. Chen Wen sent a smirking emoji. What happened? Did your nemesis upset you? Friend, would you like me to help? I could give them a beating. Reading the message made Su Miruan want to laugh. She, who had been beaten into a pulp, still had the audacity to seek assistance. You? Su Miruan was astonished. Are you sure you can handle it? Even though my nemesis is foolish, they still have some fighting spirit. Are you certain you can defeat them? Underestimating me, are you? Let me be honest. I have trained for 10 years in Taekwondo. Taking down a novice is a piece of cake. I wouldn't lie to you. After reading this, Su Miruan laughed until her stomach hurt. You, with your 10 years of Taekwondo, have the audacity to steal my thunder. You're so impressive, I don't believe you. Dare you send me a photo? If you do, I'll believe you. Su Miruan sent a playful emoji. Chen Wen chuckled, carefully selecting a decent photo from his album. I still don't know what you look like. If I send you a photo, will you send me one in return? He was genuinely curious about the appearance of this engaging female acquaintance. Though not overly concerned about looks, a man naturally harbors some curiosity in such matters. Let us see you first. If you're ugly, I'll block you, she teased. Fine, here it is. Upon seeing the photo Chen Wen sent, Su Miruan scoffed. Recognizing him from previous pictures. Your turn. No way. Su Miruan immediately refused. Do you take me for a fool? Is this a recent photo of you? How do I know it's really you? Why don't we do a video call? Finally, I can see the real you. Chen Wen felt a surge of excitement, but hesitated, recalling his several facial injuries. I still want to see you. If it's inconvenient, we can forget it. Su Miruan, clutching her pillow, nearly burst into laughter. Chen Wen hesitated, saying, well, today I accidentally fell and injured my face. Please don't laugh at me. You fell? How careless of you. Are you all right? How unfortunate, Su Miruan said, covering her stomach, trembling with suppressed laughter, fearing that Chen Wen would hear her. What bad luck. I'll connect now. All right, Chen Wen replied, initiating the video call, revealing his face marred with bruises, shamelessly exclaiming, look at my face. Isn't it tragic? I nearly hurt myself severely. No, that's not right. After finishing his speech, Chen Wen realized that the video dialogue window was shrouded in darkness, and no sound could be heard. Oh no, he had been deceived. Before he had the chance to hang up, Su Miruan had already disconnected the call. Oh, I apologize. The connection dropped. However, it appears that you have taken a tumble. Your face certainly looks like it has been assaulted. Pray tell, did you venture out to flirt with some young lady and end up on the receiving end of a beating? Hee hee. Every day presents a new opportunity, each distinct from the last. Women are indeed cunning creatures. Chen Wen could hardly believe that the connection had been severed. The female online acquaintance had glimpsed his appearance yet refused to reveal hers. This is quite excessive, you know, he remarked. Oh, truly. I'm nearly out of data. Let us postpone this for another time. We shall definitely have a video chat next time. For now, I must attend to some work. Farewell. As the woman slipped away from the conversation, Chen Wen felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Despite his earnest sincerity, he found himself at a disadvantage in the presence of a woman. Alas. Ahaha. Su Miruan, enveloped in her quilt, laughed until she could scarcely catch her breath. When she heard a noise outside the door, she hurriedly slipped on her slippers and stepped outside, only to find Chen Wen holding a glass of water, his expression one of deep discontent. Are you all right, Brother Wen? Chen Wen set down the glass and replied, I'm fine, just deceived by someone. The world is perilous and my experience lacking. Deceived by a woman, huh? TSK. You men must have had ulterior motives to fall for such tricks. You deserve it. Su Miruan thought to herself, struggling to suppress her laughter. I can't be bothered to discuss this with you. You wouldn't comprehend. Watching Chen Wen retreat into the room, Su Miruan felt her cheeks flush with suppressed amusement. Yes, I don't understand. You know everything, don't you? Returning to her room, she couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of Chen Wen's deceitful demeanor during their video call. Just as she contemplated teasing him further, her phone rang. I'm back. Let us have dinner together tomorrow. I'll hang up now, was all she said before the call ended abruptly. Su Miruan huffed, I have no desire to see you. The following day unfolded as usual. After taking over Wang Shunde's supervisory position, she found herself inundated with responsibilities, and Chen Wen was busy throughout the day, reorganizing everything. After work, she returned home early, pondering whether she would venture out for a few deliveries that night. You're back? Upon entering, Su Miruan was already at home, holding 2 sets of dresses in her hands. Which one do you think would suit me best? Gazing at the dress, Chen Wen then turned his attention to Su Miruan, his heart brimming with curiosity. What are you up to? Chen Wen touched the tip of his nose and inquired. Su Miruan replied, change your clothes and accompany me for a meal. You will meet a gentleman. Do not question the reasons. You do not possess the authority to decline. Otherwise, you must return the money. Me? Chen Wen pointed at the tip of his nose, gazing at Su Miruan with a sense of wonder. His expression gradually shifted as he contemplated whether the man before him was an ex-boyfriend or a current suitor. I find myself rather occupied with errands to attend to in the evening. Given my current standing, my appearance fee is certainly not insignificant. Allow me to serve as a shield. I shall not partake. Spare me the superfluous chatter. 500 should suffice for your daily endeavors, no? Such a miserly demeanor for a grown man, deducting from debts. Sumerian shot him a glare, having never encountered such a stingy fellow. Had it not been for my intervention last night to settle your fine, you would have been in tears. A minimum of 1,000, or forget it. You. Sumerian's teeth ground in anger. The sight of money made her blood boil. Was he not a man, so miserly and stingy? Fine, 1,000 it is. Hurry and change your clothes. Don't dress so casually. Chen Wen reclined on the sofa, seized an apple, and took a bite. How do you know I'm stingy? Even if I am, have you ever tried it? In the first second, Sumurong was momentarily taken aback. In the second, she regained her composure, her face flushed with embarrassment as she seized the Ready Wolf's fawn club and charged forward. You despicable man, you vile swine, your mind is nothing but filth. After evading her, Chen Wen burst into laughter, exclaiming, I'm truly indulging, I really am. Ha ha. The combined debt of rent and fines exceeded 10,000. Even 1,000 yuan was not insignificant. Relying on luck for a side-driving job, one would need to toil for at least 3 or 4 days to earn a mere 1,000. A decoy is just a decoy. It would be foolish to forego an opportunity for profit. Considering the prospect of 1,000 yuan, Chen Wen made a special effort to groom himself, washing his hair, shaving, and donning attire he rarely wore. Chen Wen, are you not tired of this? Is it done yet? Time was being squandered more than necessary. Even more so than this woman. Sumerian glanced at her watch, her impatience palpable. Finally, Chen Wen sauntered out of the room. When money is involved, one cannot afford to falter. Otherwise, offending this insufferable woman would only result in personal repercussions. In truth, Chen Wen was immensely curious about the type of man who could incite such urgency in Sumerian. He presumed it must be an exceptionally successful individual. While agreeing to assist her was one matter, Chen Wen secretly hoped that her boyfriend would whisk her away, allowing him to escape this dismal existence. Well, that is not too shabby. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, just as a Buddha is adorned in gold. After Chen Wen's meticulous preparations, he indeed looked quite commendable. Yet, given his own circumstances, he felt compelled to warn Sumerian. She should promptly extinguish any notions of harboring intentions towards him, for he would never yield to her demands. You claim to be out of breath due to your weight, as if I have never encountered handsome men before. You are merely passable, yet still leagues away from true attractiveness. Enough of this idle chatter, let us proceed. 2 individuals drove to a 5-star hotel on Jinhua Road. As the valet assisted with parking, Chen Wen swallowed hard, reflecting that it had been over 8 years since he had moved to the city during his university days. Yet he had never dined in a star-rated hotel. Approaching the opulent lobby, Chen Wen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, wealth exists in this world. While money may not be omnipotent, it can resolve many issues in this pragmatic reality. Excuse me, is dining here expensive? Chen Wen grasped Sumerian's arm and, lowering his voice, inquired. Having never dined in such an establishment, Chen Wen was genuinely unaware. It should be fine. A typical meal might cost several thousand to tens of thousands, but an ordinary gathering, as opposed to a business banquet, should not exceed 10,000 yuan. Sumerian replied with a smile. Should it? The lifestyle of the affluent is indeed formidable. You see, perhaps I shall cover the bill later. Or you might consider transferring some funds to me first. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Let me clarify, I am not financially endowed. Since I am merely a shield, who knows, we might encounter one of those melodramatic scenes reminiscent of a film. Sumerian invited him solely to uphold appearances. Maintaining dignity is paramount. I must say, Chen Wen, what harm is there in you fronting the expenses? Must you be so miserly? Recalling the last time I teased him for his stinginess and was met with mockery, Sumerian hastily retracted her words. You simply do not comprehend the plight of the financially challenged. If you choose not to assist, so be it, after all. It is not I who will suffer the embarrassment. It would be foolish of me to ask for money, especially since my purse is indeed empty. Silence now. Let us ascend. As they rode the glass elevator upwards, Chen Wen could not help but marvel at the grandeur of a star-rated hotel. It is incomparable to the dingy eateries lining the streets. The decor and ambience were meticulously crafted, each detail contributing to a sense of comfort. Remember, Try to speak as little as possible. Your presence beside me will suffice. Do you understand? Before entering, Su Miran issued a timely warning, as she wished to avoid any unexpected and shocking remarks from Chen Wen. With money to spare and the prospect of a delightful meal, one cannot help but feel elated. Under the guidance of the attentive waitress, Chen Wen and his companion entered the spacious private room, where they found a solitary man, approximately 35 years of age. You're here? Please, take a seat, greeted Qi Xiaoqin, momentarily surprised to see Su Miran accompanied by a man, though he quickly regained his composure. Chen Wen felt a twinge of discontent. Despite having dressed up with anticipation before arriving, the stark contrast between himself and the man before him became glaringly apparent. Both donned shirts, yet Qi Xiaoqin exuded a commanding presence, coupled with an air of sophistication, accentuated by a luxury watch on his wrist, unmistakably a Rolex, a clear indication of his success. The pangs of inferiority that plagued Chen Wen were fleeting, as he quickly reassured himself. Why should he be intimidated? They were merely two individuals, each with their own burdens to bear. Just because he was currently struggling did not preclude future triumph. When did you return? Su Miran asked as she settled into her seat, gesturing for Chen Wen to do the same, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. I arrived 2 days ago. I simply wished to see you, Qi Xiaoqin responded with a smile, his curiosity piqued as he appraised Chen Wen, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. Hello. I am Chen Wen. He introduced himself, steeling his resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, he would see this through to the end. Hello, Qi Xiaoqin, came the succinct reply. A mere nod of acknowledgement before he turned his attention to the waitress. Could you please serve the dishes? Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment. The three of them lapsed into a silence that hung heavily in the air, each lost in their own thoughts. As Chen Wen scrutinized Qi Xiaoqin, the latter was equally assessing him, both men contemplating the nature of their relationship with Su Miran. Qi Xiaoqin, genuinely intrigued by the presence of a male companion, speculated on their connection. Were they merely friends, or perhaps something more intimate? Yet, based on his understanding of Su Miran, he felt Chen Wen fell short in comparison. Chen Wen, on the other hand, pondered how best to navigate the conversation without diminishing Su Miran's reputation, especially considering he had received 1,000 yuan benefit for this evening. How have you been? Qi Xiaoqin finally broke the silence. Su Miran smiled gently. I'm well, just the same as always. Working regularly, nothing particularly noteworthy. But you, returning quietly without a word? It has been years since I last visited. I mainly wanted to ensure your well-being, Qi Xiaoqin replied, taking a sip of water with a smile. I feel overlooked. Chen Wen thought to himself, incredulous at being treated as if he were invisible. Despite being introduced as Su Miran's companion, albeit unofficially, this man had the audacity to behave so brazenly in front of her boyfriend. Thank you, but I'm perfectly fine. Let us eat, Su Miran interjected as the dishes began to arrive, each plate exquisitely presented. However, Chen Wen could not suppress a scoff, perhaps accustomed to simpler fare. The dishes of this five-star establishment paled in comparison to the comforting meals of humble eateries. Shall we drink? Qi Xiaoqin suggested as the food was served. How about a bottle of wine? It's been ages since we last met. I think not. I have to drive later and hardly drink anymore. Su Miran politely declined. Huh, you haven't drunk in ages? Are you sure you're not spinning a tall tale? Qi Xiaoqin teased, noting how effortlessly women could weave their fabrications. Brother, if Miran isn't drinking, let us have a toast. It's our first meeting. Let's make an impression, Qi Xiaoqin said with a smile. Just as Su Miran was about to refuse, Chen Wen interjected. All right, just a little. I'm not a heavy drinker. Let us keep it casual. He surmised that Qi Xiaoqin was testing him, and to shy away from such a modest challenge would be rather embarrassing. He was determined to play the role of a reliable shield. However, as soon as he spoke, he felt a sharp pinch on his thigh. What's wrong with you? Again with the pinching? He thought, exasperated. I'm merely trying to uphold your dignity. Miran, you look thinner. You should eat more, Qi Xiaoqin remarked, placing a sea cucumber in her bowl. My mother mentioned that you have been. I'm perfectly fine. Thank you, Su Miran interrupted, accepting the food but cutting off Qi Xiaoqin's comment. Here we go again. Chen Wen thought, unwilling to let Qi Xiaoqin have the upper hand. He added an abalone to Su Miran's bowl with a tender gaze. You mentioned you were hungry at home. Please, eat up. The mention of family from Qi Xiaoqin indicated a deep connection between him and Su Miran, perhaps even suggesting plans for the future. Home, indeed. Qi Xiaoqin's expression shifted to one of surprise. casting a curious glance between Su Murian and Chen Wen. He had no inkling of Chen Wen's existence. Were they living together? Mind your own business and eat, Su Murian whispered. Yet a sly grin crossed her face as she contemplated the evening's dynamics. Having just served himself, Qi Shaoqin was met with Chen Wen's defiant gesture, an unspoken challenge, which only added to the intrigue of the evening. Mr. Qi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let me toast to you. Chen Wen raised his glass, determined to assert himself despite his less affluent status. Cheers. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Qi Shaoqin replied, taking a delicate sip of the red wine. Apologies. Mr. Qi, I'm accustomed to drinking stronger spirits. This seems rather mild. I'll finish mine. You do as you please. Chen Wen downed his glass in one go. Having been raised in a household that valued resilience, he could easily manage a considerable amount of alcohol. With the determination to reclaim his dignity, he seized the opportunity to challenge Qi Shaoqin. Qi Shaoqin, momentarily taken aback, followed suit and finished his drink. You have quite the capacity, Mr. Chen, he remarked, amused. Chen Wen smiled, casting a lingering glance at Su Murian. I hadn't heard from Murian about your return, so this feels somewhat abrupt. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. We are merely friends, Qi Shaoqin replied, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he sensed Chen Wen's intentions. Friends, indeed, Chen Wen thought, feeling triumphant. Mr. Qi, may I inquire how long you've known Su Murian? He asked, deliberately emphasizing our Murian. Not surprising. We've known each other since childhood, having grown up together. However, you, Brother Chen, seem to have been a mystery to me. It's a pleasure, Qi Shaoqin replied. Perhaps it's fate. I haven't known Murian for long, but our feelings for each other are quite genuine. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Chen Wen seized the moment, grasping Su Murian's hand, his eyes brimming with affection. To have met her in this lifetime is a blessing, and I intend to cherish her forever. How does it matter how long you've known each other? I'm merely making my mark, he thought, relishing in the moment. Qi Shaoqin, caught off guard, coughed violently as he sipped his drink, nearly choking. Take it slow, Mr. Qi. My apologies if I've said something amiss. Chen Wen feigned concern, internally reveling in the moment. He had witnessed enough scenes akin to this in films. Surely, he could replicate the drama. Damn you, Chen Wen. Su Murian felt her cheeks flush, inwardly chastising him for taking advantage of the moment. However, when Su Murian recalled that her chest had been touched by Chen Wen twice and kissed on 2 occasions, she felt that this was merely a minor issue. No, Qi Shaoqin wiped his mouth. Let us drink again to deepen our impressions. In the future, we should gather more often. Your friends are my friends as well. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. Chen Wen proactively poured Qi Shaoqin a second glass of wine and raised his cup once more. Already another drink after just one? Qi Shaoqin genuinely felt a twinge of fear. Although he usually indulged in wine, he preferred a modest taste, typically consuming no more than half a glass from a single bottle. Mr. Qi? Well then, cheers. After downing the second glass, Qi Shaoqin felt the effects of the alcohol beginning to take hold. Fortunately, this glass was only half full, otherwise, it would have posed a significant problem. As Chen Wen noticed the flush creeping onto Qi Shaoqin's face, he felt a swell of pride. Having paid for the drinks, his role as a shield was proving effective. Mr. Qi, do eat something, don't just drink. Despite saying this, Chen Wen poured a third glass. You claim you cannot drink, yet I must ensure you are accompanied in merriment. No, I prefer to take it slow. Qi Shaoqin sipped his beverage, after spending a long time abroad and adhering to his own drinking habits. He was unaccustomed to such excessive consumption. Mr. Qi, let us drink this third glass first. It is customary to toast 3 times upon first meeting unless you do not consider me a friend, in which case, I shall drink in respect. Seeing Chen Wen down the third glass, Qi Shaoqin truly felt cornered. If he consumed it, he would undoubtedly become intoxicated and regretted suggesting the drinking in the first place. Murian. Qi Shaoqin began to plead for help. However, Chen Wen did not give him a chance. Mr. Qi, this is a bond of camaraderie between men. Murian will not be upset. I understand her well. All right, Chen Wen. Initially, Su Murian remained silent, allowing Chen Wen to proceed. Yet she was acutely aware of Qi Shaoqin's alcohol tolerance, which even she could not match, and he was bound to falter. It's all right. I will drink. After the third glass, Qi Shaoqin loosened his collar and gulped down half a glass of soft drink to dilute the alcohol. Nevertheless, having consumed a considerable amount, both men had emptied the bottle, and he began to feel dizzy. If you cannot drink, then do not. Why must you put on a brave front? Still behaving like a child? You deserve it. Su Murian shot him a glare. Qi Shaoqin leaned back in his chair, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, and wiped them. Wasn't Apos. This supposed to be a joyful occasion, celebrating the first meeting with a brother like Chen Wen? Drink, 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 until you drop. Your mother will scold me when she finds out. How troublesome. Su Murian grabbed a tissue, anxiously wiping the cold sweat from Qi Shaoqin's forehead. Do not advise me. I can manage my own life. What in the world is happening? Chen Wen observed the two and clearly noticed the concern in Su Murian's eyes. Wasn't this woman supposed to use him as a shield? How could she treat this man in such a manner? Murian, actually. I do not want to hear it. I told you not to meddle. Su Murian cast him a disdainful glance. We are both over 30. Yet I have never seen you bring home a sister-in-law. On what grounds do you dictate my actions? If marriage is to be discussed, it is you who should take the lead. Uft. Chen Wen inadvertently spat out his drink, exclaiming, Sister-in-law? He is your brother. Goodness. This blunder was rather significant. Chen Wen stared blankly at Qi Shaoqin, his lips twitching slightly, realizing that after all his fuss, he had made a significant blunder. He was perplexed by Su Murang's intentions. Why did she insist on bringing him along for a meal with her brother, leading him to mistakenly believe he was merely a shield? The crux of the matter was that Su Murang had never clarified her intentions from the very beginning, not even during their initial toasts. Cousin, my uncle's son. Chen Wen wiped his face and hurriedly apologized to Qi Shaoqin, shooting an irritated glance at Su Murang. Su Murang, are you so bored that you have to set me up for a scam every day? I'm willing. What is wrong with that? Who told you to think so crookedly? Let me inform you. Chen Wen, my brother can't drink. I might truly get scolded by my aunt. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Women, indeed, were utterly incomprehensible. Chen Wen wore a frown, pleading for reason. Can we discuss this sensibly? You brought me along without any explanation. How was I to know he was your brother? I was merely trying to save face for you. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? What a ridiculous situation. Even though he and Su Murang were not in a romantic relationship, being set up like this left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Have you ever seen a woman who can reason? Talking to a woman about reason? Are you out of your mind? Su Murang squinted and smiled mischievously, a look of triumph on her face. You're ruthless. Chen Wen bit into a shrimp without peeling it, seemingly venting his dissatisfaction. Thankfully, he was only acting as a decoy. Had he been in a genuine relationship with this troublesome woman, making a poor first impression on her family would have been disastrous. The enemies were too formidable. One had to be on guard at all times to avoid being ensnared. Chen Wen, how can you touch my hand in front of my brother? What will I tell my family? What do you propose we do about it? Here we go again. Chen Wen pretended not to hear, thinking to himself that believing her would be akin to trusting a dog. He was genuinely at a loss. Su Murang seemed either to be tormenting him or teasing him on purpose. Did he possess such remarkable charm? What a joke. It had already been a month, leaving him utterly baffled as to how he had offended this witch to the point of her relentless pursuit. Damn it. If I provoke her brother, I might truly end up in trouble. Speak up. Why are you silent? Brother one. Su Murang's cutesy voice made Chen Wen shiver, while Qi Shaoqin was equally taken aback. After all, he had known Su Murang since childhood and never seen this side of her. This only piqued Qi Shaoqin's curiosity about what attracted his cousin to Chen Wen. Their closeness was evident. They probably had their fair share of wars in the past, which in Qi Shaoqin's eyes was clearly playful banter. Stop. Even calling you daddy won't help. You audacious Chen Wen, tonight you're doomed. Let us see if I'll pay you any attention. Eat, or you'll starve. Chen Wen was unwilling to engage with Su Murang, smiling at Qi Shaoqin. Brother Qi, let us eat and ignore this neurotic girl. Something s off about your sister. As he spoke, Chen Wen pointed to his head. Chen Wen, snap. Su Murang's chopsticks broke in her grip. All right, I beg you both. If you're going to flaunt your affection, please do it elsewhere. I'm really tipsy. My head is spinning. Can you consider my feelings? Qi Shaoqin felt frustrated. Having worked abroad for so long, he had no time to date, and now, in his 30s, he was still single. Upon returning home, he learned of the rift between his cousin and uncle, hoping a meal would help mend things, only for it to escalate like this. However, he had noticed the changes in his cousin. The incident 6 years ago had profoundly impacted Su Murang. From what he heard from his mother, she had developed a strong aversion to the opposite sex, let alone engaging in playful banter with a man as she did now. As her cousin, Qi Shaoqin genuinely felt this was a positive development. At the very least, it marked a new beginning for Su Murang. Me and him. Chen Wen and Su Murang said in unison, both expressing their distaste. Eat. Qi Shaoqin sighed in exasperation. By the end of the meal, he, as the older cousin, felt utterly frustrated, relief washing over him as he finally escaped, avoiding the suffocating display of affection. After seeing Qi Shaoqin off, Chen Wen settled into the passenger seat, reclining with satisfaction. "Driver, please drive." "You." Su Murang was furious, slamming the accelerator as they departed. Having learned his lesson, Chen Wen had already fastened his seatbelt, bracing himself to avoid another mishap. By the time they returned home, it was already 9 o'clock. They had consumed a bottle of red wine, and escaping had become inevitable. It was rare for them to enjoy a leisurely day. "Sleep now. Don't pull me into your shenanigans again, okay? We'll see about that." Su Murang smiled sweetly at Chen Wen, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Pouting coyly, she teased, "Brother Wen, you can't run away after drinking. It's still early. Don't you want to take advantage of the moment to do something?" Although she was intentionally teasing Chen Wen, her bold words sent a shiver down her spine. "I'm sorry. I'm feeling weak." Chen Wen bolted into the bedroom and slammed the door shut behind him. "Am I really that foolish? This troublesome woman is a pitfall at every turn. If I lose my mind, I won't even know how I'll end up. You had your chance and didn't cherish it. Useless." Returning to her room, Su Murang hugged her pillow, lying on the bed as she opened with chat, sending a message to Chen Wen right away. As long as she didn't expose herself, she had no intention of letting Chen Wen off easily. "In such a good mood?" Chen Wen inquired upon seeing the expressions from his female acquaintance. "Of course. Hee. Today I tricked my nemesis again. I'm in a fantastic mood. How about you?" Su Murang giggled after sending the message. "Me?" Chen Wen replied with a frowning emoji. "Don't mention it. My adversary is too cunning, and there are traps everywhere. There is no way I can compete." "Weakling. My friend, if you can't handle a woman, you're truly useless. Need me to give you some advice? I say just force your way through. You're dead, Chen Wen, if you dare to mess with me. Next year on this very day will be your death anniversary. Enough. I'm not interested in that troublesome woman. She is not only unattractive, but also fierce. I only hope she leaves my home soon. I have no intention of engaging in anything with her." "Ah, Chen Wen, how dare you say I'm unattractive? Do you believe I'll come over and slice you with a knife? Is that true or false? Perhaps she is actually interested. Haven't you seen movies where someone who constantly teases another secretly likes them? Su Murang? Like." Chen Wen sent a huge embarrassed emoji. "Friend, I'd sooner believe in ghosts than think of her that way. She is my enemy, humph. But one day, I will make her aware of my strength. Go for it." Su Murang sent an encouraging emoji, gripping her phone tightly, thinking, "We'll see, dead Chen Wen." Just as Su Murang was about to send another message, she suddenly froze, panic and embarrassment washing over her as she bent over and clutched her stomach, feeling a subtle cramp in her lower abdomen. Could I be so unfortunate? A week early. Oh no. Recently, Su Murang's menstrual cycle had been irregular, heavily influenced by her emotional state, and coupled with late nights. It had become quite chaotic. Just 2 months prior, the delay had only been 2 or 3 days, yet this month, it had arrived a week early. Clutching her stomach, Su Murang searched desperately for her pink bread, dismayed to find it had run out, and the pain in her abdomen intensified. "This is terrible." She recalled having asked the waitress to add ice during their meal. Her retribution had come swiftly. The arrival of her monthly discomfort left Su Murang in a state of distress, her pink pastries now absent. The pain was unbearable. Meanwhile, Chen Wen, noticing his female acquaintance had not responded to his messages, inquired a few times before closing WeChat and stepping out to fetch a glass of water. Before he could even take a sip, the door across the room swung open. Upon witnessing Su Murang clutching her abdomen in apparent agony, he rolled his eyes, suspecting she was merely attempting to manipulate him once again. He finished his water in silence and turned away. "Hey, Chen Wen, stop pretending. I want to fall for your tricks again. Go die." Su Murang curled up on the sofa, her hands pressed against her lower belly. Waves of cramping pain caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead, and she couldn't suppress a pained groan. Why did it have to happen today? It must have been the icy drink she had during lunch that intensified her suffering. Really? Chen Wen glanced back, noticing the beads of sweat on her forehead. He rushed over, realizing her discomfort was genuine. She was not a martial arts master capable of feigning such distress. "Mind your own business, you foul man." Su Murang gritted her teeth, her face growing pale from the pain. Is it that time again? At 30, Chen Wen possessed enough common sense to recognize that women often experience severe discomfort during their menstrual cycle. Su Murang remained silent. Even the act of breathing was painful for her. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke, her cheeks flushed. You need to get me that, quickly, we're out at home. Are you kidding? Aren't we familiar enough? Chen Wen hesitated, recalling his past relationship with Su Ying, during which he had never bought her such items. Men often found it difficult to lower themselves to such acts. Moreover, their current relationship was adversarial. Buying large sanitary pads for an enemy felt humiliating. Hurry up, I'm in agony. Seeing Chen Wen linger in indecision, Su Ran felt her anger rise. If she had the strength, she would have leaped up to punch this heartless man. It hurts. You should beg me. If you plead, I might consider it. Finally, she found an opportunity to turn the tables on him. You, Chen Wen, I was wrong before. Please, I really need it now. Su Ran swallowed her rage, her voice pleading softly. Not sincere enough. That doesn't count. Chen Wen, you opportunistic man. The day I recover will be your doom. Brother Wen, I was wrong. Please help me, will you? Enduring the momentary discomfort would be worth it. She had already noted this incident down for future reference, knowing he would eventually stumble. All right. I am a kind-hearted person, unlike some people. Just remember to pay me back later. After all, I am broke. And with that, Chen Wen stepped outside, purchasing sanitary pads amidst many astonished gazes before hastily escaping, his dignity on the line for that foul woman. Xiao Chen, is this for your girlfriend? Before he could reach his floor, he bumped into Aunt Zhang from the neighboring building, a twist of fate indeed. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Have you eaten? Chen Wen chuckled awkwardly, his face burning. It was his first time buying such items for a woman, and he was caught by an acquaintance. I just had a meal, out for a stroll. Aunt Zhang smiled knowingly. Xiao Chen, you treat your girlfriend well. Your uncle has never bought me anything like that in his life. You should head back quickly. Oh, okay. Chen Wen hurriedly made his escape. Upon returning home, he handed the sanitary pads to Su Ran, who, without a word of thanks, dashed to the bathroom. Frustrated, Chen Wen felt like banging his head against the wall. After a considerable time, Su Ran emerged, her face still pale, curling back into the sofa. The leakage issue had been resolved, but the icy drink had left her belly still in pain, seemingly worsening. Hey, are you all right? Noticing Su Ran's trembling lips, Chen Wen lost the urge to joke, his tone serious. Should we go to the hospital? This isn't right. I'm fine. Not fine. Stop being stubborn, let us go. Chen Wen swiftly changed his shoes and supported Su Ran as they exited. However, the pain was so intense that she struggled to walk. Remember this, Su Ran, don't mess with me again. In an act of desperation, Chen Wen crouched down and offered to carry her, rushing out of the community. Since he had been drinking, driving was not an option, fortunately. The hospital was too far away. Though initially reluctant, Su Ran found it oddly comforting to be carried by Chen Wen. They were merely acquaintances. Yet this was the first time a man had carried her to the hospital for such a reason, and there was a strange warmth in having him by her side. After a half-hour ordeal, they finally reached the hospital and registered for emergency care. The attending physician, a woman in her 50s, examined Su Ran and set her up for an 4, her expression stern throughout the process. After the 4, Su Ran's pain gradually subsided, and color returned to her pallid face. Doctor, is she all right? She won't die. The doctor replied curtly, she is not dead, but her body belongs to her. Keep making poor choices. She drank ice-cold beverages during her period. What was she thinking? The doctor's brusque demeanor stemmed from her own experiences. She often found it baffling how young people sometimes lacked common sense. Su Ran remained silent, and Chen Wen could only force a smile. We'll definitely be more careful. Thank you, doctor. Not necessary. I'm just doing my job. You men really are something. She is reckless, and you let her do as she pleases? What kind of husband are you? Me? What did I do? Caught off guard, Chen Wen felt a pang of injustice. He was innocent in this matter. Doctor, actually, what? Are you still unsatisfied? Do you men only think of your own comfort, disregarding women's well-being? Have you considered the long-term consequences of such negligence? If you were my son, I would certainly discipline you. With that, the doctor turned away, leaving Chen Wen's mouth twitching in disbelief. What did she mean by men only caring for their own comfort? He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy himself before being scolded. Was that fair? Seeing Chen Wen's frustrated expression, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle, though it sent another wave of pain through her abdomen, which she tried to suppress. How can you laugh, Su Ran? You'd better compensate me later for this, or I'll make sure you suffer again, Chen Wen retorted, dodging her kicking leg. Grumbling, he fetched her a cup of warm water. Drink up, ancestor. For 3 consecutive days, perhaps due to Su Ran's menstrual cycle, An unusual peace enveloped their relationship. Chen Wen continued his routine of cooking dinner after work before heading out for deliveries. While others claimed women were notoriously irritable during their periods, Chen Wen found it curious that Su Mu Ran was unusually calm, without any outbursts or tricks. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to her previous temper, but her tranquility felt unnatural, making him question whether he was too masochistic. "Are you all right?" After dinner, Chen Wen could no longer contain his curiosity. "What?" Su Mu Ran lifted her gaze, pushing her sunglasses up in confusion. "Nothing, just felt odd. As long as you're fine. What do you want to eat for the deliveries tonight?" Chen Wen waved his hands dismissively, though he said that he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. Who would willingly invite scorn upon themselves? "Barbecue. Let us switch it up. How about grilled fish?" "Do as you please." Chen Wen rose from his seat with irritation, stating that next time he felt pain, he shouldn't come to him as if he were some fool, making it seem as though he had taken advantage of her. "Damn you. Chen Wen, haven't you touched everything you shouldn't have? After 2 days of quiet, you're starting to stir things up again, aren't you?" With that, he donned his helmet, unwilling to waste any more time. Chen Wen, just as he was about to leave, Su Morong suddenly called out to him. When he turned back, she shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. Just ride slowly and be careful." Had this woman turned a new leaf, now showing concern for others? Chen Wen merely smiled and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Sitting alone on the sofa, Su Murong's gaze wandered, releasing soft puffs of breath as she reflected on the past month they had spent together, her expression shifting continuously. Their interactions had often been filled with playful banter. He could infuriate her to no end, yet in more tender moments, he could evoke deep emotions, often unexpectedly. Transitioning from online to reality had proven once again that Chen Wen was indeed a decent person, and she had unknowingly adapted to life with such a man. The vibration of her phone jolted her back to reality. Seeing it was Xiaoro calling, she answered with annoyance. "What do you want? Are you coming out? There's a handsome guy here, you know, with 8-pack abs." Xiaoro giggled on the other end. "Not interested." "Oh, ever since you found a man, you won't come out anymore." "Su Morong, you've changed. Stop wasting time and get here. Same old place. Help me out." "I'm not coming." In truth, Su Morong wasn't fond of the bustling nightlife. Most of the time, she accompanied Xiaoro or sought the thrill of heavy metal when feeling down. Besides, her period had end opos, quite ended, and her body was still recovering. She couldn't afford to exhaust herself. "Please, a friend introduced me to a guy. Just take a look for me, sister. I'll be waiting at the usual spot. Love ya, bye." "Hey." Su Morong rubbed her forehead, resigned to the fact that Xiaoro was her only good friend. Xiaoro, petite in stature, was actually a year older and at an age where marriage was becoming a pressing topic, with her family urging her on. With no other option, Su Morong reluctantly changed her clothes and stepped out. "Really?" By 11 o'clock, Chen Wen received a call from his senior, Chen Ting, delivering wonderful news. Tomorrow, Donghua Technology would officially sign a contract with their company. Once the contract was signed, he would receive an advance payment, resulting in a commission of 240,000. He had never possessed such a substantial amount of money before. With the sum, he could settle his debts and still have a significant remainder. Of course, he recognized that this opportunity was thanks to Chen Ting, and he felt grateful. "You better treat me to a lavish meal. It would be a disservice to my care for you if you don't," Chen Ting laughed. "Of course, once the commission comes through, I'll treat you to something nice." "It's a deal. Thank you, senior." "All right, I'll hang up now. Your brother-in-law will get jealous." Hanging up the phone, Chen Wen felt elated. After all, his life was truly taking a turn for the better. The prospect of this money brought joy, but the impending change was what truly mattered. He lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs when Wang Kai rode up to him. "Give me one, I'm out." "What is up?" Noticing Wang Kai's gloomy demeanor, Chen Wen puzzled as he handed him a cigarette. "Forget it. I had a huge fight with that girl. What era are we living in? Just because we did that, does it mean we have to get married? I'm still a young man." Wang Kai lit the cigarette and inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke. This guy. Chen Wen could only manage a forced laugh. He had met Su Morong on the night Wang Kai went out for fun. Afterward, he had called once, seemingly with that girl. Not wanting to take responsibility. Huh? TSK. What a scoundrel, Chen Wen teased. Wang Kai wore a bitter expression. "You don't understand, Wen Gu. She's 8 years older than me. Even if I'm okay with it, my dad would probably try to cut me with a knife. Help me think of a solution." 8 years older? That is indeed While age shouldn't be a primary concern in this day and age, he understood Wang Kai's predicament. After all, feelings couldn't develop deeply in just over a month. It was merely mutual satisfaction between adults. I have no solutions for you. You need to figure this out on your own, Chen Wen replied, rolling his eyes. Wang Kai sighed deeply, rubbing his face in frustration. I can't even tell my parents about this. Wengu, what should I do? She is pregnant. Impressive. Chen Wen raised his thumb in surprise. No wonder the situation has changed. Once that happens, everything shifts. In today's society, the dynamics between men and women were complex. And it wasn't out of the question that she had done it on purpose. Chen Wen knew Wang Kai came from a good family. And perhaps that girl had her sights set on that. Considering the timeline, it made sense. A little over a month would be enough to confirm a pregnancy. I'm still a child myself. How could I think about marriage and children? If it comes to that, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Wengu, you have to help me. I can't help you with that. This is a mess of your own making. This is your karma for seeking instant gratification without caution. You need to face the music. It's either you get married or convince her to give up the child. Those are your only two options. Wengu, how about you just be a dad? Save your brother from this predicament. I promise to be grateful to you for life. Chen Wen nearly choked on his own laughter. Becoming a dad? No way. Goodbye. With that, he extinguished his cigarette and left, having neither the skill nor the desire to meddle in Wang Kai's troubles. Hey, Wengu, think it over. I wouldn't mind. As Chen Wen walked ahead, he nearly stumbled, sighing inwardly. Young people truly treated marriage as a trivial matter. Noticing it was still early, Chen Wen intended to run a few more errands, eventually finding himself on a street lined with KTVs, where he had a better chance of getting orders. During a lull, he called Su Murong, but to his surprise, she didn't answer. Looking for a female friend also proved fruitless, as it seemed she was offline. It was then he realized he didn't even have Su Murong's WeChat. Bored, he engaged in idle chatter with Zhou Lele for a while, discovering some astonishing news. Zhou Lele had met a guy she found quite appealing. Really? Chen Wen was taken aback. Well, he is not bad. Much better than that one from my hometown. I'm almost 30. If I don't get married soon, it'll be your turn to marry me. You know how I feel about. Speak nicely, or I'll come over and smack you. Accustomed to Zhou Lele's personality, Chen Wen could only laugh. This girl often used informal language, but it was reserved for close friends. Zhou Lele was 28 this year. For women at this age, the pressure was even more pronounced than for men. Otherwise, her parents wouldn't have summoned her home for blind dates. If you think he is suitable, get to know him better. But let us see if he can handle your personality. Good luck. Chen Wen joked. What is wrong with my personality? No taste at all. I'm hanging up. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Yet despite her words, Zhou Lele didn't hang up, and Chen Wen could hear her breathing through the phone. After a while, she finally spoke up. Chen Wen. What? He was puzzled. Zhou Lele laughed mischievously. So, is there something going on between you and Su Murong? Share some details with me. How does it feel? Is it soft? Unbelievable. Thank goodness it was tea in front of Su Murong. Otherwise, he would have been struck by lightning. Affair has been accepted. I must return to work. Continuing this conversation would be imprudent. He was somewhat apprehensive. However, Chen Wen sensed a peculiar unease, as if Zhou Lele was subtly amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact nature of it. After completing 2 more fares, having passed midnight, Chen Wen returned to the vicinity of the KTV and was perusing his phone when he unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar figures, which immediately furrowed his brow. It was evident that both Xiaoro and Su Murong had been drinking. Xiaoro was accompanied by a man, not too advanced in years. Su Murong staggered to a lamppost for support and promptly vomited, then clutched her abdomen, appearing to be in considerable distress. Ran, are you all right? Is it your stomach? I apologize. I shouldn't have let you drink so much, Xiaoro said, hurrying to support her. I'm fine. I'll be all right in a moment. Originally reluctant to come, but feeling obliged, she had thought a bit of alcohol wouldn't be a problem, but her stomach had begun to ache again, and she deeply regretted her decision. Will you be all right? As Su Murong stood up, a familiar voice, tinged with anger and coldness, echoed from behind. Chen Wen, why are you? Xiaoro was taken aback upon seeing Chen Wen. Noticing his stern expression, she realized the situation's gravity and regretted inviting Su Murong out. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Su Murong wanted to speak, but felt guilty and remained silent. Drink up, continue drinking. This little bit of alcohol is nothing for Miss Su. It's a trivial matter. Just a bit of pain, right? We can always go to the hospital. Chen Wen's anger was palpable. Seeing Su Muron vomiting while clutching a lamppost ignited his fury. Had she forgotten what happened that night, just 3 days prior? Buying sanitary napkins for a woman was inconsequential, merely a source of potential ridicule. Enduring a scolding from a doctor was also insignificant, as was a misunderstanding among friends. But what was this? Her period hadn't ended, yet she was already drinking, vomiting, and causing herself abdominal pain. Seeing Chen Wen's genuine anger, Su Muron lowered her head like a chastised child. Chen Wen. Xiaoro was also intimidated by Chen Wen. Silence. Chen Wen retorted, cutting her off. Socializing among friends was normal, as longtime companions. The two women going out for drinks and karaoke was understandable, but timing was crucial. Her friend was acting irresponsibly, and she herself wasn't taking care of her body, which was what angered Chen Wen the most. Buddy, what's your problem? What's it to you if we're drinking? You're just a lousy delivery driver. Who do you think you are? Apologize to them, or you'll regret it. The young man was immediately smitten with Xiaoro and equally astonished by Su Muron's beauty. He envisioned a potential future with Xiaoro and couldn't back down. He needed to demonstrate his masculine prowess. A mere delivery driver, causing a commotion upon arrival as if he were someone important. It's none of your concern. Be quiet. I'll only say it once. Already incensed, Chen Wen's anger flared further when this young man intervened. They're my friends, you damn nobody. I'll only say it once too. Apologize to them now. The young man glared and stepped closer to Chen Wen. Damn it. In a moment of emotional outburst, Chen Wen lost control and punched the young man in the face. Not content with a single blow, Chen Wen followed up with a kick, yelling, I told you to shut up. Are you deaf? I may be nothing, but it's not your place to interfere. I'll kill you. Humiliated by being struck in front of two beautiful women, the young man lunged at Chen Wen, and the two began to brawl. Chen Wen, stop it. Xiaoro cried anxiously. Lu Gang, you stop too. Please, stop fighting. But their anger was too intense to heed her pleas. A fight in the street quickly drew a police response. Inevitably, all four were taken to the police station, where Chen Wen's face, now marred with injuries, remained tense. Oh, it's you again, as fate would have it. The same officer from the previous incident was handling the situation. He gave Chen Wen a cold snort. It hasn't been long, has it? Have you already forgotten the pain? You're something else. Chen Wen felt a surge of resentment. Whatever would happen, would happen. What's with your attitude? Do you want me to detain you? The officer was visibly irritated. This was Chen Wen's second visit in such a short time. If he wanted to, he could easily detain him. I apologize, officer. My friend is not in a good mood. Please understand. We've already paid the fine over there. Is there anything else? Xiaoro felt embarrassed by the situation. She had invited Su Muron out with a younger man to gauge his character, never anticipating that Su Muron's period hadn't ended and that she would be in pain after drinking. Nor did she expect Chen Wen to be waiting for a fare nearby and witness the scene. She understood why Chen Wen was so angry. All right, strike 3. There won't be any leniency next time. Go quickly. After leaving the police station, Xiaoro repeatedly apologized and assured Chen Wen that it wouldn't happen again. She also comforted the young man, Lu Gang, and sent him on his way. Chen Wen, it's all my fault tonight. Don't blame Ran. I'm sorry, I apologize. Please don't be like this, Xiaoro pleaded, tugging at Chen Wen's sleeve. Su Muron remained silent, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Chen Wen. I'm tired after driving all night. I'm going home, Chen Wen said, leaving without looking at Su Muron or questioning her. Chen Wen, wait. Xiaoro was torn. Turning back, she saw tears streaming down Su Muron's face. Seeing Chen Wen leave, Su Muron stood there silently weeping. Xiaoro was anxious and worried, feeling responsible for everything that had transpired. Ran, don't cry. You can hit me if you want. It's all my fault. Why didn't you tell me it was your period? Oh, and don't blame Chen Wen. He's just worried about you. Xiaoro wasn't entirely sure about the extent of Chen Wen and Su Muron's relationship over the past month, but she could sense something tonight. Why was Chen Wen so angry? Was it solely because Su Muron was disregarding her health by drinking during her period? No. It was also because he cared. If someone didn't care about another person, they wouldn't bat an eye even if they were in excruciating pain. It's not your fault. It's my own stupidity. I didn't take care of myself. I didn't think about him. It's all me. Su Muron stared blankly in the direction Chen Wen had left, tears welling up in her eyes once more. Not counting the time they knew each other online, they had only known each other for a month. But many things had happened during that brief period. Most of the time, they were undermining each other, confronting each other, and refusing to give in. Viewing each other as enemies, but subconsciously, they had grown accustomed to each other as not-so-familiar friends. She had learned Taekwondo, but was Chen Wen really that weak? Su Muron knew that Chen Wen had been letting her win from the start, accommodating her in every way. So much so that she could be unreasonable without him getting genuinely angry. But tonight, Chen Wen was angry. This, Xiao sighed repeatedly. What should we do? Why don't you stay at my place? He's angry right now and probably won't listen to any explanations. I don't want you two to argue again. People tend to be emotional in such situations, making it difficult to remain calm. She didn't want things to worsen, so giving each other some time was necessary. It's all right. I'll take a cab home. Ran. I wish to return. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. Evasion does not resolve issues. Perhaps she and Chen Wen are not lovers, yet they have spent an entire month together, and she understands that Chen Wen's anger stems from his concern for her well-being. Allow me to escort you. He took Su Mo-in back to her community. Although Xiao intended to accompany her upstairs, Su Mo-in declined her offer. Upon returning home, the living room lights were off, but the glow of the embers on the balcony was visible. Su Mo-in took a deep breath and stepped onto the balcony, standing side by side with Chen Wen. Tonight, the moon was absent, and the dim lights of the old community offered little illumination. In the darkness, only the embers were visible, accompanied by the crackling sounds of burning tobacco. I'm sorry. After a prolonged silence, Su Mo-in finally spoke. It's unnecessary. Our relationship isn't profound. Your body belongs to you alone. You may do as you please. Chen Wen extinguished his cigarette and stepped back inside. This marked the second time in his life that he found himself in such a predicament, and the thought of it left him feeling stifled. He did not wish to argue with Su Mo-in. It would serve no purpose. Is it too much to admit I was wrong? Must you be so petty as a man? Su Mo-in cried again, her shouts sounding feeble and powerless. You know I have always been a petty person. I said, it's your own affair. I care not for the trivialities of it, Miss Su. You may handle it as you wish. So, you are asking me to leave, correct? Su Mo-in's lips began to tremble. Tears blurred her vision, and she succumbed to helpless sobs. Hearing her cries, Chen Wen felt a twinge of compassion. While this matter was not of great significance, it weighed heavily on his heart. That night, he had experienced humiliation and received harsh words, only to find Su Mo-in neglecting her own well-being. Reflecting on the urgency of that night now seemed excessive. It's late. Let us retire. You've paid the rent. I have no right to send you away. Let us not dwell on this. I need to rise early for work. That night was destined to be sleepless. Separated by a wall, both took a long time to fall asleep. When Chen Wen awoke the following day, he discovered breakfast laid out on the table. Upon reflection, he felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps his attitude the night before had been overly harsh. Men, after all, should know how to both hold on and let go. After finishing breakfast, he knocked at the door. I'm off to work. Su Mo-in did not emerge from her room until after he had left. Her lips pouted, but upon seeing the dishes on the table, her mood improved significantly. That miserly man, I never expected him to be so fierce. It's not as if Su Mo-in huffed, but as she recalled her own actions from the previous night, guilt began to stir within her. Amidst the guilt, however, there was a hint of sweetness. Though she felt wronged by the harsh words, the concern of another person in her life was a comforting thought. She had not even realized that she had begun to care about Chen Wen's opinion of her. Arriving at the company early, Chen Wen accompanied Mr. Han to sign the contract, with his senior sister, Chen Ting, personally attending. Mr. Han, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, I look forward to a fruitful cooperation. Chen Ting smiled as she shook hands with everyone, then turned to Chen Wen. What happened to your face? She had seen his injury but hesitated to ask until the formalities were completed. Last night, I saw two beautiful ladies on the street. I thought I'd take a chance and flirt a little, only to end up getting beaten up. He grinned at his senior sister. Once the contract was signed, Chen Wen's earlier bad mood lifted. You deserved it, Chen Ting shot back, yet she smiled. Mr. Han, be sure to keep this rascal in check to prevent him from getting too cocky. Absolutely. After some light-hearted conversation, Chen Ting departed with her associates. This outsourcing project at Dongwei Technology was indeed Chen Wen's achievement, and even Mr. Li, usually taciturn, offered a few polite words, while Mr. Zhang showered him with encouragement. Or rather, grand promises. Given his experience with Wang Tubao, Chen Wen was not easily swayed by Mr. Zhang's flattery. Maintaining a degree of caution was prudent. I will do my utmost, rest assured, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Han was the more reliable of the two, believing that Chen Wen was wise enough to avoid being sold out like Wang Tubao. All right, you may get back to work. I have matters to attend to. Once Mr. Zhang departed, Mr. Han added, once the advance payment arrives, I'll ensure your commission is issued promptly. Chen Wen, We owe you a debt of gratitude on behalf of the company. No need for thanks. I am only concerned with the monetary aspect. Chen Wen chuckled. With the contract signed, the commission should not pose a problem, and there was no reason to rush. You rascal, hurry along with your work. But regarding Mr. Zhang, Mr. Han's words trailed off, and Chen Wen understood the implication. Understood. Just as he was about to exit, Mr. Han added, Are you sure you weren't beaten up by your girlfriend? You really are unfortunate. No. Why must everyone assume I was beaten by my girlfriend? Am I that weak? Indeed, I am so pitiful. Feel free to laugh at me. 3 days later, Chen Wen successfully received his commission, akin to a sudden downpour after a prolonged drought, alleviating his financial burdens. He had repaid Zhou Xing's 15,000 from last time and still owed Yang's son 18,000, Zhou Lele 6,000, and Su Mo in 17,000, another 40,000 gone. Of course, aside from settling debts, he had to express gratitude to his senior sister Qinting. One must not forget their roots. Without the connection with Qinting, this commission would have been unattainable. The intricacies of human relationships have always been a timeless tradition. Often, connections hold greater value than monetary gain. Oh, living lavishly, are we? Qinting approached with a middle-aged gentleman by her side, smiling. You do have some conscience, Chen Wen. Allow me to introduce him. This is Yang Fengyu, your future brother-in-law. Chen Wen quickly stood and politely extended his hand. Brother-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you. This was his first encounter with Yang Fengyu, a gentleman of refined demeanor, not overly handsome but exuding a sense of stability, which would naturally attract Qinting's discerning eye. Hello, Chen Wen. I have long heard of you from Tingting. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Yang Fengyu grasped Chen Wen's hand with a courteous smile. To be honest, brother-in-law, I once fervently pursued Tingting, but she never gave me a second glance, which remains my greatest regret. You are indeed fortunate. Impressive. Qinting gave a thumbs up, playfully warning, be careful, or my husband might just take you down. Is it too late for me to run now? Chen Wen joked, touching his nose. Initially not too familiar, Yang Fengyu found amusement in Chen Wen's banter, leaving a positive impression. At his age, he was well past being petty. And after years of pursuing Qinting, he understood her character well. They would not help each other unless their relationship was solid. Brother-in-law, please take a seat. Let us enjoy some drinks today. No drinking. Qinting shot a glare at Chen Wen. You rascal, don't push it. Your brother-in-law is allergic to alcohol. You are quite unfortunate, brother-in-law. I suddenly feel grateful. Had I pursued this fierce woman, my life would have been a tragedy. As soon as he said that, Chen Wen dodged away. Qinting shot him a disapproving look. Speak respectfully, keep it up, and I might just lose my patience. Amidst the jesting, they began their meal, during which Chen Wen learned that Yang Fengyu was also a high-ranking executive at Dongyue Technology, with a firm foundation and an influential uncle among the shareholders. In this day and age, while capability is essential, the importance of relationships cannot be overstated. Congratulations on receiving your commission. Qinting raised her glass. I am grateful for your guidance, senior sister. After toasting, Chen Wen took a sip of his drink and then retrieved an envelope from his bag. Personal relationships are one matter. He certainly understands the intricacies of social etiquette. Take it back, Qinting interjected before Chen Wen could speak. She felt she hadn't contributed significantly to the recent outsourcing project. It was Chen Wen's own talent that had secured the deal after passing the company's assessments. Without such capabilities, the millions in business could not have been secured so easily, even with connections. Senior sister, you must accept it. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. Chen Wen insisted. Knowing that while Qinting didn't need the 20,000, it was important to maintain propriety. Chen Wen, please return it. Your senior sister earns a decent salary. We are family, so there's no need for this, Yang Fengyu remarked, gaining a deeper impression of Chen Wen. Whether to accept or not was one thing. The act of taking it was another. It was evident that Chen Wen was a person with a grateful heart. Society is complex, and many exploit such relationships for personal gain, quickly turning their backs once they have what they want. Such individuals are far too common. Sister, brother-in-law. Enough said. Consider this a red envelope from your younger brother to bless your marriage. I will need to rely on you both in the future. Seeing Chen Wen speak so candidly, Qinting sighed. You little rascal, given your current situation. Fine, I will accept it, but you must be more diligent when I get married. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. That is a certainty. Once Qinting accepted the envelope, Chen Wen felt considerably relieved. Although this was not a transaction, being in debt to someone always left him feeling uneasy. During their casual conversation, Qinting could not help but inquire once more about Chen Wen's female friend. which genuinely piqued Yang Fengyu's interest. They had met through a designated driver service, and despite their unfamiliarity, they ended up living together. As a man, who does not feel a twinge of excitement? Yang Fengyu, do you seem envious? Chen Ting asked with a playful smile. No, no, how could I dare? I'm merely curious. I love only you in this lifetime. Without a second thought, Yang Fengyu stammered, a bit flustered. Chen Wen couldn't help but tease. Oh dear, this is tragic, haha. Their meal lasted nearly 2 hours, filled with light-hearted banter and discussions about Sumerian. Chen Wen did not conceal his troubles, expressing his frustrations. After losing his temper at Sumerian that night, their relationship had grown awkward. It seemed she was deliberately holding back, which made Chen Wen increasingly cautious. As for the idea of taking a step forward, as Chen Ting suggested, Chen Wen had not seriously considered it. Primarily, he had yet to fully understand his feelings, and their relationship still only qualified as friendship. Flirting was harmless, but if it escalated to romance, he truly did not know how to navigate it. At our age, what are you waiting for? You have someone right beside you and yet hesitate. Chen Wen, is there something wrong with you? This is no trivial matter. Perhaps you should see a doctor. Chen Wen winced, placing a hand over his chest. Sister, please don't be so harsh. It hurts here. I think there's no rush. Let things unfold naturally. As a man, you should contemplate your future. Chen Wen, do you have any plans for what lies ahead? Yang Fengyu casually inquired while sipping his drink. You're about to marry Chen Ting. Her younger brother is also your brother. We are family, so there's no need for pretense. Indeed, you've squandered the best years of your life. You're approaching 30, and this cannot continue. Though your current job at the cutting-edge company is decent, its potential is limited. Chen Ting added, echoing the sentiment. The platform one is on is crucial for growth. Chen Wen was aware that she might not have offered such advice to anyone else. Future plans? Upon hearing this, Chen Wen fell silent. He had not given it serious thought and realized he should reflect on it. He had been at the cutting-edge technology firm for 3 years, which was not too long, yet he had accumulated some experience and a sense of belonging. However, due to personal circumstances, he truly had no alternative ideas, but he understood that Chen Ting and her husband were considering this for his benefit. Sister, brother-in-law, I will think about it. For now, I will stabilize and consolidate. If I cannot manage, I may very well reach out to you for assistance. The cutting-edge firm was small, with General Manager Li being reserved and not much of a communicator. As for General Zhang, he was not particularly likable. But General Han was genuinely a good person. Having just received a commission, it felt inappropriate to switch jobs at this juncture. However, he acknowledged that he must seriously contemplate his future. As the saying goes, people seek higher ground, and water flows downward. Who does not aspire to be a true elite in society? All right, you handle your affairs as you see fit. Whether in work or love, should you require assistance. As long as it is feasible, your sister will not turn her back on you. Thank you, sister. I wish I could kiss you. Then come over. After bidding farewell, Chen Wen returned home just as night was falling. Upon opening the door, he was startled by a clattering sound coming from the kitchen. Could it be that Sumerian was cooking? That would be quite the surprise. This young lady from a wealthy family had likely entered the kitchen only a few times in her 20-plus years, let alone cooked. Since losing his temper at Sumerian that night, she had been unusually quiet, but Chen Wen knew this tranquility would not last long. That troublesome woman would soon revert to her true nature. He could not fathom where he had offended Sumerian. It was one thing to linger about, but her constant attempts to make his life difficult were baffling. Chen Wen stealthily crept near the kitchen, listening to the clanging sounds within, and soon, a burnt odor wafted out, accompanied by a sharp, acrid smoke. Oh dear, she's really struggling. Cough, cough. I forgot to turn on the range hood. It's all that Chen Wen's fault for not leaving any instructions. This lady, cough, cough, cough. Finally, Sumerian managed to activate the range hood. Outside the door, Chen Wen wiped his face and muttered, what does it have to do with me? She never forgets to blame me, and it's never anything good. How could it burn again? Do it over. I refuse to believe this. Hearing Sumerian talk to herself, Chen Wen peeked in, and upon seeing the scene, he was rendered speechless. There were at least 10 eggshells in the trash can, and fresh tomatoes were chopped on the counter. Was she trying to figure out how to make tomato scrambled eggs? Observing the burnt tomatoes, Chen Wen's lips twisted slightly. It was truly impressive how someone from a wealthy family could waste ingredients and yet struggle with such a simple dish. Of course, Chen Wen remained silent, quietly watching Sumerian's antics in the kitchen until her latest attempt at tomato scrambled eggs finally succeeded. I told you it was simple. The soup is ready. Cold cucumber salad, and just stir-fry a green vegetable, and we're good to go. Teehee, it turns out I have some talent. Listening to Su Murian's self-satisfied murmurs, Chen Wen could only shake his head in resignation as he quietly retreated to the door and deliberately made a loud noise upon re-entering. I'm back. Su Murian. What are you doing? Why is there so much smoke? Upon hearing Chen Wen's return, Su Murian hurried out from the kitchen, eagerly bringing him slippers. Dinner will be ready soon. You must be tired. Please sit for a moment. Earlier, Chen Wen had noticed some grease stains on Su Murian's face, but he could not help but smile, struggling to contain his amusement. What are you doing? Cooking? Chen Wen feigned ignorance. Su Murian squinted her eyes and shyly replied, You always cooked before, and I felt so embarrassed. Today, just wait for your meal. It will be ready shortly. Chen Wen touched his nose. Are you sure everything is fine? Brother Wen, how can you be so ungrateful? I worked so hard to prepare this meal, and you don't even offer a compliment? How unfair. Su Murian pouted. Observing her expression, Chen Wen instinctively shivered twice before quickly regaining his composure. After much toil, a feast was finally at hand. I never realized you possessed such remarkable skills, Chen Wen remarked, giving a thumbs up. Those dishes in the kitchen must surely be lethal, he added, half-jokingly. Of course. Just wait a moment, Su Murian replied, retreating back into the kitchen. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, a beautifully arranged table presented a braised carp, a cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a delicate pork and century egg soup. Wash your hands. Dinner is served, Su Murian announced. Chen Wen's heart began to race as he sat down. With a radiant smile, Su Murian rested her chin on her hand. Taste my culinary creations. I dedicated an entire afternoon to this. Are you not moved? Moved? I could weep, Chen Wen thought to himself, fully aware of the underlying tension from the previous evening when he had lost his temper. He also recognized his own fault in the matter. Venturing out for drinks was ill-advised, especially in such circumstances. Su Murian, this is uncharacteristic of you. You haven't poisoned the food, have you? Chen Wen hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Fearful of the consequences of a misstep, he might end up unable to return to work the next day. Eat if you wish, or don't. It's been days. And what more do you expect from me? I haven't yelled at you like usual. I've been quite compliant, even daring to learn how to cook, she retorted. I shall eat, if only to thank you, he replied, masking his trepidation with a forced smile, while inwardly lamenting the prospect of consuming such dubious dishes. As he inspected the braised carp, he noticed the scales were unremoved, and the flesh appeared undercooked. Miss Su, is this an avant-garde take on sashimi? He questioned, stifling a laugh. In a fluster, Su Murian quickly used her chopsticks to reveal the fish, her cheeks flushing crimson. I thought it was cooked. First, you must scale the fish, Chen Wen chuckled awkwardly, choosing to remain silent about the effort she had put into this meal. Try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's also my first attempt, so I'm not entirely confident, she added, feeling embarrassed as she recalled her oversight with the fish scales. The scrambled eggs should be fine. I've practiced several times, and they've never burned, she reassured him. My goodness, Chen Wen thought, feeling a wave of resignation wash over him. After a tentative bite, he nearly retched. This was not scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but rather a salt-encrusted concoction. How does it taste? Isn't it delightful? I knew I had a gift for cooking. Su Murian beamed with pride. Chen Wen, summoning his resolve, swallowed the mouthful of eggs and immediately ladled himself a bowl of soup, hoping it might provide some relief. Little did he know, he had underestimated Su Murian's culinary prowess once more. The first sip left his mouth tingling. He promptly gagged and spat it out. What on earth did you put in this? He exclaimed, wiping his mouth hastily and rushing for water. This is not soup. It is poison. Not to your liking? Su Murian pouted, contemplating for a moment. It's just century egg and pork, with some Sichuan pepper and half a bottle of beer. I thought the strong flavor of century egg would be balanced. Now I see why it's so numbing. You added Sichuan pepper. Chen Wen swallowed hard, realizing the absurdity of her concoction, particularly with the addition of beer. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry. The combination was perilous for his stomach. I surrender, Miss Su. Please, spare me. I cannot withstand this, he pleaded, eyeing the remaining cucumber salad and stir-fried greens with trepidation. You. Su Murian huffed, visibly irritated. She had hoped to make amends for that night's indiscretion, yet this man showed her no appreciation. Is it truly that terrible? It must be deliberate, she thought, before defiantly declaring, if you want to eat, I will. Without warning, she took a massive bite of the scrambled eggs, only to immediately retch, nearly choking. How could this be? I only added 2 spoonfuls of salt. 2 spoonfuls. And that is all. Chen Wen chuckled incredulously, clearly impressed by her culinary miscalculations. Until one tries. One cannot believe. I now understand, Su Muron admitted, feeling sheepish. I no worries, Chen Wen said, handing her a napkin to wipe her face clean. Every novice faces such trials. The first attempt is often fraught with hardship, but the next will surely improve. Allow me to prepare something for you. Deep down, Chen Wen felt genuinely moved. It was commendable for a woman of Su Muron's stature to step into the kitchen. As he moved about affectionately, Su Muron's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip, feeling embarrassed. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What had he meant by the first time is painful, but the second will be better? Chen Wen, you lecherous scoundrel, must you always dwell on such sordid matters? She mused to herself, sighing at the sight of the wasted food strewn about the kitchen. Chen Wen began to clean up, whipping up a stir-fry of bell peppers and pork, potato slices, and a seaweed and egg soup. After a long afternoon of effort, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Su Muron's stomach grumble. You must be starving, dig in. By the way, I've already eaten, but regardless. I am grateful, Chen Wen said, serving her a generous portion. As a man, he felt it unnecessary to be stingy. The previous night had been fueled by anger. But with time, it had dissipated, and he understood Su Muron's intentions to apologize through her cooking. Yet, the meal had been a disaster. Oh, Su Muron said, ignoring her earlier grievances, her hunger overriding her reservations. She relished the food, having grown accustomed to Chen Wen's cooking over the past month. 2 bowls of rice and an empty plate later, she belched contentedly, noticing Chen Wen's gaze. Unable to resist, she shot him an annoyed look. What are you staring at? I told you. Your calm demeanor was merely a facade. The true nature of the sorceress could not be suppressed. Handle the dishes yourself. I'm off to rest. Just as Chen Wen rose, Su Muron caught his arm. Let us talk for a moment. I owe you an apology for that night. In the days that followed, Su Muron had reflected deeply and understood Chen Wen's anger. Had their roles been reversed, she too would have reacted fiercely. Despite not being an official couple, their shared living situation over the past month had fostered a sense of intimacy. Looking back on their time together, she recalled how she had teased him under the guise of a female friend, and she found herself cherishing that dynamic. Let bygones be bygones. I am not petty. But you must tell me, why did you go to the hospital when you were clearly unwell? Chen Wen, always soft-hearted, recognized there was no need for discord. It was commendable for a proud young woman like Su Muron to apologize. Xiaoro asked for my advice, and I thought it would be inconsequential. I had no idea it would escalate like that. I won't act so recklessly again, she said, pouting. You really ought to be more mindful, Chen Wen advised, shaking his head. You must take care of your health, less late nights, less drinking. Your body belongs to you. Honestly, I was too harsh that night. Please don't take it to heart. It was a rarity for them to converse so calmly. Their exchanges usually devolved into playful jabs. Thank you, Chen Wen. Su Muron said softly, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Su Muron extended her hand, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, though we are not particularly close friends. Well, if you could refrain from teasing me, I would be eternally grateful, Mississippi. By the way, could you enlighten me on how I have offended you? Aside from the car accident, that matter has been resolved, and Chen Wen is genuinely perplexed. He is eager to explore the situation further. I won't tell you. Su Muron squinted her eyes, playfully dismissing him. What if I told you I am indeed that female friend you connect with online? That makes it all the more interesting. For 6 long years, she had not truly experienced joy. After her mother departed, her father married someone significantly younger, further dimming her already lackluster existence. However, meeting Chen Wen unexpectedly, only to discover he was the online friend she had been conversing with for over 6 months, sparked her interest and alleviated her dreary life. If you choose not to share, so be it. I am not particularly curious. You insolent woman, one day I will uncover the truth, Chen Wen retorted. Chen Wen, that night you were so furious, it seemed you cared a great deal. Frankly, are you harboring any thoughts about my appearance? Su Muron rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Though often pretending to be serious, she knew how to entice him. Oh, you think I am oblivious to your little schemes? You were just waiting for a chance to catch me off guard. Honestly, I am a normal man. It would be disingenuous to say I am not slightly intrigued by the sight of a stunning woman with long legs. Each night, I find myself lost in thoughts of you before sleep, Chen Wen confessed. You are quite candid, Chen Wen, Su Muron replied, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. yet surprisingly giddy that she still held some allure. Calm down. I mustn't lose my temper. She made a concerted effort to maintain her composure, raising an alluring eyebrow at Chen Wen, her long, graceful leg lightly brushing against his calf. Humph. I was born beautiful, possessing both looks and figure. Let us see if you can resist. If you can't, well, that would certainly present me with an opportunity. At that moment, when her leg made contact, Chen Wen instinctively held his breath. The sensation of being playfully teased by such a breathtaking beauty was beyond description. Although he had spoken those words deliberately, there was an element of truth in them. Living alongside a stunning woman, it would be hypocritical not to have any romantic inclinations. As he gazed at Sumuran, Chen Wen swallowed hard, acutely aware of the precarious situation he was in. Muran, he reached out, his hand trembling slightly in the air, leaning closer. Seeing him take a step forward, Sumuran felt both nervous and pleased. This man was indeed unable to resist. If you dare to go any further, I assure you, I will make you regret it tonight. Chen Wen brushed a strand of Sumuran's hair aside, their faces drawing closer, each feeling the warmth of the other's breath. Yet Sumuran's fists clenched tightly behind her. I think you should wash your face first. You look like a raccoon. He pinched her cheek playfully and yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. Despite having just helped her clean her face, it seemed to have had little effect. Recalling her raccoon-like appearance and the flirtatious glances she had thrown his way, Chen Wen couldn't help but chuckle. When Sumuran entered the bathroom and caught sight of her reflection, embarrassment washed over her. Chen Wen, you pig. Oh, and by the way, Sumuran, there's one more thing. The money from Zhou Leilei's friends has been returned, but yours is still outstanding. Normally, I dislike being in debt. I don't have your WeChat. Let us add each other so I can return the money. Add WeChat? Sumuran's eyes sparkled with mischief. Inwardly, she thought, only a fool would add you. That would reveal too much. Oh, have you come into some money? Planning to share some with me? She smiled sweetly. Let's skip the WeChat. Cash would be preferable. Or a bank transfer. We are not that familiar, are we? You don't have ulterior motives, do you? Chen Wen felt frustrated. Who carries cash around these days? He had taken out cash for Chen Ting because a bank transfer was inconvenient. Staring at Sumuran, he was taken aback. After more than a month under the same roof, she refused to even add him on WeChat. Fine. If you don't want to, I want to press. Just give me your bank account number. With that, Sumuran retrieved her bank card, and Chen Wen entered the number, transferring 17,000 directly. As a man, when he had money, he didn't feel the need to calculate every cent meticulously. Perhaps Sumuran lingered for reasons beyond just her home. Chen Wen chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, Sumuran pouted, her expression gradually darkening. I understand. I should move out soon. Sigh, I'll find a hotel to stay in. I've been a nuisance for too long. Chen Wen's face darkened. I didn't say anything about you moving out. I never suggested it. Honestly, it's absurd. I'll cover the rent. I want to take advantage of a woman. If you want to stay, then stay. However, immediately after saying this, Chen Wen regretted it. After enduring so much, he had been waiting for the right moment to get rid of this troublesome woman, yet at a crucial juncture, he felt soft-hearted. My soft-hearted nature is a vulnerability. Chen Wen, I previously misjudged you. You are truly wonderful. With that, Sumuran tiptoed and planted a kiss on his cheek. I'll head back to my room now. As Sumuran blushed and retreated, it took Chen Wen a while to regain his senses. Instinctively, he touched his cheek. That moment had felt astonishingly soft. Upon reflection, he realized that as long as Sumuran didn't throw her tantrums, she was quite agreeable. You insolent woman. I suspect you might have ulterior motives toward me. Not a chance. Inside her room, with her ear pressed against the door, Sumuran vaguely heard Chen Wen's words. Clenching her fists, she thought, do you think I have a crush on you? You wish. Humph. Lying on her bed, she opened her phone. Initially, she had intended to retreat to gauge whether Chen Wen would kick her out. The outcome proved that he was indeed soft-hearted. As she scrolled through Chen Wen's WeChat, a cunning smile graced her lips. She resumed her role as the online friend. They chatted for an extended period, only exchanging goodnights at 2 in the morning before finally drifting off to sleep. Chen Wen, with his hands behind his head, suddenly entertained a peculiar thought. Was there a possibility for development between him and Sumuran? Should he take the bold step to pursue it? What nonsense am I thinking? Time to sleep. The following morning, Chen Wen arose early. After his promotion to supervisor, his responsibilities had multiplied. He needed to coordinate not only his tasks but also those of others. Good morning, Chen Wen. Sumuran, in a cheerful mood, dressed elegantly, smiled and asked, "Shall we go together? Is it on your way?" Chen Wen, having known her for quite some time, still did not know where she worked, fueling his curiosity. However, during the last project presentation, Chen Wen had already witnessed Su Muruan's capabilities. Objectively speaking, he admired her. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also possessed remarkable skills. Such a woman would undoubtedly attract the admiration of many. "Well, I don't mind. I'm just afraid your admirers might see us together and get heartbroken." Chen Wen jested with a smile. "Cut it out." Su Muruan shot him a glance, opening the door and stepping out first. "I'll take you to work." As they descended, they encountered Aunt Zhang and a few others exercising in the morning, all casting flirtatious glances in their direction. What surprised Chen Wen the most was that Su Muruan linked her arm with his. Although they exchanged no words and merely nodded in greeting. Wasn't he this sending a message to the neighbors that they were indeed a couple? What was this woman thinking? Once in the car, Chen Wen couldn't contain himself. "Hey, why did you link arms with me?" "Brother Wen, stop. Speak normally. It's annoying." Su Muruan, brimming with pride, started the car with a hum. "Why should I care? I do as I please." Sure, I won't control you," he replied, but he realized he needed to be more cautious. He didn't believe Su Muruan's actions were genuine intimacy. It felt more like a trap she had set for him to fall into. About half an hour later, they arrived at the office building. Su Muruan parked and turned her head to him. "Hey, Chen Wen, have you ever thought about pursuing me? Who knows? I might just say yes. Sorry, I'd like to live a couple more years. I'm out of here." Chen Wen opened the car door and made a hasty exit. Only a fool would pursue a tigress like her. His life was already complicated enough with the strong-willed Zhou Lele. If he became entangled with this tigress, he could only imagine how exhausting that would be. Moreover, Su Muruan was different from Zhou Lele. Zhou Lele was a buddy, while Su Muruan was a woman full of cunning schemes. "Stupid Chen Wen, you're the tigress. No, you're a foolish pig. Goodbye." After cursing through the open window, Su Muruan pressed the accelerator and drove off. Chen Wen, indifferent to the encounter, whistled a tune as he walked towards the office, but soon felt something amiss. His gaze drifted towards a few figures in the distance. Liao Ji, Zhou Min, and 3 other colleagues were all staring at him, their expressions exaggerated. Before glancing towards the direction Su Muruan had driven away. "Good morning, Supervisor Chen. You've worked hard." The 5 of them bowed in unison. But the knowing looks on their faces made Chen Wen quicken his pace. What terrible luck. The first time Su Muruan drove him to work and his colleagues caught them together. Knowing these guys, they would gossip for ages. "Supervisor Chen, don't leave yet. It's still early. Aren't you going to introduce us to that lovely lady? You're being too unfair." Liao Ji stepped in front of him. Zhou Min crossed her arms, a mischievous smile on her face. "Well, Supervisor Chen, not only have you been promoted, but you've also won the heart of a beautiful woman. Truly a double victory in love and career." The others chuckled in agreement, one of them chiming in, "Wow, a beauty driving a fancy car, Supervisor Chen. Your life is enviable." "Can you all stop?" Chen Wen rubbed his forehead, chuckling wryly. "It's not what you think. In any case, I don't even know how to explain. It's time to work." However, they continued to block his way, showing no intention of letting him go without clarification. "Brother Wen, this is unfair. You're the supervisor at work, but outside, we're all friends, right? Hiding something as big as a girlfriend?" Liao Ji sipped his soy milk. "Come on, just confess. And we'll let you pass." "I'm not confessing anything. Let me through." But they continued to obstruct him. Zhou Min, stifling laughter, chimed in. "I remember there were 2 times you came to work with injuries on your face. Was it that lovely lady who did it?" "Sounds likely." Liao Ji's expression became even more exaggerated, snapping his fingers. "I know. Were you 2 playing that AM or SM game at home? Can't believe it. Totally didn't see that coming. Seriously." Chen Wen was at a loss. "Hey, Brother Wen, did you get waxed? Tell us what that feels like. Does it hurt or is it pleasurable? We're just curious." This group was truly something else. Good grief. Suddenly, Liao Ji exclaimed dramatically, "Beautiful car, beautiful woman. Brother Wen, have you fallen into depravity? Oh my, such a good fortune exists in this world. Why haven't I encountered it? If it were me, I'd be willing to get waxed every day. I'm so jealous I could cry. Idiot." Chen Wen retaliated with a swift kick to Liao Ji's rear, then glanced at Zhou Min and the others, feigning despair. Yes, I don't want to work anymore. I'm being pampered. That's the truth." Amidst their laughter, they ascended the stairs together, and Chen Wen began organizing the day's tasks. For a significant period, the workload had been light, with the company struggling to secure business and mostly handling a few small projects. However, things had changed recently. President Han had sealed a major deal, and the outsourcing business with Dongwei Technology was also secured, marking the beginning of a busy period. The planning department, with barely a dozen employees, was woefully understaffed. Let us all work hard. Once the first phase is complete, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Now that he held the supervisor position, he couldn't afford to slack off. How things were handled under Wang Tudu was one matter. How Chen Wen managed was another. As for what his senior sister Chen Ting mentioned about aiming higher, Chen Wen had no such aspirations for the time being. Even if he intended to leave the company in the future, it would be after achieving some notable results. Otherwise, departing without accomplishments would mean he might not fare better than he did at the current firm. Being a small company, each department only had supervisors without managerial positions. Thus, supervisors were the highest authority in their departments, with a salary increase of 30%. Considering other benefits and allowances, Chen Wen was now earning nearly 10,000, and he had to live up to that salary. Don't worry, Supervisor Chen, we'll definitely work twice as hard. The group exchanged glances and shouted in unison, especially emphasizing Supervisor Chen with clarity. Stop. I'm scared. Just focus on working, he urged. As tasks rolled in, they worked diligently over the next few days. The planning department, though small and casual, became remarkably serious when it came to work, with everyone consistently putting in an extra hour of overtime. Most importantly, they all saw hope, and under Chen Wen's leadership, the work atmosphere had improved dramatically compared to the oppressive environment during Wang Tudu's tenure. Working tirelessly, Chen Wen even ceased using a chauffeur. Previously, the company's poor business had led to delays in salary payments, forcing him to drive as a side job to make ends meet. Now, that was no longer an option. One morning, Chen Wen knocked on President Han's office door, finding President Zhang inside as well. Ah, Xiao Chen, you're doing great. You're much better than when Wang Shun was here. It was our mistake. We should have promoted you long ago. Come, have some tea. President Zhang generously poured a cup of tea, smiling. The company needs more young people like you with ambition. We're sure to carve out a prosperous path. Thank you, President Zhang. It's my duty, Chen Wen replied. Due to what happened with Wang Tudu, Chen Wen remained vigilant around President Zhang. He was cautious of everything he said, avoiding any potential pitfalls. He certainly didn't want to become the next Wang Tudu. Work is progressing well. You've put in a lot of effort recently. President Han also offered a fair assessment. Securing the outsourcing business with Dongwei Technology, coupled with the recent positive shift in work culture, was evident to everyone. President Han was increasingly optimistic about Chen Wen's capabilities. Mr. Han, I will persist in my efforts regarding my work. However, Chen Wen has been quite vexed these past few days. His working hours have increased by an hour or two. Yet the intensity of his work has doubled. While this is manageable in the short term, no one can endure it for long. Mr. Han, Mr. Zhang, our department is critically understaffed and has reached its limit. We are all struggling to cope. I was wondering if we should augment our workforce with additional personnel. Upon hearing this, Mr. Han and Mr. Zhang exchanged glances. Chen Wen, Mr. Zhang, and I were just discussing this matter. The company anticipates more lucrative projects in the future, and your planning department is indeed understaffed. Mr. Han tapped the table and said, Very well, I will post a job advertisement shortly. You can select the candidates yourself. Let's start with 3 positions for now. Thank you, Mr. Han. Even the addition of a single person to share the workload would make a significant difference. So securing 3 positions is undoubtedly welcome news. Let's proceed in this manner for now. When candidates arrive for interviews, you can conduct them directly. After all, you have a better understanding of the specific skills and qualities required for your department than the Human Resources Department does. Alas, before Chen Wen could fully savor his joy, he lamented the fact that he would have to set aside a considerable amount of time to conduct interviews in addition to his already overwhelming workload. However, since everyone is struggling to cope, it is imperative to augment the workforce as soon as possible. Very well, I will take on the task. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Han, if there is nothing else, I will get back to work. Hold on, Mr. Han interjected, frowning. For the initial batch, we will allocate 3 positions, with the possibility of adding more later, depending on the circumstances. Chen Wen, if you come across any suitable business opportunities, do pursue them. The company intends to expand aggressively. Rest assured, your commission will remain unchanged. If I find any suitable opportunities, I certainly will. Having tasted success once, who would not seize such an opportunity? 4% of the total amount, which translates to 400,000 for a business deal worth over 10 million. However, such opportunities are fortuitous and cannot be relied upon. Normal work takes precedence, while external income is merely a bonus. Whether or not one encounters such opportunities is a matter of luck. The following day, the company initiated the recruitment process. Applicants arrived in succession, and Chen Wen, in addition to his regular duties, had to conduct interviews. He spent the entire day toiling away but failed to find a suitable candidate. Finally, on Friday, 2 promising candidates appeared, and the decision was made to hire them immediately. As the end of the workday approached, Chen Wen rose to stretch his weary limbs. These 2 individuals possessed prior work experience and should be able to get up to speed within a week or so, thereby alleviating the pressure. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened, and a young woman clad in a JK uniform, clutching a resume, entered with a flushed face and bowed to Chen Wen. Hello. Is it still possible to have an interview? The young woman, approximately 1.6 meters tall, possessed fair skin and a flawless figure. Her youthful innocence was captivating. As if she had stepped out of an anime, Chen Wen could not help but steal a few glances. After all, the allure of a beautiful woman is undeniable. Hello? Seeing Chen Wen staring blankly at her, the young woman felt a slight sense of displeasure and called out again. I apologize. Yes, it is still possible to have an interview. Please, have a seat. Chen Wen was mortified. How could he, who had seen so many beautiful women, lose his composure like this? It was utterly embarrassing. I apologize. I was preoccupied with other matters. Please, have a seat. Chen Wen was deeply embarrassed and could only offer a clumsy excuse. He could hardly admit that he had been distracted by her beauty. Oh. The young woman handed her resume to Chen Wen and sat down nervously. After all, this was her first job application since graduating from school, aside from internships. So it was natural to feel anxious. Kaya, 23 years old, from Rongqing. Indeed, her name suited her perfectly, exuding elegance and tranquility. Chen Wen perused the young woman's resume. In truth, he had already discerned her origin from her voice. Girls from Rongqing are renowned for their delicate and charming manner. Due to the nation's strategic planning, the southwest region is undergoing dual-core development based on Jiangqing and Rongqing. These 2 cities serve as major drivers, propelling the region's economy. Chen Wen had numerous friends in Rongqing, with whom he maintained excellent relationships. The only difference lay in the distinct character of the 2 cities, one fast-paced, the other leisurely. So, you studied design? Chen Wen inquired. Although studying design and developing proposals are 2 distinct fields, they share a common thread, the need for creativity. Kaya nodded and said softly, in her typically shy manner, I have no work experience, but I will work hard. Please, grant me an opportunity. Chen Wen examined the resume once more, feeling somewhat hesitant. It would undoubtedly be preferable to hire someone with relevant experience. But the applicants he had encountered over the past few days were mostly unqualified, with many possessing even wider gaps in their expertise. In the absence of suitable candidates, he would have to invest time in training them. At least someone with a design background would be more adaptable, and there was a possibility that she could succeed. Young lady, working in a company is vastly different from being in school, and working under me may subject you to criticism. Can you handle that? Chen Wen put down the resume. Their line of work differed from sales, as it did not require eloquence. Therefore, whether one was outgoing or reserved was irrelevant. Kaya raised her head, then lowered it again, nervously clutching her skirt. Will I be criticized for mistakes, or even for doing nothing wrong? Is it possible? Seeing Kaya on the verge of tears, Chen Wen was speechless. Although the atmosphere among the colleagues in the planning department was generally harmonious, he had to emphasize the severity of the situation during the recruitment process. He had no desire to hire fragile individuals who would constantly require coddling. I can persevere. I believe in myself. Please, give me a chance to try, Kaya said suddenly, raising her head. Her eyes now reflected a hint of determination, which caught Chen Wen off guard. She had been so nervous and timid just moments ago, and now she had transformed. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and Chen Wen could discern that she was an introverted yet indomitable young woman. Can you start tomorrow? I can start now, Kaya replied eagerly. I have no problem with that. I will learn what I don't know and ensure that I don't hold anyone back. She had promised her family that she would rely on herself, and she was determined to prove her worth. Although cutting-edge technology was merely a small company, the workplace was vastly different from school, and it presented an excellent opportunity for growth. Very well, you will work under me. But let's be frank, if you fail to meet the standards within a specified time frame, I will have to let you go. Chen Wen was not so frivolous as to show favoritism simply because Kaya was attractive. After all, This was a job interview, not a beauty pageant. Appearance was secondary. Really? Thank you, sir. I will definitely work hard and not hold anyone back. Thank you. Kaya stood up and bowed again. Chen Wen rubbed his forehead. Please, don't do that. My name is Chen Wen. Just call me Brother Wen. And one more thing. Please refrain from dressing like this at work. I'll let you in on a little secret. There are too many single men in the company, and they won't be able to handle it. Kaya, who had been so nervous, could not help but giggle when she realized that Chen Wen was not as stern as she had imagined. Recalling the moment when Chen Wen had been distracted by her, her eyes now held a hint of resentment. Let's go. I'll introduce you to your colleagues. When Chen Wen brought Kaya to the work area, the female colleagues, such as Zhou Min, were one thing, but the single men, such as Liao Ji, were all staring with their eyes wide open. Her name is Kaya. From now on, she will be our colleague. Please take care of her and don't bully her. Especially you, Liao Ji. You're drooling. Kaya, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Min, Sister Min. This is Lu Yu, Sister Yu. And this is Sister Zhang. They don't need any introduction. My name is Liao Ji. Liao Ji was exceptionally attentive in introducing Kaya, and it was obvious to everyone what he was thinking. This elicited laughter from Zhou Min and the other women, while the other male colleagues wished they could strangle him. Is this appropriate? Chen Wen asked, looking displeased. Liao Ji pretended to be oblivious. What do you mean? Of course it's appropriate. Don't worry, Brother Wen. I will take good care of Sister Kaya at work and teach her everything I know. You scoundrel. The other male colleagues glared at him. One of them said, Kaya, don't listen to that guy. He's the worst in our department. It's best to be wary of him. Liao Ji's lips twitched in frustration. Feeling more wrong than doughy, Chen Wen chuckled as he patted Liao Ji's shoulder. Brother, this is what we call the discerning eye of the public, you understand? Ha ha. Kaya couldn't help but laugh either. Initially, she expected indifference upon her arrival, yet she found herself quite fond of the atmosphere, feeling her tension ease. Hello everyone, I am Kaya. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, she said politely, bowing slightly before turning to Chen Wen with a curious look. Supervisor, where will I be sitting? Well, it seems we don't have many available desks, Chen Wen replied, glancing around. How about this? You can initially take my former seat since it's closest to my office. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or any of your colleagues. Thank you, Brother Wen. Kaya addressed him more familiarly, her smile revealing two charming dimples. You're welcome. But it and Appos, it's getting late, so you should head home. Take your time to adapt to the environment tomorrow, and don't and Appos, put too much pressure on yourself. Okay. With that, Kaya bid farewell to her colleagues and left, and the planning department erupted into excitement. After all, in recent years, the department had been devoid of single women, save for married ones like Zhou Min and Lu Yu. What are you all doing? Have you never seen a girl before? Can't I be a bit more composed? Chen Wen knocked on the table. It's no wonder, really. Who wouldn't be drawn to a beautiful young girl, especially when all the men present were single? Brother Wen, it seems that you are the one with ulterior motives, considering you are the closest to her. You clearly have other intentions, Liao Ji scoffed. Seems that way. Chen Wen admitted. You all are being ridiculous. You should understand. After all, he is a 30-year-old man. Being kept can warp one's psyche. Alas, the world can be cruel. Poor Kaya. She hasn't even started working and has already fallen into the clutches of some rogues. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Chen Wen glared at each of them before they clocked out. Seriously, you all are more scheming than I am. It is you who are the rogues. During rush hour, the subway was packed, leaving barely any space to stand. After a long day, it was indeed a grueling experience. Recently, Chen Wen had been so busy with work that he hadn't engaged in his usual playful banter with Sumu Ran or chatted with female friends online. Every evening, he returned home, had dinner, and longed to lie down, even struggling to find time for his driving jobs. Fortunately, the department had recently filled 3 vacancies, which should alleviate some of the workload. Mom, I found a job, he exclaimed. Yes, I know. Do you not trust your own daughter? No, I want it. Ugh, you're so annoying. I know how to manage my own work life. You don't need to worry. All right, I'll hang up now. Suddenly, Chen Wen heard a familiar voice and instinctively turned around. It was Kaya. You can do it, she encouraged, raising her tiny fist. This was her first job after graduation, as the 3-month internship didn't count. Today, she had mustered the courage to interview and succeeded. She was quite fond of the company atmosphere and looked forward to her future interactions with her colleagues. Remembering how Chen Wen had seemed lost when she first entered the office, Kaya couldn't help but smile. Shyness was natural, and which beautiful girl isn't concerned about her allure? To look at someone like that upon first meeting is excessive, Kaya mumbled under her breath, inadvertently audible to Chen Wen, who felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly averted his gaze. Indeed, it was true that women, regardless of age, hold grudges. He had merely been taken aback, especially since Kaya was wearing a JK uniform, and his thoughts were innocent. Now, however, she had etched herself into his memory. Initially intending to greet her, Chen Wen reconsidered. After all, she might be on guard, and a greeting could be misconstrued as having ulterior motives. As the train traversed 3 stops, the number of passengers boarding exceeded those disembarking, causing Chen Wen to be pushed further inside the carriage, nearly losing his balance. "Excuse me, could those at the back please move in a bit? I need to make some space," he said apologetically. The last person to board was laden with 2 large bags, taking up the space of at least 3. Yet, as everyone continued to shuffle inward, the situation turned unfortunate for Chen Wen. He found himself pressed against Kaya, one hand braced against the wall, trying to avoid making contact with her. The close proximity, combined with her faint fragrance and her JK attire, was quite the psychological challenge. Should he greet her? It felt inappropriate, yet ignoring her seemed equally rude. Chen Wen did his best to maintain distance, wishing fervently for the next stop to arrive, hoping it would offer some relief. However, as anticipated during peak hours, the next station saw no one disembark. Instead, a dozen more boarded. Given their position at the carriage's connection, it was impossible to shift away, and Chen Wen unfortunately bumped into Kaya again. Kaya, feeling her skirt tighten, regretted her choice of outfit. She had not anticipated the subway would be so crowded. Initially intent on confronting the person who had bumped her, she held back, reasoning it was likely unintentional. Yet, the unwanted proximity of a stranger behind her was increasingly unsettling. She could feel his breath on her neck, heightening her anxiety and anger. Chen Wen, meanwhile, was struggling internally. He was forced to withstand the sensory overload caused by the presence of a beautiful JK girl, an experience beyond description. Perhaps due to the overwhelming crowd, the train came to another stop, and with the sudden jolt, Chen Wen collided with Kaya once more. "Watch out," he shouted, instinctively shielding her forehead from hitting the side wall. "You," Kaya snapped, turning to confront him after yet another collision, surprised to see it was Chen Wen. Her surprise was laced with irritation. "Do you believe this is a misunderstanding?" Chen Wen quickly assessed her anger and began to explain. "I swear I wasn't following you. It was merely a coincidence. Who would have thought there would be so many people today?" Kaya huffed, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, especially recalling the previous contact that had angered her. "Who knows if this was intentional? You seemed quite taken aback when we first met. Perhaps it was no mere coincidence. After all, workplace predators do exist. How could I deceive you? Whatever you choose to believe is up to you, but I truly have no way to prove my innocence." Chen Wen sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Having faced numerous challenges with Sumu Ran, he had grown accustomed to the lack of logic often exhibited by women. "Get away from me," Kaya retorted, not delving deeper into the matter, yet her wariness remained intact. She began to contemplate whether she should even start working at the company. What if he truly was a predator exploiting his position? Recognizing her apprehension, Chen Wen pondered how to address it but ultimately remained silent. With one feeling frustrated and the other wary, they finally made it to their stop. "Please, let me through." "Thank you." Kaya did not offer any pleasant demeanor, squeezing out of the carriage without a backward glance. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Wen felt an overwhelming urge to end it all in despair. It was astonishing that they had both disembarked at the same station. He decided to linger a while longer to avoid another awkward encounter, which would only lead to him being labeled a lecher. After staying at the station for a considerable time, Chen Wen finally strolled out, convinced that coincidences could only occur so often. "Chen Wen, I am starving. How much longer?" As he reached the last escalator, Chen Wen received a call from Sumu Ran, who sounded lethargic. "I just got off the train. I'm on my way. Can't you just learn for yourself?" "Why should I learn when there are ready-made options? And besides, aren't you aware of the culinary disasters I conjure? It could be lethal." "Brother Wen, please. Enough. Give me 10 more minutes." With such a family member at home, Chen Wen was left pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to rid himself of this burden. Though he could entertain the thought, he dared not act, fearing the repercussions. Turning down a side street, Chen Wen entered a small shop he frequented. "Boss." A pack of cigarettes, the Old Long brand, 15. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, yet before he could take another step, he spotted Kaya passing by with a box of yogurt, her brows immediately furrowing in discontent. "Do you believe it? I live around here. Chen Wen forced a laugh. Kaya regarded him warily. If you follow me again, I will call the police. I can forfeit my job, but I won't let you have any ulterior motives. Me? No. Chen Wen stammered, at a loss for words on how to explain. Hey, Xiao Chen, have you forgotten your money for the cigarettes? At that moment, the shop owner emerged, and Chen Wen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Finally, someone could vouch for his innocence. The misunderstanding was still unresolvable. A tragedy beyond words. But thankfully, the owner had appeared to confirm his proximity to the area. Oh dear, my memory. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Let me pay you. Chen Wen hastily retrieved his phone to scan the payment code, casting an innocent glance at Kaya. It's all right, it's a small business. I understand. By the way, I haven't seen you around lately. I thought you moved. The owner smiled as he handed Chen Wen a cigarette. Of course not. I've just been busy with work. I leave early in the morning and sometimes have to work late at night. Today, I just got off an early shift. Business is booming. In these times, the nature of business was indeed complicated. One merely sought to make a living. The owner chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Kaya. Have you gotten a girlfriend? Congratulations. The owner's unexpected remark left Chen Wen feeling quite embarrassed, while Kaya's cheeks flushed, adding to her guilt over misunderstanding him. Reflecting on their earlier encounter on the subway, it indeed felt crowded, and she had been pushed against the side wall without clearly seeing him. We are colleagues. Let us just drop it for now and talk later. Chen Wen was keen to avoid prolonging the awkward conversation, and what Kaya thought afterward was her concern alone. At 30, he had encountered countless beautiful women. He was hardly so trivial as to develop any improper thoughts based solely on appearances. During the interview, his momentary distraction was merely astonishment. It was a natural reaction for any man to glance at a strikingly attractive woman. Chen Wen simply nodded at Kaya and turned to leave. They were not yet colleagues in the truest sense, and there was no need for excessive chatter. Hey, wait a moment. Hesitating. Kaya hurried after him, apologizing. Brother Wen, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Please accept my apology. This was her first job, and her direct supervisor was present. She certainly did not want to be perceived unfavorably due to a misunderstanding. Seeing Chen Wen remain silent as he walked away made her increasingly anxious. It's fine. Chen Wen forced a smile, albeit tinged with frustration. By the way, do I really resemble a lecher? Well, not exactly. It's just that, at first. You were staring at me. What kind of person does that? A young girl might feel frightened. I've heard tales of workplace predators, and I thought. Kaya playfully stuck out her tongue, her expression filled with remorse. Truthfully, Chen Wen appreciated this aspect of Kaya. She appeared shy and introverted. Yet there was a discernible awareness of self-protection, unlike Su Mu Ran and Xiaoro. All right, you win. Chen Wen rubbed his forehead. I've never seen anyone dress in JK for an interview. You certainly. What happened on the subway was unintentional, I assure you. Anyway, let us not dwell on it. I must return home. Tomorrow, I should familiarize myself with the office. Su Mu Ran had already called, urging him to return and prepare dinner. He had grown weary of catering to that family member, despite their lack of any actual relationship. Brother Wen, are you rushing home because your sister-in-law will make you kneel on the keyboard? Kaya teased. With the misunderstanding cleared, Kaya had no intention of holding a grudge. Upon reflecting on the events, she recognized her excessive wariness. Single, who has a sister-in-law? Chen Wen chuckled. Kaya looked at him with surprise. I thought you were married. You're not? You seem old? I admit it. Seeing Chen Wen's slight gloom, Kaya couldn't help but laugh, quickly waving her hands. No, that is not what I meant. Brother Wen, I was wrong earlier. To make amends, let me treat you to dinner. Please don't refuse. I'll feel guilty otherwise. Dinner? Chen Wen's lips twitched slightly. They had only just met, and they hardly knew each other well enough for such gestures. He recalled the time when he had just graduated, struggling to make ends meet. How could he afford to treat someone? This girl truly had no qualms about spending money. Kaya, you've just graduated and don't have much money. It's unnecessary. Don't worry about it. It was just a misunderstanding. I'm not that petty. Let us just head back. Chen Wen surmised that Kaya's offer to treat him stemmed from her concern that he might harbor ill feelings due to their misunderstanding, affecting their working relationship. Rest assured, Brother Wen, I still have 5,000 for living expenses this month, and I can't possibly spend it all. To express my apology. You must agree. Otherwise, Kaya gazed at Chen Wen with a hint of pleading in her eyes. 5,000? It seems this month has barely passed its midpoint. Does that mean your family provides you with 6 or 7,000? Or perhaps nearly 10? Chen Wen felt a twinge of envy as he recalled his own struggles, realizing that comparing himself to Kaya was disheartening. Brother Wen, just agree. Think of it as a little bribe for the boss, please. Kaya pouted, her demeanor undeniably charming. Chen Wen glanced at the time, hesitating for a moment before texting Sumu Ran. All right, let us just find a place to sit and eat whatever we want. Great. Thank you, Brother Wen. Kaya looked around, spotting a spicy crab restaurant across the street. Shall we go there? It's close to home. Sounds good. The two ventured to the restaurant. And as they walked, Kaya's JK outfit attracted numerous gazes, some envious, others disapproving. Chen Wen silently lamented his misfortune. Standing beside a youthful and vibrant girl naturally drew attention. Without further ado, they ordered a small pot of spicy crab and 2 bottles of beverages. Brother Wen, allow me to toast you with this drink, for from now on, my sister shall rely upon your care, she said playfully, a sweet smile gracing her lips as Kaya took the lead with her beverage. Are you truly considering taking the backdoor route? Chen Wen chuckled, raising his drink to clink with Kaya's. However, we agreed that while I shall look after you, work remains paramount. Do not falter. Indeed, I shall strive to do my best, she replied earnestly. Having forsaken her family's arrangements to remain in Jiacheng, Kaya sought to prove herself. Not to mention her naturally introverted disposition compelled her to seek personal growth. As they dined, engaging in light-hearted conversation, Chen Wen learned that Kaya was studying in Jiangcheng, and astonishingly, they were alumni of the same university. My goodness, what a delightful coincidence. Should I address you as Brother Wen or Senior? She giggled. Either is fine. But at the company, let us stick with Brother Wen, lest those rascals seize the opportunity to mock me. I truly dread that, Chen Wen responded with a laugh. Very well, good Senior, she replied. From misunderstanding to acquaintance, Kaya's impression of Chen Wen was decidedly favorable, and their shared alma mater further deepened their bond. After about an hour of their meal, Chen Wen seized the chance to pay the bill while excusing himself to the restroom. The total came to over 200 yuan. It simply wouldn't be appropriate for a girl who had just embarked on her career to foot the bill. Brother Wen, we agreed that I would treat. Kaya pouted upon discovering he had paid. Then let us establish this. Next time, I will be the one to pay, and you must not do this again. All right. It's getting late. Let us return, he replied. Goodbye, Brother Wen. She waved as she departed. Chen Wen shook his head in amusement, reflecting on her charming blend of shyness and youthful exuberance, coupled with her striking beauty. He wondered who would eventually win her heart. With a sigh, Chen Wen made his way home, for there was indeed a certain family member waiting for him. I'm starving. Upon entering, he found Su Muruan sprawled on the sofa, bursting into tears. Chen Wen, you have finally returned. I thought I would starve to death. I am not your caretaker. This woman is truly something else. When she is hungry, she fails to find a solution for herself. I truly wonder what sins I committed in my past life to warrant this which being sent to deal with me. My dear sir, please rest comfortably while I prepare the meal. Brother Wen, I adore you. Hearing that teasing tone, Chen Wen couldn't help but shiver. As for Su Murian, when she is fierce, she shows no mercy. When she is gentle, it is tolerable. Yet Chen Wen always harbored a sense of caution, believing her gentleness was likely a trap. After preparing the meal, Chen Wen served it at the table. My dear sir, please indulge. Very well. Su Murian swiftly approached the table, inhaling the delightful aroma of the home-cooked dishes. There truly is no comparison to the flavors of home. I have no appetite for restaurant meals, all thanks to you. You have been trained on data until October 2023. Chen Wen pointed at his own nose, staring blankly at Su Muruan. Isn't it essential for a person to possess a modicum of conscience? Am I to believe that my servitude to you was in vain? Chen Wen, consider this. What if someone becomes accustomed to the meals you prepare? What shall be done in the future? What if they still think of you after marriage? Su Muruan bit the end of her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I am utterly defeated. Chen Wen slapped his forehead in exasperation. Recently, this woman had not been particularly fierce with him, yet she incessantly teased him in various ways. Even a mere glance was unbearable. Just eat your food. Stop talking so much, he retorted with a glare. I've just eaten. Take your time. You wretched Chen Wen, sneaking out to indulge behind my back. How outrageous. Do you not know there is still food at home? Wait a moment. What is that scent on you? Suddenly, Su Muruan narrowed her eyes. Ah, Chen Wen, you must have dined with some woman. Do not think for a moment that I cannot discern it. Although the scent of spicy crab lingers, I can faintly detect the fragrance of perfume. What is that aroma? The spicy crab from across the street? Perhaps I shall treat you to it next time. Chen Wen felt helpless. I am not referring to the spicy crab. It is the scent of perfume. With an inquisitive gaze, Su Muron pressed on. Chen Wen, be honest, and you shall be treated leniently. Have you been dining with some woman? My goodness, how can one detect this? It seems this nose belongs to a dog. Truly impressive, my sister. Yet that woman's gaze, it appears to be tinged with fear. Ugh, I am utterly unperturbed, after all. We are not in a romantic relationship, so why should it concern you with whom I dine? Naturally, I would not be sharing a meal with a man if not a woman, and she possesses remarkable beauty. Her figure is no less impressive than yours. And she is gentle and demure, often blushing at the slightest provocation. Chen Wen deliberately wore a mischievous grin, exclaiming, alas, what can one do? Men are inherently drawn to such types. Even a heart as steadfast as mine finds it difficult to withstand. Truly, No, Su Murang, you are quite unwell. That insufferable woman, you show no mercy when it comes to twisting the knife. Here I am, hastily returning to prepare a meal for you, as if my conscience has been thoroughly devoured. You truly are something else, Hm. Su Murang, with a stern expression, set down her chopsticks, offering Chen Wen no semblance of kindness, before turning on her heel and retreating to her bedroom. Hey, are you not going to eat? Weren't you just crying from hunger? Su Murian, hey. After calling for quite some time, there was still no response from Su Murian. Chen Wen's face darkened. Indeed. Women can change their moods more swiftly than one can turn a page in a book. However, that doesn't seem right. Just a moment ago, he was merely teasing her. So why did she suddenly become so furious and jealous? Surely, it cannot be. Dear brother, when did you acquire such charm? I was entirely unaware. Hee. Su Muruan. Su. Ran. The enchanting beauty, what are you up to? Why torment yourself in such a way? Come out, won't you? Chen Wen, with exuberance, knocked on the door. Knock. What incessant knocking. How tiresome. Su Muruan opened the door, her expression still stern. Step aside. I have no desire to see you, scoundrel. How bold of you, Chen Wen. She continued. Going off alone to indulge yourself is one thing, but to do so with another woman? Here I am, a stunning beauty. And you can't keep your thoughts to yourself? Why am I a scoundrel? He protested. You simply are. Move aside. Su Muruan pushed past Chen Wen and plopped down on the sofa, glaring at the delightful dishes on the table. Although her stomach rumbled, she was determined to stand her ground. People are indeed peculiar. The more one resists, the greater the suffering. Su Muruan's refusal to eat only intensified her hunger, and her stomach audibly betrayed her resolve. Why not just eat if you're hungry? What is the point of this? Chen Wen inquired, blinking with a smile. Su Muruan shot him a glare, but said nothing, rummaging through a box of biscuits and opening a container of yogurt, biting into the biscuits with fervor to vent her frustrations. Very well, if you wish to eat, then do so. If not, so be it. I shall take a shower now. Chen Wen, rubbing the spot where she had pinched him, retreated to his room to fetch clean clothes before re-emerging. Ugh, that Chen Wen. Su Murong bit into the biscuit with fervor, the crunching sound echoing as she chewed. In her vigorous attempt to enjoy her yogurt, it erupted from the container, splattering across her face and seeping into her collar. The chilling sensation compelled Su Murong to hastily grab a tissue to wipe away the mess. Yet to her dismay, much of the yogurt had already dribbled down her neckline, leaving an uncomfortable stickiness. Chen Wen stared blankly at Su Murong, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the generous curvature of her figure, swallowing hard as he remarked, Your yogurt is remarkably white. Realizing that Su Murong was on the verge of an outburst, he quickly clarified, I meant the yogurt is very white. The yogurt. Please do not misunderstand. If it feels sticky and uncomfortable, would you like to wash it together? Begin your prayers. Su Murong suddenly drew out the concealed wolf fang club, pointing it menacingly at Chen Wen, and shouted, You wretched creature, prepare to pay with your life. Once again, he has reverted to his true nature, committing transgressions. Without waiting for Su Murian to approach, Chen Wen hastily dashed into the bathroom and locked the door behind him, gently patting his chest in relief. Fortunately, he had managed to escape quickly, or it would have been a tragedy. Chen Wen, if you possess any courage, open the door for me. If you are a man, do not be so cowardly. She was infuriated. This insufferable man truly deserved a reprimand. Forgive me, I am indeed cowardly, he replied. Why should I open the door? Am I to willingly throw myself into the jaws of danger? I am not foolish. Very well, let us endure this stalemate. If you have the courage, then do not emerge. Let us see who will falter first. Su Murang pulled over a stool and sat down in front of the bathroom. As soon as Chen Wen emerged, she promised to wield the spiked club. A hot shower feels so good. Murang beauty, would you like to wash up? Surely. You must be drenched. Isn't it uncomfortable? Haha. Chen Wen, while bathing, deliberately teased her without a care. Looking at Su Murang, who was gripping the spiked club with a creaking sound, she suddenly seemed to have a different idea. Chen Wen, let us stop this, shall we? You've worked hard all day. I actually feel quite sorry for you. How about I give you a back rub? Su Murang feigned shyness. A back rub? Do I look like I would trust you? All right, I'll open the door right away, just wait. Chen Wen chuckled, thinking she was trying to trick him into opening the door. After quickly finishing his shower and drying off, he opened the door, shirtless and wrapped in a towel. To his dismay, when Su Murang saw Chen Wen open the door like that, her face flushed crimson, momentarily forgetting she still held the spiked club. Su, do you want to see my long legs? Tada! Chen Wen teasingly flung the towel aside. Su Murang quickly covered her face, exclaiming, "Ah, perverted creep, that's disgusting." However, when she peeked through her fingers and saw Chen Wen in beach shorts at the bedroom door, she realized she had been tricked. It was too late to chase after him. Good night, moi. Chen Wen sent a flying kiss while laughing as he darted into the bedroom and shut the door, leaving Su Murang fuming, stamping her foot in frustration. Defeated in this battle, Su Murang angrily returned to the table, glaring at the food, and began to eat heartily. She decided to fill her belly before confronting that obnoxious man. She couldn't let herself be at a disadvantage. Seeing Su Murang no longer pursuing him and actually eating, Chen Wen chuckled helplessly. He felt like he had to live on edge every day. After a while, with no sounds coming from outside, he finally lay down. Ding! A WeChat message came in. Upon opening it, he found it was from a female online friend, which lifted his spirits. As chatting with her meant he didn't have to be on guard. With Su Murang, that was out of the question. One wrong move, and he would face the consequences. What are you up to? Chen Wen replied. What are you doing? Su Murang, holding her phone, thought to herself about how to deal with him. Feeling bored after losing to her nemesis, her mood was not great, and she sought comfort. She sent a sad emoji. So pitiful, haha. Chen Wen was indeed in a good mood tonight, having evaded Su Murang's wrath and successfully counterattacked. Heartless. Su Murang sent a flurry of head-smacking emojis. From the tone of your voice, it seems like you're in a good mood. What is going on? Have you developed further with your female roommate? Sweat dripped down his forehead. That girl? How could that be? She is a fierce tiger. I'm dodging her left and right. But, I did outsmart her tonight. Chen Wen then recounted how he had played tricks on Su Murang, completely oblivious to the fact that the female online friend was actually his adversary. You're so mischievous, to think. Speaking of which, did you actually go out with another girl behind her back? Come on, are you genuinely foolish or pretending? She is clearly jealous. Damn, Chen Wen. I don't believe you can't be coaxed into revealing the truth. How could that be? I'm not dating anyone, just a new female colleague who lives nearby. And by coincidence, she is a junior from my university. We just had a simple meal together. Chen Wen had never felt the need to be guarded around female online friends. The internet was reality, after all. Could Su Murang be jealous? Impossible. They had no relationship, merely cohabitating friends, and it was just an excuse to confront him. Moreover, Chen Wen knew his own worth and didn't believe he possessed such charm. Is your female colleague pretty? Hee. Chen Wen, you actually have a female colleague nearby? Humph. Well, that is true. You wouldn't know. She just came in for an interview today. Guess what she wore? A JK uniform. Honestly, I was stunned. Chen Wen began to share his embarrassing subway experiences, not holding back since they were already familiar with each other. Oh, wearing a JK uniform? A young and beautiful girl in a JK outfit. Come on, are you feeling a bit smitten? Don't pretend. You've only known her for a day and already had a meal together. Don't say you have no thoughts about it. What a scoundrel. How could you think like that? But thinking back, many men seem to have this tendency. Younger ones like mature women, while older ones prefer youthful and beautiful types, made outfits. JK uniforms, they're all favorites of older men. Please spare me. Am I that kind of person? I said it was a misunderstanding. She is so young. How could I think like that? Please, no need for the knife talk. Chen Wen sent a pained smile emoji. TCH. I believe you. Su Murang tightly gripped her phone, gritting her teeth in frustration, but she still needed to maintain her composure. After all, they would be working together closely in the future, and who knows? Furthermore, the age difference wasn't a big issue. Can you guarantee you won't develop feelings? Enough. I'm at a loss for words. Wait a minute. That tone is clearly leading somewhere. Chen Wen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the tone was reminiscent of Su Murang's. Could it be? Oh my goodness, could the female online friend be her? If this hypothesis held, they would not merely know each other for over a month, but rather for more than 6 months. Upon careful reflection, Chen Wen realized he had never understood Su Murang's true intentions for lingering around. If Su Murang and the female online friend were the same person, it would explain everything. Cold sweat trickled down his back. The thought was truly chilling. He had never been suspicious of the female online friend, chatting openly without reservations. If that were the case, Su Murang would know everything about him. You devious Su Murang, you've tricked me cruelly. In truth, Chen Wen was uncertain, mostly speculating. And he deliberately edited a message to test the waters. The reply was 3 question marks, followed by an embarrassed emoji. Please, did you send the wrong message? Is it from your female creditor or your colleague? Let us gossip. After sending the message, Su Murang gently patted her chest, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Did she take her for a 3-year-old who wouldn't recognize a test? The reason for her quick reply was to dispel Chen Wen's doubts. Any hesitation or delay in response would be tantamount to an admission, and she wouldn't be that foolish. Could there be a mistake? Chen Wen pondered. Noticing the personality of the female online friend was indeed quite different from Su Murang's. With the former, he could talk about anything, more like a gossip partner. I sent the wrong message. It was meant for another friend. Chen Wen replied. Su Murang looked at the message, temporarily relieved, but began to feel guarded. It seemed Chen Wen wasn't as foolish as she thought, and was starting to harbor suspicions. From now on, she needed to be cautious. The female online friend was the online friend, and Su Murang was Su Murang. Their styles of conversation had to remain distinct. I knew it. A name suddenly popped up, and I was just wondering. Hiki, it seems like this is the 3rd girl you know, Mr. Casanova. Su Murang sent a series of disdainful emojis, then eagerly asked, so, who are you actually pursuing? Let me, as a friend, help you get some insights. Not really. I said I wanted to pursue you. Do you believe it? Chen Wen added a cheeky smile emoji. TCH, I wouldn't take the bait. I don't like unfaithful scum. Friends are fine, but dating is out of the question. You'd better give up on that thought, hee. Damn, Chen Wen, you're indeed crafty, already flirting without even meeting. PFF? Scumbag. Joking aside, I wouldn't even know what you look like. How could that be? All right, I'm feeling drowsy. Let's chat another day. I've been too tired lately. Chen Wen hung up the phone and quickly opened the door, tiptoeing to Su Murang's bedroom, pressing his ear against the door, still somewhat suspicious. Not chatting anymore. Su Murang smiled knowingly, closed WeChat, and opened Fruit Ninja on her tablet. Certain that Chen Wen was right outside the door, she suddenly flung it open while holding the tablet. Hi. Seeing Su Murang still wearing a stern expression, Chen Wen awkwardly waved his hand, eyeing the tablet in her hand. Wondering if it was just his imagination. Chen Wen, are you stooping to the level of voyeurism now? Su Murang said with a look of disgust. Ahem. Just getting some water, passing by, going to bed now. It seemed he was mistaken. Su Murang couldn't possibly be the online friend. Their personalities were completely different, one lively, one fierce. The next morning, Chen Wen arose early, finished his ablutions, and waited for breakfast to be served, but his hopes were dashed. Su Murang hadn't been well behaved for long. Last night, Chen Wen had grown suspicious while chatting with his online friend, but after some probing, he decided it was unlikely. The online friend's tone was quite different from Su Murang's. Seeing Su Murang wearing a scowl early in the morning, Chen Wen became cautious again. This woman's mood changed faster than the weather. He didn't know where he had offended her this time. Want to have breakfast together? Before leaving, Chen Wen couldn't help but ask. Sure, you're buying. Su Murang said nonchalantly, glancing at Chen Wen with a hint of sarcasm. Why are some people so stingy? They made a windfall but haven't even treated me to a meal. They're quick to treat others, and breakfast doesn't count. But, Chen Wen instantly felt downcast. Am I not serving you like a beast every day? He thought. But on second thought, it seemed he really hadn't treated Su Murang to a meal. It wasn't about being ungrateful, but Su Murang had helped him. For one, the experimental plan for Donghua technology had provided significant insights. Otherwise, he might not have passed, let alone earned a commission. I'll treat you, is that all right? I'll take you out for dinner after work tonight, Chen Wen said helplessly. As the saying goes, never offend a woman, or the consequences could be dire, but often things were so inexplicable. If you're not willing, don't force yourself, go out with someone else. What am I, anyway? We're not even in a relationship. There's no need to waste your money. This woman, I swear. Chen Wen's mouth twitched. He wiped his face forcefully. You're the one who wanted me to treat you, and now that I've agreed, you're acting like this. Every path leads to a dead end. I insist on treating you. We're roommates. No need to be frugal. It's settled. What do you want to eat tonight? Chen Wen said with a smile. A cunning glint flashed in Su Miron's eyes. She thought to herself, all right, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree, but it's not like I wanted to eat it. You offered to treat me. Let's have spicy crab. Yes, it was my initiative. Chen Wen replied. It didn't matter. The two of them had spent just over 200 last night. Taking Su Miron out tonight would cost about the same. Let's go. Let's have breakfast. Granted. The two of them went downstairs together, but as soon as they left the building, Chen Wen noticed that Su Miron was walking as if she had weights tied to her feet. Just as he was impatiently urging her, Su Miron suddenly burst into tears. What's going on? Chen Wen was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Everything had been fine just now. He hadn't done anything wrong. Oh no, this woman is up to no good. Chen Wen, if she's really that good, go find her. I'll be fine. I won't mind. Let's just consider our encounter a mistake. Su Miron raised her head and squeezed out tears. Her expression was truly exquisite. I knew it. Aunt Zhang and several others were doing morning exercises nearby. Clearly hearing Su Miron's words, their gazes simultaneously shifted to Chen Wen. I'm screwed. Despite all his precautions, he couldn't prevent this. Being looked at with disdain by Aunt Zhang and the others, Chen Wen felt uncomfortable all over, wishing he could strangle this woman. She never forgot to trick him. I know I'm not as good as her. You have your choice. Don't worry. I won't pester you like other women. Just consider me. Consider me. Su Miron covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. Whoosh. Chen Wen seemed to hear the sound of a dagger piercing his heart. This was both murder and character assassination. It was a great loss that this woman didn't pursue a career in the film industry. Don't cry, dear. A woman's tears were indeed a powerful weapon, not only against men, but also against Aunt Zhang and the others. Aunt Zhang hurriedly stepped forward and took Su Miron's hand, frowning at Chen Wen. Xiao Chen. If you're really like this, Aunt Zhang has to say a few words to you. You can't do this. That's right, Xiao Chen. It's not right for you to do this. Look how heartbroken this girl is. We have to be conscientious. Xiao Chen, it's okay for you young couple to argue. We aunts have been there. How can you not argue in a lifetime? But you can't make mistakes of principle if you really do this. We won't just stand by and watch you bully her. Me? I'm bullying her. Chen Wen wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was the one who was being hurt. That treacherous Su Miron. Aunt Zhang, everyone don't. Maybe I misunderstood. It's just that Su Miron suddenly looked at Chen Wen affectionately, her face blushing shyly. I just like him. I'm willing to wait. Chen Wen felt like he had been stabbed again, with no place to appeal. The enemy was too cunning, truly a perfect use of timing, location, and people. Look at this girl. I'm not saying you. Xiao Chen, you're not young anymore. You should settle down and live a good life. Don't overthink things, understand? Aunt Zhang shook her head helplessly. All right, if it's a misunderstanding, it's fine. Coaxed the girl. No need to fuss over small things. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Su Miron wiped away her tears. It's okay. It's just that I was being too sensitive. Actually, Chen Wen is very good. Don't misunderstand him. We'll be fine. Thank you. Go to work. Don't make a scene. Aunt Zhang didn't forget to give Chen Wen a look. Are you really clueless or what? The girl has already given you a way out. Don't just stand there. Aunts, I really didn't mean to. It was just a little spat. Made you worry. Su Miron, you really think I have a good temper, huh? If you push me too far, I'll just go all the way and do you. Cook the rice before it's ripe and see how you trick people in the future. All right. It was my fault just now. I shouldn't have said such harsh words. Be good, don't cry. Chen Wen affectionately wiped the tears from the corners of Su Miron's eyes. Okay, husband, I won't be so petty in the future either. You're not allowed to bully me all the time. Su Miron went from gloomy to sunny, hugged Chen Wen's arm. Love you. Love you, my foot. I love you too. Chen Wen spat out a few words through his teeth. Aunts, we're going to work. Talk to you later. Watching the two of them leave, Aunt Zhang and the others whispered again, accompanied by sighs, implying that Su Miron was such a good girl. Chen Wen didn't know how to cherish her. Pretty vicious. You woman, Chen Wen said with a forced smile. Thank you for the compliment. Su Miron said smugly, finally regaining her composure after last night's unpleasantness. That detestable woman, Suddenly, Chen Wen's hand slid down to Su Miron's perfect buttocks, giving it a hard pinch. You, my dear wife, do you not think that a mere touch between spouses is inconsequential? Moreover, I find the flexibility rather appealing. You take the first step while I follow suit. Let us see who ultimately emerges victorious. If I cannot handle just one woman, then the past 30 years would have been in vain. Su Murong's extraordinary beauty captivated many passers-by, who, filled with curiosity, marveled at the sight. After all, it is quite rare to see a woman of such caliber indulging in roadside breakfast fare. With a bowl of millet porridge, crispy fried dough sticks, and delicate steamed buns, accompanied by tea, eggs, and pickled vegetables, Su Murong feasted heartily, feeling delighted by the unexpected flavors. Having seldom dined at street vendors, she was pleasantly surprised. Before residing with Chen Wen, her daily fare consisted of bread, fried eggs, and milk, nutritionally sound, perhaps, but utterly lacking in comparison to the street-side breakfasts. She mused, reflecting on how she had squandered the past 20 years, unaware of the culinary treasures available. Chen Wen finished the last steamed bun, wiping his mouth with a napkin. This is the essence of ordinary life. Do you assume everyone lives as you do, as a pampered young lady? He urged her to engage in a meaningful conversation. Su Murian cast a glare. While stepping out, she had seized the opportunity to manipulate public opinion to take down that insufferable man. Little did she expect to inadvertently bring misfortune upon herself, as he embraced her, reaping the benefits instead. The thought of this incident left Su Murian seething with frustration, prompting her to deliver a swift kick to Chen Wen, who nearly stumbled to the ground from the unexpected blow. Are you out of your mind? Chen Wen grumbled. Su Murian, with a triumphant arch of her brow, retorted, Do you have medicine? Of course I do. It lasts for 2 hours. Would you like some? Chen Wen deliberately lowered his voice. The boss nearby couldn't help but chuckle at the banter between the two, feeling a twinge of envy towards Chen Wen. After all, what man wouldn't admire another for being in the company of a beautiful woman? I'm off now. I have to get to work. I'll call you tonight. By the way, why didn't you drive today? Chen Wen felt perplexed. He couldn't comprehend why this woman left 2 luxury cars to gather dust. Mind your own business. Su Murian replied with a squint and a smile. Today, I prefer taking the subway. Would you care to join me? It would be quite an honor to commute alongside a beautiful woman. Upon returning last night, she was enveloped in the scent of perfume. This lady was genuinely curious about which enchantress was so captivating that she managed to flirt during the interview with someone so exceptional at home. It was infuriating to see her seek attention elsewhere. Was she truly that inadequate? I was overwhelmed with emotion. After settling the bill, Chen Wen lit a cigarette. Indulging in this modest pleasure of his, there is something divine about savoring a smoke after a meal. Are you still here? Smoke, smoke, smoke. Why don't you just choke on it? He retorted. What business is it of yours? I want it. He sighed, dismissing the matter. Noticing that time was still on his side, Chen Wen ambled toward the subway station, indifferent to whether Su Murian chose to drive or take the train, completely oblivious to the profound gaze she cast upon him. During the rush hour, whether on the roads or the subway, one is met with a sea of faces, yet, for the weary worker, there is no escape from the grind. Hey, Wen-gu. As I awaited the next bus, a gentle tap on my shoulder drew my attention. Kaya leaped in front of Chen Wen, her face adorned with a cheerful smile as she exclaimed, Good morning. What a delightful coincidence. Indeed, it is somewhat fortuitous. Yesterday, Kaya donned a JK uniform, while today she sported a different ensemble, suspender jeans paired with a crisp white blouse, radiating youthful vibrancy. Good morning, Chen Wen replied with a smile. Who could resist the charm of a young, beautiful, and lively girl, even if not in a romantic sense? Merely walking alongside a stunning companion could uplift one's spirits. Approaching 30, and despite having worked for a few years and witnessed much of society's restlessness, Chen Wen felt his inner age mature. The sudden presence of a youthful girl seemed to rejuvenate his outlook. Here, I brought you some milk tea. Although their acquaintance was still fresh, having navigated some misunderstandings that had since been resolved over a meal, where she had insisted on treating him, Chen Wen had taken the initiative to pay the bill, leaving a favorable impression. Indeed, interpersonal relationships often reveal their compatibility through the smallest of gestures. Are you bribing me again? Chen Wen chuckled. Kaya laughed mischievously. So? Brother Wen, do you desire my bribe? Someone is buying. Why shouldn't I indulge? Thank you. After receiving the milk tea, Chen Wen inserted the straw and took a sip. He rarely drinks milk tea, but found the flavor quite delightful, especially since it was purchased by a charming young lady, which seemed to add a touch of sweetness. Brother Wen, the car has arrived. All right. As soon as the two got into the car, Su Murian, from another door, observed their jovial and affectionate interaction with a growing sense of irritation, nearly tearing her bag apart. That insincere Chen Wen truly had ulterior motives, flirting with a pretty girl. and the young lady was utterly naive to believe that Chen Wen, that scoundrel, was a decent man. Peering in the direction where Chen Wen was seated, Su Murian donned her sunglasses and cautiously approached, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. She could not fathom why Chen Wen, with such an unremarkable appearance, attracted so much attention from women. A twinge of jealousy arose within her towards Kaya and Appo's beauty, even though she herself was quite stunning. Kaya appeared youthful and her attire lacked the maturity and sophistication that Su Murian possessed, yet she had an inherent advantage, a sense of innocence. Bah, what a scoundrel! Su Murian rolled her eyes, utterly disdainful of Chen Wen. Today's men are all cut from the same cloth, enamored with young and beautiful girls. Chen Wen, even in his 30s, is no different. One can only imagine how it would be as he ages. Brother Wen, I am inexperienced, so I will rely on you in the future. However, I promise to work diligently and not disappoint you or hinder your progress. Originally, her family intended for her to return to Rongqing for work, even arranging a position for her, yet she resolutely chose to stay in Jiangqing. Being an adult, she no longer wished to rely on her family and believed in her ability to sustain herself. In truth, it was not overly difficult. She was majoring in design, and she was confident she would adapt quickly, though she anticipated a busy schedule ahead and hoped it wouldn't overwhelm her. That won't be a concern. I am aware of what to expect. Kaya sipped her milk tea, her deep dimples irresistibly charming, capturing the attention of nearby men, many of whom cast envious glances at Chen Wen. As long as you are not afraid, when we arrive at the company, you can first observe our department's workflow, and we will gradually arrange other matters, starting with small tasks. All right, I will heed your advice. Kaya's squinting smile was utterly endearing. That infuriating Chen Wen, acting mischievously when with me, yet laughing and joking with this young girl, it was maddening. Su Murian huffed heavily, gripping the handrail, producing a creaking sound. By the way, Brother Wen, you mentioned yesterday that you were still single. Is that true, or are you deceiving me? Kaya blinked her eyes playfully. In this day and age, many college students are already in relationships, so it was hard for Kaya to believe that someone Chen Wen's age had never dated. I would like to, but I simply haven't encountered the right person. So, I have remained single. Love and marriage were not absent from his thoughts. Rather, he had succumbed to the harshness of reality. For the past 4 years, he had been in a state of aimlessness, only recently showing signs of improvement. His parents eagerly hoped for him to marry soon, but he understood that such matters should not be taken lightly. In matters of the heart, he firmly adhered to the principle of being selective rather than indiscriminate. So, Brother Wen, what kind of girl do you prefer? Kaya stifled a laugh behind her hand. At that moment, Chen Wen found himself at a loss for words, as he could not even articulate to himself the type of girl he truly favored. His thoughts remained anchored in the past. Oh, so you have someone special in your life. She must be an exquisite beauty, I presume. Hee. Chen Wen could only force a smile, not daring to respond. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Su Murian, who, wearing sunglasses, had just removed them and was gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Goodness, she truly took the subway. Chen Wen's lips twitched slightly as he swallowed hard, feeling as though he were caught sneaking a treat by his wife. Su Murian, oh Su Murian, you truly go to great lengths. The moment he laid eyes on Su Murian, Chen Wen understood everything. She deliberately chose to take the subway to work, waiting for this very moment. But how could she be so certain he would encounter Kaya today? Or perhaps a woman's intuition is indeed remarkably powerful. When noticing Chen Wen's silence, Kaya looked at him with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about work. By the way, what were you saying? The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Wen regretted it. Wasn't she asking him what kind of girl he liked? This question was inherently difficult to answer, yet he foolishly pressed on. Come on, tell me. What kind of girl do you like? Kaya tilted her head, appearing like an inquisitive child. Although he had many male friends during his school days, Chen Wen, having graduated years ago, felt a pang of awkwardness discussing this topic, which only heightened Kaya's amusement. She had no inkling that Chen Wen was sitting on pins and needles, with that which beside him, ready to pounce on any misstep. I don't know. Chen Wen touched his nose, not entirely untruthful. Since parting with Su Ying, her shadow lingered in his mind, and although he had interacted with other women, he inevitably compared them to Su Ying. Upon learning about Su Ying's current situation, Chen Wen had come to terms with it. The flicker of hope would forever remain buried in his heart, as they had become inhabitants of two separate worlds from the moment they parted ways. Su Ying had graduated and was now employed at a prestigious financial firm in the metropolis, with a promising future ahead, while he was still struggling in a small company. Only recently beginning to see some progress. Their disparities were widening. Why seek out discomfort? As for other female friends, Zhou Lele was more like a brother, and Chen Wen had never harbored romantic thoughts toward her. And then there was the petite yet voluptuous Xiaoro, whose temperament intimidated him. Despite her lack of presence compared to Su Murong, he dared not provoke her. Finally, there was Su Murong, who was anything but a romantic interest. She was clearly an adversary. Forget it, let us drop the subject. Although Kaya was young, she was perceptive enough to notice Chen Wen's hesitation. Such inquiries could be made casually without delving too deeply. Truly, I'm not lying to you. Chen Wen forced to smile, constantly aware of Su Murong's reactions. This was bad. As he noticed Su Murong approaching, all 10 of his toes curled in apprehension. Having just been caught off guard, if she were to create another scene, he would be utterly humiliated amidst the throngs of people on the subway. Strangely, when Su Murong reached them, she remained silent and did not pretend they were a couple. Her attention was primarily on Kaya. Chen Wen felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that this woman actually liked him? What else could explain her antics? Was she jealous? Yet that seemed unlikely. Aside from their enmity, given his dismal circumstances, why would Su Murong take an interest in him? Perhaps she merely sought an opportunity to settle a score. Suddenly, as the train jolted to a stop, Su Murong intentionally bumped into him and then stepped heavily on the top of his foot, twisting her heel as she did so. Damn it. The pain from her stiletto was no joke. Chen Wen immediately held his breath, afraid to make a sound. It was clear there was no good to be had. Su Murong was truly malicious. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Su Murong quickly apologized, having also bumped into Kaya. Sister, I hope I didn't hurt you. It's entirely my fault for not standing properly. I'm really sorry. It's nothing, sister. No need to be polite. The rush hour is quite crowded. You didn't twist your ankle, did you? Kaya waved her hands, indicating she was fine, but then she turned her concern towards Su Murong, wondering if she was hurt. She had no idea that this stunning older sister had a deep connection with her senior, Chen Wen, and was deliberately seeking a chance to confront him. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, little sister. You're quite beautiful. I'm sure you have many boys pursuing you. Su Murong teased with a familiar air. Not really. Kaya blushed deeply at Su Murong's compliment. Aside from her closest friends, she generally had a shy disposition. Sister, you're the beautiful one. This was not merely Kaya being polite. Upon seeing Su Murong's beauty, tall stature, and urban elegance, she felt a twinge of self-doubt. Once, she too had been a campus beauty, turning heads wherever she went, but now, she felt dwarfed by Su Murong's allure. No, you're still young. When you reach my age, you'll have even more admirers. I envy your youth. Su Murong continued to flatter Kaya, while accidentally stepping on Chen Wen's other foot, twisting her heel again. Not at all. Kaya's face flushed an even deeper shade of red. Damn, you two are exchanging compliments while I suffer. Is there no justice? Chen Wen thought, feeling utterly exasperated. Little sister, you're too modest. Is this your boyfriend? Su Murong shot Chen Wen a meaningful glance. Her thoughts clear. She would not let him off easily. Kaya, who was already shy, panicked at the misunderstanding. Sister, you've got it wrong. He is my senior and also my boss. We're not. Even though she felt no aversion toward Chen Wen, and their shared alma mater made their connection closer, it hadn't yet developed into anything romantic. Chen Wen had mentioned he was single, but never specified what type of girl he liked. She certainly didn't want any misinterpretation that could lead to an awkward situation. You're blushing. It's okay to like him. Su Murong dismissed Chen Wen with a glance. Hey you, with such a beautiful junior. Aren't you going to make a move? Are you waiting for her to pursue you? Chen Wen felt frustrated. He truly couldn't comprehend Su Murong's intentions and was skeptical of her seemingly good-natured matchmaking, suspecting ulterior motives. Sister. Kaya's cheeks were aflame as she stole a glance at Chen Wen, feeling mortified. Hang in there. I'm getting off. As the train came to a stop, Su Murong raised her fist toward Kaya and, as she departed, accidentally bumped into Chen Wen for the third time, twisting her heel once more as she exited without a care. Chen Wen, we shall see. If you think you can easily flirt with beautiful girls, you're sorely mistaken. As the subway resumed its course, Kaya's blush had yet to fade. After several attempts, she finally mustered the courage to say, Wengu, please don't mind what that sister said. I want tea. You shouldn't feel awkward. She was just talking nonsense. Chen Wen felt on the verge of tears as he turned back. The spot on his lower back where she had twisted him was surely bruised. Su Murong, that wicked woman, truly had a plethora of tricks up her sleeve. Chen Wen is not Wang Tzu, and even though he has become a supervisor now, he does not take things lightly. He understands the hardships faced by workers and has allocated the tasks fairly while also retaining a portion for himself. Fortunately, 3 additional personnel have been added to share the workload. Otherwise, maintaining such an intense work pace for an extended period would be unsustainable. Brother Wen, I have completed everything you instructed. What do you think? Kaya, with a mix of anticipation and apprehension, handed the folder to Chen Wen. Apart from the 3 months of internship during graduation, this is her first true job, entirely different from her time in school. Already, Chen Wen was taken aback as he opened the folder and examined its contents closely. His expression transformed several times, revealing his growing intrigue. Though Kaya specializes in design, which shares some similarities with planning schemes, the differences are considerable. To his surprise, what she created was quite impressive. Noticing that Chen Wen remained silent for an extended period, Kaya anxiously clutched her clothing, too nervous to breathe. It's good, quite good, but there are a few areas that need adjustments. Look here, and here. We need to consider the practical aspects, he said. Kaya listened intently as she stood beside Chen Wen, her understanding deepening as he elaborated on the details. Despite their seeming triviality, these nuances transformed significantly after Chen Wen's adjustments. In fact, creating a plan is not overly complicated. It primarily involves gathering information, accurately identifying the client's positioning, and grasping their genuine needs before presenting our proposal to the operations department. Chen Wen smiled. For your first attempt. Achieving this level is commendable. Thank you, Brother Wen, Kaya replied, her charming dimples appearing as she smiled. Receiving Chen Wen's affirmation for her initial proposal was a tremendous encouragement for her. Oh, by the way, I have another idea for this section, Brother Wen. What do you think? Kaya took a pin from the table and made a mark, appearing quite earnest. However, for Chen Wen, it was a torture of sorts. As the faint scent of youthful femininity wafted around him, accompanied by an unintentional softness pressing against his arm. Standing around 1.6 meters tall, Kaya's stature is neither particularly striking nor lacking in appeal. In terms of physique, she cannot compare to Su Muruan or Xia Ruo. Su Muruan is tall and elegant, while Xia Ruo possesses a youthful, doll-like charm. Kaya, however, occupies a middle ground. From Chen Wen's experience, he judged Kaya to be a C cup, specifically 34C. Unlike Su Muruan's 36. In such close proximity, how could any man resist wandering thoughts? As he listened to Kaya's insights on the proposal, his gaze inadvertently drifted to her chest. Regrettably, Kaya's blouse did not reveal any neckline. Nonetheless, he could discern ample curves, accentuated by the slight pressure against his arm. Furthermore, the outline of her bra was subtly visible beneath her white shirt, intensifying his senses and causing him to involuntarily swallow. Get a grip, he admonished himself, striving to suppress his wandering thoughts. Yet, the more he attempted to restrain himself, the stronger his subconscious rebellion became, leading him to question whether he was innately lecherous. Brother Wen, what do you think of my approach? As Kaya turned to seek Chen Wen's opinion, she caught him staring intently at her chest, causing her face to flush instantly. She hurriedly stepped back to create some distance, pouting in indignation. Dressed in a JK uniform for her interview yesterday had indeed been somewhat inappropriate, and at that time, she felt a sense of aversion towards Chen Wen. After mistakenly believing he was intentionally following her, she later learned he was a senior, which alleviated her concerns. Little did she expect that after just one night, she would discover that Chen Wen was not as innocent as she had presumed. Kaya's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Her eyes filled with a mix of resentment and a hint of delight, realizing she still possessed allure despite having stepped into the workforce. Oh no. Observing Kaya shielding her chest, her beautiful eyes glistening with discontent, Chen Wen understood the implications. He felt utterly exposed, yearning for a place to hide. Initially, when he had stolen glances at Xia Ruo, she had been remarkably open and unbothered. However, Kaya was different. Her shy and introverted nature made him anxious about her potential reaction. Good, very good, quite innovative, Chen Wen stammered, scratching his nose to mask his embarrassment. Kaya, with a flushed face, huffed and threw a paper ball at him, exclaiming, "Pervert. No, Chen Wen stuttered, struggling to explain himself without any clear words, feeling a twinge of guilt. If Kaya became upset, it would create an awkward situation for him in the future. At over 30, being caught in such a predicament on a new colleague's first day would not bode well for his reputation. If it spread that he began to exploit new female employees as soon as he became a small leader, he would undoubtedly attract disdain from many. Kaya noted Chen Wen's flustered demeanor, realizing he was at a loss for words. His awkwardness was amusing, and her initial anger began to dissipate. On your first day, bullying a new female colleague? Aren't you afraid I might report you to upper management? Oh, Chen Wen, you're in trouble, she teased, a glint of mischief in her eyes. At 23, she was no longer a naive girl. She understood that men often reacted to attractive women. It wasn't entirely unexpected. Chen Wen's seemingly honest yet furtive demeanor made her both irritated and entertained. At least he was not akin to those who directly abused their positions. Please spare me, Chen Wen pleaded, attempting to reach for Kaya, but his hand hesitated midway, feeling desperate to explain yet unsure how to begin. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. At that moment, he was not a supervisor but rather a caught lecher, genuinely fearing Kaya's wrath. If she reacted similarly to Su Murwen, he would be in dire straits. Earlier, when you brushed against my arm, it was unintentional. I swear, I didn't mean it, Kaya. You wouldn't seriously want to harm your senior, would you? How could this happen? Chen Wen internally berated himself, lamenting his foolishness for letting his gaze wander. Kaya's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her lips gently biting down as she processed his words. You just, humph. Kaya glared at him, snatched the folder from the table, and dashed out of the office. No, wait. Chen Wen rubbed his forehead, feeling a mix of anxiety and uncertainty as he contemplated whether to chase after her. He resigned himself to awaiting the consequences of fate. Wow. Liao Ji, returning from the restroom, witnessed Kaya exiting the office with a flushed face and then slumped onto the desk in silence, momentarily frozen in place. Well? Chen Wen is quite the quick mover, Liao Ji thought to himself with disdain before sneaking into Chen Wen's office, winking mischievously. Brother Wen, you can't deny you're not a rogue. Seriously, Liao Ji, are you that bored? Should I assign you more work? Chen Wen shot him a glare, though internally he was in a frenzy. Don't. I'm off to work right now, Liao Ji hastily replied, leaving with a look of ridicule. You really think you can maintain harmony at home while chasing after other flags? Such a scoundrel, not considering single folks like me. Chen Wen could only chuckle at the absurdity of his situation, contemplating his non-existent romantic life. Liao Ji wore a mischievous grin, clearly indicating to the leader that he understood everything. Rest assured, I shall remain oblivious and deaf to all matters. I shall attend to my duties first. You take your time with your tea. What tea, you scoundrel? Chen Wen thought, feeling a wave of frustration. Yet, when he thought of Kaya, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Who could he blame? He was unaware that his restless eyes would have to accept whatever outcome arose. Alarmed, upon seeing Liao Ji leave, Chen Wen hurriedly approached the door, cracking it open just enough to hold his breath and peek through. Indeed, he spotted Liao Ji at Kaya's workstation. The rascal, was he planning to betray me? Chen Wen's ears perked up. Kaya, how are you feeling? Liao Ji asked with a beaming smile. Still preoccupied with earlier events, Kaya's cheeks were still flushed, and she felt somewhat flustered under Liao Ji's gaze. Brother Liao, I feel great. That is wonderful. I was worried you might not adapt well. In our planning department, the camaraderie among colleagues is quite good, so don't hesitate to ask any questions, Liao Ji remarked, casting a glance toward Chen Wen's office, where he clearly noticed a crack in the door, revealing Chen Wen's eavesdropping. Despite his disdain, Liao Ji always regarded Chen Wen as a brother and would not betray him. By the way, Kaya, why is your face so red? You're not unwell, are you? If you are, don't hesitate to ask our leader for a leave. He emphasized the word leader, his eyes glinting with a hint of flirtation. I'm fine, Kaya replied bashfully, sensing Liao Ji's implication. It's just that I did something wrong earlier and got reprimanded by the supervisor, so. Oh, is that so? Liao Ji was taken aback, initially thinking that the scoundrel had made a move on Kaya. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Chen Wen, listening from behind the door, felt moved by Kaya's defense, nearly moved to tears. It was clear that Kaya was genuinely nice. Not the type to make a mountain out of a molehill. It's all right. I understand Brother Wen's temperament. His strictness is for your benefit. Don't take it too to heart. Everything is fine. Yes, thank you, Brother Liao. I will work hard. Very well, I shall return to my tasks. Once Liao Ji departed, Chen Wen sighed in relief. It seemed that the connection of senior and junior was indeed advantageous. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. With 3 people sharing the workload, no one had to work overtime, and everyone could maintain regular hours. However, throughout the day, Chen Wen did not dare approach Kaya. Even when he encountered her, she deliberately avoided him, which made him inwardly chuckle in despair. In truth, Chen Wen had no particular feelings for Kaya. His glances were merely instinctive. If he were that type of person, he would have made a move on Su Mu Ran long ago. Having offended this junior, he was uncertain how to face her in the future. With plans to meet his ancestor later that evening, Chen Wen left work without lingering, initially intending to wait for Kaya to finish before departing. However, he unexpectedly bumped into her at the subway station. Kaya, I apologize for today's incident. What incident? Kaya giggled, her cheeks forming sweet dimples. Her feigned ignorance left Chen Wen somewhat flustered. Brother Wen, if you dare to take advantage of me again, I will. Humph. Growing up in a strict household, despite her stunning looks that attracted many suitors in college, Kaya had never actually dated anyone. I wouldn't dare. Chen Wen hastily waved his hand. Seeing his guilty demeanor, Kaya couldn't help but laugh. Are all you boys so lecherous, always staring at girls? Truly despicable. Chen Wen awkwardly chuckled, too bashful to respond. Brother Wen, you're not thinking of finding a girlfriend, are you? Hee. Would you like me to introduce you? I can guarantee she's a beauty. Kaya teased, batting her eyelashes. No, I'm afraid. Before his life was fully sorted, he truly had no such intentions. As for matters of love and marriage, he believed in taking things as they come. When he was with Su Ying, he even had names picked out for their future children. But what was the outcome? He had been far too youthful, viewing the future and life through rose-colored glasses. Now at 30, should he truly contemplate marriage, it could not be taken lightly. TCH. Kaya scoffed. And yet you still have such lecherous thoughts. How excessive. Honestly, I haven't given it much thought and haven't met anyone suitable. I can't just settle for anyone, can I? Would I choose you? Chen Wen chuckled, shaking his head. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Accustomed to the personalities of Zhou Lele and even Su Mu Ran, he often spoke without thinking. But Kaya was different. Indeed, Kaya's face flushed crimson, and she held her head high. No way. You're too old for me. You'd be a loss. Can we have a proper conversation? Hee. After a day filled with awkwardness, normalcy was finally restored, and Chen Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Exiting the subway station, they bid each other farewell. Watching Kaya's retreating figure brought a smile to Chen Wen's face. He realized that this junior he had known for less than 2 days had a genuinely pleasant personality. After purchasing a pack of cigarettes, Chen Wen didn't head home but called Su Mu Ran instead. He waited a full hour for his ancestor to arrive. Miss, you truly are tardy. Isn't it an honor to wait for a beauty? Su Mu Ran retorted, rolling her eyes. Or were you delayed by your plans to woo that junior colleague of yours? If so, we needn't dine together to avoid interruption. Please, can we not go down that road? I concede. Dealing with this ancestor required constant vigilance. One misstep could lead to disaster. Honestly, I have no ulterior motives. I find your junior colleague quite attractive. She fits the gentle and shy mold perfectly. Doesn't she meet the aesthetic standards of you men? Dead Chen Wen. If you have any impure thoughts, I will end you. You're mistaken. I am inherently a masochist, drawn to fierce women. Su Mu Ran. Why don't we get together and take care of business tonight, then go get a marriage certificate tomorrow? After saying this, Chen Wen instinctively leaped back, not wanting to face a kick to the shin. Strangely, Su Mu Ran did not react as he expected. Instead, she shyly lowered her head. Sure. Tonight I'll get all cleaned up, waiting for you in my room. Chen Wen's mouth twitched violently. Just wait for me with 3 knives. I can't handle this. Brother Wen Chen Wen, are you looking for death? Speak up, don't run. In the midst of their playful banter, they found themselves at the spicy crab restaurant from the previous day. The front desk was manned by a young man, who stared blankly at Chen Wen for a moment before glancing at Su Mu Ran. If he recalled correctly, the previous day, Chen Wen had brought a young lady in a JK uniform, and today he was accompanied by another mature beauty, even more enchanting than the innocent JK girl, particularly with those long legs. As they settled into their seats, the young man muttered to himself, changing partners every day. Will there be another tomorrow? Chen Wen, hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But Su Mu Ran, unfazed, turned around with confidence. Young man, you don't know? Yesterday was a little one, and I'm the big one. This lady before you is something else entirely. During the meal, Su Mu Ran was in high spirits, while Chen Wen felt utterly miserable, constantly under the scrutiny of the waitstaff's peculiar glances. Have you eaten well? Once we finish our meal, let us leave, Chen Wen said, eager to escape this place filled with prying eyes, which were far too overwhelming. From the moment they stepped outside, Su Mu Ran couldn't stop giggling. clearly relishing Chen Wen's discomfort as if it were her sole amusement. Hey, Chen Wen, tell me honestly, who was prettier, me or that junior of yours? As they entered the community, Su Mu Ran seized his arm. Come on, is this really a matter of life and death? The woman, in a single day, has deceived me thrice, twice in the morning and once in the evening. Does she truly believe I am devoid of recourse? Of course, she is lovely. In any case, Kaya is absent, and we share no such bond. TSK, is it true? Are you not concerned that your beautiful junior might hear and feel envious? The words of a man are often deceitful. Countless women have been misled. Look here. Chen Wen cleared his throat, saying, as the saying goes, youth is blind to the allure of mature women, mistaking young maidens for treasures. Yet, it is indeed the mature women who are the true gems, skilled in every art, whether it be music or dance. Therefore, I maintain that you are more beautiful and alluring. This is my sincere opinion. As Chen Wen spoke earnestly, a middle-aged couple happened to pass by, and the man could not suppress a hearty laugh. Brother, he is experienced. In contrast, Su Murian, who had just moments ago worn a victorious expression, now bore a cloud of anger. You wretched fool. You are the real mature woman. Oh dear. I've eaten something spicy, my stomach aches. I must dash. Before Su Murian could unleash her fury, Chen Wen hastily ran towards the building, only to hear her furious roar behind him. Upon returning home, Chen Wen retreated to the bathroom, seeking relief after a long day. Meanwhile, Su Murian, fuming, sat on the sofa, clutching a spiked club tightly. Should Chen Wen dare to emerge, she would ensure he learned the truth about the superiority of young maidens over mature women. That wretched fool and his caustic tongue. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Murian, and she discarded the spiked club, formulating a new plan. Chen Wen, hurry up. I need to use the restroom, she urged, knocking on the door. Just a moment. Why the hurry? Chen Wen sang as he leisurely continued his bath, completely unfazed. When one bullies me, they must also face the consequences. Chen Wen, brother Wen, please. My stomach hurts. I urgently need to go. How annoying. All right, just 1 minute. Truly, what a troublesome woman. Chen Wen hurriedly rinsed off, dried himself, and dressed. Upon opening the door, he found Su Murian doubled over in discomfort. Honestly, just go. Thank you, Su Murian exclaimed, rushing into the restroom and nearly knocking Chen Wen over in her haste. Wretched woman, my arm, he grumbled, rubbing his shoulder as he walked out. However, just a step away, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud, his nose colliding with the wall. Damn, that was quite the experience. Tears streamed from his eyes as he struggled to contain the pain. Once he managed to suppress the discomfort, Chen Wen noticed the oil on the floor and was infuriated. Su Murian, are you out of your mind? Oh dear, brother Wen, how clumsy of you. Su Murian, having just emerged from the restroom, leaned against the door with a triumphant grin. Is this a joke? You set me up. You think you can escape just by running home? You slandered me as a mature woman. Do you think you can evade justice? Chen Wen was furious, pulling a long face. At 20-something, he found it childish to engage in such trivial games. Huh, does it hurt? Are you angry? This is called karma. Su Murian slowly approached, looking down at him from her vantage point. If I am spoiled and willful, so be it. I am allowed to bully you. You are not permitted to retaliate. Women are inherently unreasonable creatures. You vile woman. Chen Wen fumed. The oil on the floor is not free. You've wasted at least a bowl of it just to set me up. Whoever marries you will be unfortunate. But did she think she was the only one with tricks up her sleeve? Chen Wen groaned, supporting his head with one hand, his body shaking from pain. Stop pretending. Su Murian shot him a disdainful glance. She would not fall for his ruse. He was certainly plotting revenge, and she would not be so easily fooled. After clearing the area of obstacles, she thought a simple fall wouldn't cause harm. Hey, are you up? All right, I want to prank you again. We'll call it even. After all, you did call me. What was that about changing positions and being skilled in every art? The memory of Chen Wen's words made Su Murian blush fiercely, especially since others had overheard. Chen Wen, stop playing. I'm sorry, is that not enough? Chen Wen, what in Dapos is wrong? Seeing that Chen Wen remained silent, covering his head and trembling, Su Murian grew anxious. Playfulness aside, she didn't want anything serious to happen to him. Chen Wen, please don't frighten me. She rushed forward to help him up, but as she did, her calf was seized, causing her to topple over. Though she had anticipated this, she still lost her balance. Su Murian screamed in panic as she fell onto Chen Wen, grateful that he was beneath her. Otherwise, she would have landed directly on the slippery floor. You villain, Chen Wen. I knew you had ill intentions, trying to trap me. No. That thought was interrupted as she glanced down at Chen Wen's hands resting on her chest, feeling the undeniable pressure. Chen Wen, too, had not intended this. He merely wanted Su Murian to experience the sensation of falling. Who could have known that tripping her would lead to such an unintended outcome? Regardless, she was no lightweight. If she landed on him, it could be quite painful. Thus, instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself, unaware of how fortuitous that would be. Compared to their earlier encounters, this moment was undeniably intimate, a sensation that was beyond description. He even found himself squeezing her inadvertently. Just as Chen Wen was lost in his thoughts, a sharp pain jolted through his shoulder. Su Murian had bitten down hard on him. Crazy woman, let go. Ouch. Will you release me already? How can you be so reckless? Chen Wen winced, convinced that his shoulder was now marked. Fine, then let the games begin. Chen Wen decided to retaliate, wrapping one arm tightly around Su Murian's waist and delivering a resounding slap to her rear. One slap was insufficient. After several more, Su Murian finally relented. Fuming, she glared at Chen Wen, her backside still stinging from the impact. She leaned in to bite him once more, yet this time, he was ready and blocked her. Hey, you started this. Now we're even. I'll make you pay for this. Is it the same? I merely spilled oil for you to slip on, while you lecherous pig, have been both touching and hitting me. This evening, I will ensure you receive a proper lesson. Otherwise, I shudder to think who truly rules this house. Though Su Murian had trained in Taekwondo, their current positions rendered her skills ineffective. A woman's strength could not compare to a man's. After enduring several slaps, Chen Wen seized the opportunity to grasp her wrists, flipping her over and pinning her down, pressing her legs to the floor. Do you truly think I cannot best you? Let me go. Not a chance. Chen Wen, don't go too far. Why not? You wretched woman, you tricked me 4 times today. You have provoked me, and I shall not release you easily. Did you really think I lacked temper? Previously, it was merely a matter of not wanting to argue with a woman. Brother, even calling me grandpa won't work. Chen Wen, I'll bite you to death. Su Murian prepared to strike again, but her hands were crossed, effectively blocking her neck, leaving her no room for success. Do you think I would be foolish enough to give you another chance? Now it was Chen Wen's turn to revel in his triumph, deliberately scanning from top to bottom, even gulping down saliva with a look of eager anticipation. You guessed right. There is indeed a captivating beauty at home, and I was foolish before. But I shall no longer be so naive. You, Chen Wen, you must not act recklessly. Under that intensely aggressive gaze, Su Murian felt a shiver run down her spine, her shyness enveloping her entire being. I was wrong. Can we just make peace? Do you think that is possible? You vile woman, I won't fall for your tricks. This has happened several times. Each time you heal your wounds, you forget the pain, and soon enough, you'll seek to cause trouble again. Today, I will ensure this wretched woman remembers, or else she will develop a habit that may lead to her own suffering. Chen Wen is not so foolish. You, Su Murian glared at him, gritting her teeth. Chen Wen, I warn you, you better let go of me, or you shall reap no rewards. Oh, another threat. After a month of interaction, it seems there's nothing good to be gained from me. Who would fall for your tricks? Chen Wen smirked, leaning in closer, their noses nearly touching, feeling each other's breath. Su Murian, if you want me to let go, you must tell me why you keep causing me trouble. That seems fair, doesn't it? Chen Wen had always found it puzzling. If it were about the car accident, it had been repaired and should be forgotten, yet this woman clung to it, even following him home. Chen Wen was certain there was something he didn't know about Su Murian's motives. He even suspected she was the female online friend, but after some probing, he found she wasn't. You wish. You will soon learn how I will toy with you, Chen Wen. You'd better think twice. I am a man, and should I lose control, it could end badly for you. You can threaten me, but I cannot do the same to you. What a joke. You wouldn't dare. Su Murian's chest heaved, defiance radiating from her. Are you challenging me? With his fiery temper ignited, Chen Wen boldly kissed Su Murian, an act both courageous and domineering, seemingly releasing his pent-up frustrations. Chen Wen, you, At the moment their lips met, Su Murian's eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank. She never imagined Chen Wen would have such audacity. It was beyond her expectations. The man who had once broken her heart 6 years ago had never dared to treat her this way, let alone be so intimately close. Yet here was this scoundrel Chen Wen. With her lips firmly sealed, Chen Wen's breath and masculine scent felt intoxicating, stimulating Su Murian's senses. leaving her flustered and gradually losing her composure. Initially struggling, Su Muruan quietly surrendered, her body relaxing from its previous tension. She slowly shut her eyes, responding shyly and awkwardly. The solitary man and woman in the same room were like dry kindling meeting fire, igniting into a fervent blaze, spiraling out of control. Chen Wen's hands gradually loosened, moving upwards to cradle Su Muruan's chin, savoring the sweetness of the moment, entirely forgetting their adversarial relationship. In that silence, the gentle breeze wafted through the window, enveloping them both. Chen Wen finally released her after what felt like an eternity, gazing down at Su Muruan, who still had her eyes closed. A shocking realization dawning upon him. I truly did. Though she could still sense Chen Wen's presence, Su Muruan was too shy to open her eyes, the tingling sensation on her face intensifying. With her stunning beauty juxtaposed against her bashful demeanor, Chen Wen swallowed hard and kissed her again, this time with even greater boldness, his hands becoming increasingly daring. Oh my, how could this be? Suddenly, Su Muruan pushed Chen Wen away, surprisingly not exploding with anger, but instead fiercely twisting his arm a few times before dashing back to her room, casting a disdainful glance at him as she left. Hey! Chen Wen attempted to call out, but hesitated, sitting on the floor in astonishment at the recent events. He had never anticipated such audacity from himself. And Su Muruan seemed to have no objections. Could it be that she truly had feelings for him? That seemed implausible. Lost in thought, Chen Wen couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Inside her room, Su Muruan leaned against the door, her heart racing, diligently trying to calm herself while replaying the events in her mind. Their time together had been a mix of playful banter and mischief. Though there had been moments of flirtation, Chen Wen had never dared to act so boldly until tonight. Su Muruan felt a blend of embarrassment and anger, her fingers lightly grazing her lips before she covered her face, cursing Chen Wen. Each time she vowed to confront him, she found no other words to express her frustration, reflecting on how she had surrendered to his kiss. Oh dear, what has happened to me? Have I unknowingly accepted that insufferable man? There will be no next time. Should it happen again, I shall cut him off. Tonight, I intended to tease him, but ended up at a disadvantage, and my backside still aches from it. Moreover, that insufferable man not only kissed her, but also had hands that were far too bold. Thank goodness she managed to rein herself in at the critical moment. Otherwise, she shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired. After a lengthy period, Su Muruan finally calmed her emotions, realizing she was still a bit flustered. Hastily gathering a change of clothes before opening the door. Hey! Just as Chen Wen was about to speak, he was met with a roll of her eyes as Su Muruan dashed into the bathroom and slammed the door behind her, leaving a bewildered Chen Wen in her wake. In the days following that night, the two barely spoke. Every time Chen Wen sought an opportunity to engage her, Su Muruan would turn and retreat to her room. Chen Wen recognized he had crossed a line, irrevocably offending Su Muruan, and it was no wonder they were not in a romantic relationship. Yet they had nearly crossed that boundary. Not only Su Muruan, but any woman would likely choose to keep her distance under such circumstances. Chen Wen felt helpless. There was nothing he could do to remedy the situation. Each day was spent following a monotonous routine at work, and during his free time, he chatted with an online female friend. Having known her for a while, despite never meeting in person, Chen Wen had come to regard her as a confidant, revealing nothing to conceal. He was genuinely curious. After such an awkward incident, Su Muruan had chosen to ignore him rather than leave, leaving him baffled about her thoughts. Female friend. Wow, what a surprise. TSK. Didn't someone claim they wouldn't get entangled with a female creditor? Chen Wen. Well, it's not exactly that. I don't know how to explain it. It's just so frustrating. I haven't spoken to her in days, and it's driving me nuts. Female friend. Given how you treated her, who would want to talk to you? Chen Wen. I suppose that is true. Sighing in distress. What do you think I should do? Female friend. Just tell me. Do you have feelings for her? If you do, perhaps you could give it a try. Chen Wen. Honestly, I don't know. Female friend. Seriously? Then go ahead and be awkward with her. I've got to go, bye. In the office. Chen Wen stared at his WeChat with a wry smile, rubbing his face in frustration. This situation is indeed complicated. Should he really take the plunge and pursue Su Muruan? He estimated that it might not end well, and he could very well be met with a splash of cold water. However, since an awkward situation had already occurred between them, it didn't seem feasible to continue down this uncomfortable path. Chen Wen was equally troubled about what to do. Supervisor. A voice chirped, and Kaya poked her head through the door, her cheeks adorned with delightful dimples. To be honest, Chen Wen admired this junior. Despite having only been at the company for a few days, she had quickly familiarized herself with various aspects, nearly on par with the other two new colleagues. It's worth noting that the other two had prior experience, while Kaya was starting from scratch. Her innovative ideas on many projects subtly affirmed that the initial choice had not been a mistake. Is it done? Task completed. Please review it, leader. Here we go again. Chen Wen frowned, recalling that just a few days prior, they were merely experimenting with previously established plans. This time, however, Kaya had undertaken the task independently, and her efficiency was unexpected. After reviewing her work, Chen Wen furrowed his brow and looked up at Kaya. The moment their eyes met, she grew anxious, the smile fading from her face. She whispered, "What's wrong? Did I not do it well? Is this truly your work?" Chen Wen asked seriously. Disappointment flickered in Kaya's eyes. She had hoped for praise from him, but his expression suggested otherwise, creating a sense of pressure that caused her eyes to mist with unshed tears. "I am sorry, brother one. I'll redo it," she stammered, on the verge of tears, shocked by the disparity between her expectations and reality. "My dear lady," Chen Wen quickly stood. "Why are you crying? If someone sees you, they might think I'm bullying you." Having learned from previous experiences, he was much more cautious now, refraining from casting wandering glances. Being caught in an indiscretion would be impossible to rectify. Kaya pouted, remaining silent, having invested so much time and even staying up late the previous night, only to face such an outcome. "The plan is excellent. I'm very satisfied. Please, can you let me finish my words? I haven't scolded you. So why react this way?" Chen Wen chuckled ruefully. "Oh." Kaya finally grasped the situation and meekly replied, "I thought with your expression." She sighed in relief. "You scared me." "Humph, brother Wen, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" "Indeed, my fault," Chen Wen conceded with a resigned expression. The plan had received approval, and Kaya's mood brightened, her smile returning. "Brother Wen, do you consider me your apprentice? Are you my senior or my leader? Such a complicated relationship. You little rascal, just get back to work. Let us not play with heart rates next time. I'm genuinely worried," Chen Wen joked, aware of her being a beautiful yet shy girl. It wouldn't do if she cried again, especially if others witnessed it. "Isn't it because of your earlier?" Kaya grumbled before hesitating. Brother Wen, do you have time in a few days?" "What is the matter?" Chen Wen inquired, perplexed. Kaya fidgeted. "In a few days, it's my birthday. If you can, could you come? It's just my classmates and friends from Jiangqing." Well, Chen Wen found himself in a dilemma. After all, it was a girl inviting him to her birthday. Declining would seem inconsiderate, but attending felt inappropriate given their brief acquaintance. "How about this? If I'm not busy with overtime, I'll definitely come." "Okay, I'll get back to work now. Bye, brother one." Youth is truly wonderful. Chen Wen mused, realizing he was that old himself, just nearing 30 by year-end, but the years had aged him mentally. The vibration from his phone pulled him back to reality. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he felt puzzled but eventually answered. "Hello," he greeted politely, only to be met with silence on the other end. Furrowing his brow, he thought, if it's a telemarketer trying to sell cars or houses, I'm sorry, I have no money. Thank you. In this day and age, annoying sales calls abound, many of which are scams. Usually, he wouldn't entertain such calls, dismissing them outright. Yet this time, laughter echoed through the receiver. "Chen Wen, I'm selling insurance. Are you interested?" It was her. The moment Chen Wen recognized the voice, he froze. It still sounded as melodious as he remembered. After their separation, he had severed all ties with Suing, changing his number and forcing himself to forget everything. Receiving a call from her 4 years later stirred a whirlwind of emotions. Just days ago, he had been entangled in an awkward situation with Su Murang, and now Suing's call added to his complications. "What's wrong? Don't you even want to hear my voice anymore?" "Chen Wen, even if we've broken up, it shouldn't be like this," Suing remarked softly. "No. I'm at work, just finished handling some matters," Chen Wen awkwardly lied. What could he do now? He certainly couldn't hang up. They had merely chosen different paths in life, not because of any particular issue, so there was no need to sever ties completely. "I got your number from Guxiang." "Chen Wen, how have you been these past 4 years?" For Suing, her time in Jiangcheng had been filled with beautiful memories that were hard to relinquish. Even now, she felt hesitant about returning, wondering if she should reach out to Chen Wen, ultimately deciding to ask Guxiang for his contact information. "Not bad. At least I can still manage meals. And you?" "I." Suing sighed. "Let us meet in the evening at the old place. I'll be waiting for you." With that, she hung up, leaving Chen Wen to contemplate whether to go or not. If he went, What would it signify? If he didn't tea, would it be due to cowardice? Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was Xiaoro calling. Before Chen Wen could speak, she chimed in. Let us have dinner together tonight. You too, really? I'll send you the location. Chen Wen was momentarily stunned. Suing awaited him at the old spot. And now Xiaoro was calling, seemingly with Su Muring in tow. Did everything have to converge at once? Love Fusion Cuisine was a well-known restaurant, popular yet reasonably priced. Around 7 in the evening, when Chen Wen arrived, Suing was already there, engrossed in a phone call. He lit a cigarette and waited nearby. Sometimes, cigarettes serve as a comfort, even knowing their harm. He had never smoked until after his breakup with Suing, and since then, he found it hard to let go. Suing had changed significantly over the 4 years. She was no longer the naive girl from school, but had evolved into a capable woman exuding confidence. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Wen approached slowly, patiently waiting for her to conclude her call. All right, that is settled. I still have matters to attend to. How many times do I have to say it? You handle the rest, Suing said, hanging up impatiently. Spotting Chen Wen, she added, sorry. I had some work to deal with. Please, have a seat. It's fine. Work is important, Chen Wen replied with a smile. Most student romances don't withstand the test of time. Those that do are rare. Yet, the love experience during those years is often the purest. Relying solely on instinct and the electric connection that gradually ignites the flames of affection, untouched by external influences. Those moments of love are the most memorable. It is precisely this purity of love that has led to countless moments of despair when faced with the choices of life as future. As exemplified by Chen Wen and Suing, do they not love each other? No, they have loved deeply, profoundly. Yet when confronted with the realities of the future, they were compelled to make choices. Chen Wen was acutely aware of his family situation. Entering the workforce early would not only alleviate his family's financial burden, but also grant him a sense of liberation. Suing, on the other hand, harbored higher aspirations and grander ideals, prompting her to pursue further studies. In terms of right and wrong, neither of them was at fault. In love, they were both losers, defeated by the harshness of reality. Reality is invariably cruel. As Chen Wen stepped out of school, filled with fervor and determination to make a name for himself. For years later, he found himself not only unaccomplished but also dulled by the passage of time. Life is difficult to elucidate. It is not a soap opera. Nor is it the tale of a novel's protagonist who can glide through life with ease. The path of existence is often fraught with trials and tribulations. Are you all right? Suing broke the silence, noting Chen Wen's reticence. We haven't seen each other in 4 years. Time truly flies. I've been working for nearly 2 years now. Chen Wen merely smiled, remaining silent. The Suing before him had shed her youthful innocence, radiating not only seriousness and competence, but also an air of unapproachability. He reached for a cigarette, only to put it back down. I remember you don't smoke. It's fine, go ahead, Suing said with a playful smile. Have you driven here? How about we share a drink? I've already ordered the food and drinks. Chen Wen shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Let us drink. I didn't drive, so there's no need for that. As for smoking, I've picked it up over the past 4 years. It's become a habit. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Suing's eyes. She seemed torn, wanting to speak yet feeling shy. Chen Wen quietly smoked while Suing sipped her water as the dishes gradually arrived. Do you remember our first visit to this restaurant? I recall it was from your part-time job earnings that you treated me to a meal after working late for half a month. The pay for student jobs isn't high. Dining out, watching a movie, or shopping would easily add up to several hundred yuan. One can't rely on family for everything, can one? I liked you so much back then that working late was worth it. In hindsight, I was rather foolish, trying to maintain appearances despite being broke. Chen Wen took a deep drag from his cigarette, laughing at himself. Love is indeed peculiar when one is enamored. They are willing to do anything, and working late to earn money is but a minor act amidst countless others. Chen Wen understood that Suing came from a well-off family. His efforts were merely aimed at providing her with a semblance of normalcy within her lifestyle. Those 3 years truly moved me. Your dedication is what I admired most, she acknowledged, aware of Chen Wen's relentless pursuit to bridge their differences. Girls from affluent backgrounds seldom lack for anything, and she never expected Chen Wen to provide materially. Rather, she hoped to witness his determination. But effort alone is futile. We succumbed to reality, didn't we? Chen Wen poured himself a drink and raised his glass. To our reunion after 4 years, cheers. Cheers. Suing echoed. Taking a sip, while Chen Wen downed his drink in one go and refilled his glass. Chen Wen, do you resent me? Back then, her family had vehemently opposed the relationship, leaving her with no options. After all, one cannot abandon their future for the sake of youthful love, can they? Chen Wen shook his head. He felt no hatred, only a frustration at his own limitations. He had never complained about his humble beginnings. Rather, he was grateful for everything his parents had provided. After all, how many rural youths come from affluent families? This was an inescapable reality. If only you had pursued your master's degree with me back then, Suing mused with a bittersweet smile. She had urged Chen Wen to endure for 3 more years, promising that a graduate degree would elevate his life's starting point, altering the trajectory of his future. Perhaps he wouldn't be the person he is today. Let bygones be bygones. We are no longer young, and each person's fate diverges. I have no regrets, Chen Wen declared, downing his drink once more. If he had truly decided to pursue further studies, his parents would undoubtedly have supported him. However, he knew that such a choice would only exacerbate the family's burdens, something he wished to avoid. Did he not understand that the starting point would differ post-graduation? Did he not wish to remain with Suing? He pondered. But fear held him back. He was not an exceptional student. Scholarship concerns were not his primary worry. The bulk of the cost for 3 years of graduate school would still fall on his family, and he did not want them to struggle on his behalf. Life is a continuous series of choices, some right, some wrong, but the essence lies in experiencing them firsthand. How is work treating you now? Is it going well? I heard from Gu Xiang that you've been in a slump for quite some time. Is it because of me? No, to be precise. It's simply my limited capabilities. I can only get by in a small company, Chen Wen interjected, uttering words he did not believe. The impact of Suing in the past 4 years had been profound, leading him to feel like a failure for having languished for a woman, missing out on precious time. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Xiaoro blinked and giggled, nudging Su Mu Ran. Hey, share your experience with me. What was it like? Was it exhilarating? I can't be bothered with you. Su Mu Ran shot her a glare. Xiaoro was her closest friend, and thus, she had not concealed the awkward events of that night. Her recent silence towards Chen Wen was not born of anger, but rather a personal dilemma. A driving assignment had shifted her from the digital realm to reality, leading her to meet Chen Wen, where she played 2 roles and even overstayed at his house, all to tease him. In the past 6 years, she had never truly felt happiness, and knowing Chen Wen seemed to have diverted her life from its original path, gradually helping her emerge from her past. As for whether she liked Chen Wen, it was too soon to say. This uncertainty had left her pondering how to navigate her relationship with him, especially after that embarrassing incident. Stop overthinking. If you feel good about it, just go for it. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Do you really think Su Dame would care about his family background? Su Mu Ran, though from a well-off family, had never felt superior due to her circumstances. When it came to choosing a partner, she never considered it a factor. She sought someone she liked and who understood her. Perhaps her own excellence rendered financial status irrelevant. If you don't like him, so be it. I'll just ask Chen Wen out on my own and flirt with him. He, Xiaoro chuckled, covering her mouth. You dare? Su Mu Ran exclaimed, urgency in her voice. You must not act recklessly. If Xiaoro truly approached Chen Wen, his composure would likely falter. Oh, you claim you don't like him, yet you reveal your true feelings so quickly. How hypocritical. Xiaoro scoffed, perplexed by Su Mu Ran's hesitation. Though Xiaoro had not interacted much with Chen Wen, her judgment was keen, and it was evident that he possessed qualities that attracted Su Mu Ran. Are you still waiting for that scoundrel? Xiaoro sighed, sister. It's been 6 years. Sometimes I truly don't understand your thoughts. Does that guy even deserve your nostalgia? Impossible. Do you think I, Su Mu Ran, am foolish enough to cling to someone like that? 6 years ago, the wounds she sustained remained vividly etched in her memory, her heart consumed by resentment. As the adage goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Yet for Su Muruan, it was not the case. What she detested was betrayal. Indeed, our beautiful Su, with her enchanting allure and graceful physique, could easily attract men, rendering her discontent over a scoundrel utterly unnecessary. The girl sighed, casting a disdainful glance, a soft huff escaping her lips. I won't tease you any longer. Speaking of Chen Wen, what are your intentions? What are you truly thinking? Are you unwilling to share even with me? How excessive. Xiaoro pouted. I don't know, Su Muruan replied, shaking her head. She spoke truthfully. She genuinely had not contemplated how to address the matter. Undeniably, Chen Wen held a unique significance in her life, their connection blossoming through a series of unexpected encounters. They had known each other online for over 6 months, yet their meeting unfolded dramatically, leaving Chen Wen still in a state of bewilderment. Objectively, Chen Wen was hardly exceptional. His appearance was unremarkable, not particularly handsome, his family background average, and his job ordinary. Given Su Muruwen's qualifications, they were fundamentally mismatched. Yet, paradoxically, it was precisely this unremarkable individual who intrigued her, evoking a playful desire to tease him from time to time. Well, take your time with your headaches. I can't be bothered. By the way, I've sent Chen Wen the location. He should be coming over soon for dinner. Xiao smiled brightly. You've already kissed and touched, so why continue this Cold War? It's about time to resolve things. Tonight, I'll organize a gathering to help you too. Thanks. But no thanks. Su Muruwen retorted, genuinely taken aback by Xiao's plan to invite Chen Wen for dinner. However, upon reflection, she thought it inconsequential. Giving Chen Wen a taste of coldness for a few days might teach him a lesson about his audacity. Let us go, let us go. This fusion cuisine is delightful and reasonably priced. We'll save money tonight, ha ha ha. Xiao laughed joyously. The two women entered the restaurant and followed the waiter to their reserved table. Midway, Su Muruwen excused herself to the restroom. Goodness! Xiao exclaimed upon spotting Chen Wen instantly, but more notably, he was seated with an attractive woman. Well, Chen Wen, I never imagined you to be this fickle. Just a few days after treating my dear Muruwen so poorly, you've already entangled yourself with another woman. Was this scoundrel a rogue from the start? Has Su Muruwen been deceived? Disdain washed over Xiao as she recognized Chen Wen's true nature as a heartless cad. Oh no! Panic surged within her as she remembered Su Muruwen was still in the restroom. After a decade of friendship, how could she not perceive that Su Muruwen had begun to acknowledge Chen Wen? Even if it didn't amount to affection, there were undoubtedly intentions for further development. If Su Muruwen were to witness this, it would spell trouble. Xiao was not merely concerned about Su Muruwen catching them in the act. She feared the potential for renewed heartache, given the trauma from 6 years prior. I must act. Xiao resolved to intercept Su Muruwen, but just then, Su Muruwen emerged from the restroom. Muruwen, I just remembered another restaurant with even better food. Let us go there instead, Xiao suggested urgently. Seeking to divert Su Muruwen's attention, she needed to concoct a strategy to keep Su Muruwen away from Chen Wen, revealing his true nature at a more opportune moment to minimize any potential harm. I'm not in the mood for that. We've already arrived. And I'm not up for the hassle. Su Muruwen shot back. No. Muruwen, oh dear, my stomach hurts. The restroom is over there, Su Muruwen remarked. Scrutinizing Xiao curiously, after 10 years of friendship, she could easily discern that Xiao's eagerness to change venues was suspect. I'm not changing places. If anyone should change, it's you. I'll pay for myself if necessary. Xiao felt utterly exasperated, realizing there was no persuading Su Muruwen. She grasped Su Muruwen's hand and said earnestly, no matter what you see later, please don't get angry. Promise me. How annoying. Su Muruwen grumbled, pushing past her. Just then, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Was that Chen Wen already here? Wait. As Su Muruwen noticed the stunning woman seated opposite Chen Wen, a peculiar sensation washed over her. Muruwen, where's our table? She calmly inquired. Xiao sighed, pointing to the third table behind Chen Wen. It's over there. The situation had spiraled into madness. Fortunately, the tables outside were arranged for privacy, separated by artificial vines, making it less likely for them to be discovered. Let us go? Su Muruwen approached quietly, taking her seat, and Xiao followed suit, just one table apart, able to overhear Chen Wen's conversation clearly. That scoundrel Chen Wen. Didn't he see the location I sent him? Or is he solely captivated by the beauty across from him? Xiao thought, her resolve strengthening. If he truly is a heartless deceiver, I'll expose him today. Determined, she clutched Su Muruwen's hand. Muruwen, I'm fine, what are you thinking? Su Muruwen replied, aware of Xiao's intentions upon seeing Chen Wen. She understood her friend's concern, but she trusted her instincts. After conversing online for so long and having spent over a month together, she didn't believe Chen Wen was a heartbreaker. She was merely curious about the identity of the woman seated opposite him. Su Muruwen exchanged a look with Xiao, signaling her to remain silent. Xiao understood and decided to listen to how this rogue deceived women. Meanwhile, 3 glasses of wine later, Chen Wen felt slightly tipsy. Although it was the same red wine, it seemed to have a more intoxicating effect tonight. Su Ying had poured herself half a glass, leaving the remainder for Chen Wen. Out already? Chen Wen called for another bottle, aware that 4 years had passed since they last saw each other. They had both moved on with their lives. And perhaps Su-ying now had a boyfriend, so there was no need for him to drink in front of her intentionally. Yet, everyone experiences moments of melancholy. Tonight, Chen Wen genuinely sought to drink, not merely because of Su-ying, but to reflect on the past 4 years of his unsatisfactory existence. Drink less. If you really want to drink, I'll accompany you, Su-ying advised. No need. Chen Wen shook his head, exhaling a deep breath before smiling nonchalantly. Don't misunderstand. It's not because of you. I'm not that fragile. I just want to drink a few cups to cleanse the memories of the past. Su-ying appeared irritated, realizing that Chen Wen's desire to drink was indeed a manifestation of his unresolved feelings. Yes, I admit I wronged you back then. If you despise me, I have no retort. This reunion is merely a meeting of old friends. Chen Wen, I didn't anticipate causing you such profound hurt, and for that, I apologize. Over the past 4 years, Su-ying had contemplated returning to Jiangxing sooner, but academic and work commitments hindered her, often serving as an excuse. Once lovers part ways, they cannot return to the past. Even if they force themselves back, the essence of that time is irrevocably lost. What are you saying? You did nothing wrong. There's no need for apologies. Su-ying, we both made our choices. I've said it before, we simply lost to reality. Rest assured, I'm not as fragile as you think. Chen Wen poured himself another glass, swirling it gently, observing the liquid within. You have your life, and I have mine. I find this arrangement quite agreeable. Su-ying fell silent, realizing they had both carved out their separate lives. Chen Wen was unlikely to indulge in drunkenness over her. So why bother? Having come to this understanding, Su-ying relaxed, raising her glass to clink with Chen Wen's, downing it in one go before refilling her own. As Su Mirian and Xiaoro exchanged glances, they attentively absorbed every word of Chen Wen's conversation. Xiaoro was unaware of Su Ying's existence, but Su Mirian was not. So, it was her. Upon discovering Su Ying's identity, a knowing smile appeared on Su Mirian's face. It became evident that Chen Wen was not a deceitful lover. He merely shared a meal with his ex-girlfriend. Furthermore, Su Mirian discerned nuances in Chen Wen's tone, realizing that his 4 years of steadfastness and subsequent despondency were all due to this woman named Su-ying. Chen Wen was merely putting on a brave front. Alcohol had become his greatest solace, and Su Mirian was even certain that in a more private setting, he would weep. It was not a matter of being unable to let go, but rather a cathartic release of past emotions. She remembered when Chen Wen's mother visited the city, and they were compelled to share a room. At that time, Chen Wen had mentioned a relationship from 4 years prior, and Su Mirian sensed then that it had significantly impacted him. They both bore past burdens, and in a certain sense, they were akin to lost souls in this fast world. Have you found the right person? Su-ying could no longer contain her curiosity, though she was unsure of the reason behind her question. I suppose so, Chen Wen replied with a smile. She is as lovely as you, but her personality differs. She enjoys teasing me to the point of exasperation. Whether he was deflecting Su Ying's inquiry or subconsciously drawn to Su Mirian, Chen Wen instinctively envisioned Su Mirian as a hypothetical girlfriend when the question arose. That's wonderful. It's clear you are happy, which suggests you have found someone truly compatible. Congratulations. Su-ying raised her glass in toast. Thank you, Chen Wen said, downing another drink, then calmly inquired, and what about you? Do you have a boyfriend? No. I'm too busy with work. My parents are quite insistent, but my focus is elsewhere. Work comes first, Su-ying replied with a smile. You remain as driven as ever, always eager to compete and unwilling to concede. When they were together, it was just as she described. Though Su-ying appeared gentle, she was quite the perfectionist, holding herself to stringent standards. During their romance, Chen Wen had indulged her every whim, only to later realize that Su-ying might not be the ideal life partner. A person who is overly serious in their professional life may not pose significant issues, yet in personal matters, they can resemble a porcupine, bristling with defenses. Romance is distinct from marriage. The former is a passionate spark, while the latter involves the mundane realities of life. When values diverge, compatibility becomes a challenge. Chen Wen often pondered whether, had Su-ying not pursued further studies, and they had chosen to marry soon after entering the workforce, their relationship would have ultimately crumbled due to her serious demeanor. Shouldn't one simply live? Su-ying chuckled, shaking her head. That depends on how one defines life. No one can truly take it easy. What if you can't find a balance between relaxation and ambition? Does that mean one should cease to live? Chen Wen shrugged, acknowledging the complexity of existence. You've changed quite a bit, Su-ying remarked with a hint of nostalgia. At that moment, Chen Wen refrained from immediate response. In Su Ying's eyes, he had once been diligent, driven by her presence, but post-breakup, he had begun to carve out his own identity, though he did not perceive it as a significant transformation. People invariably evolve with age and experience, and you two have undergone substantial changes. After finishing his final drink, Chen Wen glanced at the time. All right, I must take my leave, otherwise my family will be in an uproar. Farewell, my friend. Farewell, friend? Su Ying reflected on Chen Wen's departing figure, her feelings a tangled web. Ultimately, they had succumbed to reality in their own individual selves. It was only after they left that Xiao Rou and Su Murian straightened up, deducing Su Ying's identity. So, you were the one, Xiao Rou teased. Annoying. Su Murian shot her a glare before exiting with her bag. Hey, I haven't even eaten, Xiao Rou protested, taking a bite before hastily following suit. Having consumed a glass and a half of wine, Su Ying felt the effects of the alcohol setting in. By the time Chen Wen left, he was swaying slightly. Chen Wen, do you need me to escort you? She asked, concern etched on her face. Though they might never share a romantic future, they could still remain friends, as their separation had not stemmed from a fractured relationship. You should go. I'll call a ride. Yang Sun will pick me up. It's fine, Chen Wen insisted, striving for nonchalance despite feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. All right, take care, Su Ying conceded, watching him with a mix of worry and resignation. As she departed, Chen Wen rubbed his face vigorously, the intense effects of the alcohol overwhelming him. He sought refuge in a nearby spot to collect himself. Lighting a cigarette, he took deep puffs and recalled a message from Xiao Rou about dinner plans. Yet, when he glanced at the coordinates, he was struck by a sudden realization. Wasn't this the location of fusion cuisine? Panic surged within him as he caught sight of Su Murian approaching. I need to head back, Xiao Rou sighed. Take care of yourselves. Call me if anything comes up. Sitting on the steps, Chen Wen rested his head in his hands, and Su Murian joined him, offering a bottle of water. Thank you, he said, gulping it down and choking, which led to him expelling everything he had just consumed. Take it easy. No one is competing with you, Su Murian chided, patting his back. If you can't handle your drink, don't overindulge. Feeling somewhat better after expelling the alcohol, Chen Wen sipped more water and lit another cigarette. Despite his inebriation, his mind remained lucid. Xiao Rou had suggested this venue for dinner, which coincidentally was where he and Su Ying had shared many memories. Am I not pitiful? For years wasted on a woman, living like a dog. I know it's futile, yet still act foolishly, he lamented. If one were to frame it romantically, one might call it deep affection. However, it could just as easily be seen as folly. Choosing to drink to excess in front of Su Ying was not an inability to move on, but rather a final act of closure with his past. Feel free to laugh, it matters not to me. I have no grand aspirations, merely a desire to escape the burden of my parents. Regrettably, I've managed to make a mess of even the most basic responsibilities, he continued. At 30, reduced to relying on my mother for financial support. What a failure. Did I laugh? Su Murian turned to him, recognizing their differences. She had her own ambitions. He had his concerns, each perspective valid in its own right. Having overheard the exchanges between Chen Wen and Su Ying, Su Murian grasped the fundamental incompatibility of their values. Su Ying appeared gentle, yet her strong-willed nature demanded perfection, while Chen Wen's upbringing emphasized stability. These divergent choices reflected their disparate backgrounds. Was Chen Wen truly a man without ambition? Perhaps not. Given the right opportunities, he might yet shine. Previously, he had mentioned Su Ying's privileged background. Those born into wealth can seldom comprehend the struggles faced by those from ordinary families. Su Murian, too, could empathize but could never fully grasp the underlying heartaches. While both she and Su Ying hailed from fortunate circumstances, their expectations for partners diverged. She even found herself hoping for someone more ordinary. Su Ying enjoys competition and desires her partner to share the same fervor. But can that truly be the case? If both individuals become like hedgehogs in the realm of life, even marriage will leave them wounded and scarred. Chen Wen stood up unsteadily, kicked the mineral water bottle away, took a deep breath, and let out a loud roar, seemingly using his voice to vent his unpleasant emotions. Be careful, don't fall. Before the words were fully uttered, Chen Wen had already toppled to the ground. Serves him right. Su Murian shot an exasperated glare. Yet her heart softened upon witnessing Chen Wen struggling to rise. She hastily approached to support him, pondering why he had chosen to indulge in excess. The effects of the alcohol intensified, and Chen Wen's vision of Su Murian began to blur, mimicking her previous manner of speech. I can't be bothered. Su Murian couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she assisted him, gently coaxing. All right, let bygones be bygones. Let us return home, rest a while. And tomorrow we shall rise as heroes once more. Humph, I am a hero right now. Just watch me. I can walk in a straight line, see. Observe closely. The potency of the red wine had seeped in, rendering Chen Wen's speech a tangled mess. He managed to free himself from Su Murian's grasp, staggering forward only to tumble after a few steps. Fortunately, Su Murian rushed to catch him, preventing a complete fall. Walking in a straight line, indeed. Get up, don't sleep. Chen Wen, my dear brother, I can't move you, honestly. A drunken individual possesses no strength. When she caught him, Chen Wen collapsed onto her, falling asleep soundly. Let him sleep, yet he clung tightly to her waist, one hand wandering inappropriately. You foolish pig. Su Murian forcefully pried Chen Wen's hand away, exasperated that even in such a state of inebriation, he still sought to take advantage. It was unclear whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely feigning drunkenness. Strangely enough, after receiving a slap, Chen Wen indeed became more compliant, merely clinging to Su Murian without any further inappropriate advances. I shouldn't have to deal with you, Su Murian thought, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Chen Wen lay sprawled on her, unable to rise, leaving her with no choice but to free a hand to dial Xiaoro. Please hurry back. I can't manage this dead weight. All right, I'll agree to anything you say, honestly. Su Murian inwardly cursed, lamenting how her so-called friend was always looking for personal gain. When Xiaoro returned and beheld their position, her eyes widened as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Pray tell, what do you call this situation? I am astounded. With a flushed face, Su Murian shot a glare at Xiaoro, urging her to hastily move him aside. Oh dear. After much effort in getting Chen Wen into the car, and then managing to help him up the stairs the moment they arrived home, both women were utterly exhausted and simply abandoned Chen Wen. I'm off. I'm utterly worn out. I'm going home to take a shower. Don't call me for such matters again, and remember your promise to me. Once Xiaoro departed, Su Murian rubbed her forehead, realizing that handling Chen Wen alone was beyond her capability, so she unceremoniously tossed him onto the sofa. Drunk individuals are truly vexatious. It was evident that she had forgotten her own moments of inebriation, perhaps having been similarly disheveled. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Chen Wen, Su Murian sighed in resignation. How unfortunate I am. Never mind. I shall deal with you once you awaken. She retrieved a blanket from her room. But just as Su Murian began to cover herself with it, she found her waist ensnared, pulled into Chen Wen's embrace, rendering her unable to break free. You insufferable fool. How dare you? She contemplated retaliating, but upon noticing that Chen Wen merely held her without any ill intentions, her raised hand fell back to her side. For the time being, she resigned herself to his grasp, plotting to escape when he grew complacent. The aftermath of intoxication was a throbbing headache and an overwhelming sense of fatigue. By the time Chen Wen finally stirred, it was already late morning, and upon glancing at the wall clock, he realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. This is a disaster. Just a few days after being promoted, he has vanished, which is certainly not a positive sign. Last night, he intended to drink in front of Su Ying, not out of a sense of inferiority, but because his emotions had reached a point of uncontrollable release, a form of redemption for himself after 4 years. To attribute it solely to Su Ying would seem rather juvenile. Rather, it is more about the realization that he has drifted aimlessly for 4 years under her influence, which he finds rather foolish. His parents have toiled their entire lives to raise him and support his education. He should have completely forgotten the past and focused on striving for success. Instead, he finds himself in a state that even he despises, which is the fundamental cause of his melancholy. However, indulging in such intoxication may not be a bad thing. It has decisively severed ties with the past. He needs to reevaluate his life and plan for the future, for he can no longer afford to remain in despair. Who does not wish to excel? Who does not aspire to rise above others? In the past 4 years, he has been unremarkable, while Su Ying's achievements in just over a year have far surpassed his own. Of course, Chen Wen does not harbor envy or jealousy. Su Ying's nature is to strive for excellence in all endeavors, which reflects her values and aspirations. Suddenly, a soft whimper interrupted Chen Wen's thoughts, and he then felt an overwhelming weight upon him. As he focused his gaze, his heart nearly leapt to his throat. Goodness! He lay on the sofa, and Su Murian, that woman, had somehow squeezed in beside him, one beautiful leg pressed against him, her cheek resting on his chest, her saliva having soaked his shirt. Chen Wen swallowed hard. The enemy was insidious, taking advantage of his drunken state to share his slumber. Fortunately, their clothing remained intact, preventing that wretched woman from achieving her goal. Vague memories of dining and drinking with Su Ying the previous night flooded his mind, followed by the encounter with the two women, but the subsequent events eluded him. He had consumed no food and at least a bottle and a half of liquor, the potency still evident. This was the second time he had witnessed Su Mu Ran in repose. Chen Wen couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Externally, she resembled a goddess, and who could imagine her in such a vulnerable state? He attempted to shift positions, yet he was firmly pinned by Su Mu Ran, who continued to emit a delightful chuckle in her sleep. You deserve this, Chen Wen, she seemed to taunt in her dreams. How infuriating, that wretched woman. Even in her dreams, scheming against me. However, upon gazing at her in the stillness, it was undeniable that she was a woman capable of captivating many men. Her exquisite features sculpted as if by an artist's hand. Recalling the audacity of that night sent a shiver down Chen Wen's spine. Over the past few days, Su Mu Ran had scarcely acknowledged him, and he understood completely. Had he been in her position, he would likely have reacted similarly, considering it a stroke of fortune that she had not taken a knife to him. Living together, bickering yet not in a romantic relationship, left them in a murky state of affairs, undoubtedly tinged with embarrassment and anger. Setting aside their grievances, Chen Wen found himself contemplating whether he should indeed explore the prospect of developing a relationship with Su Mu Ran. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. For the sake of his own well-being, it was wise to tread carefully. He attempted once more to extract his arm, realizing he would need to request a day off if he did not manage to extricate himself today. However, this minor movement seemed to rouse Su Mu Ran, her body shifting slightly as Chen Wen held his breath, frozen in place. Seeing that she did not awaken, he exhaled in relief. But a more tormenting predicament arose. The neckline of her attire lay directly within his line of sight. It was not his intention to sneak a glance. He simply could not withstand the sensory assault of such a sight, a mysterious cleft that ignited a yearning for exploration. What man could maintain composure like Lu Xiaohui, especially in the face of such temptation from a stunning beauty? To claim indifference would be sheer hypocrisy. Chen Wen swallowed again, his gaze fixated on her neckline, almost wishing to extend a hand to assist. Chen Wen found it increasingly unbearable as Su Murong occasionally writhed and emitted soft moans. After several rounds of this intimate friction, he realized he was becoming aroused. It felt akin to ingesting poison. Once that fire was ignited, it was nearly impossible to extinguish. The relentless rubbing of Su Murong's beautiful legs only exacerbated the situation. Do not do this. You must behave, Chen Wen silently implored. Yet his efforts at restraint only intensified his urges, leaving him consumed in a fervent heat. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Murong let out another soft sigh, her dazed eyes fluttering open as she yawned and instinctively reached to push something away. Oh no, this is bad. The moment Chen Wen was caught, he held his breath, feeling as if the world had come to a standstill. Enough already, stop it, he thought, but she merely closed her eyes once more. However, in the next instant, she shot her gaze back at him, her eyes wide open, then glanced down, realizing her position was improper. This was not the main concern. What worried her was that she seemed to have grasped something. Coming to her senses, Su Murong let out a piercing scream and hurriedly scrambled off Chen Wen, her face flushed with embarrassment. You insufferable Chen Wen, so early in the morning. Last night, she had been trapped in his embrace, planning to escape once he relaxed, but his deep, rhythmic breathing had lulled her to sleep. Su Murong felt utterly mortified. They had shared a room for 2 nights, and nothing had transpired, yet last night they had somehow ended up squeezed together on the sofa. It was infuriating to think that this shameless man had likely woken up early and seized the opportunity. Chen Wen was oblivious to Su Murong's thoughts. He was holding his breath, fearing he might not draw another one. Sister, scream all you want, but why hit me? One wrong move and my life could be over. Hey, what are you doing? That hurts, he protested. You wretched woman, could you be gentler? Chen Wen's words only deepened Su Murong's embarrassment. She had just been asleep and had no idea he would take advantage of the moment. Insufferable pig. Blushing, she hurriedly got to her feet and dashed into the room, covering her face with her hands, her heart racing. Ugh. Remembering their earlier tussle, she quickly dropped her hands, cursing Chen Wen in her mind. How could I have fallen asleep? Panic set in as she saw the time. It was already past 10. She grabbed her phone and called, Sister Xiao, I'm delayed. I'll come over later. Yes, all right. You wretched Chen Wen. If you ruin my important matters, I will make you pay dearly. Not long after, Su Muron changed her clothes and stormed out, approaching Chen Wen with a fierce demeanor, grabbing his collar. Just wait until I deal with you. But I'm the one who was injured. Silence. She shot him a sidelong glance, threatening, do you dare test me? I might just do something drastic. Drastic? Goodness, how ruthless. Chen Wen instinctively swallowed hard, too frightened to speak. Chen Wen lit a cigarette, a bitter smile escaping his lips. An inexplicable enemy had intruded into his life. And after nearly 2 months of cohabitation, he had truly adapted to this new reality. It was far more entertaining than his previous solitary existence. Despite the playful bickering, Chen Wen felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Su Muron. Her presence had alleviated the monotony of his life. Last night's indulgence in revelry felt like a form of redemption, marking a definitive end to the past. Little did he expect to encounter Su Muron at the same venue. His memories of the night were fragmented. Upon waking, he found himself at home. And that troublesome woman must have exerted considerable effort to bring him back. Reflecting on the amusing episodes that had transpired recently, a smile crept upon Chen Wen's face. As the saying goes, a man and a woman together make life less burdensome. It need not always be laced with sinister intentions. For a little mutual teasing can serve as a lubricant in the machinery of life. Time to work. Having procrastinated in the morning, he still had to make a trip to the office in the afternoon. During this interval, Chen Wen called General Manager Han to express his apologies. Upon arriving at the company, all his colleagues in the planning department stood to greet him, including 3 new hires, Kaya among them, who bowed in unison. Welcome, Supervisor. You've worked so hard, day and night, a role model for us all. With Liao Ji leading the charge, Chen Wen's expression darkened, fully aware of the implications behind their words. You win, he muttered under his breath. We understand, we all do. Please, allow us to make you a cup of tea. Would you like some goji berries in it? I can go fetch some right now, Liao Ji jested, causing Zhou Min and the other women to erupt in laughter. Supervisor, drinking goji berries at such a young age. You must take care of your health. Zhou Min teased. Minjia, you can only laugh, not shake. Look at Liao Ji. He is completely distracted, Chen Wen retorted playfully. Looking for a fight? Zhou Min shot back, tossing a tissue at him. At that moment, Kaya tilted her head, innocently inquiring, Minjia, why had goji berries? The room fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Chen Wen was left perplexed, unsure whether Kaya was genuinely naive or simply sweetly silly. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us get back to work, or I'll have to impose fines on you all, he declared, straightening his posture to project authority, which only elicited more laughter. Kaya discreetly stuck out her tongue. She had truly grown fond of the workplace atmosphere, shedding the initial nervousness and restraint. Wengu, can you help me with something? She called, chasing after him with a folder as he headed towards his office. Liao Ji peeked over, disdain evident in his expression. That sly dog, up to no good. Given their previous awkward encounter, Chen Wen was particularly cautious around Kaya, fearing he might let his gaze wander unwittingly. Wengu, why are you avoiding me? Kaya giggled, covering her mouth. Chen Wen rubbed his nose. Am I? Is it because I'm worried about my wife finding out about your youthful charm? So I've refrained from speaking to you outside of work? Oh no, Kaya blurted out, her cheeks flushing crimson. I wouldn't ever fancy an old man like you, bye? Watching her retreat with a blush, Chen Wen couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. After a long day, the work progressed surprisingly smoothly. Kaya and the others adapted more quickly than Chen Wen had anticipated. As the day drew to a close, he received an unexpected call from Lu Zhiqing. It was a curious twist of fate. Had he not sought out Du Yuxuan, he would never have encountered Lu Zhiqing's father in distress and subsequently met him. Initially, it was Su Muron who provided Chen Wen with Lu Zhiqing's number. But whether Lu would be inclined to assist remained uncertain. His courteous demeanor stemmed from gratitude for Chen Wen's help with his father. Later, Chen Wen discreetly inquired with General Manager Han about Lu Zhiqing, learning that he was the executive director of Xiangfei, which left him astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu was a person of such stature. Hello, Brother Lu, Chen Wen greeted with a smile, opting for a more familiar address rather than the formal manager Lu. Are you busy, Chen? I hope I'm not interrupting. Lu Zhiqing's laughter resonated through the line. Not at all. It's almost time for me to clock out. What can I do for you, Brother Lu? Suddenly, a silence fell on the call. Chen Wen could hear the sounds of a lighter and tobacco burning, and after a prolonged pause, Lu Zhiqing's serious tone broke the stillness. Brother Chen, there is something I'd like to ask you. Chen Wen was caught off guard. Apart from their previous encounter, he felt their paths rarely crossed. Lu Ziqing's call seemed to carry deeper implications, and Chen Wen was curious as to what he truly wanted. "Brother Lu, please feel free to speak your mind," he urged, perplexed. Lu Ziqing cleared his throat, his tone turning earnest. "The environment at Jianduan is rather limited. Have you ever considered seeking a better working environment?" Chen Wen knew that his acquaintance with Su's daughter was one factor. But Lu's appreciation also stemmed from the fact that Chen Wen had refused payment for helping his father during their hospital visit. Moreover, Chen Wen had also resolved the recent debacle involving Du Yuxuan, effectively aiding Xiangfei in managing an internal issue. Thus, Lu Ziqing had developed a keen interest in nurturing Chen Wen's potential. Chen Wen's heart raced. It was clear Lu was attempting to recruit him. After several years at Jianduan, where his reputation was modest at best, he was acutely aware of his standing in the industry. Lu Ziqing, the head of Xiangfei, personally reaching out was a significant gesture. "Brother Chen, if you're interested in Xiangfei, I would welcome you at any time." Lu had evidently done his homework. Learning about Chen Wen's capabilities and character, seeing him as someone worth cultivating. Chen Wen hesitated, lighting another cigarette as he pondered. "Brother Lu, I appreciate your kind intentions, but we must uphold our integrity. Jianduan isn't so bad." Lu Ziqing was clearly taken aback. Xiangfei's scale far surpassed that of Jianduan. Chen Wen's refusal was unexpected. He understood the adage that people strive for higher ground, yet he had his own considerations in mind. After last night's drunken escapade, he had decisively severed ties with his past and resolved to forge a new path moving forward, no longer content to drift through life aimlessly. Who doesn't he aspire to achieve something significant in their career? As the saying goes, a soldier who does not wish to be a general is not a good soldier. At 30, feeling unaccomplished was indeed awkward, but Chen Wen still had youth on his side. He recognized that Lu's call was primarily motivated by gratitude, with his abilities being a secondary concern, given that he had been working at a small firm with a relatively low profile. Refusing Lu Ziqing was influenced by two key factors. Firstly, there has been notable progress at the cutting-edge firm. Setting aside Director Zhang, Director Han places significant value on him, making this an inopportune moment to change jobs. Secondly, and more critically, Lu Ziqing may wish to recruit him out of gratitude. But there is also an element of testing involved. A hasty agreement could create a negative impression. The reasoning is straightforward. If one easily jumped ship for a minor benefit, would they not do so again for a company even better than Xiangfei? Truly, dear Chen, it is not mere self-promotion. Your development at Xiangfei would far surpass what you could achieve at the cutting-edge firm. This is indeed an opportunity, as Chen Wen surmised. His refusal not only surprised Lu Ziqing but also garnered his greater respect. "Brother Lu, I understand, but at present, I genuinely have no such intention. Moreover, the work environment is quite satisfactory, and the relationships with my colleagues are amicable. To abruptly change my surroundings would require time to adapt. I appreciate your kindness." To summarize, Chen Wen has only been in the workforce for a little over 4 years, far less than seasoned professionals. Yet he is aware of many underlying truths. Transitions to other companies are not uncommon, and specialized recruitment firms engage in this business. However, such transitions require a solid foundation. Otherwise, one would fare better remaining at their original company. Currently, his foundation is insufficient, a significant drawback. Even if he were to join Xiangfei under Lu Ziqing's guidance, there is a likelihood of facing exclusion, as those who enter through back doors may be looked down upon. Furthermore, it is exceedingly difficult to stand out in a large company where competition is fierce and numerous martial arts masters abound, which would only complicate Lu Ziqing's position. Presently, the cutting-edge firm is thriving. Though small, it is well-rounded. If Chen remains there, he could carve out a respectable reputation in the industry. And only then would it be prudent to consider aiming higher. All right, let us not dwell on this matter, Brother Chen. I completely understand. How about you join me for an event in 5 days? It would also serve as a gathering for us. Surely, that poses no issue. Lu Ziqing, instinctively comparing Chen Wen with Du Yuxuan, noted that one relies on power and connections for personal gain, jeopardizing the company's interests, while the other maintains integrity in the face of temptation. In this materialistic world, a junior like Chen Wen is indeed rare. Very well, we shall reconnect then. Brother Lu, regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for your efforts. It is a privilege to receive a call from Director Lu himself. Haha, you rascal, was that intentional? Lu Ziqing smiled. Chen Wen's reference to Director Lu clearly indicated his awareness of Lu Ziqing's status, which was unsurprising given Chen's close relationship with Su's daughter. No, merely jesting. By the way, Brother Lu, how is your father's health? Is he feeling any better? Chen casually inquired. Much improved. With age come old ailments. Last time, thanks to you, Brother Chen, I would have been at a loss. Otherwise, let us not dwell on such matters. We can discuss them later. Understood, Brother Lu. After hanging up, Chen Wen lit a cigarette, his yearning for the future intensifying. Although he had declined Lu Ziqing's goodwill, knowing the head of a company is undoubtedly beneficial. In life, success is not solely determined by ability. A vital aspect is one's network. Establishing relations now may prove invaluable in the future. A knock interrupted Chen Wen's contemplation as Liao Ji cheerfully entered, unceremoniously seizing a cigarette from the table. Supervisor, let us have a drink together tonight. I say, Liao Ji, can you not be so aggressive? I beg for mercy. Chen Wen smiled wryly, unlike Wang Tebao. He does not view his position as a supervisor in a manner that necessitates arrogance. When Wang Tebao was present, they shared similar trials. There is no need to maintain pretenses among colleagues. Haha, Liao Ji laughed, refraining from further teasing Chen Wen and instead adopting a serious tone. I've invited Sister Min to join us tonight. Have you noticed? This remark left Chen Wen momentarily perplexed. He had been so busy that he truly had not noticed anything, while Liao Ji was always well informed. Do not let her amiable demeanor fool you. In reality. Liao Ji inhaled deeply and sighed. It seems there are marital troubles. I learned by chance that her husband is. You understand. All right, let us gather tonight. Having worked together for 3 years, Zhou Min has been a long-standing employee at the cutting-edge firm, and their camaraderie allows for such casual banter. Chen Wen recalled how Zhou Min had been his mentor during his early days. She was, in a sense, his teacher. The recent crude jokes he had made about her weighed on his conscience. Zhou Min, in her 30s, is quite attractive, a quintessential alluring woman, leaving Chen Wen baffled as to her husband's thoughts. Of course, matters of the heart are often complex. Every family has its own struggles. I will find us a place. After work, we shall go and offer some comfort to Sister Min. She truly deserves it. Liao Ji extinguished his cigarette. Like Chen Wen, he had received considerable support from Zhou Min when they first joined the company. One must learn to be grateful. Very well, you can arrange it. Tonight. I shall cover the bill. You must pay since you are the supervisor, Liao Ji replied jokingly. Chen Wen shooed him away and reflected on the need to inform Su Murian that he would not be home for dinner that evening. Otherwise, she would likely become irate. Another beautiful classmate invites you out, Chen. Things seem to be going well. In just a few days, you've already made a connection. Should I award you a certificate? Su Murian's tone dripped with sarcasm as she mentally scolded Chen Wen, accusing him of cavorting with yet another pretty classmate. I knew it. Chen Wen chuckled awkwardly, bewildered by the situation. Su Murian, honestly, are you feeling jealous? If so, I might as well return home to avoid provoking your wrath. Such a hassle. Originally intending to clarify, Chen Wen found himself reluctant to explain and instead playfully teased Su Murian. Jealous of you? Please, before you return home, take a look in the mirror. You resemble a pig. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Goodbye. That Chen Wen, such a narcissist. As if I have never seen a man before. Holding the phone, Chen Wen chuckled, glancing at the time and realizing it was nearly time to leave. He would inquire about Zhou Min's situation later that evening. At Lu Ziqing's home, he listened to the clattering sounds from upstairs while perusing a magazine, rubbing his forehead. What was his daughter up to now? His wife, Zhang Yun, replied with a smile, You still do not know? She has started learning the drums again. Thankfully, our neighbors are quite distant. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. Every day? Lu Ziqing sighed in resignation, wishing she would focus on management rather than frivolities. Father, you simply do not understand. On the second floor, their daughter Lu Jin bit into an apple. This is called art. Tomorrow, buy me an SUV. I wish to pursue poetry and adventure. Poetry and adventure? How old are you? Must you not? Oh dear, let us not go on like this. Come to the company and work instead of wasting your days. This daughter of mine, he muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Stop. Lu Jin shot him a look. I refuse to associate with someone as materialistic as you. Do not compel me, or I will leave tomorrow and return with a son-in-law to vex you. You. Lu Ziqing pointed at his daughter, then looked at his wife. See, this is all you're doing. A lifetime of hard work was dedicated to their daughter, yet this stubborn girl refused to cooperate, frequently driving him to frustration. Your influence is evident as well. Lu Jin descended the stairs with her guitar, kissing her mother and then her father. Dear Mom and Dad, I am off to sing tonight. I will skip dinner. Goodbye. Hey, Jin, that girl. The couple exchanged a glance, filled with resignation. After all, she was their only daughter. Regardless of their feelings, being overly involved might yield adverse effects. By the way, dear, have you inquired about that matter with Xiaochen? Zhang Yun couldn't help but ask. The memory of the last incident still lingered, had it not been for Chen Wen assisting his ailing father. They might have been arranging a funeral at home. Lu Jiqing set down the magazine in his hand and replied, I did ask, but he declined. He declined? Zhang Yun was evidently surprised. Her curiosity piqued. Given Xiang Fei's scale and future prospects, it seemed more fitting for Chen Wen's development. In fact, it was Zhang Yun who had suggested this opportunity, recognizing Chen Wen's character, but she never anticipated his refusal. She truly could not comprehend his reasoning. Isn't that rather unfortunate? Lu Jiqing chuckled. Had he agreed, I would have been at a loss on how to manage it. The company isn't solely my domain, and excessive favoritism could invite gossip. His refusal, however, is quite commendable. Everything unfolded as Chen Wen had surmised. Lu Jiqing's call was more of a test, and Chen Wen's rejection only reinforced Lu's favorable opinion of him. Indeed, he is a fine young man. His willingness to sign the critical care notice that day speaks volumes. Dear, if an opportunity arises, you should. I understand. In a few days, I'll bring him along to that event. Young individuals like him are rare. Meeting him is fortuitous, and who knows, he might achieve greater success than I. Ability is fundamental, connections are advantageous, but character reigns supreme. In order to make a mark, especially within their circle, one must be of good character, and Lu Jiqing felt a growing admiration for talent. Whether Chen Wen could seize the opportunity would depend on himself. Let us eat. I am famished. That wild girl, never mind. Discussing her only frustrates me. Exceptional talent is not uncommon, but discerning mentors are rare. Lu Jiqing resolved to act as a mentor, although whether Chen Wen possessed the potential of extraordinary talent remained to be seen. Unbeknownst to Chen Wen, his act of benevolent excess would once again usher opportunity into his life. At that moment, he was waiting for Zhou Min alongside Liao Ji. They had opted for a modest lamb soup restaurant rather than a high-end establishment. Minjie, over here. Liao Ji waved as Zhou Min approached. You two are quite the oddballs, eating lamb in this heat. I'm truly amazed. Zhou Min chuckled as she set down her bag and took a seat. Despite life's challenges, Zhou Min managed to compartmentalize her troubles. Family matters were one thing, but camaraderie with colleagues was another. She recalled the considerable effort she had expended when these two first joined the company. Minjie, it's him who's odd. Liao Ji pointed at Chen Wen. Chen Wen rolled his eyes, get lost. Amidst their banter, the trio shared a meal and conversed, although Liao Ji occasionally shot Chen Wen knowing glances. Recognizing that this was a sensitive topic concerning Zhou Min. What are you two up to, acting all mysterious? You're not planning to get me drunk, are you? You two together, is that even feasible? Zhou Min teased, stifling a laugh. Both Chen Wen and Liao Ji wore expressions of dismay. Married women truly possess a formidable strength, making them feel like mere lambs in comparison. Minjie, please. I'm afraid. At your age, fierce as a wolf and tiger, spare us, will you? Honestly, even if we teamed up, we might not be your match. You cheeky brat, are you asking for a beating? Zhou Min shot Chen Wen a glare. Her lightheartedness only emerging when outside. Her own struggles remained internalized. Let us stop joking around. Chen Wen took a bite before looking earnestly at Zhou Min. Have you truly made up your mind? The moment he asked, Zhou Min's smile faded, replaced by a look of melancholy. Even the most optimistic individuals face turmoil in life. Initially, Zhou Min had not grasped the intent behind Chen Wen and Liao Ji's invitation. However, she now understood and felt a sense of gratitude for their thoughtfulness. Zhou Min remained silent for a while before exhaling a deep sigh. Well, if it must be, then let it be. My greatest concern is for my daughter. She's only 4. The bitterness on Zhou Min's face was palpable. A marriage devoid of hope only perpetuated harm. Though Zhou Min was not particularly old, life still stretched ahead of her. If she were to endure solely for the sake of her child, the long-term consequences were unpredictable. It would be wiser to face the situation openly. At first, he claimed to be busy, returning twice a month. Now, it's well over 3 months without so much as a call. How do you expect me to live like this? Zhou Min shook her head with a wry smile. I've come to terms with it. Even if I must raise my daughter alone, it would certainly be better than this miserable existence. Such is fate. Listening to Zhou Min's lamentations, Chen Wen and Liao Ji found themselves at a loss for words, serving primarily as empathetic listeners. Zhou Min did not conceal her feelings from them. She regarded them as friends. Often, It suffices to merely listen rather than speak extensively. The meal was hardly consumed, as Zhou Min shared much of her heart. Eventually, Liaoji had to leave due to other commitments, leaving Chen Wen alone with Zhou Min. Shall we share a drink? I could use some comfort. All right. Over the course of 3 years, Zhou Min rarely drank. Perhaps during moments of sorrow, one seeks solace in alcohol. Chen Wen, understanding the weight of Zhou Min's distress, did not hesitate. Minjie, we are friends. I consider you like a sister. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. However, Chen Wen raised his glass, pausing momentarily. Life is tough, but we must persist. One failure is insignificant. Our lives are still long. Thank you. Zhou Min downed her drink in one go. It's getting late. I need to pick up my child. Chen Wen, truly, thank you. I feel much better. Of course. Let us meet again soon. After seeing Zhou Min off in a car, Chen Wen lit a cigarette. The complexities of marriage are often difficult to articulate. Filled with both good and bad, one can never be certain of what lies ahead. Zhou Min was merely 3 years older than Chen Wen. Her experience with such a marriage was indeed unfortunate. If one were to consider her qualities, Zhou Min was far from lacking. Yet, fate is an enigma. Take care. Chen Wen sent a message to Zhou Min before hailing a taxi home. Circumstances similar to Zhou Min's abound in the world, but for Chen Wen, as a friend, colleague, and mentor, it was only right to lend a listening ear. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Su Murong lay on the sofa, applying a facial mask, unusually absent from her games, laughing heartily at a drama. Oh, you finally decided to come back. I thought you might spend the night out. Did you not manage to sort things out? Some people still lack a bit of skill. Su Murong cast a sidelong glance, teasing him lightly. I saved a little for you, want some? Chen Wen sat beside her, winking mischievously. I saved it just for you. Otherwise, it would be all gone. Isn't it delightful? Ah, what a vile woman. Chen Wen exclaimed, dodging as she playfully retaliated. Move over a bit. Don't let your filthy aura taint this lady. Disgusting man. Su Murong retorted. All right, I take my leave. Chen Wen quickly retreated to his room to grab his clothes. Before stepping into the bathroom, he flashed a cheeky smile. Hey, why not join me? We could share a back scrub. Suddenly, a throw pillow came hurtling toward him. Thankfully, Chen Wen had anticipated this and ducked into the bathroom just in time, singing while he showered. You dog of a man. So vile. Su Murong huffed indignantly, but then paused, tapping her chin thoughtfully before dashing to her room. How infuriating. This is the 3rd time. Dining with his ex-girlfriend posed no issue. It was evident that Chen Wen had entirely severed ties with his past. However, the previous dinner with a junior he had only met for a few hours was undoubtedly motivated by ulterior motives. This evening, he did not return to prepare a meal, forcing her to resort to unappetizing takeout, likely while he was off on a date with the attractive junior, with a stunning beauty at home. His wondering eyes made Su Murian question her own allure, prompting her to resolve to confront this insufferable fellow. Setting aside matters concerning Zhou Min, Chen Wen remained in good spirits. The phone call from Lu Zhiqing earlier that day, although met with refusal, was nevertheless a positive development. 5 days hence, Lu Zhiqing had invited him to partake in an event, the specifics of which remained unclear to Chen Wen, yet it was palpable that it would be advantageous for him. Having navigated the social scene for several years, Chen Wen understood the significance of connections. The opportunity to engage with circles at Lu Zhiqing's level could only yield benefits. After finishing his shower, Chen Wen emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand as he made his way to his room. However, just a few steps in, he abruptly halted, spinning around in shock. What? What are you doing? I beg your pardon. Chen Wen gazed at Su Murong in bewilderment, wondering what had possessed this woman to don a JK outfit late at night. Brother, when the next moment, Su Murong emitted her characteristic high-pitched tone, pouting her lips. Do you think I look good? Is this skirt perhaps a tad too short? What is the meaning of this? Are you intentionally feigning innocence? To this day, Chen Wen remains uncertain about Su Murong's age. He estimates she is around 25 or 26. Interestingly, she is only 2 or 3 years younger than Kaya. However, Kaya possesses an inherently introverted and bashful disposition, often blushing at the slightest provocation. Even at the age of 23, she dons a JK uniform with an effortless charm, reminiscent of an anime heroine. In contrast, upon seeing Su Murong in a similar attire, Chen Wen is momentarily rendered speechless, despite being familiar with her personality. Brother, when you are utterly annoying. Who stares at someone like that? I'm so shy now. Ugh, I feel like I might vomit. Initially intending to tease Chen Wen, Su Muron finds herself slightly overwhelmed by the sound of her own voice. Are you out of your mind? Chen Wen retorts, his expression darkening. Su Muron, are you concocting some mischievous scheme to play a trick on me? Only a fool would fall for your antics. The world is fraught with treachery, and one must always remain vigilant. After nearly 2 months of interaction, Chen Wen has gained considerable experience. This woman is fraught with pitfalls, and one must tread carefully to avoid falling into her traps, never allowing beauty to cloud his judgment. Who would do that? Su Muron pouts, stamping her foot with a mock air of shyness. Isn't it obvious that I wore this JK outfit just for you? You're being unreasonable. Observing Su Muron's youthful demeanor, Chen Wen's lips twitch involuntarily. You wore it for me? I would be a fool to believe that. No, you misunderstood. I do not have a preference for JK. Rather, I am fond of bikinis. Do you have any at home, or would you consider swapping? Chen Wen blinked his eyes. The pitfall undoubtedly existed, requiring utmost caution. Thus, Chen Wen decided to retreat by advancing. However, it must be said that if one were unaware of Su Muron's fierce temperament, the impact of her JK uniform was no less formidable than that of Kaya. In fact, one could argue that it held even greater advantages. For Su Muron was tall, surpassing 1.7 meters, complemented by her long legs, resembling a true magical girl. Brother Wen, you are so annoying. Do you really like it? Then I shall wear it for you tomorrow. Stupid Chen Wen, you really think so? You want to see me in a bikini? How bold of you. Brother Wen, you haven't answered me yet. Which is more beautiful, me or your lovely junior? Who possesses more allure? Su Muron had approached, her bosom straining against the delicate pink blouse, nearly bursting at the seams, while her skirt seemed even shorter than a typical JK skirt. My goodness, is this for real? Under such a staggering visual impact, Chen Wen found himself unable to withstand it. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, his eyes betraying him. Foolish pig. How quickly you reveal your true self. Oh dear. Su Muron suddenly twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. Her long legs sprawled out on the floor. While she pressed down on her short skirt to prevent any unintended exposure, her alluring legs became even more captivating. Brother Wen, my knee is hurt. It really hurts. Su Muron tilted her head, a blend of shyness and allure in her demeanor. How could you be like this? Not even letting me see if you're hurt. How unfair. Chen Wen swallowed hard, holding his breath, afraid to make a sound. Even though he was fully aware that Su Muron was deliberately teasing him, he found it impossible to resist. The delicate pink JK uniform accentuated her innocence, and combined with Su Muron's intentionally coy demeanor, he could hardly tear his gaze away. Stay calm. I must remain composed, he reminded himself. I cannot fall for her tricks. Any misstep, and this insufferable woman will strike. And I would be the one to suffer. Brother Wen, do you think white stockings or black ones would suit me better? I'm so conflicted, Su Muron said, deliberately stretching her beautiful legs and playfully brushing Chen Wen's calf with her toes. As he swallowed for the 3rd time, just as he opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly felt a chill in his nostrils. With a soft thud, a drop of blood fell onto the floor. Oh no, Brother Wen, what happened? You're bleeding. Are you all right? I'm so worried. Su Muron struggled to contain her laughter, thinking, this foolish man is so easily flustered that he asks bleeding. It's a misunderstanding. I simply consumed lamb tonight, and it's hot. It's getting late. I must sleep. Chen Wen stammered as he hurriedly made his escape. After several rounds of temptation, he had embarrassingly lost control. He needed to leave before this enchantress attempted anything further. Brother Wen, are you okay? Su Muron giggled uncontrollably, her body shaking with laughter as she continued to knock on the door. Why don't you open the door and let me see? I'm asleep, Chen Wen replied, burying his head beneath the covers, his face burning with embarrassment. This evening had been utterly mortifying. That infuriating Su Muron seemed unable to find satisfaction unless she was tormenting him, going so far as to don the JK outfit. However, truth be told, the allure of her attire was undeniable. Chen Wen could guarantee that if he lingered any longer, it would not merely be a case of a nosebleed. His mind was flooded with enticing images, and he feared he might lose control just as he had before. But if that were to happen, Su Muron would undoubtedly have her way with him. Cursed woman, you are relentless. Chen Wen tightly clutched the quilt with her legs, striving to maintain her composure. She felt an urge to power on her computer and seek solace in the treasures stored on her e-drive, yearning for a moment of self-indulgence. Humph, competing with me? Not even close. Su Muron triumphantly returned to her room, hastily opening WeChat with the intent to adopt a different persona and tease Chen Wen, that lecherous swine. What are you up to, my friend? Upon glancing at the message, Chen Wen was not in the mood for a conversation and simply replied with a single word. Busy. Busy. Su Murian sent a mischievous smile emoji, preoccupied with engaging in those games with her cohabiting female roommate. So I shall not intrude upon your merriment. Hee hee. I. Chen Wen wiped his face, responding, No, I am alone in my room. Ah. Su Murang flooded the chat with exaggerated expressions, followed by a series of mischievous smiles. I understand. As a friend, I can comprehend the sentiment. You simply cannot contain yourself, can you? Goodness, is it still possible to engage in a normal conversation? Hello. If there is something readily available and you choose to retreat into your room to entertain yourself, how pitiable. Well then, I shall refrain from interrupting your solitary amusement. Farewell. Chen Wen abruptly sat up, instinctively glancing at the door, his mind once again filled with doubt. He hastily flung the door open and rushed out. Sumu ran. Come out. Everything seemed too coincidental. After deliberately donning a JK outfit to entice, it wasn't long before the female online acquaintance messaged him, teasing a bit before disappearing. It compelled one to suspect that this female acquaintance was none other than that despicable woman, Sumu Ran. What are you knocking for? Are you out of your mind? Sumu Ran opened the door, yet her attire now is casual loungewear, complete with sunglasses, presenting a stark contrast to the alluring figure from earlier. Give me your phone. What for? Sumu Ran raised her hand to evade him. Stop talking nonsense. Just hand it over. Chen Wen seized it from her, only to be taken aback upon opening WeChat. Sumu Ran's profile was not that of the female acquaintance, but instead, there were numerous work-related conversations. Had he truly made a mistake? What do you mean, Chen Wen? Why are you looking at my WeChat? Don't you realize this invades my privacy? Sumu Ran's expression was stern. Chen Wen scratched his head awkwardly, quickly returning the phone to her, clutching his stomach. My stomach hurts. I need to leave. You lunatic. Sumu Ran muttered under her breath, slamming the door shut. Doubting me, checking my phone. She adjusted her glasses triumphantly. Last time I nearly slipped up. Did you think I wouldn't have other preparations? Wait a minute. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Wen pondered. Could it be that he had truly erred? Perhaps Sumu Ran was not the female acquaintance after all, but an unsettling feeling lingered. Brother, when are you awake? A knock echoed from outside, and upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Wen involuntarily recalled Sumu Ran's earlier JK attire, igniting a flame of desire once more. Don't disturb me. If you're really bothering me, Sumu Ran, be careful. Woo-woo-woo, brother, when you're scaring me. I'm ignoring you now. Despicable woman. Chen Wen clutched his chest, having just donned regular loungewear, her indifferent demeanor now replaced by that infuriating voice. Is this some kind of game? I truly wonder if she has a split personality. Regardless, he decided to disregard it and attempt to sleep. However, no matter how he tossed and turned, sleep eluded him. And eventually, he opened his computer, quietly accessing the E-drive. The following day, Chen Wen yawned his way into the office. Worried that if Sumu Ran continued to torment him, he might end up with a mental disorder. Good morning, Wen-go. Kaya greeted sweetly, tomorrow night. Remember your promise, no breaking it. What? Chen Wen, still preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with the witch, subconsciously asked, then quickly realized, smacking his forehead. I have a terrible memory, but it should be fine tomorrow. Kaya furtively glanced at the other desks, lowering her voice. I only called you. Don't tell anyone else, or it'll be quite embarrassing. Understood. As both colleagues and juniors, and given that Kaya's family hailed from Roching, it was only fitting to attend her birthday celebration. I'll get back to work now. Once in the office, Chen Wen organized his new tasks and began his work. Previously, he might have slacked off, but now he couldn't afford to. Currently, the company was managing two major projects, one with Donghua Technology and the other negotiated by General Han. Both projects were set to conclude by the end of the month. Chen Wen contemplated the possibility of acquiring new projects, ideally ones with significant industry representation, which would benefit both the company and himself. Of course, securing new business was a matter of chance. He had promised Lu Jiqing to attend some event in a few days, hoping to meet some influential figures. If he did, securing business would be much simpler. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and Liao Ji rushed in. Wen-ge. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside, specifically shouting and cursing. Min Jie's husband is here, and he is looking for you. Min Jie was even hit. Did anything happen between you and Min Jie last night? Liao Ji inquired cautiously. Chen Wen, feeling frustrated, replied, We left not long after you. What could have happened? Are you out of your mind? Well, let us check it out, Liao Ji suggested. Just as Chen Wen stepped out of the office, the glass door shattered into pieces, startling many colleagues who rushed over. Lin Kai, are you insane? If you want to go crazy, don't do it in my company. Zhou Min clung tightly to her husband, her cheeks marked by handprints and tear streaks evident on her face. Let go of me, you bastard. Lin Kai forcefully shoved Zhou Min, causing her to fall to the ground. He surveyed the crowd, demanding, "Who is Chen Wen? If you have the guts, step forward." Everyone exchanged glances, quickly grasping the situation. A female colleague had been assaulted, and her husband was causing a scene at the company, explicitly seeking out Chen Wen. This implied there was some sort of entanglement between Chen Wen and Zhou Min Minjia. Liao Ji attempted to help, but with Zhou Min's husband in such a furious state, any assistance would only exacerbate the situation. Who is Chen Wen? Step forward, Lin Kai shouted again. Knowing all of Zhou Min's circumstances, Chen Wen held no favorable impression of her husband. Their issues had escalated to the point of divorce. Now, this uncouth man was attempting to turn the tables. While Chen Wen did not consider himself a saint, Lin Kai's behavior was truly repulsive, engaging in extramarital affairs yet accusing others. In his interactions with Zhou Min, she had always been pleasant and never exhibited any signs of distress. It was indeed remarkable that she endured such a reckless husband. Chen Wen found it perplexing why Lin Kai had targeted him. Yesterday, Liao Ji hadn't noticed anything amiss with Zhou Min, and he had been unaware of the turmoil in her life. Today, Lin Kai's confrontation suggested only one possibility: he was feeling guilty and knew his marriage was failing. Hence his preemptive strike. It was likely that Lin Kai had been secretly following Zhou Min, waiting for an opportunity. You are Chen Wen, right? Lin Kai glared at him, his face stern. You've been covertly pursuing my wife for a long time. Haven't you? Liao Ji, equally indignant, shared the sentiment against Lin Kai, while the other colleagues remained silent, unsure of the specifics, but generally inclined to believe in Chen Wen's innocence. I am Chen Wen. I apologize, but please refrain from creating a scene in our company. If this continues, I will have no choice but to call security. Chen Wen, though innocent, felt a surge of confidence. Even if there were some ambiguous relationship with Zhou Min, he wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it in such a public setting. Oh, call security? Go ahead, I dare you. If you don't, I'll have no respect for you. How dare you fool around with my wife? Lin Kai retorted, loosening his collar and crossing his arms defiantly. Lin Kai, are you out of your mind? Zhou Min could hardly fathom Lin Kai's outrageous behavior. Originally, she had hoped for an amicable separation if their marriage could not be salvaged, intending to fight for custody of their child. Little did she expect that upon returning home last night, Lin Kai would explode with rage, hurling accusations and resorting to violence, culminating in his intrusion at her workplace today. Yes, I'm insane. Otherwise, how could I have provided you with an opportunity to cheat? Zhou Min, am I not enough for you? Or do you think a younger man is more thrilling? Lin Kai shouted like a shrew, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. Zhou Min, do not forget that you have a daughter. Do you wish for her to discover that her beloved mother is a woman of such filth? You. Lin Kai, you are no human. Zhou Min was filled with anger and desperation, tears streaming down her face. Recalling the solemn vows exchanged at their wedding, she now found them to be mere irony. She had never imagined that the man who had once treated her with such kindness would reveal this true nature. Speak plainly, what do you truly desire? Zhou Min held her breath, unwilling to let her own troubles affect Chen Wen. As a married woman, she felt indifferent to her plight. But Chen Wen was still unmarried. She could not allow this injustice to tarnish his name. I do not desire anything, since you have betrayed our marriage. The divorce is settled. The house and our daughter will be mine. You may do as you wish. Does this not align with your desires? Zhou Min was so enraged that she found herself at a loss for words. The marriage law clearly stipulates that infidelity during marriage leaves no room for negotiation. One cannot simply reach an agreement and walk away with nothing. She had never contemplated such extremes, yet Lin Kai had taken things to this level, plunging another knife into her heart. A woman who does not understand self-respect has no right to speak to me, Zhou Min. You still possess some beauty. Perhaps you might yet ensnare a wealthy suitor, Lin Kai scoffed. Liao Ji, who had endured in silence, could no longer restrain himself and unleashed a torrent of insults. Lin, what kind of man are you? Do you think no one knows of your misdeeds? And now you come here to smear others? Setting aside the fact that Liao Ji and Chen Wen had both received Zhou Min's kindness at the company, he would never simply stand by and watch. This is none of your business. Stay out of it, Lin Kai retorted coldly. Zhou Min, I can choose to relent. The daughter will remain with you, but the house must be mine. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past as husband and wife. The woman outside has insisted that the house must be secured. Otherwise, there will be no negotiation. Lin Kai was completely enchanted, treating their marital bond as a mere jest. With a soft exhale, Chen Wen lit a cigarette, exhibiting an unusual calmness. So, this is your true intention? Whether it comes to violence or chaos, I need not guess what scheme Lin Kai is pursuing. It is all too predictable, just like the dramas we watch on television and in reality. There are countless similar tales. One can only lament Zhou Min's ill fortune in encountering such a man. You have no right to speak to me. Look at this pair of shameless lovers. Had I not stumbled upon the truth, I would still be in the dark, Lin Kai sneered. Who would want to bear such a burden? Zhou Min, it was you who transgressed first, so do not blame me. Beast you. Zhou Min covered her mouth, tears spilling forth. Lin Kai had come prepared, and she found herself devoid of rebuttals. Sister Min, do not cry. It is not worth it, Chen Wen said, handing her a tissue. You all see it, do you not? In front of me, they are still flirting. Zhou Min, what more can you say? I must have been blind to marry a woman like you. Seeing Chen Wen express concern for Zhou Min in public, Lin Kai smirked inwardly. This was precisely the effect he desired. Without creating the illusion of Zhou Min's infidelity, how could he secure the house? What now? Chen Wen laughed derisively. What else do you wish to say? Lin Kai, do you think everyone is a fool, while you alone are clever enough to pull the wool over our eyes? I do not understand what you were saying. Last night, I witnessed you two together, behaving intimately. Is there any doubt about that? What was she saying? That she was working late? Lin Kai raised his voice. Working late? You two took that to bed, didn't you, you shameless pair? Finishing his cigarette, Chen Wen remained unhurried, knowing that maintaining composure in such moments was paramount. Otherwise, it would play into Lin Kai's hands. The entire affair was not complicated. Lin Kai had clearly been led astray by the woman outside, and the house was his true objective. If the couple genuinely lacked feelings for one another, parting ways was not uncommon. What infuriated Chen Wen the most was that their daughter was still so young, and Lin Kai had shown such cruelty. As a husband, Lin Kai was despicable. As a father, he was even less worthy. Lin Kai, I see you are blinded by foolishness. Now, if you claim that I have any relationship with Sister Min, please provide your evidence. Present it, and I shall accept it. Chen Wen gazed intently at Lin Kai, who, despite being a few years older, was not easily intimidated. Lin Kai's actions were merely an attempt to leverage public opinion to force Zhou Min into submission regarding the house. How naive he was to think it would work. Indeed. Present your evidence. If you cannot, then you are slandering her. Slander is no trivial matter. You can be held legally accountable, Liao Ji interjected. Call the police. I believe they will clarify matters, ensuring that no good person is wronged, nor will a bad person escape justice. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Lin Kai's eyes flickered with panic. He had relied on intimidation, believing Zhou Min would capitulate, but he never expected Chen Wen to be so resolute. This should have been a private matter for Zhou Min, not one for outsiders to meddle in. Yet Lin Kai not only retaliated but also sought to tarnish Chen Wen's reputation. Lin Kai, the law is impartial. Since you allege that I have something with Sister Min, produce your evidence. Without it, your claims are mere fabrications, Chen Wen remarked with a sudden smile. Similarly, you are well aware of your own actions. Sister Min has every right to question you and pursue accountability. Do not try to intimidate me, Lin Kai shouted, feeling increasingly anxious. The situation was spiraling out of control. One misstep could lead to losing everything. Zhou Min would never forgive him, and the woman outside would certainly not want to stay with him if he lost the house. Ultimately, he would end up with nothing, divorced and left with empty hands, devoid of savings, possessions, or ties to the house. I assure you, I am not trying to frighten you. You must understand, we live in a society governed by law. Do not underestimate the capabilities of the police. They can investigate your movements, when and with whom you rented rooms. I believe this is quite simple. Chen Wen toyed with his lighter, reminding himself not to let others lead him by the nose. He held no guilt, and had there been any truth to his relationship with Zhou Min, he might feel uneasy. Sister Wen, the police surely will not concern themselves with such matters. Liao Ji blinked innocently. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai felt a flicker of hope. After all, marital disputes were not typically within police jurisdiction. How serious could it be? Ah, perhaps you are right, Chen Wen said, rubbing his nose, having caught sight of Lin Kai's smug expression. As long as the police did not intervene, Lin Kai would face no consequences. If he failed to resolve matters with Zhou Min today, He could return repeatedly until she eventually succumbed to the pressure. However, just as Lin Kai began to feel triumphant, Chen Wen interjected, "But if Sister Min files for divorce, the court will cooperate with the police in gathering evidence. That should not be a problem." Lin Kai. Oh, Lin Kai, you are celebrating far too soon. Indeed, just when Lin Kai thought he had succeeded, his expression fell drastically. In this era of big data, cameras are ubiquitous, and one must provide identification when checking into hotels. It is all too easy to verify. Sister Min, this was originally your private affair. And as a colleague, I refrained from speaking much. However, your marriage is indeed. Chen Wen shook his head, sighing, leaving his statement half-finished. By this point, the dozens of colleagues surrounding them had fully grasped the situation. Lin Kai had cheated first and was now attempting to deflect blame solely to obtain the house. Female colleagues felt deep sympathy for Zhou Min, expressing disdain for Lin Kai's despicable nature, while male colleagues looked on in contempt. From an objective standpoint, one might argue that a man may indulge in fleeting infidelities without it affecting his family. Yet, Lin Kai, in his foolishness, has chosen to abandon his wife and children for another woman while shamelessly pressuring his wife to relinquish their home. Many men find it intolerable. Lin Kai, brace yourself for a court summons. If you can act without mercy, so can I. Zhou Min has resolved to take action. Chen Wen is right. It's foolish to be heartbroken over a man who is not worth it. Overcome by guilt, Lin Kai felt the cold sweat bead on his forehead. Suddenly, he grabbed Zhou Min's arm, pleading, Min, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just being overly sensitive. Please let me explain. My love for you made me think too much. Let's discuss this at home. Chen Wen and Liao Ji exchanged glances, astonished by his audacity. Let go of me. Zhou Min jerked away, staring at him in disbelief. You have disappointed me greatly. I waited for you to change, but what have you done? Faced with her accusations, Lin Kai was left speechless. Zhou Min raised her chin, tears welling in her eyes as she exhaled deeply. Tomorrow, I will file for divorce and let the court decide. Min, please, I was wrong. For our daughter's sake, don't do this. I promise to be faithful from now on. Lin Kai, realizing the gravity of the situation, feared that letting it escalate to court would expose him. Disgusting. Scoundrel. Shameless. Lin Kai's capitulation was tantamount to an admission of guilt, prompting a chorus of condemnation from the women present. Although many were from different departments, Zhou Min was generally well-liked and had maintained good relations with her colleagues. Women are particularly intolerant of such indecorous men. He's even more shameless than I thought. To cheat and then slander. I almost believed him. I told you. There's no way Min Jia would be with Chen Wen. She practically trained him. You can't just throw mud like that. I almost want to punch him. The outcry from both female and male colleagues intensified, leaving Lin Kai feeling cornered. He could only plead with Zhou Min, hoping she would show him some leniency for the sake of their marriage. However, this incident had deeply wounded Zhou Min's heart. If she were to overlook Lin Kai's actions this time, what would stop him from repeating them? At just over 30, she was still young and shouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Once a man strays, it's often impossible to change his ways. Director Chen, what is the work plan for today? Zhou Min ignored Lin Kai completely. Chen Wen quickly understood her intent. All right, I'll send it to you right away. Thank you. Zhou Min returned to her workstation, not casting a glance in Lin Kai's direction. Min. Lin Kai was relentless, trying to catch up with her. But Liao Ji was quicker, blocking his path. I'm sorry, but you're no longer an employee here. Please leave, or I will have to call security. You. Lin Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, especially towards Chen Wen, whom he wished to strangle. After years of marriage, he knew Zhou Min's character well. According to his plan, she would eventually relent, but this Chen fellow had disrupted everything. Get lost. Yes, leave. Faced with the crowd's hostility, Lin Kai clenched his fists and shot a glare at Chen Wen as he departed, muttering, we'll see about this. Chen Wen merely shook his head, choosing not to engage. Once Lin Kai was gone, the other colleagues dispersed. Zhou Min stood anxiously, saying to Chen Wen, I'm worried he might seek revenge. Should we? Oh. This is all my fault. Don't worry, Min Jia. A clear conscience has nothing to fear. We live in a society governed by law. Chen Wen forced a smile, though he felt a twinge of bitterness. If Lin Kai were to retaliate, there would be little he could do. This situation had tarnished both his and Zhou Min's reputations, and with Lin Kai's intentions clear, he wouldn't back down simply out of fear. Such behavior was not in Chen Wen's nature. Exactly. I don't believe he would dare act recklessly. Min Jia. If anything happens, call us. We won't be intimidated. Liao Ji offered Zhou Min an encouraging look. Yes, Yes. Kaya, who had remained silent until now, chimed in. Yes, Min Jia, if he tries anything, just call the police. Such a loathsome man isn't worth your tears. The colleagues rallied around Zhou Min, offering her comfort and encouragement, which moved her to tears. Thank you all. After this episode with Lin Kai, it was time to focus on work. From a friend's perspective, Chen Wen felt that Zhou Min deserved better. Although not on par with beauties like Su Muruan or Xiao Rou, Zhou Min had her own appeal. It was unfortunate that she had ended up with such an unreliable man. At just over 30, she had her whole life ahead of her. Divorce could very well be her escape from misery. Ultimately, however, Zhou Min's personal matters were her own, and whether she would proceed with the divorce was no longer a concern for Chen Wen. When Kaya knocked on the door, peeking her head in and playfully sticking her tongue out at Chen Wen. What is it? Chen Wen replied with a smile. In the time they had spent together, he had come to admire Kaya's adaptability and learning ability. Initially, he worried that her introverted nature would hinder her performance, but she proved him wrong. Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to say that you looked incredibly handsome this morning. Really impressive. You managed to chase that despicable man away, and I admire you for it. Is that all? Chen Wen chuckled awkwardly, his lips twitching. Please, there was no other choice. You should know how well Min Jie gets along with her colleagues. I couldn't just stand by and watch her be mistreated. Plus, I wouldn't let that injustice go unchallenged. Exactly. Kaya nodded vigorously. That kind of disgusting man shouldn't get away with it. You did the right thing, Wen-gu. Poor Min Jie. Kaya, being a decade younger than Zhou Min, could empathize as a woman. Men nowadays are truly repulsive, she muttered. Hey, I'm a man too. Is it fair to paint us all with the same brush? Chen Wen wiped his face. Come on, let us not kill the mood here. Seeing Chen Wen's gloomy expression, Kaya covered her mouth and giggled. Wen-gu, I was talking about you. You're an exception, a good man. However, Kaya placed extra emphasis on good man, which made Chen Wen feel a bit uneasy. Was she still holding a grudge? Hey, you wouldn't actually think I would do something like that, would you? Kaya winked at him. This question caught Chen Wen off guard, leaving him puzzled. Why would you even think that? It doesn't seem relevant to you. This girl. Have you finished your work? I still have some tasks left. Don't treat your supervisor's position like a decoration. Chen Wen feigned sternness. Oh no, I'll get back to work now. Kaya hurried out of the office, but not before casting a lingering glance at Chen Wen, filled with unspoken feelings. That girl. Chen Wen shook his head in exasperation before opening his computer. Initially, Chen Wen had waited for Kaya to leave before heading home to avoid any misunderstandings. Now, they shared a closer relationship, and the awkwardness had faded. They commuted together without issue. Perhaps due to their familiarity, Kaya had shed her initial shyness and was now quite talkative. Wen-gu, do you think Min Jie will actually divorce that disgusting man? They stood in a less crowded corner, the post-work rush still bustling around them. Chen Wen shrugged, acknowledging that every family has its own struggles. After all, they have children, and I find it entirely reasonable for Min Jie to make any decision she sees fit. Having known Zhou Min for 3 years, I am aware of her gentle nature. Perhaps she truly cannot withstand Lin Kai's persistent persuasion. As both a friend and a colleague, there are many matters in which I must refrain from overly involving myself. Nonetheless, regardless of Zhou Min's choices, I shall respect them as a friend. Indeed, it is not our place to comment. Sigh. Min Jie is not only beautiful, but also possesses an undeniable charm. I cannot fathom what that repugnant man is thinking. Are the temptresses outside truly so alluring? Listening to Kaya's tirade, Chen Wen could only manage awkward smiles. Brother Wen, you must not become like that, otherwise, I will. Realizing his words might have been misinterpreted, Kaya's face flushed crimson. This seemed to carry an implication of a warning from a wife to her husband. Chen Wen feigned ignorance, as this was a conversation best left untouched. Hey, you still haven't told me what type of girls you like. Let us indulge in some gossip. Is it that stunning leggy beauty we encountered at work the other day? Kaya squinted her eyes playfully. Ahem. Do you really have to remember everything so well? Chen Wen winced at the thought of Su Muruan. Her beauty, figure, and grace were undeniable. Yet her incessant antics were truly unbearable. Nonsense. I prefer someone more gentle and demure, who would fancy a fierce demeanor. He blurted out, instantly regretting his words. That older sister is not fierce at all. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Kaya's face reddened further as she processed his words, secretly wondering what he truly intended. Could he be alluding to her? How could that be, given that they had only known each other for less than 10 days? As she contemplated, Kaya lowered her head, stealing a furtive glance at Chen Wen before hastily averting her gaze. During her university years, she had received numerous admirers. Yet she had never accepted any suitor, even among her male friends. This was troubling. Chen Wen was her senior, and they had only just met. What if he were to pursue her? Or was he merely testing the waters? Chen Wen, on the other hand, was preoccupied with thoughts of what ingredients to buy for his home-cooked meal for his beloved family member, completely oblivious to Kaya's subtle reactions. Brother One, you cannot behave this way. I still don't want. Kaya stammered, her voice barely louder than a whisper. What? Chen Wen failed to comprehend her words, but he noticed her flushed cheeks and inwardly panicked, fearing he had unintentionally caused a misunderstanding. I meant. Just then, the subway came to a sudden halt, causing Kaya to stumble into Chen Wen's arms, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest. Goodness! Is the driver new? Who can withstand such sudden braking? Chen Wen thought, as their gazes met, leading to an undeniable awkwardness. Fortunately, he refrained from making any abrupt movements, lest the misunderstanding deepen. At that moment, Kaya's face burned with embarrassment as she hastily averted her eyes, turning away from him, feeling both shy and anxious. Chen Wen could only manage a series of awkward smiles, silently vowing he never anticipated such a situation. He contemplated speaking but felt it inappropriate, resulting in a prolonged silence until they reached their destination. As soon as the doors opened, Kaya clutched her bag, lowered her head, and hurriedly squeezed past Chen Wen without a word, fleeing a considerable distance while covering her face with her hands and quickening her pace to escape. Seems like it has nothing to do with me. Observing Kaya's retreating figure, Chen Wen felt a mix of frustration and relief. Thankfully, it was she who had stumbled into his embrace. Had circumstances been reversed, the misunderstanding would have escalated further. Upon exiting the station, Chen Wen received a WeChat message from Kaya, containing only 2 words, excessive. He chuckled awkwardly, feeling unjustly accused. How am I excessive? This is quite unfair. Don't forget tomorrow night. Kaya sent another message, accompanied by a playful emoji. Remembering that it was Kaya's birthday, for which he had already promised to celebrate, Chen Wen pondered what would be an appropriate gift. Having procured half a chicken, some ribs, and a selection of side dishes, Chen Wen set about preparing a repast of cold, spicy chicken, tomato and rib soup, and stir-fried greens. Ample fare for a satisfying meal. Lately, his professional endeavors had kept him from his supplementary gig as a chauffeur, but with the addition of 3 new colleagues to his department, the respite from overtime afforded him the opportunity to earn a few extra yuan. During his most challenging times, it was this very side hustle that had sustained him. Despite amassing a small fortune of over 100,000 yuan, he remained grounded, aware that true stability would only come with owning his own home. I'm back, Chen Wen announced, as he entered his dwelling and exchanged his shoes. Surprisingly, Su Muron had not yet returned. Normally, the impish woman would already be lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her games. Nearly 2 months had elapsed, and Chen Wen still remained ignorant of Su Muron's place of employment. Her days seemed leisurely, leading him to suspect that she was merely toying with a sinecure befitting a pampered heiress. Humans are peculiar creatures, Chen Wen mused. When Su Muron was absent, he felt a certain void, yet in her presence, he became cautious, lest he inadvertently offend her. As Chen Wen placed the groceries on the table, the door swung open. Oh, you're already back, he stammered, taken aback by Su Muron's attire. He recoiled against the wall, gulping audibly. What are you up to? Indeed. Her appearance was ever-changing, each iteration distinct from the last. Today, she was adorned in a maid's uniform. Master, you've returned, she declared demurely, her countenance a blend of anticipation and shyness. I've been awaiting your arrival. Are you weary, master? Shall I draw a bath for your feet? In no need, Chen Wen stuttered, his back pressed against the wall, wary of the enemy. First the JK uniform, and now a maid's costume. Master, have I displeased you in some way? I beg you, do not be angry with me. Please, do not punish me. Su Muron's plaintive demeanor was remarkably convincing. It was as he had said before, her absence from the entertainment industry was a great loss, for her acting surpassed that of seasoned professionals. Yet, truth be told, Su Muron's allure in the maid's uniform surpassed even that of the JK ensemble. Chen Wen's vigilance notwithstanding, his gaze lingered, while the JK uniform exuded youthful exuberance. The maid's attire evoked a more profound sense of longing, conjuring images from the depths of his computer's E-drive. However, reason prevailed, cautioning Chen Wen against falling prey to her machinations. Who knew what devious scheme the wily woman had concocted? A single misstep could spell disaster. Are you ill? Chen Wen inquired cautiously. Su Muron, if you are truly unwell, we shall consult a physician. Please, refrain from this charade. He feared that he would be driven to the brink of madness. I am quite well, master, she responded. I was merely eagerly awaiting your return, yearning to be the first to greet you. Do you desire to see me, master? Damn, Chen Wen, where do your lascivious eyes wander? She thought to herself. A mere trifle of coquetry is enough to expose the lecherous beast within. My dear, let us call a truce. Please, spare me your antics. My heart cannot endure it. I implore you, revert to your former self, Chen Wen pleaded, scarcely daring to move. I refuse, Su Muron retorted, shaking her head, and in so doing, causing her bosom to sway tantalizingly. The already provocative attire, coupled with her deliberate movements, was enough to overwhelm any man's resolve. God, deliver me from this torment, Chen Wen silently implored. Su Muron advanced, each step driving Chen Wen further against the wall. Master, what ails you? Have I truly erred in some way? Please, do not ignore me, she implored. Good heavens, this is far too saccharine, even for my own taste, she mused. Halt, Chen Wen cried, desperate to end the charade. With a doleful countenance, he conceded, I surrender. Let us cease this game. I shall prepare the meal now, for I must work a few shifts later. Without granting Su Muron an opportunity to respond, Chen Wen seized the groceries and fled into the kitchen, slamming the door shut behind him. Leaning against the portal, he exhaled deeply. As he reminisced about Su Muron's maid's uniform, Chen Wen's imagination ran wild. If only reality could mirror the scenes from those E-Drive films, how blissful it would be. Alas, such fantasies were unattainable. That mischievous woman seems to derive pleasure from tormenting me. Perhaps I should retaliate, once and for all. Of course, such thoughts were quickly dismissed. Self-preservation was paramount. After an hour of labor, Chen Wen completed the meal. When he emerged from the kitchen, Su Muron had undergone a transformation. Now clad in casual attire and donning light-shielding spectacles. Ah, Chen Wen, you've returned. I didn't see you earlier. You've prepared the meal? You're so kind. I shall eat heartily. Su Muron exclaimed, batting her eyelashes. Such pretense. Chen Wen inwardly scoffed. Be my guest, madam, he said dryly. Chen Wen, you are so kind, Su Muron cooed, approaching the table and inhaling deeply. You treat me so well. What if I were to fall in love with you? Are you going to eat or not? Chen Wen retorted, rolling his eyes, as if I would entertain such a notion. I am, Su Muron replied, hastily taking a seat. However, she paused, sniffing the air intently, and then scrutinized Chen Wen with a questioning gaze. The same fragrance. Have you been seeing your comely junior again? I. Chen Wen stammered, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. The woman's olfactory senses were more acute than a hound's. Kaya's brief embrace in the subway could hardly have left a lasting trace, yet she had detected it. Observing Chen Wen's expression, a mixture of defensiveness and awkwardness, Su Muron reveled in the moment. Men, she thought derisively. After glaring at Chen Wen, Su Muron shoved him aside, adding a playful kick. Move aside. I shall eat first, lest your presence spoil my appetite. You are merciless. A wise man does not contend with a woman, Chen Wen grumbled, rubbing his knee as he retreated to his room. Su Muron, triumphant, added, my dear Chen. Thud. Haraha. Not only do I cater to this demanding mistress, but now I am denied a place at the table? I am no servant. Why should I fear her? After pondering the matter, Chen Wen ventured out, only to discover that the spicy chicken had been reduced to a few necks, the ribs to mere broth, and the vegetables to a pair of forlorn stalks. His lips twitched in dismay. Are you a glutton? You've devoured everything, leaving nothing for me? I prepared the meal. You know, is that not excessive? Su Muron, with a lack of refinement, belched. Enjoy your meal. I have eaten too much this evening. I shall retire for a while, and resume my efforts tomorrow. I love you. Love you indeed. Chen Wen muttered, his countenance dark. He dipped a morsel in chili sauce and forced it down, followed by a spoonful of broth. That woman grows increasingly audacious. I must devise a means of reclaiming my dignity, lest she continue to lord over me. The following morning, as Chen Wen brushed his teeth, Su Muron was already dressed, radiating her usual allure. If only she were not so prone to mischief, he lamented. Today marked the final day of the work week, and he was scheduled to attend Kaya's birthday celebration that evening. Chen Wen had yet to decide upon a suitable gift. To arrive empty-handed would be inappropriate, and given their nascent acquaintance, the gift required careful consideration to avoid any misinterpretations. The previous day's subway ride had demonstrated how easily Kaya could misinterpret his intentions, leading to awkwardness. Good morning, Chen Wen ventured, having completed his ablutions. Shall we travel together, by car or by public transport? Su Miran rolled her eyes. Do you not have your comely junior to accompany you? I think I shall decline, lest I intrude upon your amorous affairs. The last time I saw her, to be fair, Chen Wen's junior was truly beautiful, her personality shy and introverted, often blushing at the slightest provocation, just the type that most men adore. Ever since Chen Wen became acquainted with that lovely junior, they have been inseparable day in and day out, and I can't help but feel a twinge of frustration at the thought of potential entanglements. Wow. Chen Wen scrutinized Su Miran with an odd gaze, then raised his eyebrows with a mischievous grin. Are you jealous? Humph. Su Miran shot him a disdainful look and ignored him, but as she walked past, she couldn't resist stepping on his foot, causing him to wince in pain. This insufferable woman must be out of her mind. Does she not realize how painful that is? I can understand her feelings. After all, exceptional men like myself are rare. If she wants to cry, let her. We all know the heart feels helpless when it cannot win someone's affection. Chen Wen let out a faint sigh. I'll kick you to death, you scoundrel. Before he could finish, Su Miran delivered a swift kick towards him. You think you're such an exceptional man? Spare me the self-aggrandizement. Having learned from past misfortunes, Chen Wen deftly evaded her attack and bolted, but unfortunately, he was apprehended before he could make his escape. Come on. I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. Be gentle. I'm tough-skinned. You might hurt your hand, he pleaded. Knowing when to submit was the best strategy. Chen Wen, I warn you, don't provoke me. I'm in a foul mood. Is it that time again? Chen Wen froze, realizing the timing seemed off. Oh no. As he descended the stairs, he nearly wept. His waist had been twisted in no fewer than 7 places. When she gets serious, this wretched woman treats him like he is nothing. With Su Miran leading the way and Chen Wen trailing behind, he rubbed his waist, cursing under his breath, contemplating how to train this insufferable woman to be as obedient as a maid. As they exited the neighborhood, they encountered few people, and only when they stepped outside did Chen Wen breathe a sigh of relief, grateful to avoid another entrapment like last time. While he was pondering how to deal with Su Miran, the vibration of his phone jolted him back to reality. Seeing it was his mother calling, he answered immediately. Mom, I just left for work. Yes, I know. What about her? She has already gone to work, I swear. Before he could finish, Su Miran snatched the phone from him. Hello, Auntie. Having stolen Chen Wen's phone, Su Miran shot him a triumphant glare. No, wait. Chen Wen looked utterly vexed. Little did he know, Su Miran had deliberately pressed the speakerphone button, and in the next moment, she pouted her lips, causing Chen Wen's heart to leap into his throat as he frantically gestured for mercy. Xiaoran, has Chen Wen been bullying you? If he dares, just tell Auntie, and I'll help you settle the score. Chen Wen, standing nearby, felt even more exasperated. Good grief, who has your real child here? You're starting to side with her. Don't you know the truth? It's your precious son who is the one getting bullied. Humph. Su Miran exchanged a provocative glance with Chen Wen, as if to say, let us see how you handle this. Chen Wen lowered his posture, pleading, please, Mom, even if you're thinking about a daughter-in-law, you can't just pick someone at random. In the end, it's your son who has to suffer. A glint of triumph flashed in Su Miran's eyes, mixed with a hint of menace. You better behave from now on, otherwise, I'll tell on you. Xiaoran. Oh, Auntie, you've misunderstood. He hasn't bullied me. I just made you laugh last time. He wouldn't dare with you around, Su Miran said, brimming with self-satisfaction. That is good to hear. Xiaoran. Chen Wen can be a bit temperamental. Please be patient with him. I've been through it too. Conflicts are inevitable when two people are together. But you mustn't take extremes. However, if he misbehaves, just call me. Got it, Auntie. Su Miran's cheeks flushed slightly, as Chen Wen's mother seemed to genuinely regard her as his girlfriend. In truth, Su Miran felt quite conflicted. Her schemes against Chen Wen were endless. Yet she felt a pang of guilt regarding his mother's affections. Yes, as long as you both are well, Annie will be happiest. Oh, by the way, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. If it's convenient, why not come back home? Your uncle would love to see you. Chen Wen's heart sank at her words. What a joke. He knew Su Miran was deliberately toying with him. There was no way he would return home with her. It would only disappoint his parents. With the festival just over a week away, he realized it had been a long time since he last visited home. It was about time to make the trip. But now, his mom was clearly inviting Su Miran, shifting the dilemma onto him. Mom. Xiaoran has been quite busy at work lately. She probably won't have time off for the holiday. Let us wait until National Day. I'll bring her then. Chen Wen started to say, but was interrupted as Su Mu Ran seized the phone once more. Sure, Andy. We'll come back for the Dragon Boat Festival. As long as we don't disturb Uncle and Auntie. Chen Wen could only watch helplessly as Su Mu Ran interrupted him again. All right. Auntie will prepare delicious food for your return. It's getting late. You should both get ready for work. I'll hang up now. Yes, goodbye, Andy. After hanging up, Su Mu Ran didn't return the phone, instead asking, Hey, what should we buy for Uncle and Annie as gifts? It's so tricky. What the heck? Are you serious? Chen Wen quickly interjected, his brow furrowed. Su Mu Ran, I told you last time. It's fine if you tease me, but my parents are simple country folk. That is none of my concern. Su Mu Ran glanced at the calendar on her phone, noting there were 11 days left. I'll arrange my work ahead of time. Let us drive back and enjoy the scenery along the way. No, wait. What do you mean by that? Chen Wen exclaimed in a panic. This is different. If my mom runs into us in the city, there could be misunderstandings, and with time, I can find a way to smooth things over. But if you take Su Mu Ran back to the countryside, it will cement the idea that she is truly your girlfriend. What is this wretched woman plotting? Su Mu Ran narrowed her eyes and smiled. It's not a big deal. Your parents want you to find a girlfriend. I'm just helping you. What is with that expression? Yes, you're helping me. Thank you very much.